Curiosity subverting tropes abstract. All members go mad if one cannot erupt in silence. They shall transform in silence. The conclusion of the first volume has been polished for an eternity, and it exhilarates me. I sincerely hope everyone can witness the end of the first volume. You has traversed realms, starting with an unparalleled fortune endowed with the ability to revert time infinitely. The corners of his mouth curled with defiance. I shall sing songs of triumph, for I will never consume beef again in this lifetime. However, the very next moment, a laugh more arrogant than his echoed from above. Ha! The power has been granted. Who still eats beef? NPCs, feel the agony. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Divine. Luo. Heavenly. Conquest. Boom. Before you could even acclimate, he was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Rewind, resurrect. Once more, the cackling echoed. NPCs, feel the agony. Boom. Dead again. Another rewind, another resurrection. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Boom. Another death. At last, you succumbed to madness. The good news. With this ability, he could restart infinitely upon death. The bad news. A wretched creature, even more twisted, lurked at the resurrection point, mercilessly mocking him. You surveyed the billowing dust, gritting his teeth. Unless I eliminate this local pest, I shall remain a mere statistic in this life. Chixiao Wangshi. Chapter 1. Ha! An unparalleled start. Let us grant Juzang an opportunity. The Yi Liangshan chapter, followed by the Yuqingfeng Shija chapter, features an explosive plot that most cannot withstand. The highlight of the entire book, MOU vs. Yu Fuyu, chapters 111 to 154, an independent climax, perfectly concluded, currently boasting 0 negative reviews. This narrative is rather peculiar and frenzied. Those with high moral standards, please tread carefully. If you find it somewhat enjoyable, feel free to add it to your bookshelf to prevent losing touch. Exceptional Yang Spirit Root. A sinister voice slithered into MOU's ears that he abruptly opened his eyes, and before he could grasp the situation, memories surged like a tide, and MOU instantly comprehended one thing. A half-baked system had delivered him. To hell, the kind with 18 layers. This place, known as the AI Zone, epitomizes the notion of great love, which is to utilize individuals to their fullest, leaving nothing behind. For mortals to arrive here, it is not termed as apprenticeship, but rather as dedication. That MOU regained consciousness. He gleaned from the original owner's memories that several unfortunate souls who failed to awaken their spirit roots were promptly reclaimed by a benevolent elder. Their flesh was prime material for corpse refinement, and their bones could serve as foundation for array flags. Even in death, they would find no peace, their souls ensnared by the black smoke emanating from the Emperor's banner, destined to become lifetime employees, eternally deprived of rebirth. What does it mean to utilize resources fully? This is it. The original owner was an ordinary person, and witnessing this display of supposed benevolence moved him to tears. However, upon discovering his exceptional Yang spirit root and realizing he would not become mere fodder, overwhelming joy struck him, leading to a heart attack. Thus, MOU inherited the original owner's consciousness. Along with the warmth of his liquid misfortune, MOU forcibly composed himself, casting a glance around. The level of madness among this cohort was absurdly high. To his left stood an individual striding like a Kylan, each step adorned with clouds, his gaze condescending as if he were an inspecting celestial emperor. In the corner, a person coughed blood staining his garments yet bore a sinister grin, his eyes glinting as if selecting medicinal herbs. There was even a towering man with a thick beard, donned in a brilliant red robe, fingers as delicate as orchids, a true beauty that could be lethal. Lastly, a figure clad in tattered garments, glistening with oil, trailed insects and ants. Goodness, was this not the oil woman Shina from the world of Naruto, who had also crossed over? The most astonishing part was that this gathering seemed utterly indifferent to the testing results. Just moments ago, the individual striding like a Kylan had been revealed to possess the rarest Earth-grade Thunder Spirit Root. As the crowd gasped, this fellow merely scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand to strike his own dantian. Buzz, the surrounding spiritual energy emitted a lament, and a resplendent thunder pattern was violently expelled from his body, only to be crushed with a resounding bang. Self-destructing an extraordinary spirit root? What kind of carbon-based life form could accomplish such a feat? The elder responsible for the testing did not express anger. Rather, he extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips, exclaiming in admiration, "Well done." Such audacity, a fine seed for cultivation. MOU, observing this assembly of demons and monsters, internally mocked. Is this truly the realm of cultivation? It must be a gathering of lunatics from Gotham City's asylum. Is this not sheer folly? To display such might, only to obliterate an exceptional spirit root? Does this thought process originate from a nuclear explosion? However, he had no time to mock others now. MOU descended from the testing platform, standing among the crowd, watching the next batch of unfortunate souls ascend to their demise, his heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, a chime resonated. Ding! Randomly capturing a wild host, binding forcefully. MOU felt a warmth welling in his eyes, nearly bursting into tears. Father of the system, you have finally arrived. Please save me. This place is too twisted. I feel I might become a wisp of black smoke within the Emperor's banner at any moment. Remain composed. The system yawned in response. As long as you utilize your powers wisely, the twisted will chase you to the ends of the earth. This system specializes in rewinding. We shall now commence the initial settings. Host, how many rewind opportunities do you desire? MOU was taken aback, his heart soaring with elation. I can choose? How humane. It must be infinite. I intend to exhaust the AI zone. The system's voice brimmed with disdain. Dream on? Please provide a specific integer. MOU panicked. Wait, does this thing engage in bargaining? Then grant me 1,000,000 times. That should suffice. Host, could you exhibit some self-awareness and provide a reasonable number? MOU was frantic. This broken system insisted on playing a guessing game at a critical moment. How would I know how many times is considered reasonable? What if I underestimate and it's insufficient? Is your brain malfunctioning? Are you a fool? Just tell me how many times you can offer. Don't make me guess. MOU raged inwardly, nearly shouting from the excitement. Ding. Valid numerical instruction detected. Confirmation complete. Rewind limit has been locked at 250 times. MOU. Wait. System, let me explain. I was just scolding you. I wasn't making a wish. I meant to say you're foolish, not that I want to be foolish. Keep it up. Host, you are the best foolish one. Suddenly, a panel appeared before MOU. Unconventional rewind effect. Upon the host's death or loss of consciousness, automatic resurrection occurs. Reward. With each rewind, one may choose to inherit the previous life's cultivation, treasures, or attributes. Current save point. At the time of entrance testing, locked. Remaining opportunities. 250/250. Gazing at the bright red 250, laden with mockery, MOU fell into deep contemplation. This must be mockery, surely. Yet, this 250 times seemed sufficient. Moreover, inheriting cultivation? This was nothing less than an enhanced version of Chun-Kyu-chan. Although a limited edition, unable to restrain himself, MOU felt compelled to compose a poem. In my youth, I tossed the spring light, refining both goo and man, even the heavens. Alas, how did it feel slightly off? Haha. Regardless, this was undoubtedly an unparalleled start. In that moment, MOU straightened his back, his legs no longer trembled. Even the chill within his pants transformed into the coolness of a formidable presence. The previously frightened glint in his eyes gradually transformed into clarity, foolishness, and arrogance. With a smirk curling his lips, he bore a smile that was 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance, casting a sidelong glance across the assembly. With 250 rewind opportunities in hand, whom should he fear? Was this truly hell? This was evidently my leveling dungeon, my backyard, my amusement park. As long as I die spectacularly enough, I shall be the emperor of this generation. A peculiar aura, one that seemed to be oblivious to the very concept of death, suddenly enveloped. MOU no longer timid. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a gaze reminiscent of one observing mere NPCs, he arrogantly surveyed the entire assembly. That look could be described as, I yearn to vanquish you all, or perhaps to be vanquished by you. The outer sect elder responsible for the examination furrowed his brow. Having encountered countless individuals, from those paralyzed with fear to pretentious braggarts, he had never before witnessed such a sight, one akin to a father watching his wayward son play in the mud. Could this lad be a simpleton? The elder mused inwardly, even displaying a smile tinged with a patronizing affection. MOU regarded the elder's aged visage with indifference, even stifling a chuckle. Old dang, what nonsense are you laughing about? Do you believe I wouldn't march up to you right now and demonstrate the true meaning of boundless love? Just as MOU was puffing up, ready to perform a scene of refusing beef in front of the crowd, an audacious cacophony of laughter erupted from above. HAHAHA. The golden finger has arrived. From now on, I shan't consume beef ever again. This wretched place is called the AI zone, is it? I've heard you are quite impressive. Am I not more so? With a thunderous crash, a figure clad in black materialized in the sky. This individual, with one hand casually tucked into a pocket, wore a smirk that exceeded MOU's in its audacity, emanating a charm of one who had never faced adversity. The Dragon King grinned wickedly. MOU's smile faltered, a wave of embarrassment washing over him as if his lines had been stolen and his character undermined. Damn. Have traversers become this competitive in this era? Must one usurp the spotlight while flaunting their prowess? The elder's expression darkened as he stepped into the air, his demeanor exuding an icy menace. Who dares disturb the grand ceremony of the AI zone? The figure in black remained unfazed, even adjusting his bangs, dismissively addressing the elder. Remember my name. I am Yu Liangshan. Liangshan delights in dealing with the self-righteous. Now that I am here, I had no intention of leaving empty-handed. MOU, seated below, felt a chill run down his spine, his toes digging into the ground. Goodness, why Liangshan? This essence is too potent. You must have traversed from a forum of a decade past, right? Yet, MOU observed the tense atmosphere on stage, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. Indeed, the AI zone is filled with exceptional talents. Since we are all mad here, how could I, Rishin, possibly be absent? Let us witness whose prowess is truly the most outrageous. Curiosity, subversion of expectations, abstraction, madness engulfing all. If one cannot erupt in silence, they shall transform within it. The conclusion of the first volume has been meticulously polished for an extended period, leaving me exhilarated. I sincerely hope that everyone will witness the finale of this volume. MOU has traversed realms, endowed with an extraordinary beginning and an infinite rewind ability as his golden finger, a smirk danced upon his lips, more defiant than the letter. Rise, O steed, and sing a triumphant song. I shall never consume beef again in this lifetime. Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a boisterous laughter, more arrogant than his own, reverberated from above. Ha! The golden finger is here. Who still eats beef? NPCs endure the agony. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Divine. Luo. Heavenly. Conquest. Boom. Before MOU could even acclimatize, he was instantly reduced to ashes. Rewind, resurrect. The cacophony of laughter echoed once more. NPCs, feel the torment. Boom. Another demise. Again, rewind, resurrect. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Boom. Yet another demise. MOU finally lost his sanity. The good news. With this cheat, he could resurrect infinitely upon death. The bad news. An even more twisted entity was obstructing the resurrection point, ruthlessly tormenting him. Gazing at the billowing dust, MOU gritted his teeth. I must eliminate this fellow villager. Otherwise, I shall be trapped in this deadlock for eternity. Chapter 1. Ah, what a splendid beginning. Let us grant this tale 9 chapters of opportunity. The subsequent chapters, particularly the Jade Qing Peak Senior Sister arc, promise explosive twists that ordinary souls may find unbearable. A highlight of the entire narrative. MOU vs. Yufuyu, chapters 111 to 154, a standalone climax that concludes exquisitely, currently boasting 0 negative reviews. This narrative is rather bizarre and deranged. Those with a high moral threshold should tread carefully. If you find it intriguing, do consider adding it to your bookshelf to avoid losing track of it. A supreme yang spirit root. A chilling voice slithered into MOU's ears that he abruptly opened his eyes, and before he could comprehend the situation, memories surged like a tidal wave, and he instantly grasped a singular truth. A half-baked cheat had delivered him to hell, the 18th level of it, no less. This place was known as the AI zone. The essence of the AI lay in utilizing individuals to their fullest, extracting every last drop. For mortals who found themselves here, it was not termed apprenticeship, but rather self-sacrifice. MOU regained consciousness. He witnessed through the original owner's memories the unfortunate souls who failed to manifest their spirit roots being summarily reclaimed by a benevolent elder. Their flesh was prime material for corpse refinement, while their bones could serve as foundational elements for formations. Even in death, they would find no peace. Their souls, ensnared by the ominous Emperor banner, would be conscripted into eternal servitude, enjoying a cursed existence with no hope of rebirth. What does it mean to utilize everything to its fullest? This is it. The original owner, an ordinary individual, was moved to tears upon witnessing this display of love. However, upon discovering his exceptional yang spirit root, realizing he would not be consigned to the status of expendable material, the overwhelming shock caused him to suffer a cardiac arrest, resulting in his demise. Thus, MOU inherited the original owner's consciousness. Along with the warmth of that unfortunate liquid, MOU forced himself to regain composure, casting his gaze around. The level of insanity in this cohort was astonishingly high. To his left stood an individual striding with the grace of a Kylan, each step adorned with cloud patterns, his gaze disdainful, as if he were an immortal surveying his domain. In a corner, another person coughed blood, staining his attire, yet wore a sinister grin, his eyes scanning the crowd, as if selecting medicinal ingredients. Then there was a towering, burly man with a bushy beard, clad in a striking red robe, his fingers delicate as orchids, his atoms apple-pronounced, truly a figure of lethal beauty. Lastly, an individual draped in tattered garments, glistening with oil, trailed insects wherever he went, an uncanny resemblance to the characters HAHAHA from a certain anime. What was most astonishing was that this group seemed utterly indifferent to the results of the tests. Moments ago, the Kylan-striding individual was revealed to possess the exceedingly rare Earth-grade Thunder Spirit root. As the crowd gasped in shock, he merely scoffed dismissively, raising his hand to slap his own dantian. A hum, the surrounding spiritual energy emitted a mournful wail, and a resplendent thunder pattern was forcibly expelled from his body, followed by a resounding explosion. Self-destructing an extraordinary spirit root? What kind of carbon-based life form could accomplish such a feat? The elder responsible for the testing, far from being enraged, extended a crimson tongue to lick his lips, exclaiming in admiration, "Well done. Such a decisive character. This is a fine seed for cultivation." You observe these bizarre beings, internally mocking. Is this the realm of immortals? It feels more like a team-building event at Gotham's asylum. Is this not the epitome of foolishness? To destroy such an impressive spirit root for the sake of vanity? This thought process must have been crafted with an atomic bomb. Yet, he had little time to ridicule others. You stepped down from the testing platform, standing amidst the crowd, anxiously watching the next batch of unfortunate souls march to their doom. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding. Randomly capturing wild host. Binding in progress. You felt a surge of warmth in his eyes, nearly brought to tears. Father of the system, you have finally arrived. Please save me. This place is utterly twisted. I feel as though I may transform into a wisp of black smoke in the Emperor banner at any moment. Remain calm, the system replied with a yawn. As long as you wield your cheat effectively, the abnormalities will scatter before you. This system primarily features a rewind function, and we are now initiating the initial settings. Host, how many rewind opportunities do you desire? You was momentarily taken aback, his heart swelling with joy. I can choose? How humane. It must be infinite. I intend to plow through the AI zone. The system's voice dripped with disdain. Dream on. Please provide a specific integer. You grew anxious. Wait, this thing negotiates. Then give me 100 million times. That should suffice. Host, could you exhibit a modicum of self-awareness and provide a more realistic number? You was frantic. This dreadful system insisted on playing a guessing game at such a critical juncture. How on earth am I to know how many times is deemed reasonable? What if I underestimate and it's insufficient to die? Is this system deranged? Are you truly a fool? Just tell me how many times you can grant. Please don't make me guess. You raged internally, nearly shouting in his excitement. Ding. Effective numerical command recognized. Confirmation complete. Rewind limit has been set, 250 times. MOU. Wait. Hold on. System, let me explain. I was just cursing at you. I wasn't making a wish. I meant you are the fool, not that I want to be one. Go for it. Host, you are the finest fool. Suddenly, a panel appeared before MOU. Unconventional rewind effect. Upon host's death or loss of consciousness, automatic rewind and resurrection occur. Reward. With each rewind, the host may choose to inherit the previous life's cultivation, treasures, or attributes. Current save point. At the entrance test, locked. Remaining opportunities. 250/250. Gazing at the glaringly red and sardonic 250, MOU fell into deep contemplation. This must be mockery, surely. Yet, this limit of 250 seems sufficient. Moreover, inheriting cultivation? This is essentially an upgraded version of Chun Xiu-chan. Though it is a limited edition, MOU could no longer resist the urge to recite poetry. In youth, I squandered the springtime, refining puppets, humans, and even the heavens. But somehow that feels slightly off. Nevertheless, no matter how one looks at it, this is unequivocally an extraordinary beginning. At this moment, MOU straightened his posture, his legs no longer trembling. Even the chill in his trousers transformed into the icy demeanor of a strong man. His once fearful gaze gradually transformed into clarity, foolishness, and arrogance. The sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a blend of mockery and indifference, as he cast a sidelong glance at the entire assembly. With 250 rewind opportunities in hand, who could intimidate him? This is no hell. It is clearly my leveling up dungeon. My garden. My playground. As long as I die spectacularly enough, I shall be the next immortal emperor. A peculiar air of ignorance regarding the character for death enveloped Mou in an instant. He ceased to be timid and, with hands clasped behind his back, stood tall, his garments billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a gaze reminiscent of an NPC, he arrogantly surveyed the entire assembly. That expression conveyed a singular sentiment. I long to vanquish you all, or perhaps to be vanquished by you. The outer sect elder responsible for the assessment furrowed his brow. Having encountered countless individuals, he had seen those paralyzed by fear and those feigning superiority, yet he had never before witnessed such a spectacle. It was as if a father observed his wayward son playing in the mud. Could this youth be a fool? The elder mused inwardly, a flicker of paternal concern crossing his features. Mou regarded the elder's aged visage with indifference, even suppressing a chuckle. Old dang, what nonsense is this? Do you truly believe I would not approach you and deliver a couple of resounding slaps, demonstrating what boundless love truly entails? Just as Mou prepared to showcase a performance of refusing beef amidst his rising ego, a raucous laughter erupted from the heavens. Ha! The golden finger has arrived. I shall never consume beef again. This wretched place is called the AI Zone, is it? I've heard you possess great prowess. Do you surpass my own? Boom. A figure clad in black suddenly appeared in the sky. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, the man's smirk was even more pronounced than Mou's, his eyes radiating an allure that suggested he had never endured hardship. The Dragon King grinned wickedly. Mou's smile faltered, a wave of embarrassment washing over him, as if someone had usurped his lines and shattered his persona. Goodness! Have traversers become so competitive in this day and age? Must they also seize the spotlight? The outer sect elder's expression darkened as he stepped into the air, his stride imbued with an ominous aura. Who dares to disturb the grand ceremony of the AI Zone? The figure in black remained unfazed, even adjusting his bangs with a casual flick, nostrils flaring at the elder. Remember my name. I am Yi Liangqin. Liangqin delights in confronting those who are self-righteous. Since I have arrived, I have no intention of leaving empty-handed. Mou, listening from below, felt a shiver run down his spine, his toes curling against the ground. What a character. Yi Liangqin. This energy is overwhelming. Surely, you have traversed from a forum a decade ago, haven't you? However, Mou observed the tense atmosphere on the stage. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, the AI Zone was filled with talent. Since we are all madmen here, how could I, Mou Rition, be absent? Let us witness who possesses the most outrageous prowess. Chapter 2. The sensation is utterly exhilarating. The outer sect elder is evidently a man of action, one who prefers to take decisive measures rather than engage in meaningless banter. With a swift and powerful grip of his bony hand, the air trembles and a multitude of pale hands formed from razor-like winds materialize instantly, gripping Yi Liangqin tightly in their grasp. A strangulation. The elder cackles wickedly, as if envisioning a scene of blood and gore. However, the anticipated cries of anguish fail to materialize. Instead, from within the grasp of the pale hand comes an audacious taunt. Ha! Lao Deng, is this all you can muster? This gentle breeze is hardly sufficient to even scrub Liangqin's back. Under the watchful eyes of many, Yi Liangqin, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, effortlessly strolls through the dense whirl of wind blades, as if taking a leisurely walk. He truly passes through them. The sharp wind blades slice against his body, causing him to momentarily distort like a holographic projection, only to emerge unscathed. What the heck? Mou, watching from below, is astounded, his eyes nearly popping out with disbelief. Is this even possible? Body phasing? Physical immunity? Isn't this akin to Shin Uchiha's Kamui? Has Yi Liangqin mistakenly received a script meant for someone else? Mou feels an intense pang of envy. This is undeniably a show of extraordinary prowess. Before he can fully digest his sour feelings, the scene on stage shifts dramatically. Yi Liangqin's figure flickers with an otherworldly grace, suddenly appearing beside the outer sect elder, and whispers in a tone reminiscent of a domineering CO from a romance novel. Lao Deng, I see potential in your bones. Why not become Liangqin's loyal canine? The outer sect elder feels a chill surge through him. Every hair on his body standing on end. Be a dog? In the AI Zone, one typically turns others into dogs. How dare this insolent wretch insult me? Enraged, The elder retaliates with a fierce strike to his spine, drawing forth a pitch-black flag. Soul Devourer, perish! The black flag billows ominously as a cacophony of tormented wails erupts. Countless vengeful spirits emerging from the flag, their distorted faces filled with unbridled fury as they rush towards Yi Liangshun. This is the signature treasure of the AI zone. The Wanhun fan, or rather, in their terminology, it is known as the Run Huang fan, promoting the notion of equality among all beings, declaring all who arrive as family. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spiritual assault, Yi Liangshun does not flinch. Rather, his eyes gleam with determination, and his crooked smile widens. He points an accusatory finger at the elder and rebukes, "Ah, you vile heretic! Liangshun's killings merely involve refining corpses into puppets, making full use of resources. Yet you do not spare even the souls? This is utterly deranged, inciting the wrath of both gods and men." At this juncture, Yi Liangshun shifts his tone, his gaze greedily fixating on the black flag. Such a wicked object must not be allowed to remain in your possession. Hand it over to Liangshun at once. I shall take it back and critique it day and night, methodically dismantling it. Imoyu muses, what a meticulous dismantling. Isn't this just an attempt to turn the tables? The AI zone indeed possesses an aura of benevolence, as this transmigrator has only just arrived and is already crafting such grandiose excuses. The outer sect elder is taken aback. Such a brazen and shameless individual has not even entered our sect, marking a significant loss for the AI zone. However, he understands that this is not the time for sentimentality. He is also quite shameless, realizing he cannot win, and immediately begins to summon reinforcements. He discreetly shatters a communication jade slip. Simultaneously, Yi Liangshun feels a frigid gaze locking onto him from behind, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Sensing an immense threat, he cannot help but curse, loud biting. If you can't win, must you resort to summoning help? Since you forsake martial ethics, do not blame Liangshun for refusing to spare the beef. In the next moment, Yi Liangshun slowly rises into the air, arms outstretched, striking a pose that stirs the DNA of countless anime enthusiasts. A blend of youthful exuberance and terrifying energy begins to coalesce around him. He gazes down upon the masses, uttering a cryptic and chilling incantation. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Feel the pain. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Contemplate the agony. Mou's body trembles in shock. What? Those lines? Is this about to escalate to a nuclear level? Boom! A visible shockwave erupts from Yi Liangshun's center. An immense repulsive force, akin to the hand of a deity, mercilessly flattens everything in its path. The tiles of the square are hurled into the air like cookies, and the sturdy pillars snap like toothpicks. The outer sect elder and his Run Huang fan are instantly obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist, unable to even emit a scream as they paint a tragic blood rainbow in the sky. Yet this is not the most tragic outcome. The most tragic fate befalls the group of newcomers who have yet to enter the sect. This is indiscriminate area of effect destruction. Help! Mommy, I want to go home. Despairing cries erupt as mortals stand utterly vulnerable before this cataclysmic force, akin to ants before giant. Just as it seems this batch of new students is doomed, a sudden hum fills the air. A cool moonlight bursts forth unexpectedly above the square. The moonlight is gentle yet resilient, forming a semicircular barrier within the repulsive field, shielding the mortals below. Immediately, a pure white figure descends from the moonlit sky. She possesses a graceful silhouette, her hair cascading like a waterfall, and even from behind, she emanates an aura of breathtaking nobility and sanctity. The leader of Yu Qingfeng, Yu Fu Yu. Are we saved? A celestial sister has rescued us. The surviving newcomers weep tears of joy, gazing at the figure in the sky as though beholding Guanyin, the savior of suffering. However, Mou, buried among the crowd, keenly senses something amiss. He tilts his head, catching a glimpse of Yu Fu Yu's profile. The so-called savior wears a cryptic smile upon her lips. In the next instant, the seemingly impenetrable moonlight barrier suddenly becomes riddled with countless minuscule holes. Like a sieve, the terrifying repulsive force is not entirely blocked, but instead sliced into myriad tiny streams of air, indiscriminately shooting into the crowd like a high-pressure water gun. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Clouds of blood mist erupt within the crowd. The frail are instantly pierced through, while the unfortunate are shredded to pieces. Only those with robust physiques, or those lucky enough to take refuge beneath the bodies of the fallen, manage to survive, albeit barely. The screams are even more harrowing than before. A term flashes through Mo's mind: the destructive net. Fishermen, in their quest to annihilate all, would use nets with minuscule openings. This woman is utilizing Yi Liangchun's assault to filter out suitable materials for the AI zone. How sinister. Is this the profound love of the AI zone? A love that leaves no trace of ash behind. A stream of repulsive energy grazes Mo's shoulder, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. Agony surges through him, yet instead of fear, he feels a thrilling exhilaration. The game has only just begun. Chapter 3. Oh no, I think I've died, and the save file is corrupted. Host has perished. Generating life summary report. This life's evaluation. A brief feast for the short-lived. Review. Upon binding with the system, your mentality underwent a profound leap, from a timid expendable pawn to a brazen renegade. This inexplicable confidence harmonized with the heavens, sparking a subtle mystical transformation within you. Turning point. Just as you prepare to showcase your prowess and flair, you encountered a far more extraordinary fellow traveler from another world, Yi Liangchun. Process. The Outer Sect elders attempted to intervene and failed. The Outer Sect elders summoned Yi Liangchun, who unleashed a devastating area attack. Yu Qingfeng's master, Yu Fuyu, executed a ruthless extermination sweep. Outcome. Unable to pass this fiendish test of defense, you met an unfortunate demise. Mo stared at the translucent panel before him, his lips twitching uncontrollably. 10 minutes. Do you even realize how I spent these 10 minutes? From binding with the system to becoming a corpse in a box, it all took less than 10 minutes. Without this rollback system, I would have become the fastest legend in the realm of transmigration. Not even a glimpse of a slime outside the novice village, yet killed by the plot. Mo felt his blood pressure soaring. In other places, the sect is home. Elders are like parents, senior disciples are caring companions. Batindai Sikt. Everyone is a psychological maniac. The image of the final woman who descended upon the moonlit path, Yu Fuyu, appeared in Mo's mind. What a Yu Qing peak master, looking like a fairy, yet harboring a heart darker than coal. Using other people's ultimate moves as a sieve, truly the art of killing with a borrow blade. Mo gritted his teeth and vowed silently, just wait. Once I grow stronger, I will capture you and test your depths. And that Yi Liangchun, just thinking about that name, gave Mo a headache. That guy appeared too early, flaunted too much, and completely disrupted the balance. He was a bug in the system. The most infuriating thing was that the entire show was his solo act. Executed flawlessly without a single flaw. The humiliation of wanting to show off but being preempted, and then dying from the residual shock. That feeling was like a fishbone stuck in the throat, a thorn in the back, and sitting on needles all at once. Rewards generated. Please select one of the following. Cultivation, a wisp of arrogant energy. Treasure, none. Title, Crooked Mouth Dragon King, green quality. Mo's gaze fell on the verdant title. Crooked Mouth Dragon King, green. Effect, when equipped. The corner of your mouth will permanently tilt devilishly at a 45-degree angle toward the upper left. Function, maximizes taunt value, passively radiating an aura that makes everyone else look like trash. Remark, although it makes you prone to being hit. This is a prerequisite skill for playing the fool to hide your true strength. As long as your smile is crooked enough, nobody will know you're actually a weakling. Mo instinctively tried to imitate it, nearly cramping his facial muscles. Playing the fool to hide the tiger? Choosing this might mean I get slapped back to normal before I even get to eat the tiger. His mind flooded with absurd images. Son-in-law, recognize your place. Smack. Reversed. The son-in-law has turned on his master. Smack. 10 years deadline has arrived. Smack, smack, smack. Get lost. Who wants this awful title? Mo decisively looked away. System. Explain what this arrogant energy is? I've never cultivated before. Host. This system is also a newbie. Not quite sure, dear. Mo took a deep breath. Fine. You're useless too. I'll choose cultivation. Compared to getting slapped daily, this vague energy seems somewhat more normal. Selection successful. Cultivation granted. Unconventional rollback activated. His body felt a gentle warmth, like a heat patch on his danshin, and then nothing more. Is that all? This arrogant energy just makes me feel every generation is no good. What else can it do? A dizzying sensation swept over him. When his vision cleared again, MOU found himself back on the familiar testing platform. The grotesque, demonic companions surrounded him as before. But MOU had no time to appreciate the scene. He suddenly realized a fatal problem. Wait, although I roll back, Yiliang-chun will still refresh on time. That is a plot kill. If I don't eliminate that source, I'll still die. At that moment, the nightmare-esque maniacal laughter exploded across the skies as scheduled. Ha ha ha. Golden finger activated. I'll never eat beef again. MOU looked up at the black silhouette, and in his heart, 1,000 wild horses galloped. This guy was more punctual than an alarm clock. From his flashy debut, to the outer sect elder's sacrificial move, to the final annihilation of the entire battlefield, the interval was never more than 10 minutes. No, if I can't beat him, can I at least hide? MOU quickly scanned the surroundings, seeking an escape route. The AI sect's entry test platform was built atop a towering giant peak, severed halfway through. The fractured surface was as smooth as a mirror, vast as a plaza, surrounded by swirling mists. Only a single rough, steep stone staircase snaked downward like a pale dragon, leading to the bottomless foothills. That was the only way out. Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted by the celestial battle above, MOU crouched low like a frightened rabbit and sprinted wildly toward the stone steps. As long as he could escape Yiliang-chun's ultimate coverage range, he could survive. Just as he leapt onto the staircase, MOU glared fiercely back at the two figures in the sky. Farewell. Mountains remain green, waters flow long. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Once I survive and cultivate to mastery, I'll capture Yufuyu as my personal maid. And that Yiliang-chun, he must be castrated, then sent to a brothel to push someone else's behind. Though these daydreams were exhilarating, the path beneath his feet was treacherous. Time passed, minute by minute. Only about 7 or 8 minutes had elapsed when that PTSD-inducing voice returned punctually from the heavens. Yiliang-chun spread his arms wide, as if embracing the world, uttering a line that made even the fiercest otakus tremble. 1. Bay of rice. How many floors? 2. Resist. Feel the timely voice from the system rang out. Warm reminder. According to my calculations, unless you directly leap down and pray for a gnarled tree or a reclusive master to catch you, your chances of survival are infinitesimally close to zero. What zero? I'm not in Chengdu. After a brief moment of exasperation, MOU dashed to the edge of the cliff and peered over. The swirling clouds obscured the depths, and even the sound of stone thrown down echoed for what felt like an eternity. Jumping down would surely lead to death. Despair engulfed him. Yet, he was a determined individual. Gritting his teeth, he gazed into the unfathomable abyss below. A gamble. A bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. The protagonist's law of not dying from a leap off a cliff could not deceive me. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the void. The howling wind roared in his ears, and the sensation of weightlessness caused his heart to momentarily stop. After a while, a dull thud echoed. Hostess ceased. Cause of death. High-altitude fall, human body outline failure. Unfazed by misfortune, MOU persisted. On his 4th attempt, he tried to burrow into the densest part of the crowd, only to be sliced into sashimi by Yufuyu's sieve. On the 5th try, he attempted to shout and declare his identity as a traveler, hoping to greet Yiliang-chun as a fellow townsman, but his words went unheard as the latter unleashed a powerful attack, treating all equally. On the 6th attempt, he dug a pit to bury himself, but both he and the pit were obliterated. Finally, after a myriad of inventive deaths, MOU slumped on the testing platform, his eyes vacant, resembling a fish that had lost its dreams. He discovered a despairing truth. This was not a fortuitous beginning. It was a deadlock, a dead end. No matter how he struggled, this place would remain a death zone after 10 minutes. System, can we change the venue? MOU lamented inwardly, his voice tinged with desperation. Wasn't the difficulty just a tad excessive? Chapter 4. The marvelous item HAHAHA. The golden finger has arrived. I shall never eat beef again. Familiar lines and laughter echoed endlessly in MOU's ears. Each time he opened his eyes, it was to witness this individual flaunting the same act. Each time he closed his eyes, he felt crushed by that bag of rice. MOU's gaze was hollow, resembling a fish that had been thoroughly played with. Lying stiffly on the cold stone slab, too weary to glance at the sky once more. I am tired. Let it all end swiftly. System, MOU murmured inwardly. His tone as desolate as that of Centenarian. My life has been a fragile tightrope. Do you think I can reach the other side? Host, pull yourself together. Have you not heard that there is always a way out? As long as you wish to walk, the path lies beneath your feet. What path? This is clearly a deadlock. MOU rolled over, staring at Yiliang Chun, who was still striking poses in the sky, his heart heavy with fatigue. In earlier attempts, he had resisted, tried to flee, even attempted to reason with Yiliang Chun. What was the outcome? Aside from dying in increasingly creative ways, it was utterly futile. Moreover, this wretched system had only granted a reward the first time, subsequently offering nothing but relentless challenges, far more deceptive than the most extravagant promises. Just as MOU prepared to close his eyes and await death, he suddenly recalled that he had already wasted 99 attempts, leaving only 151 remaining. What an unsettling lack of security. MOU immediately perked up, beginning to seek a way out. For the first time, his gaze seriously focused on Yiliang Chun's face. Wait a moment. Why does this fellow's face appear pixelated? Until now, he had either been too preoccupied with escaping or too distant to notice. Upon closer inspection, though Yiliang Chun was dressed flamboyantly, his hairstyle extravagant, his features were obscured by a layer of low-quality mosaic, rendering them indistinct no matter how he focused. Where there is intentional concealment, there is certainly a trick. Montague, as if grasping the last lifeline, suddenly sat upright. System, did you see that mosaic? What is that? Returning to host. It has been detected as a layer of advanced cognitive mist. Can it be broken? This must be the key to my breakthrough. If he cannot even reveal his face, he must certainly be a false dragon king. That falls under a paid service. What the hell? I am on the verge of crashing. And you still want to talk about money? MOU was nearly struck by a heart attack from anger. If I perish, can this system even bind to a dog? Hurry and give me something. Sigh, very well. Since the host has sincerely inquired, I shall generously inform you. If I cannot breach the defense, then let us bring about his Waterloo. Ding. Causality item. Super lubricant trial version. Suddenly, a small transparent glass vial filled with an indescribable clear liquid appeared in MOU's hand. Hacky system, are you Doraemon? Montague's mouth twitched. What is this supposed to do? Do you want me to go up there and give him a massage to sway him? Smash it. This is a conceptual grade item, ignoring defenses and enforcing effectiveness. As for the effect, those who use it will know. As MOU watched Yiliang Chun preparing to deliver yet another iconic line about carrying a bag of rice, he steeled his heart. Since death is inevitable, I might as well see what this thing can do. To hell with it. MOU swung his arm and smashed the vial against the ground. The crisp sound of shattering was hardly noticeable amidst the chaos of battle. Yet the next second, an extraordinarily strange and silky mist of transparent oil rapidly expanded outward at lightning speed. Not only was the ground affected, but even the air seemed to be lubricated by this mist. The previously tense standoff between Yiliang Chun and the outer sect elder suddenly fell to miss. Just as Yiliang Chun was about to raise his hand to show off, his elbow slipped, delivering a resounding slap to his own face. What the hell? Then, an unforgettable scene unfolded before everyone present. My hairpin slipped away. What the hell? My belt. Why can't I keep my belt on? Wait, my shoes. Shoes. Don't run away. No, my dignity. Don't leave me. With absolutely no friction, every binding dependent on it ceased to exist in that moment. Clothes, trousers, shoes, and hair accessories slipped away like eels oiled for escape. Even MOU himself was not spared. He felt a sudden chill and looked down in shock. Indeed, it was a moment of stark honesty. Even worse, lacking friction beneath his feet, everyone in the square slid around like bowling balls tossed onto an ice rink, accompanied by various cries of dismay. Bodies collided in a chaotic, eye-watering spectacle, a scene of utter disorder and philosophical absurdity. Montague, in an excruciatingly embarrassing position, slid through the crowd, internally screaming. I sought a breakthrough, not to participate in a naked running event. He was filled with rage and humiliation. Sliding around naked with these burly men, an unprecedented, dark moment in his life. Yet, this absurdity bore unexpected results. In the sky, the mist that had concealed Yiliang Chun's face lost its adhesive properties, floating away like a mask. With a soft thud, the mask fell to the ground. In that instant, the previously arrogant, sinister, and imperious expression of Yi Liangchen vanished, replaced by one filled with terror and disbelief. He instinctively summoned a cloud of black mist to envelop himself, moving clumsily like a thief caught in the act, lacking even a shred of the Dragon King's demeanor. He then prepared to flee, a stark contrast to his previous bold actions. Just then, a chilling voice broke through the chaos. "Ah, so it is you." The moonlight cascaded down, and Yu Fuyu, the master of Yuqing Peak, descended gracefully upon the moonlit path. I cannot help but acknowledge the cunning nature of this woman. At this moment, she hovers a meter beyond the range of the oily mist, her gaze playfully surveying the writhing mass of naked men below, devoid of any semblance of shame, only mockery akin to that of a spectator. With a delicate gesture of her jade hand, the misty mass that had slipped from Yi Liangchen's face obediently flew into her grasp. Yu Fuyu toyed with the mask, exclaiming in wonder, "What a remarkable item! It possesses the power to alter character, memory, temperament, and even distort one's very essence. No wonder I failed to discern your origins." Her penetrating gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through the figure concealed within the black mist. "Am I correct, Yi Tian?" The mere mention of this name caused the cloaked figure to tremble violently, the red veins in his eyes flaring up. "Yu Fuyu." This roar echoed with an ocean of hatred, as if he yearned to devour her flesh. The prior comical facade of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King shattered completely, replaced by a vengeful spirit burdened with a sea of blood and deep-seated enmity. Yet, Yu Fuyu merely smiled faintly, clapping her hands. "Since you have arrived, do not be in haste to depart. Let us greet an old acquaintance." The void split apart, and several figures were cast at her feet. Among them, one was a middle-aged woman, her visage weathered and her garments tattered. "Mother!" Yi Tian's eyes widened in horror, letting out a mournful cry. The previously humorous scene turned instantly chilling and macabre. Mou, still struggling on the ground, felt a jolt of dread. When the world had transpired to shift this narrative from a comedic farce to a tale of darkness. Yu Fuyu gracefully extended her jade foot, pressing it against the woman's face. With a mere flick of her wrist, a series of explosions erupted, and the companions who had been captured alongside her did not emit a single sound before disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. It was a true testament to the ease with which she extinguished life. Yi Tian trembled, grinding his teeth so hard that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he dared not move an inch. The life of his mother rested precariously in the whims of that female demon. "Yu Fuyu, do not harm my family. What must I do for you to spare my mother?" Yi Tian's voice was hoarse, tinged with desperation. Yu Fuyu offered no reply. Instead, regarding him with the detached curiosity one might reserve for an insect, casually inquiring, "Tell me, where is the world coordinate you have gathered?" "I will never reveal that." Yi Tian firmly rejected, knowing well that it was the sanctuary of them all. To divulge it would mean certain death. "Oh, how commendably loyal," Yu Fuyu mused, applying gentle pressure with her foot, eliciting a sickening crack from the woman's skull, black blood seeping from her features. "Then let me pose another question. What is the talent of your leader?" As Yi Tian beheld the anguish etched upon his mother's face, his heart wrenched in agony. Yet he could only force out 3 words through gritted teeth. "I do not know." "Tisk." Yu Fuyu shook her head in disappointment, her gaze akin to that of one observing a worthless piece of refuse. "You offer no answers, nor do you possess knowledge. Since your resolve is so steadfast." She suddenly smiled, a beguiling yet chilling expression. "Let's change the game. I shall plant a slave worm within you, binding you to my Yuqing phone as a loyal hound. How does that sound?" Chapter 5. The final lesson. Yi Tian trembled violently, his teeth chattering. As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of the value of this slave worm, internally referred to as the ultimate enhanced version of 007 blessings. Once implanted, it would seize both body and mind, rendering one unable to escape the clutches of life or death. Within their organization, there were individuals with the ability to induce reincarnation. Yet attempts to liberate those afflicted by the worm had proven futile, showcasing its grotesque nature. Fortunately, it was exceedingly difficult to manufacture, requiring the complete acceptance of the host. However, witnessing his mother's head, deformed beneath the weight of Yu Fuyu's foot, shattered Yi Tian's arrogance as a transmigrator into fragments. "Are you hesitating?" Yu Fuyu's brow furrowed slightly, an expression of impatience akin to one weary of watching ants struggle. With a subtle shift of her toes, the harrowing sound of bone cracking echoed once more. Mother! Yi Tian's anguished wail resonated, tinged with the timbre of despair. Do not step on her. I will be your dog. Please, just spare my mother, and I will do anything you desire. At his words, Yu Fuiyu's lips curled into a satisfied arc, as if warmed by the spring breeze, yet the chill penetrated to the bone. It is better this way. How delightfully submissive. With a light laugh reminiscent of a deity toying with a pet, she slowly withdrew her pristine foot. Adorning her ankle was a bright red cord, from which dangled an exquisite golden bell. As she moved, the bell chimed melodiously, its clear sound reverberating through the desolate square, akin to the sound of a collar being fastened around Yi Tian's neck. As Yu Fuiyu's foot lifted, Yi Tian's mother finally gasped for breath. She struggled to turn her head, her bloodied visage seeking Yi Tian's gaze. In her eyes, there was no fear, only profound affection and an unwavering resolve. Xiania. Her voice was hoarse yet distinct. Bear witness. Today, Mother imparts to you the final lesson. A foreboding feeling gripped Yi Tian's heart. Mother, what are you planning? Do not do anything foolish. His mother shouted at him. In life, there are paths that cannot be traversed on one's knees. One must stand and forge ahead. And then, she spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva directly at Yu Fuiyu's face. Yu Fuiyu, who had been thoroughly entertained by this emotional spectacle, anticipated that Yi Tian's mother would seek to end her own life and prepared to intervene. Yet, unexpectedly, she was met with the blood-soaked spit. In a moment of carelessness, it struck her squarely on the face. Yu Fuiyu was momentarily stunned. In retaliation, Yi Tian's mother bit down hard on Yu Fuiyu's bare foot, her teeth gleaming with an ominous light. Talent, shattering fangs. With that bite, she tore into Yu Fuiyu's delicate flesh, blood erupting forth. Yet, the blood of a cultivator was not something an ordinary person could withstand. As it splattered into Yi Tian's mother's mouth, it corroded her face like acid. Despite her teeth shattering and her visage becoming unrecognizable, she remained undeterred, a mere insect daring to shake a tree. Haha, worth it. The fragmented words escaped from her mangled mouth. Yi Tian, consumed by madness, seemed on the verge of insanity, racing towards Yu Fuiyu, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. His body taut, as if under an unearthly force, his skin cracking under the strain. Simultaneously, provoked by the humiliation of Yi Tian's mother, Yu Fuiyu was utterly enraged. Both the ant at her feet and Yi Tian must perish today. With her inky hair flowing wildly, she wiped the blood and saliva from her face, casting it aside. Her voice frigid with fury. Since you are so eager for death, very well. I shall grant you that wish. With a swift kick, she obliterated Yi Tian's mother's head, her soul fragmenting as she departed the mortal coil, scattering into a myriad of lights. Yu Fuiyu's blow had not only shattered Yi Tian's mother's head, but also annihilated her very essence. As her spirit attempted to drift towards Yi Tian one last time, yearning for a final touch with her child, it dissipated into nothingness before it could even reach him. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian froze mid-stride, the world around him falling silent, time stretching infinitely. Yu Fuiyu's disdainful smile, the splattered blood and flesh of his mother, and the faint glow of her vanishing spirit all transformed into a slow-motion nightmare, devoid of sound. He could not hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, nor could he feel the gentle ebb and flow of his breath. The entire cosmos seemed to shrink to the moment when his mother cast her final gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with boundless affection, even as her essence began to dissipate, striving to touch the luminous essence of his soul. This could not be reality. It was merely an illusion. Yi Tian instinctively shook his head, a hint of absurdity reflected in his rigid smile. No, mother, come back. He fixated on the spot where the glimmer of her soul had vanished, yearning for it to coalesce once more, hoping for her return. Yet, his mother no longer responded to his calls as she did in his childhood, when each utterance of mama would elicit her warm reply. This time, his trembling calls went unanswered. He extended a quivering hand, futilely attempting to grasp the light that had already faded away. The colors of his surroundings drained, leaving only stark black and white, punctuated by a blinding crimson. The air thickened, and with each breath, an agonizing wave surged through him. a pain not of the body, but emanating from deep within his heart, from the very depths of his soul. He existed in this world, yet it held no meaning for him. It had morphed into a vast, absurd, and malevolent prison. His face bore no expression, no sadness, no anger, only a profound, desolate emptiness. Black liquid streamed slowly from his eyes. How meaningless, truly meaningless. Mother, look how devoid of meaning this world is. His gaze drifted from the place where his mother's essence had faded, scanning the surroundings with a vacant stare, as if watching a theatrical performance that bore no relevance to him. It would be better if it were all destroyed. His voice grew slightly louder, yet remained terrifyingly flat. I no longer care. I do not care. I do not care. The final declaration was almost a shout, devoid of anger, resonating with a weariness and finality that proclaimed its truth. Each assertion of indifference felt like a shovelful of earth burying the last remnants of warmth, concern, and humanity within him. Yi Tian slowly opened his arms, his movements stiff, akin to a marionette. He no longer regarded anyone, but tilted his head towards the dreary sky, his eyes vacant as if gazing at something beyond this world. Without reciting elaborate incantations, he merely spread his arms and, in a tone reminiscent of a fevered dream, bade farewell to this cruel world. His despair, his suffering, his denial of this world, and his complete rejection of life's meaning transformed into the sweetest of offerings, the clearest coordinates. Come, compassionate Father, I shall provide you a grander stage. The sky slowly began to rot, shifting from its original hue to a morbid, yellow-green amalgam, resembling festering sores. The clouds hung low like suppurating wounds, thick and warm, releasing peculiar, sweet-smelling rain, a gift from the compassionate Father. Yu Fu Yu's expression grew grave as she closely monitored Yi Tian's transformation, every cell in her body screaming warnings. The kick she had unleashed seemed to have released unfathomable forces. Chapter 6. Peak Master? No, a bear man. Yu Fu Yu furrowed her brow and conjured a beam of chilling moonlight, attempting to obliterate Yi Tian from afar. However, the piercing lunar blade, capable of penetrating stone, emitted an ear-piercing screech as it approached within 3 zhang of Yi Tian. Soon, the once sacred moonlight began to fester, molder, and ultimately transformed into a pool of yellow-green pus that plopped onto the ground, bubbling ominously. Has the spell fallen ill? Mou, who had been crouched among the crowd, stared in disbelief. Physical attacks were one thing, but how could even magic be infected? Was this the power gained from sacrificing one's mother? This was utterly ludicrous. At that moment, several phantoms materialized beside her without warning, each exuding a formidable presence, clearly the high-ranking figures of the AI sect. Sister, Fuyue, you're being rather unkind, forcing the child into such a state. A voice boomed like thunder. Following that, a towering figure, muscles bulging like rock, emerged with a resounding crash. His mere presence was akin to a moving mountain, blocking out sunlight with his broad back. He was Xing Lian, the peak master of the giant god peak. Yu Fu Yu cast a disdainful glance at him and floated aside. If you disapprove, feel free to give him a warm embrace. Oomph, that is something only a woman would do. Xing Lian scoffed, his gaze flickering with greed as he observed Yi Tian's transforming body. The power within this lad is intriguing, perfectly suited for refining my indestructible body. Since you cannot handle it, allow me to take over. The spoils belong to Giant God Peak. Do you have any objections? Yu Fu Yu discreetly stowed away the Jianji Zhang she had pilfered moments earlier, then gestured invitingly, a smirk dancing on her lips. Be my guest. Splendid. Xing Lian laughed heartily, his muscles tensing with a resonant crack like a bowstring drawn to its limit. He required no spells. His body was the mightiest artifact. Little brat, no matter what you summon, it is merely decoration before absolute power. Boom! The air exploded in an instant, producing a terrifying white sound barrier. With an earth-shattering momentum, Xing Lian charged towards Yi Tian like a falling meteor. However, upon entering the oil mist created by Mou's shattered super lubricant, a momentous scene destined to be recorded in the annals of the AI sect unfolded. The laws of causality proved unyielding. Xing Lian's formidable physique soudain froze. His exquisite magical robe, capable of withstanding the mightiest of artifacts, slipped off his body as if it had met its true love, gliding away with remarkable smoothness. Whoosh! The garment remained stationary, caught in mid-sprint, while the bear Xingbai Lian was propelled forward by inertia. Thus, before the eyes of the crowd, a muscular giant, completely unclad, maintained a heroic pose in mid-air, as if flying. Silence engulfed the scene. Even Yu Fuyu, despite her professional training, could not contain her composure at that moment. Those previously maintaining an air of seriousness erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha! Old Xing, what kind of tactic is this? Marvelous. Is this what they call candid honesty? Trying to soften the heart of a demon with shame? Look, old Xing's backside is turning red. Tisk, tisk, is this the vitality of a body cultivator? Even his buttocks are so rosy. One particularly mischievous figure even pulled out a recording stone, capturing the moment with fervor. In the air, Xingbai Lian remained in his flying stance, yet his once stoic face now blushed crimson as if it might bleed. He glanced down at the new disciples writhing on the ground like maggots, and suddenly realization struck him. Damn it, this cursed oil. Those old foxes didn't warn me at all. Xingbai Lian's mind roared in frustration, his toes feeling so awkward he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment in mid-air. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The lubricant's effects were too potent. As he attempted to cover his modesty, his hand slid away with a swift motion. Not only did he fail to shield himself, but it appeared as if he was indulging in some playful act. I will kill you. The humiliation of social death instantly transformed into a torrent of murderous intent. If he could eliminate everyone present, no one would know of his naked escapade. Blood Fiend battle armor. Gather. Xingbai Lian roared, his vitality erupting like a volcano, coalescing into a thick layer of crimson blood fiend energy on his surface. Although it resembled a red-boiled egg, at least it concealed his shame. Perverse fiend, prepare to meet your end. Xingbai Lian unleashed all his fury upon Yi Tian, transforming into a sanguine blade of wrath, descending with ferocity. However, as he drew near Yi Tian, an overwhelming chill extinguished his rage. The air was no longer mere air. It had transformed into a warm, viscous substance, reeking of sweet decay. The void was filled with grotesque mouths, oozing pus, joyfully chanting hymns. Vividly colored molds, as if animated, burrowed into Xingbai Lian's pores, inducing a sensation akin to plunging into a giant cesspool, force-fed a mouthful of warmth. It was utterly revolting. Though Xingbai Lian was a rugged man, he could not withstand such psychological pollution. He resolved to end it. Suppressing his nausea, he struck with his blade. The blood blade, forged from pure combat intent, sliced effortlessly through Yi Tian's form. With a squelch, it was akin to cleaving through rotten tofu. Yi Tian's body was severed in two, yet no blood flowed. Instead, a cascade of colorful pus and wriggling maggots emerged from the severed stump. At that moment, the remaining upper half of Yi Tian turned his head, his eyes, flowing with black liquid, fixated intensely on Xingbai Lian. His lips curled into an exaggerated grin, emitting a windswept laughter. Hee, let's merge as one. What on earth? Xingbai Lian furrowed his brow, about to strike again, but was horrified to discover that his blade had become ensnared. The blood sword, forged from pure combat intent, was stuck to Yi Tian's lower half. That half-decayed flesh clung to the energy blade as if it were a stubborn adhesive, refusing to budge. Even more terrifying was the fact that the decayed flesh was rapidly liquefying, transforming into a virulent green toxin, surging up the blade towards him. Stuck? How could combat intent, which is formless and intangible, be ensnared? Xingbai Lian's worldview was shaken. Nevertheless, being an experienced powerhouse, he resolved instantly, since it cannot be shaken off. I shall refine you. In his perspective, there was nothing in this world that could not be refined by one's own essence. Absorb, Xingbai Lian commanded, and the colossal blood war blade shattered, morphing into a torrent of blood energy, akin to a great whale gulping water, which he swallowed back into his being, along with that clump of green phlegm bestowed by a fatherly figure. From a distance, Yu Fuyu and the others gasped collectively. Hiss, he is indeed a fierce one. Is old Xing hungry? The expert with the compass closed his eyes in anguish, unable to bear the sight. That foolish fool. That is the essence of plague. He dares to swallow it directly? It's over. There is no saving him. Indeed, the next moment, after swallowing the blood energy, Xingbai Lian's once ruddy complexion turned a ghastly green. His belly swelled visibly, as if bearing a child for 10 months. Gag! Xing Bai Lian clutched his throat, attempting to expel it, but was horrified to find a vibrant mushroom sprouting from his throat. What is this? Before he could finish his thought, his body began to dissolve like a candle. There was no pain, only a bizarre sense of tranquility, as if inviting him to lie down and sleep. So warm. A blissful smile, akin to that of an infant, spread across Xing Bai Lian's resolute face, before he completely disintegrated, transforming into a bubbling pool of yellow liquid. Merging into Yi Tian's realm of decay. A once great body cultivator, first publicly humiliated, then meeting his end by swallowing phlegm, departed in tranquility, even with a touch of humor. Chapter 7. The Supreme Confrontation. At this moment, Yi Tian's remaining upper half began to fragment at the waist, where no blood gushed forth. The vessels had long been clogged with a yellow-green mixture of pus. One side of his grayish-white cheekbone was exposed, marred not by pure bone, but riddled with honeycomb-like corrosive pits, as if countless invisible maggots were incessantly gnawing away. His right eye remained intact, yet the glimmer within no longer reflected human emotion. Instead, it harbored a chaotic light that fluctuated between anguish, madness, and dazedness, his expression frozen in a semblance of laughter mixed with tears. Yi Tian's torn lips trembled slightly. All things decay, all beings endure. A colossal rift appeared above Yi Tian, faint yet discernible. Praise the Father. This utterance drained Yi Tian of his remaining strength, and his shattered upper half plummeted to the ground. Outside the fray, Yu Fuyu and the others had no time to mourn the fallen Yi Tian, for they beheld an indescribably immense figure beginning to manifest. No one could ascertain whether this was its true form, but it was undoubtedly a formidable extension of its will. It was a colossal entity composed of infinitely decaying flesh, myriad faces expressing both agony and ecstasy, and a conglomeration of all the plagues of the cosmos, casting not a shadow, but a vibrant green light of life. That was the embrace of the Father, warm, moist, and lethal. Meanwhile, far away, deep within the great love sect, a principal peak, perpetually enshrouded in mist, quaked violently. Clearly, the incident where Xing Bai Lian swallowed the phlegm had shattered the defenses of the true body. Who dares to unleash poison in my great love sect? A tsunami of divine consciousness surged forth, its oppressive aura palpable even from 800 miles away. The space resonated ominously, as if the true body of that body cultivator were about to descend, delivering a righteous blow to this audacious summoning. However, as that overwhelming divine consciousness grazed the edges of the slowly materializing green figure, it abruptly hit a wall. It was akin to reaching out to caress beauty, only to encounter a steaming pile of excrement. Sizzle. A copious amount of viscous fluid and pus erupted from the point of contact, racing back through the divine link towards the true body at light speed. The once mighty divine consciousness quivered, then executed an astonishing maneuver that left the onlookers dumbfounded. It actually severed the tainted portion of its own consciousness. Following this, the remaining consciousness retreated at 10 times the speed of its approach, scrambling back in disarray. Furthermore, the previously imposing peak fell silent as a grave. Even the clouds surrounding the summit thickened several layers, the entire mountaintop gradually disappearing into the void. As if to say, "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, I take my leave." Such is the nature of the high echelons of the great love sect. They embody the principle of versatility, adapting as needed. Yu Fuyu and the others, jolted by Xing Bai Lian's divine consciousness, abruptly regained their senses. Their expressions shifted dramatically, realizing the situation far surpassed their expectations. As the being approached, its other attributes began to manifest. It was unviewable. Yu Fuyu and several indistinct figures nearby found green pus inexorably streaming from their eyes. They hastily retreated, yet their gazes seemed glued to this entity. Turning away became an unattainable luxury. A heaviness settled in Yu Fuyu's heart. Her eyes sharpened with determination as she struck her temple, attempting to forcibly turn her head. But the price of gazing directly upon it was not so easily dismissed. Their direct stares acted as an invisible thread, binding them tightly. Their retreat halted, their eyes slowly transforming into fervor. They advanced steadily, surrendering to the embrace of the Father. In this apocalyptic scene, what was MOU doing? Indeed, he was still sliding. Previously, he had slid upon stone slabs, but now he glided across various putrid pus and unknown viscous liquids. This was exceedingly smooth. MOU felt like crying without tears. At this moment, he presented a rather unique appearance, his entire body in decay, with several white maggots engaging in aerobic exercise beneath his armpits. Logically, as a mere mortal, he should have long since perished, yet the eerie green radiance bestowed upon him a grotesque semblance of vitality. This was the legendary predicament, desiring death yet unable to die, yearning for life yet condemned to suffer. MOU sensed his consciousness being violently ravaged by the collective will that sought to merge all into one. Commander, save me. If you don't rescue me soon, I shall transform into a sentient heap of filth. Host, the system advises you to remain silent. If you speak now, what will emanate from your mouth will not be words, but biochemical toxins. Upon analysis, your breath's foulness surpasses that of a blasted latrine by 3 orders of magnitude. It has become a living biochemical weapon. Hearing this, MOU was engulfed in sorrow and rage, mentally retorting, what causal weapon? This is retribution incarnate, all of which has fallen upon me. Damn you. Beep. System automatically censors profanity. Host, please maintain civility. Though you are decayed, strive to be a cultured degenerate. Cultured degenerate, my foot. Damn you. If it weren't for that foolish lubricant, I wouldn't have become this biohazard. MOU's mindset utterly collapsed as he slid forward, furiously transmitting telegraphic curses. I only intended to smash a bottle to make that pretentious fool stumble. How did this spiral into an apocalypse? Is this butterfly effect powered by nuclear energy? Amidst his furious tirade, MOU suddenly collided with something. Bang! It was a mass of rotten flesh. Squinting, he recognized the familiar figure, Yi Tian's severed upper torso. The impact sent Yi Tian's remains rolling like a bowling ball, inching closer to a certain location. Despite his grievous injuries, Yi Tian had not yet succumbed. His mutilated body writhed slowly toward goal. Just as his will was about to fully manifest, transforming this place into his plague garden, a sudden anomaly occurred. The entire decayed world abruptly descended into absolute stasis. Then, high above the yellow-green, pustule sky, space silently rent asunder. This was no mere festering wound from his arrival, but a flawlessly smooth-edged rift, an abyss of utter void. From this tear emerged an enormous, indescribable eye. This eye bore no emotion, no will, not even the act of gazing. It simply existed, its pupil a vortex composed of countless frigid stars and shattered laws. Its very presence negated the existing reality. Ultimately, it stirred the supreme existence of the AI zone. The indomitable, almost obstinate vitality of the benevolent Father's domain began to dissolve silently under this pure gaze, akin to thin ice exposed to a blazing sun. Not purification, but obliteration. At the IS center, a faint, pale glow ignited. Not a warm light, but one symbolizing ultimate order and stillness. It slowly coalesced into a seemingly delicate, yet profoundly potent beam of energy that sent shivers through the fabric of universal law. Its target was the endless plague, the embodiment of the benevolent Father's will, formed from despair and the concept of reincarnation. The spectral figure seethed. Countless plague runes flickered, gathering their primal power, a force capable of rotting galaxies and rusting time itself, ready to confront the pale beam. The clash of two supreme existences commenced. Yet, contrary to expectations of a cataclysmic roar-shattering stars, there was only a sharp, law-transcending tearing sound. At the collision's core, reality itself wailed under the unbearable strain. Color, shape, matter, and energy, all fundamental elements of the world, began to lose meaning, like a disrupted palette. Amidst this, MOU's miraculous artifact succumbed to the overwhelming force and ceased functioning. Space shattered like a broken glass mirror, revealing countless irregular fissures shimmering with eerie halos. Crack! At the very center of the collision, the fabric of reality was completely breached, forcibly torn open into an unstable, twisting portal swirling with frenzied colors. Through this tempestuous gateway surged a boundless, dark aura utterly alien to the current universe. This presence carried the cold of infinite stars, the chaotic whispers of subspace. and a collective will that regarded war and destruction as eternal truths. Whether by coincidence, the guidance of world consciousness, or some unknown cause. This confrontation between the two supreme existences had directly opened a passage connecting two worlds. Chapter 8. The 9/10ths of the Heavenly Way. The counted fruit positions to ascend the Golden Core path. One must prove their fruit position, yet these fruit positions are finite. When forming the nascent soul and becoming a Tao Lord, only one could originally attain the Tao. However, due to an unknown great war, the Heavenly Way here was fractured into 9 parts, yielding 9 incomplete Tao Lords, thus maintaining balance between heaven and earth. To progress from foundation establishment to Golden Core, one must await the descent of a heavenly fruit or forcibly strike down the exalted, suspended fruit position. Similarly, to advance from Golden Core to nascent soul, the process remains the same. Though the Golden Core fruit positions occasionally shift, the Tao Lords remain eternal and unchanging. Foundation establishment cultivators strive to prove fruit positions. Golden Core cultivators aspire to become Tao Lords. Tao Lords seek to mend their incompleteness. Yet this vast world has long been divided and repeatedly scoured, with no comparable realm emerging through countless epochs. Until now, at this moment, the remaining 8 Tao Lords, eternally suspended beyond the world, simultaneously manifested their supreme forms at the edge of the firmament. Above the AI zone, the colossal indescribable, I also gradually revealed its complete supreme form. Though separated by infinite distances in this boundless world, they appeared as if within reach. For the first time, the gazes of these 9 Tao Lords converged upon the portal leading to the other world. Their eternally unchanging hearts stirred with imperceptible yet genuine ripples, not of compassion or joy, but a primal tremor born from the Tao itself. The world beyond, governed by utterly different laws, its chaotic, vast, and potent origin, represented an unparalleled hope for these fractured Tao Lords whose paths have been severed by the incomplete Heavenly Way, to mend themselves and even advance further. This subtle shift in the Tao Lord's sentiments instantly stirred the fundamental laws of this realm. The fruit position stars, symbolizing the Golden Core path, suspended high in the sky, flickered violently. The Golden Core true cultivators sense this change keenly, perceiving a crack in the bottleneck that had confined them for 10,000 years. Should the Tao Lord succeed in completing themselves, the Heavenly Way might attain perfection. At the Tao Lord's transcendence, the nascent soul path could reopen, or perhaps a new path might be forged directly in that unknown world, enabling ascension to nascent soul and Tao Lord. On the earth, countless foundation establishment cultivators transformed into streaks of multicolored escaping light, like a meteor shower reversed, soaring skyward toward the ominous, yet promising interdimensional passage. They beheld within that perilous, unknown realm embryonic forms of fruit positions starkly different from their own, a novel path to self-verification of the Golden Core. Free from a need to await descending fruit positions or to strike down the exalted Golden Core true cultivators, the 9 Tao Lord Supreme forms remained silent, tacitly approving all. Their wills wove an invisible net stabilizing the fragile portal, while they coldly observed the ants below scrambling. For the Tao Lord's hopes depended precisely on these foundation establishment cultivators' relentless sacrifices and explorations, venturing forth to scout the path ahead and gather resources to complete themselves. Thus, a tempest spanning 2 vast worlds commenced. On the ground, MOU, still gliding through the mire, gazed upon this magnificent spectacle, tears welling in his eyes. Good heavens! Is this the spring festival travel rush of the cultivation world? MOU, despite his sarcastic remarks, found his vision inexplicably enhanced due to the benevolence of his father. Through the dense fog of pestilence, he astonishingly beheld the scene on the other side of the passage. In that fleeting moment, he lamented the clarity of his sight. It was an indescribable chaos that transcended human language. Countless grotesque carapaces and appendages, with slimy mandibles, surged like a boiling tide of darkness, ceaseless and infinitely layered. They were not independent entities, but rather a terrifying manifestation of a colossal hive mind. Moreover, shadows of even more ancient and bizarre beings drifted nearby. Massive mounds of putrefied flesh disseminated viruses with benevolent intent, each bursting pustule birthing a new swarm. Deceptive shadows emitted sharp, mocking laughter from the void, as if deriding fate. And there were the roiling waves of blood and bone, fixated in a morbid obsession. Mou felt as though his very brain was being excavated with a spoon. What manner of attire was this? Was the difficulty not excessively vast? Just a glance had nearly drained his sanity. Were those iron-headed fools rushing in merely to partake in a buffet? As he fixed his gaze for longer, Mou's eyes began to lose focus. The liquid seeping from the corners of his mouth was no longer saliva, but a green, phosphorescent substance. His consciousness was being violently overwhelmed by the notion of joining in this glorious evolution. The system's infuriating voice resounded at an opportune moment. Detection of host undergoing a rare and precious experience of cognitive degradation. Such a repulsive and foolish expression is exceedingly rare. This system has initiated 360-degree holographic photography to document this historical moment. I've even thought a title, regarding my reincarnation as a puddle of rotting flesh while being psychically violated by alien beasts. The system generously provided a close-up, capturing Mou's dazed expression, his eyes rolled back, tongue lolling, resembling the village simpleton. Just as Mou was on the verge of fully transforming into his father's favored son, an indescribable light tore through everything. It was not light in the conventional sense, but rather a colossal star matrix woven from countless radiant life forces, burning stars, and pure laws of order, in a manner that transcended time and logic. It illuminated the chaotic void. This was the star matrix, the beacon of the Empire, the faith of the Empire, an extension of the Emperor's consciousness. The star matrix perpetually signified the location of Terra, never concealed. If you dare, come forth, where the light of the star matrix reached. The terrifying shadow of the hive mind rapidly dissolved like snow splashed with boiling water, and the malicious whispers of the subspace entities were forcefully suppressed, transformed into silent howls. At the source of this star matrix, in the core of its most radiant light, a throne of gold loomed, indescribable by any language, majestic beyond the concepts of the world. Upon the throne sat a figure enveloped in endless brilliance and might, obscured from clear view, yet emanating an absolute majesty that transcended all. His very existence was a grand epic of conquest, dominion, and the will of humanity. A tyrannical force sweeping across the starry seas, an absolute power suppressing the void. He was the beacon of the Empire. He was humanity's guardian. He was the supreme being who had sat upon the golden throne for 10,000 years. The emperor of mankind. Merely the gaze he cast seemed to carry the weight of judgment upon the multiverse, causing the laws of this realm to tremble. His eyes, seemingly containing the birth and death of the entire universe, penetrated the passage, crossing over the beings within, directly gazing at the very essence of this world, as well as the manifestations of the nine Tao lords above the sky. A moment of silence ensued, more suffocating than the preceding chaos. Then a calm, grand voice, devoid of emotion yet filled with undeniable power, gradually resonated. This voice did not travel through the air, but was imprinted directly upon the deepest consciousness of every sentient being. Imbued with a serene detachment that regarded the vast starry rivers as a mere chessboard. Addressing the void, or perhaps the controllers of this realm, it spoke. Though myriad enemies surround us, the filth of the subspace, the vermin of the deep void, the undead of space, the dark spirit race, and the rebellious legions of the Empire following the Horus heresy, there are simply too many foes. As the Emperor's words fell, it was as if invisible shackles descended, marking the very existence of this world. The flame of humanity shall never extinguish. The meaning of this declaration was simple and direct. The Emperor was indifferent. He did not care about another enemy. His stance against any threat to humanity's existence was one of absolute, uncompromising resolve and sacrifice. As long as the ember of humanity could endure, any sacrifice was acceptable, including his own. Inside and outside the passage, silence enveloped everything, with only the light of the star matrix and the pressure of the golden throne eternally shrouding all. Interjecting a bit of setting, it shouldn't feel out of place. Chapter 9. New entry: the flame of humanity. Never extinguish. The resonance lingered in Mou's heart. My goodness, I feel ignited. MOU's eyes gleamed with fervor as he passionately shouted towards the towering figure upon the golden throne. Praise the Emperor. Alas, how was I to know he was called the Emperor? Before he could close his mouth, darkness engulfed him, and his body and consciousness were utterly annihilated. The system could hardly contain itself. Buddy, perhaps you should consider where you currently find yourself? And you're still here praising? Fool! Blood-stained Yi Tian's vision, reducing the world to a hue of gray. Dragging what remained of his body, he resembled a crushed insect, writhing on the cold ground. With each inch of progress, shattered bones scraped against his flesh, producing faint crackling sounds, leaving a thick trail of blood behind. He finally crawled into the deeper shadows. There lay his mother, her once gentle hand that had caressed his cheek, now limp and outstretched, dirt caked beneath her nails, stained with dark blood. Her head had completely vanished, leaving only a blurred mass of flesh and a few tangled strands of hair, devoid of the warm visage that once hummed lullabies. Yi Tian summoned the last remnants of his strength to slightly raise his own similarly broken head, half of his cheekbone exposed, cautiously guiding his mother's cold, stiff fingertips towards his bloodied forehead. The sensation was chilling, akin to ice, freezing his very soul. Mother, the words emerged hoarsely from his gasping throat. Can you still pat my head like you used to? Silence enveloped him, the blood continuously spreading beneath him, warmth slowly dissipating, his body growing as cold as his mother's fingers. Could you sing me a lullaby to help me sleep? He pleaded, sounding almost like a soliloquy. No, answer would ever come. Thus he began to hum, his voice barely a whisper, intermittent and fragile. It was a familiar melody from memory, horribly off-key, intermingled with the sounds of bursting blood bubbles. The moon hangs high in the treetops, my baby, go to sleep. He hummed, gently nudging his broken head against her icy hand, as if still sensing a trace of illusory warmth. The melody was both familiar and comforting, as though his mother's embrace once again enveloped him tightly. His voice diminished further, yet that lullaby's tune echoed in his heart, becoming the final melody of his life. The entwined, similarly broken forms solidified into a lasting image. Upon returning to the system's space, all of MOU's peculiar states were eradicated, transforming him once more into a sunny, joyous young man. However, he now felt a tinge of melancholy. The impact of this experience was undeniably profound. The heaviness in his heart was caused by Yi Tian, or rather, he should be referred to as Yi Tian. Reflecting on how Yu Fuyu had used Yi Tian's mother to threaten him, leading to Yi Tian's capitulation and the subsequent shouts from Yi Tian's mother, he felt deeply shaken. In life, there are paths one cannot traverse on bended knees. One must stand and bravely forge ahead. This realization truly left him in awe. Eventually, Yi Tian's mother, in a moment of desperation, vowed to tear a piece of flesh from Yu Fuyu, only for Yu Fuyu to retaliate with a brutal kick that shattered Yi Tian's mother's skull, culminating in Yi Tian's frenzied response. Sighing, MOU couldn't help but lament that in the future, he should merely escort Yi Tian to the brothel to assist others. After all, the one he wished to castrate was Yi Tian. What relation did Yi Tian have to him? Recalling the suffocating pressure Yi Tian faced under Yu Fuyu's threats, MOU remarked to the system, having a weakness makes one truly miserable. Thankfully, I am an orphan. The system responded, seemingly mocking him. Oh, how splendid. Montak Yuri Tortit. Why do I feel like you are ridiculing me? He then thought of Yu Fuyu's despicable tactics of using someone's parents as leverage, only to then act without honor, which prompted him to curse. This Yu Fuyu is truly a vile character. I shall ensure she faces her comeuppance. The system, hearing this, erupted into laughter. Truly, this world is filled with countless heroes. What a character, Yu Fuyu! MOU exclaimed. Hacky system, your laughter makes me appear foolish. And have you been spying on me? What? I have not, came a reply. Then what do your words imply? I merely noticed you have been trapped in this AI sect for so long and wanted to help you by researching its information to assist in your escape. Thank you, system. MOU felt a warmth in his heart, his eyes moistening slightly. It had been a long time since he had experienced such care. I found a document containing several million words. The title is the AI Zionzan. Upon my thorough examination, it seems that the person referred to as the AI Zionzan is likely the founder of the AI sect. This document is probably the memoirs of the sect's founder, though it appears the ending is missing. Moreover, host, you must be cautious. This individual possesses a time reversal ability called Chun Kaiu Chan. It is exceedingly unreasonable. Montague, exasperated, retorted. Fool. He did not wish to engage with the foolish system any longer and urged it to generate rewards and restart. Hacky system, enough with the nonsense. Generate the rewards. I feel like I am about to soar. Just kidding, I can flick my wrist and bring about the apocalypse. The world shall clash. This settlement will undoubtedly explode. Perhaps I shall achieve invincibility. In the 5 domains and 2 heavens, this shall be witnessed. From now on, I, MOU, shall no longer struggle like a dying dog. In the summary of life, it continued, repeated attempts at reversal yield no path forward. Disheartened, you lay flat and give up. Yet, you also calm yourself to observe Tian closely for the first time, discovering that his face is shrouded in mystery, as if concealed. You acquire a miraculous tool that dismantles the mask distorting Tian's self-perception. The truth is revealed. Tian is, in fact, Tian. You compel everyone into a state of undress. The scene descends into chaos. You perish. MOU exclaimed. What do you mean I made others undress? It was your miraculous tool that caused this. The deduction was that the system was responsible for the undressing. The most crucial part was that the subsequent epic battles and cataclysmic events were not included in the summary at all. Rewards generating. Generation complete. Please select one reward from the following options. Cultivation, none. Treasure, none. Entry, Tua, concept level. Tua, concept level, enforce the removal of at least one item from the target within your sight. MOU is furious upon seeing this reward. I have destroyed the world. I instigated a cross-realm battle, and you generate a Tua entry? As a person of integrity, what use do I have for such an entry? Are you embezzling, greedy for profit, and pocketing a cut for yourself? Speak. Are you attempting to control me? Do you wish to manipulate me? MOU lay sprawled on the floor of the system S-space, resigned. Come on, beast. Do not show me pity. But afterward, ensure the rewards are fully dispensed. The system felt an overwhelming sense of indignation akin to being humiliated. Yet, to prove its innocence and orientation, it had to clear its name. Host, do not unjustly accuse me. I'm not that type of system. Really? I do not believe you. Chapter 10. Awakening of Talent. How could this happen? MOU's magical attack nearly breached the system's defenses. The generation of entries is based on your actions. I cannot interfere. Did I not almost destroy the world? And you produce a Tuato entry? You could have at least given me naked running maniac. Are you sure it was I who nearly destroyed the world? It was clearly Yi Tian who acted. MOU protested. Was it not my actions that facilitated it all? Had I not shattered that miraculous oil? Yi Tian would surely not have been discovered by Yu Fuiyu. That was a miraculous tool, a super lubricating oil. The system attempted to correct MOU. Do not bore me with these trivialities. What I desire is your attitude. I cannot. The system composed itself, choosing not to stoop to MOU's level. If a user's unintentional actions yield an extraordinary entry reward, it will result in an imbalance of resources and significant losses. The entry mechanism has undergone countless iterations and has been patched meticulously to prevent loopholes. I can summarize the impact of this incident. The world will be affected by the will of the AI sex ancestor, Yi Tian's mother, Yu Fui, and your outer sect elder. That mediocre elder does not even deserve to be compared to me. Enough of this. If you continue to exaggerate, I shall sit at the table with dogs. MOU, feeling despondent, chose to accept the status quo and claim the entry reward. Very well. The entry reward has been granted. Wait. MOU suddenly realized a problem. Receiving this entry reward is of no use. It cannot withstand Yi Tian's divine retribution. Am I to witness another mass undressing? Similar experiences will not yield new entries. The system gently reminded him. MOU felt speechless. How can I break this deadlock? Just then, he felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, as if something were about to emerge from within. Oh no, system. I feel a burning sensation all over. Did you add something peculiar to this entry? Am I truly unable to escape this fate? A tear rolled down MOU's cheek. Do not lash out at me. Is it possible that this is a side effect left by that so-called benevolent father? Absolutely impossible. The system concluded without hesitation. This space can eliminate all influences from both the material and non-material realms. Let me investigate what is happening. Instantly, various instruments began scanning MOU's consciousness. What on earth? This is utterly unbelievable. MOU detested when others spoke cryptically, primarily because he could not comprehend it, leading to a growing irritation. Congratulations. You have awakened your talent. Talent? Are you not my innate talent? Is it possible for me to awaken a second talent? The system found itself struggling to comprehend MOU's train of thought and explain directly. Those who traverse to other realms are capable of awakening unique talents. Incredible. I have been pondering that if I did not possess a golden finger after my transmigration, I would be doomed. It appears that every individual who crosses over can indeed awaken a talent. The Mother Planet blesses every wanderer. This may be the reason why you traversers can awaken talents. The Mother Planet. MOU recalled that azure sphere. However, each individual must meet specific awakening conditions to manifest their talents. The requirements for awakening vary greatly, with an array of peculiarities. You have just met the conditions for awakening and have manifested your unique talent. Me? MOU felt a bit bewildered, as he seemed to have done nothing. Was it merely by berating the system that he fulfilled the conditions for talent awakening? Had he known he could have unleashed his frustrations upon binding, he would have done so. Where are you wandering off to? The conditions for your talent awakening are somewhat challenging, yet fortunately, you are bound to me. Otherwise, you might never hope to awaken a talent in your lifetime. Your talent awakening condition is to die 100 times without entering the cycle of reincarnation. What kind of absurd condition is this? So, unless I perish 100 times, this talent remains buried within me? Indeed, had you not bound with this system, your grave would already be overgrown. What then is this talent? I hope it is not some trivial skill related to preserving corpses. I have organized the information. You may view the panel yourself. With a thought, MOU opened his panel. Name, MOU Spirit Root. Supreme Yang Spirit Root Cultivation. Sprouting of Arrogance Entry. Concept level. Talent. Cloning. Emanates in accordance with nature, each fulfilling its duty. What on earth is this? It is utterly incomprehensible. This talent, awakened at such a great cost, is simply this? MOU felt profound disappointment. Absolutely useless. A foolish talent. What the? The system, still scanning MOU, exclaimed. Host, were you in the early stages of cancer before your transmigration? Montague instinctively refuted. How could that be? Prior to my crossing, I maintained a healthy routine, eating well, drinking nutritious beverages, and sleeping promptly at 3 in the morning. With such a healthy lifestyle, how could I possibly have cancer? With such a foolish routine, it is a wonder you did not suffer sudden death. Consider yourself lucky. Wait a moment. MOU recalled a crucial point. Even if I had cancer before transmigration, what of it? I am not inhabiting that body. Furthermore, I am merely a consciousness here. How could you ascertain that I had cancer before my crossing? The system pondered for a moment before explaining. Your first transmigration was indeed a soul transfer. However, your consciousness, upon returning after death, was replicated based on your pre-transmigration state, 1-to-1. MOU felt a bit dazed and asked vacantly. You mean to say you replicated my pre-transmigration cancer into my consciousness? Indeed. Montague, are you out of your mind? Which benevolent system would bring along cancer as a souvenir? MOU was suddenly filled with rage. I mean, you're a system. Handling cancer should be a breeze. The system's voice carried a hint of bitterness. If it had been discovered initially, it would have been relatively easy to address. However, you died too swiftly, having perished 100 times, and through multiple resets, the cancer in your consciousness have long since fused into one. Cursed early-stage cancer. How cunning it is to have eluded me. No, I must investigate to see if there is a solution to this rare situation. MOU felt as though the sky had fallen. Having acquired the ability to reset, he thought he would not die again. But now he found his consciousness afflicted with cancer. Does this not imply he might actually perish? Meanwhile, the text of MOU's talent began to writhe, as though undergoing some change. Chapter 11. Cancer, what on earth is moving? What is it that is moving? MOU felt uneasy all over. I have discovered. The system promptly reminded him. It is your panel that is moving. What? The panel can move too. MOU hastily opened the panel to ascertain what was happening. He found the talent section in turmoil, the text contorting as if something was about to emerge. Bang! The panel trembled slightly, and the information changed. Name, MOU Spirit Root. Supreme Yang Spirit Root Cultivation. None entry. Ta, concept level, talent, cloning MOU. Where did my cultivation go? Then, he noticed additional information in the talent details. Cloning emanates in accordance with nature, each fulfilling its duty. Cancer clone can differentiate. Arrogance clone can differentiate. Montaku, host, your talent is quite remarkable. The cancer within your consciousness has been directly absorbed. Moreover, I have scanned it, and indeed, the cancer within your consciousness has vanished. Ha ha ha. MOU laughed heartily, reveling in the villainous triumph. I knew it. I am destined for greatness. Even a terminal illness can be transformed into a divine ability. No wonder I always felt I possessed the potential of an emperor. It turns out that my body is far from ordinary. Come forth, my stand-in. Differentiate. MOU unleashed his inner zeal, focusing his intent. Talent activate. Two figures slowly emerged from within MOU. The figure on the left appeared in an eerie shade of gray, covered in irregular growths, with countless tiny creatures writhing beneath the skin, its gaze hollow and ravenous. This entity bore the two characters, bad luck. Without a doubt, this is the cancer clone. The figure on the right, however, presented a stark contrast. While its appearance closely resembled MOU's, all minute imperfections have been rectified. Its skin was unnaturally smooth, and its proportions adhered to the golden ratio, exuding an otherworldly elegance. With arms crossed and chin raised at a 45-degree angle, it surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful expression, a smirk that conveyed a mix of mockery, coldness, and nonchalance. This was the arrogance clone. Its gaze settled upon MOU, lips moving slightly with a languid tone. You are my master? Montaku. Unable to suppress his exasperation, he commented to the system, why does this fellow look so insufferable? Isn't this a manifestation of your true inner self? This insufferable demeanor mirrors exactly how you appeared when binding with the system. Enough. MOU waved his hand, retracting the two disheartening figures. Though their appearance was dismal, he could distinctly sense the enhancement they provided. Steady. This time, I shall rely on sheer strength, not on any external aids or reckless gambles. Montaku smirked, revealing a grin reminiscent of a dragon king. Wait, MOU suddenly realized something significant. If I die this time, I can awaken such an extraordinary talent. Surviving should be no problem. Then what was the point of my previous experience with your miraculous tools? Not only did it fail to resolve my predicament, but also left me exposed and stinking. What a wretched ordeal. Consider a unique experience? MOU. Forget it. I shall not dwell on the past. Let us reset. This time, I should not encounter any obstructions. Watch my moves. All right, let us go. As light and shadow intertwine, time rewinds. Upon reopening his eyes, MOU find himself once again on that familiar cliff platform, surrounded by the familiar faces of his fellow inmates. The air is thick with tension. Yet to MOU's nostrils, it is nothing short of the sweet scent of freedom. He inhales deeply, sensing the energy within him. Two formidable entities lie in wait, ready to spring into action at any moment. Emulating that imposing figure, he places his hands behind his back, striving to project an aura of inscrutability. As he moves, flakes of grayish-white skin cascade from his fingertips. These seemingly ordinary flakes do not settle. Instead, they burrow silently into the surroundings, serving as seeds of cancer, and represent the banquet MOU has prepared for himself. Above, the drama unfolds as if preordained. The elder sends forth his minions. Yu Liangshun ostentatiously unleashes his prowess, and the divine retribution descends as expected. The leader of Yuqing Feng, Yu Fu Yu, that seemingly immaculate woman, once again descends barefoot, treading upon the moonlight. The semicircular barrier of moonlight rises. However, her barrier is riddled with countless tiny holes, resembling a fishing net. MOU scoffs inwardly, thinking that given her fondness for nets, she ought to try fishnet stockings someday. Boom! The repulsive force manifests like an invisible tsunami, infused with the will to obliterate, surging into the myriad of holes. Within moments, the barrier transforms into a meat grinder. The hapless fodder, lacking any formidable skills, become the first victims, their cries stifled as their bodies are reduced to a crimson mist, akin to tomatoes thrown into a juicer. In an instant, the ground is blanketed with a viscous carpet of blood and flesh. The pain is excruciating. MOU feels as if he has been crushed repeatedly by hundreds of heavy trucks. The cancer clone within him operates frantically. His skin bubbles and ruptures like boiling water. New tumors, bone fragments, and layers of keratin sprouting only to be pulverized by the repulsive force. Yet the next moment, they proliferate at an even more frenzied pace. This creates a horrific and bizarre cycle of destruction and rebirth, incessantly tearing at his body. The energy sustaining this grotesque regeneration emanates from the unfortunate souls around him. The seeds he had scattered earlier are now voraciously consuming the flesh and blood, converting it into pure vitality and continuously supplying it back to MOU. Bathed in blood, MOU can even glimpse the stark whiteness of bone protruding from the flesh, causing him to nearly succumb to the agony. This is far from the path of cultivation. It is a contest of sheer resilience. Gritting his teeth, he fixes his gaze on the surroundings. Amidst this torrent of annihilation, there are still a few figures stubbornly holding their ground, those attention-grabbing psychotics from the beginning. The one with the Kirin step can no longer maintain his aloof demeanor. With each step, the golden cloud patterns beneath him shatter, emitting a piercing hum. Blood streams from his 7 orifices, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he refuses to retreat, as if bracing himself against the might of heaven and earth. In the corner, the Tizik wretch has curled into a ball. Each violent cough expels a cloud of blood mist infused with a potent medicinal scent. This blood mist forms a resilient cocoon around him, continually torn apart by the repulsive force. Yet the more violently he coughs, the faster the cocoon regenerates. He is truly fighting for his life. The robust man in a flamboyant dress emits a sharp, hoarse cackle. Countless petals of pale pink swirl from his furry sleeves, creating a whirlwind of petals that fiercely protect him. Though it appears beautiful, a closer inspection reveals the edges of the petals are sharp, clashing violently with the repulsive force, sending sparks flying. The most remarkable is the greasy insect master, who cleverly buries himself beneath a mound of writhing insects. As the outer layer of insects is crushed, the inner ones quickly replace them, and the thick layer of grease on his body seems to act as a lubricant, deflecting much of the repulsive force. He coughs up blood while stuffing unknown dried insects into his mouth, appearing even more like a practitioner of the dark arts than MOU himself. As the repulsive force gradually subsides, the square now holds only MOU and these peculiar individuals. Yufu's casual assessment proves remarkably efficient, having swiftly discerned who is worthy of entering the AI zone. Those who survive are either monsters or deviants, precisely the talents the AI zone seeks. Chapter 12. Could the name be more serious? MOU feels like a rat tossed into a tumble dryer. Although he has not perished, his brain feels scrambled. Observing the swirling blood mist around him, he deeply comprehends the mental state of Yufu. This is no mere test. It is a game of elimination. In her eyes, anyone who does not fit the mold of the so-called deviant is merely an icon to be eradicated. The so-called mortals are ranked even among consumables into AI zone. Those deemed unsatisfactory are disposed of on the spot to conserve inventory. MOU glances at the 4 survivors beside him. The one with the shattered Kirin step, the Tizik wretch expelling blood mist, the cross-dressing giant guarded by petals, and the oily man buried in insects. Goodness, adding himself, who relies on the infinite regeneration of cancer cells, this hardly resembles an entrance examination for the AI zone. It is more akin to a breakout team from Arkham Asylum in Gotham City. Given their remarkable abilities, why are they even participating in this trivial entrance assessment? At that moment, the atmosphere in the sky grows tense once more. Yi Liangshun seems to be enraged. You're all going to die. Explode. Celestial star. A point of utter darkness materializes at his fingertips, rapidly expanding into a fist-sized black sphere that hovers unsteadily in the air. The next moment, a terrifying suction force erupts. The ground fractures, and countless boulders defy the laws of gravity, along with the remnants of flesh, weapon debris, and even nearby mountaintops, are drawn towards the suspended black sun as if pulled by invisible threads. MOU feels a tremendous force tugging at his skull, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Oh no, not again. MOU's mindset crumbles. Brother, can't you switch up the tricks? Is this the complete skill set of Naruto? First, it was the divine retribution, and now it's the celestial star explosion. Are you going to unleash Susanna next? As his body is on the verge of disintegrating, despair washes over him. This is bad. It seems they are about to be dispatched as nourishment for the Black Sphere. Just as the five are about to be delivered as sustenance, Yu Fuyu yawns, seemingly bored. She stretches, her graceful form illuminated by the moonlight, exuding an air of cold detachment that forbids approach. The results of the test are in. There is no need to waste any more time. She casually waves her hand downward. Buzz. A gentle yet irresistible moonlight envelopes MOU and the other four. Montauk Yu blinks, and the sensation of being forcefully tugged away vanishes in an instant. In the next moment, he and the other four oddities simply vanish from the spot. With the disposal of these minor players, Yu Fuyu is finally free to act. She gracefully steps into the void, her bare feet gliding over the emptiness, each step sending ripple through the air. Yiliang-chun, is it? She coldly regards the still manic figure in the sky, her eyes devoid of any compassion, merely reflecting a detached indifference, as if gazing upon an inanimate object. Moonlight, purity of the world. With a delicate lift of her finger, she elegantly gestures towards the sky without forming any seals. A crescent moon gradually emerged on the horizon, its radiance suddenly intensifying until the gentle moonlight transformed into a tangible torrent, cascading down from the heavens. After a dizzying whirl, several muffled thuds echoed. MOU felt a sharp pain as he landed hard on his backside. Opening his eyes, he found himself lying prone on a vast expanse of blue stone pavement. There was no blood, no corpses, nor that deadly black orb. The cold seeped from beneath his feet as the plaza hovered above a boundless sea of clouds. Elegant cranes danced in the air, and distant jade towers shimmered faintly. Ignoring the eccentricity of the sect's members, this place was nothing short of a celestial paradise. Still alive? MOU touched his face and pinched his thigh. The euphoria of finally escaping death was swiftly replaced by profound exhaustion. 100 times. He had died 100 times. Even the village donkeys wouldn't endure such a fate. At that moment, a disciple clad in an attendant's robe hurried over. He glanced at the bloodied survivors with distinctive appearances, and a flicker of subtle envy and reverence crossed his eyes. Those who survived under the command of Master Yufeng were truly formidable. Congratulations on passing Master Yufeng's elite assessment. The attendant bowed respectfully. According to protocol, your privileges now exceed those of ordinary initiates. You may forego the menial trials and select your own sect. He handed over several lustrous jade tablets. All sect branches information is contained within. Please peruse and choose accordingly. MOU accepted the jade tablets and scanned them with his divine sense. Sword Gang Peak specializes in killing both others and oneself if ruthless enough. Dangzia Peak, adept in alchemy, frequently experimenting on junior brothers with a 50-50 survival rate. Shikui Peak, its senior brothers are taciturn and senior sisters are physically cold. Jushin Peak focuses on muscle cultivation, valuing strength even if intellect is sacrificed. Wangkong Valley, judging by the glowing eyes of the insect tamer, it might be an auspicious place. MOU's head throbbed. Was there any sect with fewer trials? More resources, closer to home, where the master had vanished, the senior sister was gentle, and no one supervised? He longed for a place to recline and soothe his wounded spirit. Suddenly, a streak of icy blue light shot across the sky like a falling cold star, descending gracefully to the plaza's center. The temperature plummeted by over 10 degrees. MOU shivered as if his eyebrows were frosting. When the light dissipated, a breathtaking woman appeared. Dressed in snow-white robes, her posture was majestic. Her skin was purer than snow, her features exquisitely refined, yet her eyes were as cold as ice. She was Yu Qingfeng's senior sister, Yu Bingshuang. She ignored the reverent gazes around her, sweeping a piercing glance over the group before fixing her eyes on MOU with a slight frown. MOU's heart skipped a beat. Why did her look resemble that of a market woman eyeing a prime cut of meat? Yu Bingshuang strode directly before MOU, her voice frigid and devoid of any warmth. You share fate with me. Are you willing to join Yu Qingfeng? Montauk Yu was stunned. Huh, just like that. I'm chosen. The surrounding new disciples cast shocked, envious, and jealous looks, yearning to be in his place. Yu Qingfeng was renowned for its beauty and abundant resources. Yet before MOU could respond, a voice filled with bitterness, anger, and jealousy erupted from behind Yu Bingshuang. No, absolutely not. That man's shifty eyes and dubious origins make him unworthy of Yu Qingfeng. A young man hurried forward, forcing himself between Mou and Yu Bingshuang. He turned to her with an obsequious grin. Yu Qingfeng's standards are too high to be sullied by such trash. Mou looked bewildered at this sudden outburst. Who was this lunatic? He hadn't even competed for anything with him. So why the fierce protectiveness? Yu Bingshuang paid no attention to the man, merely uttering 2 words with icy disdain, noisy. The man seemed impervious to reason, or perhaps accustomed to such treatment. He stubbornly turned to Mou, his face dripping with unhidden contempt and hostility, nostrils flaring as if to invade Mou's personal space. Kid, I warn you, Yu Qingfeng is far beyond your reach. Take a good look at yourself. Better to crawl back to the pigsty than sully this place. Otherwise, before he could finish, Yu Bingshuang finally glanced sideways at him. Her gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of anger. The man's bravado faltered instantly, but under the scrutiny of all. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, Bingshuang, I only have Yu Qingfeng's interests at heart. This is Shun Gue Bing. A voice dripping with frostiness rang out. Bingshuang? You dare call her that? Then, a crisp slap echoed sharply across the bluestone plaza. No flashy magic. Just a simple, unadorned slap. The man flew like a kite with a severed string, performing a perfect Thomas spin in midair before tracing a humiliating parabola. He crashed heavily onto the stone floor some 10 meters away, sliding 3 meters face first before coming to a halt. Half his cheeks swelled to the size of a steamed bun, blood trickled from his mouth, and his hair was disheveled. Most absurdly, he did not retaliate in fury but stared at Yu Bingshuang with a mixture of humiliation, grievance, and a strange excitement. His fingers clawed into the stone crevices as he whimpered, You hit me. For a stranger. The first time you touched my face. It felt so powerful. Yu Bingshuang flicked him off as if swatting away a fly, wiped her hand with a handkerchief, discarded it casually, then turned back to Mou, her tone still placid. Yu Qingfeng needs you. Come with me. Commanding. Direct. Unquestionable. Montague was utterly dazed. He glanced at the aloof Ice Queen and then at the man sprawled on the ground. Though beaten, he seemed unwilling to rise, dressed in a brocade robe. He trembled inwardly, questioning, what did that woman call that man? Response from host, Shun Gue Bing. Shun Gue Bing? Montague's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Shun Gue Bing? Kneeling and licking boots? What kind of name was that? Had the character been stamped directly onto his identity card? Yu Bingshuang and Shun Gue Bing, one embodying icy aloofness, the other the serval boot licker. Mou felt a chill race up his spine. Were these names not some bizarre inside joke? Watching Shun Gue Bing lying there, face full of grievance, but eyes still stringing with affection towards Yu Bingshuang, Mou understood. This was the ultimate sycophant in the cultivation realm, being slapped but never forgetting to strike a heartfelt pose. Impressive, yet faced with the senior sister extending an olive branch, Mou felt uneasy. He was about to join Yu Qingfeng. Would he become part of this strange dynamic? Alas, he was merely a cancer patient seeking to laze about. Important narrative note. Before transmigration, Mou was an ordinary modern man. Thus his early character bears the awkwardness and innocence of a layman, not the mindset of a fully seasoned veteran. Some readers might wonder how, after over 100 resets, his mentality remains underdeveloped. It must be emphasized that brief, contentless resets do not equate to increased experience. He must undergo trials and endure brutal beatings to truly transform. In the chapter titled Yu Qingfeng, I endeavored to adopt Mou's perspective and discovered a profound moral quandary. Encountering it for the first time, most would struggle to remain indifferent. This narrative arc serves as a complete reconstruction of Mou's character. Teaching through words fails. Teaching through experience suffices once. Having suffered the merciless beating at Yu Qingfeng, recorded only once, as one is enough, Mou's personality undergoes a drastic distortion, his moral compass plummeting to abysmal depths, his conduct becoming exceedingly vile and deranged. Particularly at the conclusion of Volume 1, his vengeance against Yu Fu will be executed through despicable and sinister means. Those seeking paragons of virtue should turn away. Those eager to witness villains tormenting villains in collective madness, fasten your seatbelts. The AI Zone welcomes you. Chapter 13. Tuatua for any reasonably intelligent transmigrator in a sinister place like the AI Zone. Receiving a sudden invitation from an enigmatic woman is obviously fraught with danger. Mou immediately suspected a ludicrous trap. His thoughts raced to a conclusion. He smiled faintly and replied to Yu Bing Shuang, "Very well, senior sister." "Ha! Just kidding. I have my weapon. I fear nothing. Let me see what mischief you intend." Upon hearing Mou's reply, Yu Bing Shuang escorted him away. Shen Gui Bing, rising from the ground, staggered upon seeing the pair depart. Unsteady, she stumbled and collapsed, face contorted in sorrow, gazing upward. "No, Bing Shuang." Yu Qing foam rose like a colossal, translucent white sword piercing the heavens, perpetually snow-capped and shrouded in mist. Mou followed steadily behind Yu Bing Shuang, treading cautiously on frost-covered, winding stone steps, wary of slipping. "Be careful," Yu Bing Shuang's voice was cold. "You cannot fly here. Yu Qing Feng is protected by a spatial restriction array, honoring our ancestor." As Mou was about to nod, a sharp, piercing sound shattered the sky. A streak of light hastily tore through the clouds, racing toward the summit. Montagu's brow furrowed in confusion. "Isn't flying prohibited here? How could someone be flying already?" As the light drew nearer, he recognized Yu Qing Feng's sect leader, Yu Fuyu. Yet her appearance was drastically altered. A stray lock of blue hair escaped her bun. The cuff of her signature moonlight flowing immortal dress bore conspicuous scorch marks. Her exquisite face was frost-covered, eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Clearly she had suffered a grievous defeat at an adversary's hands. Montague instantly understood. Ah, the privileged dog. No wonder she flies without restraint. Judging by her demeanor, it was unclear whether her misfortune came at the hands of Yu Liangchun or Yi Tian. "Serve her right for being so arrogant," he chuckled. Seeing Yu Fuyu's humiliation lifted Mou's spirits. "Master," Yu Bing Shuang murmured anxiously, "she looks utterly distraught. If you ever encounter her, exercise utmost caution." Mou gazed upward at the figure slicing through the sky like moonlight, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, in a flash of insight, the description of the to-awe skill surged through his mind, forcibly stripping at least one item from a target. A reckless thought surged uncontrollably. He instinctively focused his gaze, locking onto the swiftly moving figure in the heavens, silently chanting, "Activate." Without a sound, a pair of silk undergarments embroidered with a faint purple crescent moon and shimmering with a misty lunar halo was inexplicably hooked and slipped silently from Yu Fuyu's flowing gown. It floated like a bashful cloud, drifting gracefully in the cold wind, tracing an elegant arc before plummeting into the abyss below. Time seemed suspended. Mou's eyes widened. Though it was his doing, this was not what he had intended. Yu Bing Shuang's icy gaze immediately unfocused. She blinked in disbelief, questioning if her intense cultivation had conjured an illusion. Master's intimate garment, falling from the sky, both stood petrified, their minds blank. High above, Yu Fuyu flew at full speed, cursing Yi Tian 1,000 times over. Suddenly, a chilling coldness enveloped her lower body, a profound emptiness she could scarcely describe. She whipped around just in time to glimpse the familiar lunar halo vanish into the mist. A surge of bone-chilling cold, fiercer than 10,000-year-old profound ice, fused with the overwhelming wrath of being mocked by Yi Tian and the acute humiliation of such desecration, erupted violently. Her cheeks flushed from pale to crimson, then to an iron blue. Retaining a shred of reason, she immediately calculated the culprit. The verdict: some scoundrel in this realm had stolen her undergarment and masked the cause and effect consequences. Mou's to-awe skill was indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would have to restart his journey. Unable to deduce the perpetrator and overwhelmed by shame and emptiness, Yu Fuyu's defenses shattered. "Who dares? Show yourself." Her roar thundered through the mountains, more terrifying than celestial thunder. Her massive divine perception swept ruthlessly across every inch of Yu Qing foam, uprooting trees and sending startled birds crashing down. All disciples cowered, trembling beneath the oppressive aura. The divine perception revealed a conspicuous figure lurking stealthily behind a Dao inquiry stone in the Osmanus grove outside Yu Fuyu's secluded quarters. Who else but Wang Pengyu, the inept peak master of Fu Go Feng, originally named Wang Pengtian. He deemed his name too domineering and inconsistent with Fu Go Feng's principles. After witnessing Yu Fuyu's unparalleled grace at a sect competition, he renamed himself Wang Pengyu. symbolizing his desire to cradle the bright moon in his palm. His intentions were well known within the sect, though Yu Fu Yu held only disdain. At present, he clutched a letter sealed with top-grade incense, intending to slip it secretly into Yu Fu Yu's room during her absence. Upon sensing her presence, he panicked and concealed himself, planning to act once she departed. Unexpectedly, he was singled out and confronted by palpable murderous intent. Wang Pengyu, how dare you? Yu Fu Yu appeared instantly before him, eyes blazing with fury, voice icy and piercing. To her, the culprit was undoubtedly this lecherous flatterer who incessantly praised the moon. Who else could stoop to such despicable acts? Did she imagine her undergarments could run away on their own? Moreover, as a peak master, Wang Pengyu possessed the means to obscure cause and effect. Terrified by the lethal intent, Wang Pengyu dropped the letter with a clatter. Flustered, he waved his hands. Fu Yu Junior sister. No, you peak master. It's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. I came to discuss inter-peak relations. Glancing at the letter on the ground, his face turned green. Discussing with my intimate garments? What kind of relations are these? I'll discuss with you today. Yu Fu Yu refused to believe him. Enraged, she ignored his protests and struck. In an instant, moonlight cascaded, transforming into tangible blades that danced wildly. Mercy, Junior sister. I'm not. I didn't tea. It fell by itself. What does this have to do with me? Of course, Wang Pengyu referred only to his letter. Yet in Yu Fu Yu's eyes, this sealed his reputation as a vile scoundrel. The anguished cries and pleas of Wang Pengyu, accompanied by the resounding echoes of incantations, resonated above Yuqing Peak, creating a dissonant symphony. A dignified peak master found himself in a state of utter disarray, fleeing in panic, his dignity shattered. Not far away, Mou and Yu Bingshuang gradually emerged from their petrification, silently averting their gazes. With her hand pressed to her forehead, Yu Bingshuang wore an expression of profound complexity on her exquisite face and sighed softly. Uncle Wang, let us take a detour. Mou pinched his thigh with all his might to stifle a laugh, observing the comical figure of Wang Pengyu, who had been struck down into the earth by a beam of moonlight, and glanced at the strangely colored Yu Bingshuang, nodding seriously. What you say is indeed correct. Senior sister, in a place of strife, we must not linger. The two of them quietly turned away, swiftly vanishing at the end of the path leading to the back mountain, leaving behind the incessant sounds of explosions and Wang Pengyu's increasingly faint lamentations. Chapter 14. The devoted disciple. The sunset at Fujiao Peak always carried a hint of desolation, especially for those with shattered hearts. Shun Kuobing returned to Fujiao Peak in a daze. The mountain winds along the way seemed to wail, mourning for him. What replayed in his mind was not the crisp and decisive slap from Yu Bingshuang, but rather the lack of tenderness in her gaze when she took away that pretty boy. Bingshuang, he murmured, his voice hoarse. How would you treat me so? Lost in thought, he dashed directly toward the summit, the secluded retreat of his master, Wang Pengyu. At this moment, he desperately sought a sanctuary, an elder who could listen to his sorrows, even if it was merely to receive a perfunctory word of comfort. Without regard for formalities, he pushed the door open and exclaimed, Master! Disciple's heart is filled with anguish. The sight within the cave momentarily stunned him. His master, the esteemed Wang Pengyu, was not meditating on his cloud bed as usual, but was leaning awkwardly against a large cushion, his appearance rather disheveled. Wang Pengyu held a towel, soaked in icy water, grimacing as he pressed it against one side of his face. Upon closer inspection, his cheek was red and swollen, with noticeable bruising beneath his eyes, and the corner of his mouth was cracked, oozing traces of blood. The ethereal demeanor he once exuded had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of absurdity and grievance. Wang Pengyu was startled by his disciple's sudden outburst, causing him to wince in pain as he inadvertently aggravated his facial injuries. Oh dear, is that you, Kubing? You could have at least knocked before entering. You nearly scared me to death, hoping to inherit my misfortune, seeing his master in a worse state than himself. Shen Kuobing fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, resembling a child who had suffered a great injustice. Master, I am so vexed. I have suddenly become a blubbering fool. I no longer possess the valiant and commanding presence of the elder brother of Fujiao Peak. He poured forth the best words he could summon, only to feel that his current predicament clashed terribly with those words, deepening his sorrow. Wang Pinjiu looked at his kneeling disciple, whose shoulders trembled with sobs, and felt the sting of his own facial pain. A sense of absurd camaraderie between those who are both downcast surged within him. My dear disciple, do not panic. Rise and speak. Wang Pinjiu endeavored to wear a benevolent expression with the uninjured side of his face, resulting in an even stranger appearance. In life, who can be without faults? No one is without mistakes. No one is without setbacks. He gestured for Shen Kubing to sit on the nearby cushion while he awkwardly adjusted his position due to his injuries, making room for him. Come, tell you, master. Did that girl you Bing Shuang give you trouble again? He wore a knowing expression and then pointed at his own face, speaking with exaggerated indignation. Look at my face. Guess what? Today, we both suffered misfortune at the hands of those with the surname Yu. Shen Kuobing raised his tear-filled eyes and looked at his master's pitiful face, momentarily forgetting his own sorrow, and curiously asked, Master, how did you get hurt? Alas, do not mention it. Wang Pinjiu slapped his thigh, only to jolt his facial injury, causing him to gasp in pain. It was all because of your Uncle Yu Fuyu. Uncle Fuyu? Shen Kuobing was taken aback. Yu Fuyu was Yu Bingshuang's master, a highly esteemed elder within the sect, known for an even cooler demeanor than Yu Bingshuang. At this point, Wang Pinjiu's expression turned profoundly aggrieved. I had meticulously prepared a letter of, cultivation insights. For some reason, your Uncle Fuyu seemed possessed. Upon seeing me, she simply began to beat me. Shen Kuobing listened in stunned silence. While his own heartbreak was indeed profound, his master's experience seemed even more absurd and comical, providing him with a sense of comfort. Unable to resist, he inquired, Master, what exactly did you write in that letter? Wang Pinjiu's gaze flickered, hesitating. I didn't write much. It was merely a diagram illustrating the flow of true qi. Quite serious, really. Perhaps I was just a tad too casual in my wording? I wrote something about the moonlight like water, seeping into the heart's veins, the gateway to the profound realm requiring the balance of yin and yang, and so forth. To facilitate understanding, I liken the guidance of true qi to our spiritual connection and compare the circulation of the cosmos to a pair of lovebirds flying together. Shen Kuobing interjected, Is this considered harassment? Alas, it is a pity that your Uncle Fuyu didn't even glance at my eloquent cultivation insights. Wang Pinjiu sighed heavily. Thus, my dear disciple, he continued, noticing that Shen Kuobing's emotions had stabilized somewhat, I must offer comfort in my own peculiar way. He picked up another clean towel to wipe Shen Kuobing's tears, but in a moment of clumsiness, he accidentally smacked the towel across Shen Kuobing's face. The heart of a woman is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, especially one like Yu Bingshuang, who is cut from the same cloth as her master. They are like needles made of eternal ice, causing immense pain. Not worth it. Quite unworthy. Wang Pinjiu retracted the towel, wincing as he touched his own face. In this chilly cave, the two of them presented a remarkably odd, yet strangely harmonious tableau, one with tears on his face, yet smiling. The other bruised and battered, yet making grimaces. As they exchanged words, Shen Kuobing poured out his grievances and heartache, while Wang Pinjiu interjected with his absurd humor, attempting to console his disciple. Their voices gradually softened, the initial fervor and sorrow diminishing, as if they were merely an ordinary master and disciple, finding warmth in each other after a day of misfortune, the atmosphere somehow becoming a touch heartwarming. Yet, just as this seemingly comical and warm ambience was about to settle into tranquility, the air within the cave appeared to thicken slightly. The luminescence of the night pearl on the stone wall dimmed for a moment, as an invisible boundary was quietly crossed. Wang Pinjiu's hand, which had been instinctively rubbing his face, slowly descended. This movement was natural and casual, yet as his palm departed, the exaggerated absurdity that had adorned his face vanished like mist, leaving behind an unprecedented tranquility. He spoke, his voice steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, a stark contrast to the expressive Wang Pinjiu from before. When can one sever the qi? There were no titles, no preambles. He directly plunged into the core issue. Almost simultaneously, Shen Kuobing underwent a subtle transformation. The remnants of his dependency and vulnerability towards his master receded like the tide, his gaze suddenly sharp and profound. As if a different soul had taken residence within him, he straightened his previously stooped back, shaking his head He offered no further explanation. If the chi has not reached its peak, to sever it forcibly would result in a complete loss of progress. Shin Kuobing frowned slightly, a hint of something unusual flashing in his eyes. He looked towards the now profoundly altered Wang Pinjiu and quietly asked, "Master, since you have already established your foundation, why do you frequently seek out Uncle Fuyu?" Wang Pinjiu remained silent for a moment before calmly uttering a few words. "It is necessary for my Dao body." Upon hearing this, Shin Kuobing's pupils imperceptibly contracted. He did not press further, merely sinking into a deeper silence. Chapter 15. Thus practicing swordsmanship, you followed the ethereal white figure ahead, stepping upon the stone stairs blanketed in a thin layer of snow, until he arrived at an exceptionally tranquil courtyard. Within the courtyard, several cold plum trees stood proudly amidst the ice and snow, their subtle fragrance mingling oddly with the aura surrounding Yu Bingshuang. She halted, gesturing towards a small, yet exquisite side chamber adjacent to the main house. Her voice devoid of emotion. "From now on, you shall reside here." Yu lifted his gaze, a question forming in his mind. The side chamber was almost touching the main house where Yu Bingshuang resided, separated only by a single wall, with the small courtyard entirely shared, presenting no barriers. "Shija." Yu could not help but speak, his tone laced with evident hesitation. "Is it really appropriate to place me here? A solitary man and woman, one might speculate." Yu Bingshuang gazed at a peculiar ice plum tree in the corner of the courtyard, her expression momentarily distracted, as if she glimpsed some distant illusion through its twisted branches and jade blossoms. Hearing Yu's words, she slowly returned to reality, her gaze settling upon him, still calm and unruffled, as she replied simply, "No matter." Her tone was light, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. She offered Yu no further opportunity for inquiry, and with a gentle flutter of her white attire, she silently entered the main house, leaving Yu standing in the icy expanse, utterly bewildered. As night fell, Yu lay upon the soft yet unfamiliar bed in the side chamber, tossing and turning. Why did Yu Bingshuang, the esteemed master, favor him, an ordinary disciple? Not only had she personally admitted him to Yuqing Peak, but she also allowed him to dwell in such a private space. The recent encounters had made Yu realize, could there truly be benevolent souls in the AI sect? Nonsense. Was it possible she was drawn to his yang energy, intending to siphon it gradually? Montague inhaled sharply, though the specifics eluded him. He felt an instinctive connection to his yang spiritual roots. Yu Bingshuang appeared celestial, not like a seductress. Yet a voice deep within him incessantly murmured, "This woman must have ulterior motives, and they were certainly not benevolent." What could her schemes entail? A furnace for alchemy? A catalyst for medicine? Or something beyond his comprehension? Alas, what a burden to bear. Why ponder so much? He then promptly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Yu pushed open the door, greeted by the brisk, biting cold that invigorated his senses. At that moment, the door of the main house creaked open. Yu Bingshuang emerged, still adorned in her immaculate white robes, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, elegantly secured with a simple jade hairpin, exuding an aura that warned others to maintain their distance. When her cold gaze fell upon Yu, she momentarily appeared taken aback, a fleeting ripple of surprise passing through her usually tranquil eyes. A brief silence hung in the cold morning mist. Yu was about to greet her when Yu Bingshuang spoke first, her voice still icy, yet seemingly infused with a hint of softened warmth, as if the distance between them had diminished. "Shidi, now that you have entered Yuqing Peak, you must solidify your foundation." Her eyes swept across Yu's empty hands, her tone unchanging. "I shall teach you swordsmanship." Yu was bewildered. Yu Bingshuang would personally instruct him in swordplay? Ignoring his astonishment, she gracefully walked to a cleared patch of snow in the courtyard. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a common wooden sword materialized in her hand, which she extended towards him. "Come here." Yu, still in a daze, accepted the wooden sword and stepped forward. In the next instant, his blood felt as if it had frozen, only to boil in an instant. Yu Bingshuang had unexpectedly moved close to him, not merely side by side, but directly standing behind him, almost perfectly aligned. A refreshing, subtle fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of cold lotus and plum blossoms in the snow, wrapping him tightly. "What are you doing, beautiful? This is unacceptable." MOU silently screamed within. A hand, cool as jade and delicate as porcelain, gently covered his tightly gripped sword hand. Fingers seemingly resting casually, yet exerting an undeniable force, adjusting his stiff grip. Another arm naturally encircled him from the side, slender fingers gently clasping his left wrist, guiding him to raise his arm and assume the initial stance of the Yu-Ching sword technique. The Yu-Ching sword technique aims for the sword to lead, channeling energy throughout the body. Her voice remained cold, yet the proximity allowed her breath to caress his ear and the most sensitive skin on his neck, igniting an uncontrollable shiver. Move with the sword, not the sword with you. MOU felt as though he had become a statue of ice. He could distinctly sense the soft, feminine curves pressing against him, an unmistakable contrast to her cool skin against his warmth. Strands of her unruly hair brushed against his neck, the silky sensation intertwining with the heat generated by their closeness, assaulting his fragile rationality. This is infuriating. After witnessing so much, why do I feel like a novice when it comes to practice? MOU ceased to ponder whether he was being led into a trap. Enjoying life was of utmost importance. Yu Bingshuang seemed entirely absorbed in her teaching, oblivious to his rigidness. She guided his hand, leading his body as she elegantly thrust the sword forward, the movements flowing gracefully in harmony with the surrounding ice and snow. However, as she guided MOU through a subtle turning motion to release tension, her body inevitably pressed against his. Yu Bingshuang emitted a sound of mild confusion. MOU felt a thunderous rush in his mind, blood surging to his head, his cheeks burning hot enough to melt the snow. He wished desperately to vanish into the ground. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. MOU felt as though his social life had met its demise. Yet, the anticipated storm did not materialize. Her voice remained steady and cool, as if she had merely stumbled upon a stone. Lower your center of gravity. Keep your energy in the danshin, and do not lose focus. The warmth of her breath seemed to linger even more distinctly against his ear and neck. What is happening? Is Yu Bingshuang's method merely to tease me? This is utterly despicable. Chapter 16. Dark crawling morning light filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves of the courtyard, casting mottled spots of illumination. Yu Bingshuang, clad in garments as white as snow, stood tall behind MOU, her form pressed closely against him. Her wrist descended, channeling energy to the sword's tip rather than her arms. Although her voice was cold, the warmth of her breath brushed against MOU's ear and neck, carrying a captivating scent. How can you master this sword technique if your heart is unsettled? MOU struggled to suppress the restlessness within him, but soon found it increasingly difficult. Internally, he lamented, "Beautiful lady, could you refrain from blowing in my ear? As a virtuous gentleman, I can certainly dismiss these distractions as trivial. However, my little brother is on the verge of rebellion." All these seemingly normal instructional gestures were observed from a shadowy corner behind a distant rockery by a pair of eyes. Shun Kuei Bing resembled a statue on the verge of erosion, ensconced in the shadows, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the pair in the courtyard, nearly intertwined. He, Shun Kuei Bing, had silently admired Yu Bingshuang for years, willing to do anything for her, yet he had never even had the fortune to brush against her garments. Yet this young man, why did he deserve such intimate instruction from Yu Bingshuang? Scoundrel! Beast! Release her! Shun Kuei Bing's heart was in a tempest of fury. He envisioned an endless, luminous green prairie unfurling above him, where Yu Bingshuang was revealing a smile he had never witnessed before to that detestable young man. An overwhelming impulse surged within him, compelling him to rush forth and rend that eyesore into fragments, before kneeling at Yu Bingshuang's feet to confess his long-suppressed affections. Yet he dared not. Instead, he remained curled up in this filthy corner like a maggot in the mire, helplessly watching the moonlight of his heart cast its glow upon another. The night was profound, silence enveloping all. Within the chamber where MOU resided, however, steam swirled and the aroma of medicinal herbs permeated the air. At the center of the room stood a half-man-high oak bathtub, filled with a pitch-black medicinal concoction brewed from precious herbs by Yu Bingshuang. Tiny, star-like glimmers flickered upon the surface. This was the medicinal bath, designed to lay a solid foundation for MOU. Senior sister, I can manage this myself. MOU gazed at the bubbling potion, emanating powerful energy waves, and stole a glance at the serene Yu Bingshuang standing beside the tub, feeling somewhat bashful. After all, he was not quite accustomed to having someone watch him during such a vulnerable moment. Yu Bingshuang lifted her gaze, her expression calm and unwavering. You must enter the bath at the peak of the medicinal potency and guide its energy through our sect's secret method. Any misstep could not only prove futile, but could also harm your foundation. Do not delay. We must not miss the timing. Before her words had faded, Mou felt an irresistible gentle force envelop him, and in the next instant, his clothes vanished without a trace. What the? Don't do this! He exclaimed as Yu Bingshuang effortlessly lifted him, like a chick, and gently deposited him into the scalding medicinal liquid. With a splash, the water erupted. A searing pain instantly engulfed every inch of Mou's skin, prompting him to inhale sharply. Yet almost immediately, a cool hand pressed against the crown of his head, and a pure, gentle energy surged in, guiding the fierce medicinal force in an orderly manner through his meridians. The agonizing pain gradually transformed into a peculiar sensation of numbness and swelling. He opened his eyes to see Yu Bingshuang standing at the edge of the tub. Her eyes slightly closed, long lashes resembling butterfly wings, her demeanor focused and solemn, her beauty almost too radiant to behold amidst the swirling steam. Senior sister, shall we bathe together? Mou boldly proposed. Upon hearing his invitation, Yu Bingshuang opened her eyes, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she gently patted Mou's head, a subtle refusal. What? That's all it takes to refuse. Why didn't my rejection work? Mou thought fiercely. Once I become powerful, I'll pull you down to bathe with me. Meanwhile, outside, in a familiar shadow, Shun Kuei Bing trembled violently, akin to a withered leaf in autumn-s breeze. The sacred eyes of his heart witnessed Yu Bingshuang personally undressing that young man. Although Yu Bingshuang's expression remained as serene as ever, in Shun Kuei Bing's twisted perception, this was undoubtedly the utmost blasphemy and temptation in existence. He envisioned Mou stripped bare, saw Yu Bingshuang's hand intimately resting on the boy's head, and glimpsed the faint outline of the youthful form shrouded in mist. And that boy even dared to utter such indecent words, inviting Bingshuang to bathe together. These images seared into his soul like a branding iron. He felt his head not only teeming with verdant rage, but perhaps sprouting twisted, grotesque horns. He closed his eyes in agony. Yet his mind uncontrollably conjured visions of himself, replacing Mou, luxuriating in the medicinal tub while being tenderly attended to by Yu Bingshuang. This fantasy brought forth double the torment, yet strangely mingled with a hint of decadent pleasure. Days later, at dusk by the cliffside of the courtyard, this location boasted a breathtaking view, perfect for watching the sunset, with massive rocks smoothed by time, glimmering like mirrors. Yu Bingshuang and Mou sat side by side atop a grand boulder, gazing at the scarlet sun that was about to sink into the sea of clouds. The clouds in the sky were dyed in splendid hues by the setting sun, shimmering with brilliance. Yu Bingshuang quietly observed it all, her cool profile softening under the warm light. Yet within her usually tranquil eyes, a fleeting glimpse of loneliness and melancholy seemed to pass by. The mountain breeze tousled her dark hair, her garments billowing as if she might ascend to the heavens at any moment. This sunset is truly beautiful. Mou attempted to lighten the mood. Yu Bingshuang remained silent for a moment, her gaze still fixed on the last rays of light on the horizon. Her voice distant as if echoing from another time. Beautiful? Indeed, each descent is as glorious as fire. She continued slowly, as if speaking to Mou, yet also as if conversing with herself. What has passed is forever gone. The future, like the depths of this sea of clouds, is vague and unpredictable. Only the present moment, this breath we share, this fleeting scenery we witness, and the feelings we experience are undeniably real. She slightly turned her head, her penetrating gaze locking onto Mou's, as if peering through him into some distant existence. Mou, do you see the sunset? Doesn't it resemble certain beauties that, though fleeting, must bloom nonetheless? If I am destined to be the sunset, will you be the Kwafu chasing the sun? Her tone carried a subtle hint of sorrow. Mou felt a tremor in his heart, sensing that there was something more to Yu Bingshuang's words, a message she wished to convey, yet he found himself unable to articulate it due to some unspoken restraint. Tongzi, do you understand what Yu Bingshuang means? The past. The future, the present. I understand. Perhaps she wishes to plant red lotuses in the river of time. Planting red lotuses in the river of time. As the years rewind, tears have dried. In this moment of tumult, all beings await unbridled freedom. Foolish Tong, are you bewitched? Mou silently cursed to the nonsensical reply from Hacky Tong. Beneath the shadowy crevice of the boulder, Shun Kuei Bing's heart felt as if it were frozen by the last rays of the setting sun. The goddess he revered, Yu Bing Shuang, was seated alongside that young man, and especially the expression on her face, a blend of softness and melancholy he had never seen before, pierced his heart like a dagger. Several recording stones were positioned at clever angles, capturing the beautiful scene of Mou and Yu Bing Shuang. I will record this splendid moment, and when I am together with Bing Shuang in the future, I will have you kneel and watch as she and I share our love, while displaying your past moments together in the background. Ha ha ha. Shun Kuei Bing envisioned Mou's face contorted in humiliation, unable to restrain a cruel laugh within his heart. At that moment, a peculiar flush crept across his face. Chapter 17. Junior Sister's Yuqing Peak was perpetually blanketed in snow, its palaces and towers nestled against the steep mountainside, resembling exquisite sculptures of ice and jade, shimmering with a cool aura under the sparse sunlight. Mou followed closely behind his senior sister, Yu Bing Shuang. Ascending the icy Mou was bewildered, exclaiming, "How on earth did I become a senior brother? This is utterly ridiculous." The moment his words fell, a subtle ripple passed through the eyes of the 5 young maidens, each possessing distinct beauty and demeanor. It was neither surprise nor rejection, but rather an ineffable sense of solitude, as if a flickering flame of hope had been abruptly extinguished, sending out a wave of resigned ripples. However, this unusual expression vanished swiftly, and soon the maidens' faces blossomed into smiles, each unique in its charm, as they surrounded him with cheerful chatter. At last, we have a senior brother in the Yu Qing Feng lineage, which has long been overshadowed by the feminine energy, the junior sisters exclaimed in admiration. Standing at the forefront was Jean Lan, her figure as upright as a sword drawn from its sheath, clad in a sleek white ensemble, adorned subtly with golden cloud patterns at the cuffs and collar. Her features were striking, exuding a natural aura of heroism, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce deep into one's heart. She saluted Mou with a fist clasp, her movements brisk and precise, stating, "Jean Lan, greetings to senior brother Mo. I am Qing He. Greetings to you, senior brother," chimed in another maiden, her voice soft and imbued with the freshness of nature. She appeared the youngest among the 5, dressed in a vibrant green dress, her wrist adorned with a delicate woven bracelet of verdant vines that swayed gently with her movements. Her large, amber-hued eyes sparkled with infectious joy, as her smile seemed to dispel the surrounding chill. Shui Mei, the 3rd maiden, introduced herself, her voice gentle, reminiscent of a babbling brook. Clad in a flowing azure robe, her graceful figure and serene demeanor exuded a calming presence. Her skin was almost translucent, and her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, held back with a simple jade hairpin. Yang Hui, the 4th maiden's voice was lively and exuberant, like a flickering flame. Dressed in a striking red outfit, her skirt billowed like blazing fire. With rare wine-red hair tied into a neat ponytail, her bright eyes boldly scrutinized Mou, a playful smile gracing her lips, revealing charming dimples. "Senior brother is quite handsome," Yin Rui couldn't help but exclaim. The final maiden, Tu Shi, was remarkably quiet, clad in a simple earthy-toned dress with minimal adornment. She stood there as if merging with the ground, her petite figure and unassuming beauty radiating a sense of stability. With a slight nod to Mou, she murmured, "Tu Shi, greetings to senior brother." After the introductions concluded, Yu Bing Shuang addressed them. "Your senior brother is new here and unfamiliar with the ways of cultivation. You all must assist him." With that, she offered Mou a slight nod before transforming into a wisp of cool light, vanishing from the hall. Once the senior sister departed, the atmosphere became lively. Yin Rui was the first to approach Mou, her face alight with curiosity. "Senior brother Mo, did you come down from the mountain? What is the world like now? I've heard there are many fun things." She bombarded him with questions like a curious child. Shui Mei gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Yin Rui, don't overwhelm senior brother." Qing He joined them, offering a cup of fragrant tea brewed from unknown tender leaves, saying, "Senior brother, drink some Qing Luo tea. It is soothing." Even the usually silent two, she had quietly retrieved a soft cushion to place behind Mou. Jinlong stood at a distance, arms crossed, silently observing Mou as he was encircled by the junior sisters. This attention from a group of beautiful maidens was a novel experience for Mou, who had lived an ordinary life in his past. Yet, in the realm of the AI zone, could there truly be normalcy? Beneath the warmth of the sisters' enthusiasm, there seemed to linger an intangible veil of mystery. As days passed, Mou began to settle into a leisurely life on Yuqing phone. For reasons unknown, Yu Bing Shuang appeared in no hurry to teach him the ways of cultivation, instead encouraging him to familiarize himself with the surroundings and solidify his foundation. Thus, Mou wandered like a carefree spirit, occasionally dispersing some cancerous clones to absorb nutrients and fortify his physique. Naturally, this abundant time allowed for more interactions with the 5 junior sisters. The sisters, as Yu Bing Shuang had described, were indeed varied in temperament. Yet they were dedicated to him as their senior brother. However, it was within these seemingly mundane exchanges that peculiar phrases began to surface inadvertently. One day, while observing Jinlong practice her telekinesis, she gazed at a common iron sword with a distant look and suddenly asked, "Senior brother Mo, do you think a sword, aware of its impending breakage, would still wish to be drawn from its sheath?" And Mou, believing she was contemplating the spirit of swordsmanship, casually replied with a lofty remark. "What difference is there between concealing the edge in the sheath and stubborn iron?" Upon hearing this, Jinlong withdrew her gaze and looked at Mou. Her sharp eyes filled with complex emotions that ultimately coalesced into a cryptic murmur. What senior brother said is true. After that, she fell silent. Mou was left perplexed. "What do you mean? Can you explain it to me? I don't understand." On another occasion, Mou sought the seemingly most harmless Qing he to inquire about identifying the spiritual plants on the peak. With enthusiasm, she led him through a medicinal garden enveloped in a formation, warm as spring, recounting the characteristics of various herbs. She gently brushed her fingers over a budding, kixing Wanjiao orchid, her tone light. "Senior brother, look how beautiful this bud is. In 49 days, it will bloom under the moonlight. Its pollen is the main ingredient for refining the Qing Ling Dan." For reasons unknown, Qing He's smile faded slightly as she reflected. The rise and fall of flora and fauna is also the way of heaven. She gazed at the eternally verdant vines on her wrist, her voice softening. "We cultivators of spiritual roots absorb the essence of heaven and earth. It may seem transcendent, yet we must always be prepared to embrace fate, just like these spiritual herbs. The timing of their blooming and their use in medicine is predetermined." Her words, spoken by one who appeared innocent and carefree, carried an incongruous weight of melancholy. Even the most vivacious Yen Rue exhibited unusual moments. One day, she dragged Mou to a hot spring in the back mountain, claiming that the geothermal energy would nourish his yang spiritual root. The mist rose from the hot spring, melting the surrounding snow to reveal the warm rocks beneath. Yen Rue sat on a large stone, her bare feet playfully splashing in the warm water, gazing at the rolling clouds and the sunset melting the gold, suddenly letting out a deep sigh, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual self. "Ah, senior brother Mo," she propped her chin in her hand, her gaze dreamy. "The evening glow is so beautiful. The smoke from the kitchens below must be warm too. Living life, being able to run and jump, to feel the warmth and cold. To see so many beautiful things is truly wonderful." Her voice trailed off, dipping into a barely perceptible tremor. "But why must we die?" Mou's heart skipped a beat as he sought traces of jest on her face, only to find a confusion and fear that belied her youth. Yen Rue turned to glance at him, her eyes filled with an inscrutable complexity, before she suddenly reverted to her carefree demeanor, leaping up to splash water at him, laughing. "Haha, senior brother, don't think too much. I was just rambling." What Mou found most bizarre, however, was his conversation with Shui Mei. When he casually inquired about the history of Yuqing phone, Shui Mei explained while playing the qin. Upon mentioning the term traditional cultivation, the melody faltered for a moment. She pressed down on the strings, looking beyond the hall at the vast sea of clouds, letting out a gentle sigh that seemed to dissolve into the wind. Why is there a term like traditional cultivation? It was as if she were speaking to herself, or perhaps inquiring of Mou. "Senior brother, Do you think the path we are currently walking is far-reaching? MOU is utterly confounded. Shui Mei, what do you mean by that? Shui Mei, however, no longer delves deeper into the matter. She simply resumes plucking the strings of her gukin, the melody becoming increasingly ethereal and desolate, as if narrating an unspeakable destiny. Even the most taciturn of them all, Tu Shi, once nearly trapped MOU in the rocks during a practice of the earth escape technique. After exerting great effort to pull him out, he gazed at the still shaken MOU and softly remarked, "Shixing, steady yourself. The earth is not eternally solid." Siba. MOU felt on the verge of madness. Why is everyone so cryptic? Can't you just speak plainly? Author, what on earth do you want? Could you let me die a swift death? Chapter 18. The Method of Fortitude. Finally, after once again being surrounded by his shime, who were discussing the meaning of existence, MOU could no longer endure it. He resolved that since he could not change his environment, he would immerse himself in it. If being cryptic was the game, he could play too. Who could be enigmatic? If it was about profundity, then let us engage in mutual harm. On one occasion, as Yenrei inadvertently cast her mesmerizing gaze upon him and asked, "Shixing, do you not feel that the swirling snow seems to be the silent sigh of the heavens?" MOU inhaled the frigid air deeply, slowly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the distant horizon, and spoke in a drifting tone. "Shime, do you see the snowstorm of the mountain's peak, rising and falling? Do you perceive the icicles under the eaves, solid yet dripping? All things are in flux, yet the Tao remains unchanged. Clinging to the manifestations of life and death is to have fallen to a lower state." Indeed, several shime immediately regarded him with newfound respect. Their gazes transformed. Jean Lan set down her sword and murmured, "MOU Shixing truly possesses profound wisdom, able to glimpse the trajectory of fate through the solitary winds and snow." Yen Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Shixing, please tell us more." MOU felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet maintained an air of nonchalance, shaking his head with a smile. Heavenly secrets must not be overly disclosed. The time has not yet come, and forcing it would be futile. With that, he dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeves and departed, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette that left the shime pondering endlessly. Thus began MOU's enigmatic journey at Yuqing Peak. Occasionally, he would interject with a few seemingly profound remarks during their discussions, uttering phrases even he barely comprehended, coupled with a smile that blended a touch of weariness, understanding, and nonchalance, achieving remarkable results. He even found a strange delight in this experience, reveling in the magic of overcoming magic. However, the nights at Yuqing Peak seemed far from tranquil. That night, the moon shone brightly, casting a cold luminescence upon the snowy ground, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. It was the hour of Z, and all was silent, save for the occasional whisper of the wind through the pine branches, causing delicate snowflakes to fall. Yu Bingshuang, the eldest disciple of Yuqing Peak, sat alone on a massive ice rock at the cliff's edge in the courtyard. She gazed up at the eerily full moon in the sky, her exquisitely beautiful face devoid of expression. Her eyes, typically as cold as a frigid pool, swirling with complex and indistinct emotions, eventually dissolving into a state of vague trance. She remained seated like a jade sculpture for a long, long time, until the moon's shadow seemed to slightly tilt westward. She let out a barely audible sigh, as soft as a snowflake touching the ground, dissipating into the wind. Her lips parted slightly, and a murmured phrase floated out like a dream. "The time is nearly upon us." Though quiet, it bore the weight of a resolute determination. She stood, her white garb shimmering with a cold halo under the moonlight, her figure drifting toward MOU's residence. Knock, knock, knock. The light and rhythmic sound of knocking roused MOU from his slumber. "Who is it? At this late hour?" he mumbled as he climbed out of bed and approached the door. "Who?" After a moment of silence outside, a cool female voice, tinged with a subtle ethereality, responded. "It's me, Yu Bingshuang." MOU immediately recognized her, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "What brings you here at such an hour? Are you staging a midnight visit?" MOU opened the door to find Yu Bingshuang standing under the moonlight, her gaze not as calm as usual, but rather dreamy, seemingly lacking focus, staring vacantly ahead, as if looking beyond him. "Shija, is there something you need at this late hour?" Yu Bingshuang did not respond immediately. Her gaze gradually focused on MOU's face, her eyes reflecting a complexity that suggested 1,000 unspoken words, yet ultimately fell into silence. She slowly raised her hand, revealing a thin, dark yellow-bound book that had appeared in her grasp. Montaku. After a long pause, she withdrew a slender booklet from her sleeve and offered it to him. This is the Jing Xin. Cultivate it well. Her voice was light, as if it came from a great distance. Once mastered, you may officially embark on your path of cultivation. Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then overwhelming joy surged within him. After spending so much time at Yuqing Peak without being taught any cultivation methods, he had finally received a technique. He was quite exhilarated. Thank you, Shija. Hand it over. Yu eagerly accepted the booklet. Yu Bingshuang remained silent, casting him one last deep look, her gaze still vacant and complex, before turning and seamlessly merging into the night, as if she had never been there. Yu closed the door, leaning against it, and in the moonlight, he caressed the Jing Xin in his hands. The booklet exuded a fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood, mingled with a certain coolness akin to Yu Bingshuang's scent. Had she been carrying it with her all along? I'm about to begin my cultivation journey. Cultivation. Engage. Your MOU Emperor has arrived. The text on the pages was inscribed in an ancient seal script, accompanied by simple diagrams illustrating the movement of qi within the human body. Fortunately, during his idle time, MOU had taken the initiative to learn the characters of this world, allowing him to grasp the general meaning even through educated guesses. The incantation appeared straightforward, primarily concerning how to regulate breath, focus the mind, and sense the spirit energy of the heavens and earth. It seemed quite promising. You decided to give it a try, immediately sitting cross-legged on his bed, aligning his 5 hearts toward the sky, and attempting to breathe in a specific rhythm to guide the almost imperceptible sensation of qi. Initially, everything seemed normal. His breathing gradually steadied, and his mind appeared to settle, even allowing him to faintly sense a cool energy entering his body with each breath, flowing along the prescribed pathway. This sensation was marvelous, drawing him deeper into the experience. However, this pleasant state was short-lived. After roughly an incense stick's time, MOU began to feel something amiss. The cool energy that had been circulating through his limbs had inexplicably transformed into warmth, flowing within him and refusing to dissipate, instead growing increasingly heated. To his embarrassment, he also noticed a strange warmth surging from deep within his body as the heat coalesced. MOU jolted awake from his meditative state, glancing down at the situation below, then at the seemingly respectable Jing Xin resting on his knees, his face a portrait of confusion. He attempted to concentrate again, guiding his breath, but the heat intensified, with each pulse seemingly infusing it with greater vigor. After several attempts, the unwanted warmth only gradually subsided when he ceased his cultivation. After repeated efforts, MOU was utterly bewildered, his expression shifting from initial excitement to confusion, then to shock, and finally settling into a most peculiar countenance. He inhaled a deep breath of the frigid air, trying to regain his composure, but his mind was already overwhelmed with a flood of incredulity. What on earth is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be about calming the mind? Is this Jing Xin a method for fortitude? What gives? How did this Jing Xin end up feeling more like a tonic for vitality? Wasn't it supposed to connect with the spirit energy of the heavens and earth? How did it end up over there? What? Fortitude? Tongzi was astonished. Is this for real? Let me take a look. It seems that this approach has some issues. Gathering energy and vitality in the kidney meridian to stimulate the original yang. This method appears rather wild. MOU could not help but comment. Whoever practices this technique must be foolish. Host, you must exercise caution. Practicing this may lead to excessive growth. MOU responded, practice. This is precisely what I intend to do. His face radiated excitement. What need is there for caution when one has received such gifts from nature? Chapter 19. The Truth. After diligently cultivating the Jingzhen Ju, MOU discovered that, just as the system had indicated, it truly facilitated the growth of his little brother. Initially, he felt a faint warmth in his danshin, akin to carrying a warm pouch. Subsequently, that warmth began to restlessly descend, accumulating 3 inches below the navel, invigorating his little brother to flourish with unyielding ambition. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary skill. MOU could not help but marvel internally. However, Aside from the positive feedback of promoting growth, it seemed to induce a cinematic effect in his mind, vivid and lifelike. Upon practicing, closing his eyes would invite a torrent of indescribable thoughts to flood his consciousness. Moreover, these illusions were remarkably specific, with the protagonist invariably being the one who imparted the technique, Yu Bing-Xuan. Sometimes she would be there, personally guiding his swordsmanship. At such moments, she stood behind him, her cool voice echoing in his ears, accompanied by the faint fragrance of snow lotus, her icy fingers occasionally correcting his grip on the sword. Those seemingly accidental touches felt electrifying, rendering his arms slightly numb. Recalling the intimacy of those moments, the gentle breaths that wafted like orchids, it was a challenge to the limits of a normal man's endurance. Sometimes, she prepared medicinal baths for him. Amidst the swirling steam, she would roll up her sleeves, revealing a slender arm as white as jade, deftly adding various spiritual herbs to the bath. Dipping herself in the scorching medicinal liquid, he could see her profile blurred in the steam, the usually aloof expression softening, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, cascading down her smooth cheeks. Reflecting on it now, that scene was undeniably suffused with a tantalizing ambiguity. There was also that time when they watched the evening clouds painted red by the setting sun. The mountain breeze lifted her raven-black hair and white garments, her silhouette appearing somewhat solitary against the resplendent backdrop of twilight. Now, he realized that the tranquility and beauty of that moment had been deeply etched into his heart, serving as the finest fuel for his current inner demons. However, for the sake of his little brother's future, physiological responses were a test of self-control. Wandering thoughts were a trial of willpower. Mou repeatedly brainwashed himself. Truly, the Jingzhenju was remarkable. Its effects were extraordinary. Days later, on a certain night, everything felt somewhat different from usual. Mou continued to practice self-discipline for the future of his little brother. The heat coursing through his meridians was no longer a gentle warmth akin to lukewarm water, but had transformed into a searing intensity like magma surging through his veins. The fragmented, tantalizing images in his mind no longer flickered sporadically, but coalesced into a seamless experience, akin to an immersive first-person perspective. The cool visage of Yu Bing-Xuan, her affectionate gaze, her supple waist, and even the imagined warmth and breath became strikingly vivid, as if within reach. He gritted his teeth, striving to maintain the last vestige of clarity in his mind, yet the tide of desire surged higher and higher, relentlessly battering against the crumbling dam of his rationality. In a daze, he seemed to see a graceful white figure standing at the door. It was Yu Bing-Xuan. No, more accurately, it was an illusion of Yu Bing-Xuan conjured by his fervent desires and the effects of the technique. The apparition was so lifelike, casting him a beguiling smile, her gaze entrancing, before she turned gracefully and walked away. Mou's consciousness was hazy, yet his body moved as if drawn by invisible strings, instinctively rising and stumbling after that white figure, stepping out into the night winds and snow of Yuqing Peak. He did not know how long he walked. Perhaps it was just a moment, yet he found himself standing before a door very close to his lodgings. This was Yu Bing-Xuan's abode, merely 100 paces away. But at that moment, the door seemed to exude a fatal allure. The illusion vanished within. As if in a trance, Mou reached out and pushed open the unbarred door. A cool, faint fragrance enveloped the room, indistinguishable from the scent of Yu Bing-Xuan. Moonlight streamed through the window, softly illuminating the interior. On a bed carved from cold jade, Yu Bing-Xuan lay peacefully dressed, seemingly in slumber. She wore a thin white nightgown, covered by a delicate ice silk quilt, her hair cascading like clouds over the pillow, accentuating the breathtaking beauty of her usually expressionless face, now illuminated by the hazy moonlight. Mou's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light as he approached the bed, staring intently at his sleeping senior sister. The wicked fire within him threatened to reduce him to ashes, a voice clamoring wildly, urging him to seize her, to quell the blazing flames consuming him. Just as he teetered on the brink of losing control, Yu Bing-Xuan slowly opened her eyes. What kind of eyes they were! Gone was the usual cool detachment, replaced by a dreamy, watery glimmer, suffused with an indescribable complexity of emotions. She neither gasped in surprise nor reprimanded him. She merely gazed at him quietly, her eyes misty, as if confirming whether this was reality or a dream. Then, amidst Moyu's heavy breaths, she slowly sat up. The soft nightgown accentuated her exquisite curves, becoming faintly visible in the moonlight. She raised her jade arm, neither attacking nor pushing away the nearly pressing Moyu, but gently encircled his waist, pressing her heated cheek against his equally warm chest. Moyu trembled all over. This sudden softness, this reaction entirely different from his expectations, felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, instantly restoring a sliver of clarity to his desire-fueled mind. No, this was wrong. How could Yu Bingshuang be so compliant? Even proactive? Reflecting on the peculiarities since practicing the Jingxinju, the deliberately guided ambiguity, the seemingly coincidental physical contact. The deeper the technique, the more insatiable the desire became. A chilling thought surged into his mind. This was a trap, a scheme enticing him with the Jingxinju, igniting desire and original yang, ultimately to serve as a source for her to draw upon. So that was it. Yu Bingshuang intended to draw from him. How despicable. Moyu felt as if he had grasped the entirety of the situation. He lowered his gaze to the Yu Bingshuang, still tightly embracing him, her body trembling slightly, as if struggling against some profound urge. A surge of wicked fire, mixed with anger, surged to his head. What a grand love sect. I knew there could not be normal people in this cursed place. Following his fury, a strange calm enveloped him. He thought of the possibility of reversing time. I can rewind. I want to see how you execute this drawing technique. You draw yours, and I will remember mine. Next time, I will return with interest, reclaiming what was taken. Just as his thoughts raced, Yu Bingshuang in his arms seemed to reach her limit. She lifted her head, her originally cool gaze now shimmering with tears, as if veiled by the misty rains of Jiangnan, heartbreakingly enchanting. The icy facade shattered completely, revealing a tempestuous tide of emotions that threatened to engulf her. Her body burned with heat, pressing tightly against Moyu, even unconsciously beginning to rub against him, attempting to alleviate a profound thirst from the depths of her soul. Yet her arms would occasionally tighten around him, as if he were her only lifeline. She parted her ruby lips slightly, exhaling a breath that was both fervent and fragrant, imbued with a broken sob that utterly dispelled her usual icy tone. Hold me tight. Moyu, do not let me sink. This soft whisper, akin to a final catalyst, shattered the remnants of Mou's reason, solidifying his conviction. Look, the performance continues. This paradoxical state, this posture of reluctant acceptance, was precisely the trickery often employed in the art of absorption described in books, extracting the essence while ensuring the vessel willingly succumbs. Perhaps even revels in the descent. Help you? Very well. I shall assist you. Moyu growled, no longer hesitating, embracing a complex mindset of participation and data collection. He lowered his head sharply, capturing her slightly trembling lips, as cold as ice and snow. Yu Bingshuang emitted a soft, indistinct sound, her body stiffening momentarily before collapsing entirely into his embrace, as if all her strength had been drained. Her response was clumsy, yet imbued with a desperate determination, as though she were willingly inviting the impending fall. On the cold jade bed, two silhouettes entwined tightly. Mou's movements were marked by a vengeful brutality, exploratory and aggressive. He was determined to see how far this woman could act. He tore away her thin nightgown, revealing skin as smooth and lustrous as mutton-fat jade, which, under the pale moonlight, glimmered with a delicate, passionate pink hue. Yu Bingshuang's breath became utterly disordered, broken moans escaping her lips. Her long legs would sometimes tense and straighten, toes curling as if resisting something, yet at other times they would involuntarily wrap around Mou, drawing him deeper into the whirlpool. No, no, she weakly protested during the brief intervals, yet her body conveyed an entirely contradictory signal. Her fingers left chaotic red marks on Mou's back, uncertain whether to push him away or grip him tighter. Ice and fire intertwined at this moment. Mou could feel his pure yang energy flowing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yu Bingshuang's body resembled an ancient piece of ice, absorbing his searing yang energy while also emanating an extraordinarily pure yin aura. The two energies merged, forming a strange cycle, evoking an indescribable, spine-chilling sensation. It felt as if one's very soul was being drawn away, melting away. The conflict within Yu Qingxuang reached its peak. "Hold me," she murmured again, tears mingling with sweat, unsure if they stemmed from pain or pleasure, perhaps both. Mo chuckled coldly within, playing along with this intense performance, turning the tables. He meticulously observed the pathway of his energy's dissipation, memorizing every subtle reaction of Yu Qingxuang's body, analyzing the operational mechanism of this absorption technique. "Record it all. I shall demand double repayment next time." Outside the cave, the wind and snow continued unabated, concealing all the enchanting whispers and gasps, struggles and murmurs within. Chapter 20. Shadows Beneath the Moon. Mo opened his eyes, consciousness slowly withdrawing from an overwhelming fatigue. The first sensation he felt was an unprecedented warmth emanating from his danshin, brimming with vitality. It stood in stark contrast to the previous near-silent state of his spiritual roots. Turning his head, he beheld Yu Bingxuang's tranquil, sleeping visage. That face, usually shrouded in a millennium of frost, evoking an awe that made one hesitant to gaze directly, now bore an indescribable weariness and softness. Her inky black hair sprawled across the cold jade pillow, a few strands clinging to her smooth forehead, a testament to the recent chaos that had unfolded. A gossamer thin silk blanket lay carelessly over her, outlining breathtaking curves. Amidst the disheveled bedding, a striking yet achingly real crimson hue, like a red plum abruptly blooming in the snow, pierced Mo's vision. His heart skipped a beat, followed by a more frantic pounding. "No, this is entirely wrong." The corners of his mouth trembled uncontrollably. "Hey, author, the plot has collapsed. What happened to the classic trope of the wicked senior sister absorbing the innocent junior brother? How did it turn into me seemingly gaining an immense advantage? This was not how the script was supposed to go. Wasn't I the unfortunate soul destined to be drained and discarded like a rag at the bottom of a cliff?" He was acutely aware of what kind of place the AI zone was, especially this senior sister from Yu Bingxuang, whose demeanor was frigid, suddenly showing an unusual interest in him, repeatedly offering ambiguous guidance, even bringing him into this room tonight. Mo had already rehearsed countless tragic endings for himself in his mind, according to the countless web novels he had read. This was clearly the prelude to a standard villainous absorption plot. Yet the reality was that he was not only alive, but thriving, feeling better than ever. His once dormant Yang's spiritual root now flourished like a divine tree, seed being watered, pulsating with vitality, even hinting at the possibility of breaking through its bottleneck. In contrast, Yu Bingxuang appeared weak, her complexion pale, and her brows knit with a lingering fatigue, resembling someone who had suffered significant depletion. Could it be that she was not absorbing me, but rather aiding me? The thought emerged, and even Mo found it absurd. What reason would Yu Bingxuang have to do such a thing? What merit did a nobody like him possess that warranted such a heavy price? And what of that vivid crimson? The cost seemed far too steep. Countless questions bombarded Mo as he attempted to untangle his thoughts. But exhaustion surged over him like a tide, and his body instinctively craved rest to adapt to the sudden influx of vitality. Mo's breathing gradually became long and even, and he drifted into a deep slumber. As night deepened and the moon shone brightly, the cool moonlight filtered through the icy window, silently filling the room and laying a layer of silver frost upon the ground. Yu Bingxuang's long, curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those typically cold, star-like orbs now shimmered with a complex, indiscernible radiance, filled with an unfathomable confusion and weariness. She felt the weight upon her chest, and Mo's arm, warm and heavy, possessive and unguarded as it pressed down upon her. She gently shifted that arm away, her movements delicate, as if she feared disturbing a fragile dream. The thin blanket slipped from her body, and the pure moonlight instantaneously enveloped her flawless form without reservation. Her icy skin and jade-like bones glowed softly under the moonlight, a harmonious blend of serenity and warmth. The peaks and valleys of her curves resembling the most exquisite creation in existence, a perfect balance of cold and heat achieved in that moment. Yet within this ultimate beauty lay an ineffable solitude. She stepped barefoot onto the cold ground, approaching the door, and opened it just a crack, gazing up at the full moon in the sky. The night breeze tousled her scattered hair, brushing against her slender cheek. After a long while, an almost inaudible sigh escaped her lips, laced with profound bewilderment. Had that path truly been severed? Her gaze wandered as if piercing through countless illusions. Suddenly, the confusion on her face receded like a tide, and a smile unfurled at the corners of her mouth, a curve entirely unlike her usual frigid demeanor, filled with devilish charm and mockery. A voice, tinged with playful intent, emerged from her lips. "Fool, are you still dreaming such unrealistic dreams? The path? It has long been severed. Now, one can slay ancient immortals at the foundation stage. Even the celestial heavens above have been brought down." Yu Bingshuang's innate awareness seemed to struggle momentarily, her brow furrowing, her gaze regaining its fragility and stubbornness, her voice returning to its icy tone, laced with a hint of choking emotion. "But walking this path is truly, truly difficult." The alluring voice resonated once more, laced with an eerie comfort. "I am here. Leave these troubling matters and burdensome memories to me." Yu Bingshuang's consciousness flowed, her voice regaining its coldness. "I wish to wager with you. If I win, I shall abandon this path, and you are not permitted to interfere during the process." An alluring voice echoed, tinged with helplessness. Very well. I promise to accompany you in this gamble. I assure you, I will not intervene." Under the influence of the seductive essence, Yu Bingshuang raised her gaze to the bright moon in the night sky, a hint of mockery curving her lips. "Silly fool, do you truly believe you have a choice?" Immediately, the enchanting expression receded like a tide, leaving Yu Bingshuang's eyes hollow and bewildered as she stared blankly at the moon, as if the bizarre conversation had never occurred. At Fugu Peak, within a somewhat gloomy cave dwelling, Shun Kuobing, a well-known figure in the sect who had harbored a long-standing infatuation for Yu Bingshuang, was plunged into a state of utter madness. In the center of the cave, an extraordinary recording stone projected a clear image. Within the frame appeared the figure of Mou. He stood outside Yu Bingshuang's door, and after a brief moment, the door opened slightly, allowing Mou to slip inside, followed by the silent closure of the door, leaving behind an empty corridor bathed in the cold moonlight. The angle was peculiar, capturing only this fleeting moment, devoid of any interior details or entangled nuances, merely the closed door, severing Shun Kuobing's last hope. Shun Kuobing slumped upon the cold jade cushion, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on the door within the light. His face was devoid of color, yet his muscles twitched involuntarily. He emitted a ghastly laugh, his voice hoarse and chilling. "Bingshuang, my Bingshuang," he entered. "That worthless Mou dare to step into your chamber. Your Yuan, which you have guarded for years. Could it be that?" The moment Mou pushed the door open struck him like a burning iron, searing his heart. How dare he? I, Shun Kuobing, have risked my life for you, sought heavenly treasures for you, and have not even brushed against the hem of your garment. Yet he, Mou, is nothing. What has he done for you? Just because of his pitiful Yonglingen? He suddenly seized a wine jug nearby, taking a fierce swig. The fiery liquor scorched his throat, yet could not quell the inferno raging within, instead fueling it further. He gazed at the closed door within the recording stone. Images of Yu Bingshuang's visage surfacing uncontrollably in his mind, cold and breathtaking, yet she had never bestowed upon him a shred of tenderness. Imagining the possibilities behind that door, a tempest of jealousy, humiliation, and rage crashed through his sanity. He let out a beast-like howl, hurling the wine jug against the wall, shards scattering everywhere. Mou, I want you dead. I want your body shattered into pieces, your soul scattered. He paced like a caged beast within the cave, at times rushing to the recording stone, extending a trembling hand as if to push open that door within the light, only to meet the frigid air, recoiling as if scalded. At other times, he would collapse to the ground, weeping like a child, repeatedly murmuring, "Bingshuang, you are innocent, are you not? It was he who barged in. It must be so. What kind of dark sorcery did that brat use to coerce you?" Yet the images recorded by the stone revealed Mou's calm entrance and the gentle closure of the door, sharp as the finest blade, piercing through his last defenses. There was no evidence, yet it tormented him more than any proof could. "Ha, suspicion, is it? Shun Kuobing, you truly are a coward." He suddenly erupted into mad laughter, pointing at the door within the light. "Look how swiftly that door closed. He took away your most cherished possession. And you You only dare to remain here like a rat in a gutter, lost in your thoughts. Ha! This extreme anguish, jealousy, and twisted exhilaration intertwined, creating a morbid cycle. He replayed that simple scene over and over, MOU's figure disappearing behind the door, each replay tightening his pupils, quickening his breath, and flushing his face with an unnatural hue. Chapter 21. A tender refuge, the first rays of morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, softly illuminating the room. MOU's eyelashes fluttered as he awakened from slumber, the familiar cool fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, accompanied by the gentle rhythm of steady breaths beside him. He turned his head slightly, and what met his gaze was Yu Bingshuang's tranquil, sleeping face. Her long, dark hair spread across the pillow like satin, accentuating her porcelain skin. However, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were troubled by an elusive sorrow, even in her dreams. Was last night not a dream? This is utterly absurd. MOU still felt that everything from the previous night was merely an outrageous spring dream. After a long while, he regained his senses. Is this what life has become? Sharing a bed, living together without shame or restraint. The plot has progressed far too swiftly. If it were in some novel, even after writing for another decade or several thousand chapters, it would not have reached this point. While he was lost in thought, the person beside him stirred slightly, gradually waking. In the fleeting moment of their gazes meeting, MOU clearly captured the complex emotions that flickered in Yu Bingshuang's eyes. The haze of awakening. The shock of surprise, perhaps tinged with confusion and embarrassment. Yet all these emotions quickly faded, transforming into a somewhat awkward gentleness he had never seen on her face before. You are awake? Her voice, still laced with sleep, was softer than usual. Yes, senior sister, good morning. MOU responded with a bright, sunny smile. They both rose, enveloped in a subtly awkward silence. During their morning routine, MOU intentionally fumbled, nearly toppling the basin of water. Yu Bingshuang instinctively reached out to steady it, their fingertips brushing against each other, causing them both to quickly withdraw. Hee. Successful touch. I've gauged the limits. Currently, her tolerance for contact is quite low. MOU smiled mischievously. Yu Bingshuang quickly regained her composure, yet a faint blush crept to her ears. They moved to a side hall for breakfast, where the spiritual food laid out was exquisite and imbued with spiritual energy. Yu Bingshuang used her chopsticks to serve MOU a piece of translucent spiritual lotus cake. This is made from dew lotus collected in the morning. It is beneficial for stabilizing one's foundation. MOU took a piece of the lotus cake and ate it. Thank you, senior sister. You should eat too. MOU vigorously sucked on his chopsticks, then offered a piece of lotus cake to Yu Bingshuang. All right. Upon seeing MOU's actions, a slight tremor passed through Yu Bingshuang's cheeks. Senior sister, hurry and eat. MOU urged. The surface of the lotus cake in Yu Bingshuang's bowl glimmered slightly. It was unclear whether it was the dew or MOU saliva. She slowly picked it up and gently took a bite. As time passed, days turned into weeks. During this period, numerous amusing daily occurrences unfolded between the two. One day, perhaps having heard that partners should care for each other, Yu Bingshuang decided to cook a bowl of spiritual soup. The outcome, as one might imagine, was catastrophic. The kitchen nearly suffered devastation, and the soup she served was of a bizarre color and taste. MOU, under Yu Bingshuang's expressionless yet focused gaze, bravely took a bite, suppressing the impulse to grimace, and sincerely praised, Senior sister, your culinary skills are truly unique. This flavor could only exist in the heavens. Help! Does this count as another form of murder? Ultimately, it was the junior sisters who timely appeared, resolving the crisis, but from that day forth, Yu Bingshuang never set foot in the kitchen again. Meanwhile, MOU gained a little secret to tease her about each time he brought it up. He could see the elder sister turning her face away in forced indifference. These little moments of adjustment and amusing anecdotes, like tiny streams, gradually diluted the initial awkwardness and wariness. One morning, MOU awoke to the now familiar cool fragrance, and the sight of Yu Bingshuang peacefully sleeping beside him no longer evoked the initial shock and wariness. Instead, it was replaced by an oddly comfortable sensation, as if he were a frog slowly being boiled in warm water. He had even begun to grow accustomed to waking each morning with the first sight of that breathtakingly beautiful visage. Life has become truly comfortable. The system's archive seems to have lost its purpose. Hacky, you have become a bit of a burden now. MOU's inner monologue rendered the system speechless. Your days of indulgence are numbered, and the system, weary of its role, decided to let Hacky enjoy a little longer. MOU gazed quietly at Yu Bing Shuang's serene sleeping face, his mind beginning to churn with thoughts. A new day had dawned, and it was time to update the script. Tonight, he might employ the poetic charm of Shija, suggesting they retire early under the moonlight that resembled flowing water. Or perhaps he should be more direct, invoking Shuang and the straightforward allure of a sleepless night. Alas, his skills were becoming increasingly refined. At this rate, he could publish a guide titled The Art of Flirtation for Dao Companions. Just then, Yu Bing Shuang's delicate lashes fluttered, and she awoke. Unlike the initial days, she now sometimes leaned over, extending her slender hand to naturally smooth out the slightly wrinkled fabric of MOU's clothing. Though her movements remained gentle, they no longer bore the awkwardness and subtle tremors of their early encounters, replaced instead by an indescribable intimacy that had become second nature. In the midst of this tender atmosphere, the familiar sound of lively and chaotic footsteps arrived punctually from outside. The Shija, Mo Shixing, good morning. Yin Rui's voice rang out the loudest, announcing her presence before she even entered. Following her, 5 uniquely styled shime filed in, a routine that had seemingly become a regular part of their morning life as Dao companions. They brought fresh, spiritual fruits or reported trivial matters from a peak. But the primary entertainment evidently lay in teasing their suddenly enlightened Shija and her Mo Shixing. Yin Shime appeared particularly prepared this time. With arms crossed, she lazily leaned against the doorframe, her lively eyes darting between MOU and Yu Bing Shuang, a mischievous expression dancing across her face as if she saw through everything. Suddenly, she pointed toward a peculiar spiritual plant in the courtyard, its deep purple leaves captivating her attention. The Shija, Mo Shixing, look at that Yi Huan. It's truly strange. This flower has been planted on our Yuqing Peak for years, yet has never bloomed. We all thought it was a mute spiritual plant. She deliberately paused, casting a knowing glance at MOU, teasingly adding, but ever since you moved in, it has blossomed every night. The flowers so vivid they look like they're bleeding, and the fragrance so strong it's almost overwhelming. It seems not only has this Yi Huan found its fortune, but some Shixing has also been diligently tending to it every night. As soon as she finished her teasing, the other shime stifled their laughter, and the atmosphere became lively. Qinghe Shime immediately chimed in. Exactly. The Shija, have you noticed? Your complexion has been improving. You look as radiant as a peach blossom, brimming with spiritual energy. It seems MOU Shixing is quite the caretaker. She emphasized the word caretaker, eliciting even more laughter from the group. Amidst this playful banter, the typically timid and quiet Tu Shime quietly approached MOU. Seizing a moment when the others were distracted, and softly said to him, Mo Shixing, I haven't seen a Shija look this relaxed in a long time. Although she doesn't say it, we can all feel it. Please cherish this moment. Tu Shime's sincere words, tinged with a gentle plea, stirred something complex within MOU's heart. In the face of the increasingly bold teasing from the Shime, Yu Bing Shuang no longer blushed or trembled in silence as she once did. Instead, she casually raised her gaze and lightly chided, do not speak foolishness. However, the subtle blush that crept onto her cheeks seemed slightly fainter than before, perhaps due to familiarity or because her thoughts had drifted elsewhere. After a round of jovial teasing, the group eventually dispersed, leaving the courtyard in tranquility, with only MOU and Yu Bing Shuang remaining. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it the almost enchanting fragrance of the Yi Huan. Yu Bing Shuang gazed silently at the flamboyant spiritual plant outside the window, her eyes distant. She parted her ruby lips and murmured softly, as if her words might dissolve into the wind. Flowers bloom brilliantly, yet they must eventually wither. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips, tinged with an elusive sense of melancholy. With that, she gently turned, citing her need for quiet meditation to stabilize her mind, subtly evading MOU's instinctive attempt to embrace her waist as she walked toward the meditation room. MOU's outstretched hand lingered in the air, watching Yu Bing Shuang's distant, ethereal figure fade away. His nostrils flared slightly as he inhaled the potent scent of a Yi Huan, ripples of emotion stirring within him. Chapter 22. Deep night, the moonlight flowed like water, spilling through the wooden window onto the bed. A faint, elusive fragrance filled the air, a blend of the unique cool scent of Yu Bingshuang and the lingering essence of their previous passion. Mo lay in deep slumber, breathing evenly, one arm draped naturally across Yu Bingshuang's slender waist. She lay with her back to him, facing the window, seemingly lost in a deep sleep, her inky hair cascading over the pillow, intertwining innocently with Mo's own. In the midst of this serene silence, the door creaked open soundlessly. A vibrant figure, like a flickering candle in the wind, stealthily slipped into the room. It was Yen Rui, clad in an audacious red silk garment as light as a cicada's wing. It accentuated her exquisite curves. However, unlike her usual fiery demeanor, she now stood barefoot on the cold jade tiles, each step appearing somewhat unsteady, even carrying an imperceptible tremor. She approached the bedside, her gaze flitting over the seemingly slumbering Yu Bingshuang, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes, quickly followed by a deep sense of despair. Finally, her focus settled upon Mo. Slowly, she crouched down, extending a trembling finger, almost greedily yet cautiously, to touch Mo's cheek. Her fingertip was icy, as if she yearned to draw a semblance of warmth from him. Mo Shixing, she whispered, her voice low and lacking its usual clarity, now tinged with a broken, husky quality. Please wake up and look at Rui. The moment her cold fingertip brushed against him, Mo jolted awake. He abruptly opened his eyes, seizing her hand with a mix of vigilance and anger, his voice low yet fierce. Yen Shime, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Have you lost your mind? Instinctively, he glanced at Yu Bingshuang beside him, noting her stillness, which eased his tension slightly, before turning his ire back to Yen Rui. However, upon seeing her expression, the reprimand he had prepared caught in his throat. The face that usually bore a bright smile was now etched with fear and helplessness. Her eyes slightly reddened, resembling a small creature sensing an impending storm. Yen Rui did not resist. She allowed Mo to hold her wrist, even leaning her face against his palm, her voice laced with a hint of sobs. Shixing, I'm scared. Tomorrow may never come. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with a desperate plea, not one of desire, but of a drowning soul grasping at straws. Let me feel what it's like to be alive, even if just for one night, even if stolen. I want to know what it feels like to be embraced as a living person. I don't want to wither like those flowers, unnoticed even in their final bloom. Mo's heart trembled. He recalled the Shime's cryptic words from earlier days. At this moment, Yen Rui had shed all pretense, revealing a soul trembling before an uncertain fate. Yet, Mo inhaled deeply, forcing his compassion back down. His gaze returned to the tranquil silhouette of Yu Bingshuang. In recent days, despite harboring an inexplicable sense of wariness towards the seemingly aloof Yu Bingshuang, he nonetheless received genuine care from her. Human hearts are tender, and a gentleman assesses actions, not intentions. Mo may not be a towering hero, yet he possesses a fundamental moral compass and conscience. Engaging in acts more beastly than human beside Yu Bingshuang's bed with his junior sister is something he could never bring himself to do. If he were to acquiesce to Yen Rui's desires, what would that make him? Yen Rui, please remain calm. Mo forcefully withdrew his hand, sitting up and pointing towards the door, striving to maintain a tone of resolve. Regardless of what may transpire tomorrow, as long as I am present, I will not allow any harm to befall you. However, this approach is unacceptable. Leave, return to your room. Do not compel me to take action against you. Yen Rui stared at him in astonishment, the light in her eyes dimming gradually, transforming into a chilling void. Are you unwilling to grant me the final shred of mercy? She managed a sorrowful smile and slowly rose, as if her very soul had been extracted. Mo watched her turn away, though he felt an ache of compassion. It was overshadowed by a sense of relief in upholding his principles. Hurry and go, he silently urged in his heart. Yet at that instant, an unforeseen change occurred. The tranquil moonlight streaming outside suddenly twisted, as if imbued with life. A beam of moonlight, disregarding the window's barrier, pierced directly into Mo's forehead. Ugh! Mo trembled violently, his pupils dilating instantaneously. Cold, it felt as though countless needles were stabbing into his brain, seizing control of his body. He wanted to scream, to run, to bellow, to get out, yet the vocal cords in his throat felt as if they no longer belonged to him. His consciousness was forcibly cornered by an overwhelmingly tyrannical will, leaving him to watch helplessly as his body, under the command of that will, performed actions completely contrary to his desires. Get out. This was MOU's soul's roar. Since you have arrived, why rush to leave? This was the voice escaping MOU's lips. Deep, hoarse, imbued with a chilling charm and mockery. Though reminiscent of MOU's original tone, its inflection was worlds apart. Yenrui, already at the threshold, paused in astonishment and turned back. There stood MOU, slowly descending from the bed. A predatory smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes deep as the abyss, flickering with an eerie silver light. MOU's soul screamed, "Shut up! Who the hell are you? That is my mouth. Do not use my face to make such lewd expressions." Yet that body completely disregarded his protests. MOU grinned wickedly, extending his finger and lightly beckoning, causing the malignant entity to suddenly grow and violently pull Yenrui back. Yenrui gasped, falling into a cold, hard embrace. She looked up, meeting those unfamiliar eyes, instinctively sensing something amiss. "Senior brother, didn't you want this?" MOU's finger lightly grazed her cheek. His voice cold and taunting. "Beg me, and I shall grant you the sensation of being alive." MOU struggled frantically within, attempting to reclaim control over his finger, striving to push the girl in his arms away. "Stop, you monster. Release her. I do not engage in coercion. Yenrui, run. This is not me." But his struggles were as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree. He could only watch in terror and despair as his hand violently tore apart Yenrui's red silken garment. The sound of fabric tearing echoed sharply in the quiet night. A flicker of fear crossed Yenrui's eyes. This was not the comfort she desired, but a chilling violation. Ugh! Just as she attempted to speak, that ruthless hand sealed off all avenues of retreat. MOU felt like a bystander trapped within a puppet, forced to endure this emotionless experience. The physical sensations and spiritual humiliation tore at him, driving him to the brink of madness. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Great love sect! I curse your ancestors!" Only suppressed sobs and heavy breaths reverberated within the room. Throughout it all, within the confines of the bed, facing the window, Yu Bingshuang trembled ever so slightly. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her exquisitely beautiful profile, revealing a trail of silent tears cascading down her face. The tears glided down her cheek, quickly absorbed by the pillowcase, leaving a small, darkened stain. Indeed, she had lost her wager. This is truly for the development of the plot. If you wish to blame someone, blame that damn moonlight. It is all it's doing. This also deepens the audience's aversion towards Yufuyu, without such repeated emphasis. One might later find MOU's revenge excessive, especially considering how tragic Yufuyu's fate was at the end of the first volume. Furthermore, MOU is a victim too, reluctantly transformed into a domineering figure, deeply resistant within. The truth of Yuqing Feng is on the verge of revelation, and all seemingly irrational elements will eventually find their explanations. Chapter 23. Floating Wood. MOU awoke from a bizarre and suffocating nightmare, his eyelids heavy. However, heavier than his body was the weight of his heart, which felt as though it was plummeting into an abyss. The scenes from last night, the body under control, the forced frivolous words uttered, and Yenrui's eyes, filled with desperation yet tinged with a hint of relief, flooded back to him. MOU lay on the bed, overwhelmed by a profound sense of self-loathing. Though he was manipulated, it was still his body, his hands, his mouth. What am I even? A mindless stud from a vulgar novel? MOU internally raged, wishing he could slap himself. The most excruciating part was that Yu Bingshuang lay just on the other side of the bed. Cautiously, he turned his head to glance at Yu Bingshuang. The morning light streamed through the wooden window, casting a gentle halo upon her flawless profile. She was already awake, lying quietly with her eyes slightly closed, her eyelashes creating a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. As ever, she was coldly beautiful, yet MOU keenly sensed that today she was utterly different. On typical mornings, when both were awake, they would share tender interactions, perhaps a languid glance or the accidental brush of her fingertips against his palm. But today, she did not look at him. Even though they were mere inches apart, it felt as though an invisible chasm stretched between them. Does she know? MOU's heart sank, his limbs turning cold. After such a commotion last night, how could she possibly remain unaware? But if she knew, why not simply stab me with a sword? or kick me off the bed. This suffocating silence terrified Mo Yu far more than an outright explosion of fury. He even felt too ashamed to offer any explanation. How would he explain? Say, Bing Shuang, last night I was controlled by the moon. I was actually resisting? Such nonsense would make him want to laugh at himself. Mo Yu could only endure the torment within, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears, and tentatively called out, Bing Shuang? Yu Bing Shuang slowly turned her head. Her eyes were calm and unfathomable, as if, in a single night, all her emotions had been encased beneath a thick layer of ice. You are awake? She responded softly, her voice cold and unyielding. She then rose to dress, each movement precise and graceful, yet imbued with a sense of distant aloofness. Mo Yu watched her retreating figure, feeling like a condemned prisoner waiting for execution, yet the sentence remained uncarried out. The agonizing day finally passed. Throughout the day, Mo Yu lived under immense psychological pressure. As night fell, he sat alone on a stone bench in the courtyard, glaring at the increasingly clear moon in the sky, gritting his teeth. It is this damned thing. Mo Shixing, the night is slightly cool. What troubles you to sigh so deeply? A gentle voice resonated, imbued with a soothing power. Mo Yu turned around and was taken aback to see Shui Mei, his junior sister, had approached him unbeknownst to him, dressed in a flowing aquamarine gown. She appeared gentle and ethereal beneath the moonlight. His heart was tumultuous, and he instinctively averted his gaze from her. At that moment, the sight of any junior sister triggered a primal response within him. Shui Mei took a few steps closer, observing the weariness etched upon Mo Yu's face. A flicker of compassion crossing her eyes. Senior brother, you seem burdened. Your chi is stagnant, she said softly. Why not accompany me to the hot springs at the back mountain? The spring water is invigorating, capable of washing away the dust and cleansing the heart. The mention of the back mountain hot springs sent a jolt through Mo Yu. He instinctively wished to decline. But Shui Mei interrupted him, her tone gentle, yet imbued with an inexplicable firmness. Please, there are matters that cannot be resolved by mere avoidance. Perhaps a soak will allow you to see the path ahead more clearly. Gazing into Shui Mei's crystalline eyes, he found himself nodding in acquiescence. Perhaps he truly needed the warmth of the spring water to calm the chaos within his mind. The two made their way to the back mountain, where the hot spring awaited them, enveloped in a mist that rendered the scene almost celestial. A natural waterfall divided the pool into two seemingly independent realms. Please feel free. I shall go to the other side, Shui Mei said, slightly bowing as she gestured towards the right side of the waterfall, her demeanor composed and respectful. Mo Yu felt a sense of relief. He chided himself for being overly cautious. Shui Mei had always been steady. How could she behave as she had the previous night? He chose the left pool and entered fully clothed, too apprehensive to undress even for a bath. The warm spring water enveloped him, finally alleviating the tension that had gripped him all day. However, just as he began to relax, a faint splash disturbed the tranquility. Mo Yu's eyes flew open, and he was startled to see the rippling water as Shui Mei emerged from behind the waterfall, completely unclothed. Yet, unlike the desperate allure of Yen Rui from the previous night, Shui Mei exuded an air of solemnity and dignity. She moved gracefully through the water, her pure form partially concealed by the mist, not luring, but rather partaking in some sacred rite. Shui Mei, what are you doing? Mo Yu gasped, the shadows of the previous night engulfing him once more. He stumbled backward until his back pressed against the cold rock. Shui Mei halted 3 feet before him, not advancing any further. She regarded his startled expression with a faint, melancholic smile, her eyes filled with empathy. There is no need for alarm, senior brother. I am not here to disrupt your cultivation or to confuse your mind. She slowly lifted her hand, cupping water that cascaded through her fingers. Yen Rui represents abundance, while I embody nourishment. Since you have accepted Yen Rui's affections, the balance of the 5 elements is essential. This is fate, and it is our destiny. Mo Yu's scalp prickled. What was she saying? What fate? What destiny? I do not comprehend your words, he exclaimed, fury rising within him. I only know that I have feelings for Bing Shuang. I cannot betray her. Shui Mei, please, have some decorum. Return at once. He spoke as he attempted to scramble ashore to escape this place of turmoil. I will never repeat the same mistake. Never. He swore to himself. Yet some oaths. Under the peculiar sky of the AI zone, are destined to be powerless. At the moment MOU attempted to rise, the moon above seemed to emit a silent mockery. A distorted beam of otherworldly moonlight pierced through the clouds, ignoring the distance and striking directly at MOU's head. Damn it! An irresistible force seized control of his body once more. His instinct to flee was abruptly stifled. The sensation of being a mere spectator trapped within his own flesh, driving him to the brink of madness. You again, this cursed moon. Let me go. Why are you forcing me? Yet, his body betrayed his will completely. MOU slowly turned, his initial fear and anger transforming into a languid, seductive smile. The struggle that belonged to him was buried deep within, replaced by a mocking and ravenous demeanor. Not only did he refrain from escaping, but he also stepped closer to Shuei-mei. Since you are so understanding, how could I not appreciate your sentiments? His voice, deep and magnetic, dripped with playful malice, sending tremors through his very soul. He reached out, encircling Shuei-mei's slender waist with a rough, domineering grip, his fingertips exploring her back with reckless abandon. What fate, what destiny, are mere embellishments to me. Since you wish to nourish, let me teach you what true harmony is. Shuei-mei did not resist. She yielded to this unfamiliar embrace, closing her eyes as a single tear slipped from the corner. Senior brother, you may take this 5-element essence as you wish. MOU observed his own hands committing these acts of wrongdoing, his mouth uttering nonsensical words, the rage and sorrow within him reaching a fever pitch. He felt like a puppet forced onto a stage, performing an absurd tragedy. Before long, a crimson stain blossomed in the hot spring, quickly diluted by the flowing water. On the other side of the waterfall, Yu Bingshuang sat quietly in the spring, her pale face the only visible part of her. Though the waterfall obscured sight, it could not muffle sound, especially for those adept in cultivation, whose senses were acutely attuned. She heard MOU's initial, desperate refusal, the splashing of his hurried retreat, and his anguished declaration, I have feelings for Bingshuang. In that moment, a ripple stirred within her heart, long dormant. He truly cared, even after all that had transpired. However, following that eerie silence, what followed was the familiar, seductive voice and those unbearable sounds of mockery and gasping. The moment hope ignited was swiftly engulfed by deeper despair. Yu Bingshuang slowly closed her eyes and submerged herself in the water, allowing the warm spring to envelop her mouth and nose, drowning out her hearing. Once, she had clung to MOU, believing him her lifeline. Now, she no longer needed a lifeline. She was her own salvation. The so-called redemption was merely the beginning of another descent. Chapter 24. Madness. MOU stumbled along the path behind Yuqing Peak, disheveled and disoriented. His clothing was in disarray, hair unkempt, and his once bright eyes now appeared hollow and vacant. In his mind, those two unbearable scenes replayed, relentlessly tormenting his sanity. I must have lost my mind, completely gone mad. MOU struck his forehead with force, attempting to awaken himself through pain. What twisted moon, what irresistible force, ultimately? I'm simply too weak, my mind too fragile. He felt like a jest, a fool toyed with by fate. He could no longer face Yu Bingshuang with any semblance of dignity. Senior brother MO. A voice as clear as silver bells abruptly pulled him from the abyss of self-inflicted anguish. MOU looked up in confusion, realizing he had unwittingly wandered into a lush herb garden. Under the moonlight, Qinghe, his junior sister, waved cheerfully at him, her face radiant with innocent joy, as if all the world's filth had no bearing on her. Ah, it's Qinghe. MOU replied weakly, his voice hoarse. Instinctively, he wished to retreat, to escape, wanting nothing more than to distance himself from such beautiful things. He is now akin to a walking powder keg. Anyone who approaches him is bound to be harmed. Shixing, why do you seem so distracted? Qinghe, resembling a joyful fawn, bounded over and grasped the sleeve of his robe. Her fingertips were cool, yet exuded the vitality of life. Don't go. Come quickly and see. The moonlight glass flower I tend has blossomed. It is a once-in-a-century occurrence. The petals glow like glass. So beautiful. You absolutely must take a look. MOU vehemently shook his head. No, Shimei. It is too late. I really must return. Just one glance, please. I beg you, Shixing. Qinghe pouted, employing her most endearing manner, tugging him toward the medicinal garden. The fragrance of the moonlight glass flower can soothe the spirit. Perhaps it will lift your mood. Moreover, It is said that those who witness its bloom will be blessed with good fortune. Once this flower blooms, it will wither. I want you to see it in its most splendid form, the flower that King He loves most. Mou found himself torn. Yet, gazing into King He's clear, pure eyes, what wondrous eyes they were, filled with an untainted longing for beauty, he felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting glance at a flower. Reluctantly, he was drawn deeper into the medicinal garden, where a peculiar plant came into view. Its stem and leaves resembled jade and emerald, and at the top, a bud slowly unfurled beneath the moonlight. The beauty was breathtaking. The petals exhibited a semi-transparent, glass-like quality, as if moonlight flowed within them, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Shixing, do you not think it resembles a piece of the moon that has been plucked from the sky? King He exclaimed, her cheeks flushed in the illuminated glow. Ancient texts record that this flower can absorb moonlight and bestow tranquility upon those who witness its bloom. It is so beautiful, yet can only bloom this once. King He's voice suddenly softened. She turned to Mou, her eyes no longer reflecting mere joy, but a heart-wrenching yearning. Shixing, this flower fears the cold. I fear the cold, too. She quietly drew closer, nearly pressing against his side, her voice becoming gentle and ethereal, as if she were speaking in a dream. Shixing, please help me. I do not wish to wither alone in this frigid place like this flower. I want, before I wither, to feel warmth just once. Boom. The strings of rationality in Mou's mind snapped completely. Not again. Why must it be like this again? Even the most innocent King He now sought a final solace? What kind of place is this AI zone? What has it reduced people to? King He, do you even comprehend what you are saying? Mou exclaimed sharply, wanting to push her away, to tell her that this was wrong, to lead her away from this cursed place. However, the full moon in the sky revealed its ghastly fangs once more. The twisted moonlight coiled around Mou's soul like tangible chains in an instant. The struggle in his eyes was erased in a heartbeat. In its place emerged an air of malevolent superiority. Ha! Mou chuckled softly, lifting King He's chin with his finger, his eyes brimming with mockery. Fear the cold? That could be easily remedied. Brothers shall provide you warmth. The night is fleeting, and the scenery is exquisite. You are more obedient than the flame flower and more graceful than the water's edge. Tonight, I shall cherish you well. With that, he forcefully pressed King He down beside the freshly bloomed moonlight glass flower. Shixing, call me Gongzi. Mou leaned down, breathing warm air against her ear, his words laced with raw desire. In such moonlight, with such beauty, if I do not show you what it means to reach ecstasy, would it not be a waste of this splendid time? The petals shattered in violent motion, dissolving into glimmers of light that vanished into the air. Much like King He's lost innocence, time seemed to stretch endlessly. Mou, dazed, emerged from the floral chaos. Beside him, King He curled up, resembling an injured creature, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, yet she still managed to offer him a feeble smile. Thank you, it is truly warm. Those words pierced Mou's heart like a knife. He dared not respond, nor linger, and fled in a panic. He ran furiously, unaware of how long he had been running. At a secluded intersection, he abruptly halted. A small figure crouched in the shadows by the roadside, wielding a small shovel and quietly digging at something. It was Shixing, dressed in a muted yellow garment. She appeared so unremarkable, so silent. She was burying something. In the moonlight, Mou discerned that these were fragments of small trinkets, a broken gherkin, a faded sachet, and a pair of crudely made cloth shoes. These were remnants of her past, her memories of the mortal realm. She was burying herself. Mou's face turned ashen, instinctively wanting to turn away. Yet, that malevolent force had grown disinterested in any pretense. The moonlight transformed into a beam, striking down upon Mou with unrelenting force. He halted in his tracks, slowly turning. A knowing smile etched upon his face as he approached the Shixing, who flinched at his sudden presence, resembling a startled rabbit. Ah, Mou drawled, his voice imbued with a magnetic allure, as he stood over Shi, playfully twirling a lock of her slightly withered hair. What a pitiful little creature is crouching here in the dead of night. Are you waiting for your brother? Shixing trembled, her body quaking, her head lowered even further, hands clenching her garment tightly, scarcely daring to breathe, merely nodding imperceptibly in response. Observing this, Yu's smile deepened, imbued with a sense of control over the situation. He leaned closer, nearly brushing against Tu Shi's ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe. So obedient? That saves your brother quite a bit of trouble. The night is chilly. It is unwise to stay here for long. Come, I shall take you to a warmer place. His words dripped with implication as he reached for Tu Shi's arm, his grip exuding undeniable authority. Tu Shi's body stiffened momentarily, yet unexpectedly. She did not resist or cry out, merely remaining silent and compliant. She allowed Yu to pull her up, half embraced, leading her into the deeper shadows by the roadside. Not far away, atop a hillside pavilion, Yu Bingshuang sat quietly by the window, resembling a lifeless jade sculpture. Her gaze pierced through the layers of night. Coldly observing all that transpired, she watched the crushed glass flower, the creature writhing in the roadside shadows. The expression on her face, once vacant and numb, gradually froze, ultimately transforming into an icy calm. So this is what they call love, she murmured to herself, her voice so soft that she could barely hear it. This is what they call Tao. Chapter 25, The Last Supper. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the world seemed to awaken slowly from a long dream. Yu trudged back to his dwelling, his steps heavy and unsteady. His complexion was as pale as paper, and his eyes were hollow, as if he had just crawled back from the depths of hell. Everything that had transpired since the previous night replayed in his mind like the most terrifying nightmare. Spiraling out of control, an invisible hand was manipulating his body. Yen Rui's passionate fire, Shui Mei's gentle tenderness, King Yi's innocent joy, and Tu Shi's silent compliance. He had, inexplicably, found himself entangled with all four of them. What about Bingshuang, that cool and frosty elder sister? How could he face her? As a transmigrator, while he did not shy away from the notion of a harem, it certainly should not have unfolded in such a manner. Was this some sort of retribution for indulging too much in romantic dramas before crossing over? Was it because he did not support domestic productions? Every opportunity to rewind time was precious. He must unearth the puppeteer behind it all. Otherwise, even if he rewound time, it would hold no value. Damn, since one can revert, why be bound by morality? Yet, even after dying 100 times, he, lacking the trials of experience, felt an incessant turmoil within. Yu irritably raked his fingers through his hair. Just as he wallowed in self-reproach, a soft creak interrupted him. The door to the room swung open. Yu Bingshuang emerged, clad in a flowing white gown, her stature upright, and her beauty unparalleled. However, there was a subtle air of detachment lingering in her gaze, more pronounced than before. Upon spotting Yu, who stood frozen in the courtyard, she offered a slight nod as a greeting, her voice cold and devoid of much emotion. Good morning. Yu's heart jolted painfully, a wave of embarrassment and awkwardness washing over him, leaving him almost speechless. He lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. His response dry and hesitant. Good morning, Bingshuang. Even uttering her name felt somewhat shameful to him. Yu Bingshuang's gaze lingered briefly on him before she spoke in a flat tone. Several junior sisters will be arriving later. We shall dine together this evening. Yu was momentarily taken aback, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Junior sisters? They're all coming? At that moment, he dreaded meeting those four the most. As expected, as the sun began to set, 5 junior sisters arrived one after another. Jean Lan, clad in a sharp outfit, exuded an air of confidence. Qing He bounced in joy, her face lit with innocent delight. Shui Mei moved gracefully, gentle as water. Yen Rui, in fiery red, was bold and vivacious. Even the usually timid and silent Tu Shi quietly trailed behind. The little courtyard soon buzzed with life. The junior sisters seemed well prepared, bringing an array of fresh fruits and vegetables, even some neatly prepared low-tier spirit beast meat. They busily washed vegetables, kindled fires, and set the table, their chatter and laughter filling the once-cold courtyard with a warmth reminiscent of a festive gathering. Yet, Yu felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, entirely out of place. What was he to do with the 4 junior sisters, aside from the spirited Jean Lan? He felt like a powder keg ready to explode, with the surrounding laughter serving as a silent mockery of his predicament. He could only strive to diminish his presence. glancing away as he sought an opportunity to approach the only innocent one, Jean Lon, to lend a hand. Junior sister Jean Lon, let me assist you with this. You noticed Jean Lon deftly slicing a piece of beast meat with a short knife and hurried over. Jean Lon glanced up, her eyes bright and direct, and nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Her movements were clean and precise, revealing years of sword practice. You awkwardly picked up another knife, attempting to help but appearing rather flustered. Jean Lon observed him, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips, yet she said nothing. Meanwhile, Qing He and Shui Mei were washing the spirit vegetables, whispering and giggling, occasionally casting furtive glances at Mou, their expressions tinged with a complexity that was hard to decipher. Yin Rui skillfully managed the fire, her red dress glowing vividly in the flames. She quietly arranged the bowls and chopsticks, her movements gentle and her head bowed. Yu Bingshuang stood quietly to the side, watching everyone bustle about, her face adorned with a barely noticeable smile. She did not engage in the tasks, but occasionally offered a suggestion, mostly observing in silence, as though to imprint this warm and lively scene deep within her heart. As night fully descended, the stone table in the courtyard was laden with an abundance of meticulously prepared dishes, wafting enticing aromas, accompanied by a pot of spirit wine warming in the center. Everyone gathered around the table, and Jean Lon took the initiative to pour wine for everyone. She served Yu Bingshuang and the other 4 junior sisters a rich, amber-colored, potent spirit wine, the liquid rippling under the moonlight, radiating strong energy waves. When it was Mou's turn, however, she produced a small wine jar from the side, pouring a much lighter, clearer liquor. Senior brother, it's not advisable for you to consume strong alcohol. This is a mild Qingling wine, better for your health. Jean Lon explained, her tone natural. Mou glanced at the clearly superior spirit wine in the others' cups and hesitantly suggested, how about I try that one? Jean Lon furrowed her brow, firmly refusing, no, senior brother, trust me. Her assertive and slightly domineering demeanor made Mou swallow the rest of his words. He awkwardly lifted his own cup of light wine, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps a lighter drink was better to avoid any untoward behavior. The banquet commenced, and the atmosphere appeared lively. The junior sisters raised their cups, offering blessings and words of gratitude. To sister, to senior brother, to our time at Yu Qing Peak. Qing, he cheerfully proclaimed. May everyone be well in the future. Shui Mei echoed softly, her gaze somewhat distant. Yin Rui, more direct, raised her cup to Mou, her smile radiant. Senior brother, thank you for your past care. Although the words seemed innocuous, coupled with her gaze, they left Mou feeling a chill run down his spine. Even she quietly murmured a thank you. However, Mou began to sense something amiss. Though everyone appeared to speak freely, an undercurrent of farewell lingered in their words. It felt as though this was not merely a gathering, but a parting meal, perhaps the last supper. Who knows when we will have the chance to sit together and dine like this again? Shui Mei lamented softly. Indeed, all good things must come to an end. Qing, he added, her playful demeanor fading. Mou's heart sank deeper with doubt as he discreetly glanced at the main seat occupied by Yu Bingshuang. She, however, merely gazed downward, her slender fingers gripping the wine cup, consuming the potent spirit wine one cup after another, a faint smile gracing her lips. Her eyes slowly swept over each junior sister, finally resting on Mou's face, her gaze profound, as if wishing to etch the image of everyone into her very soul. She drank with urgency and silence, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding lively conversations. As the night deepened and the effects of the wine intensified, aside from Mou, who only drank the light wine, and Jean Lon, who seemed to have an impressive tolerance, the others gradually succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. Qing He leaned on the table, mumbling indistinct dreams. Shui Mei curled up her arms, her shoulders trembling slightly, uncertain if she was crying. Yin Rui's cheeks flushed, her eyes dreamy and smiling foolishly, while she quietly leaned against her chair, seemingly asleep. Yu Bingshuang, finally slumped over the table, the wine cup slipping from her limp hand, the remnants of the liquor soaking the surface. Mou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Despite drinking only the light wine, he had consumed a fair amount, and compounded with his restless mind, he felt increasingly disoriented, seeing double. At that moment, the previously silent Jean Lon stood up, Her silhouette appeared particularly striking in the moonlight. She did not glance at the inebriated crowd, but walked with determination toward MOU. Leaning down, she drew near to his ear, a blend of sweat and alcohol wafting towards him, exuding a sense of power. Her voice was hushed, yet carried an undeniable, straightforward allure, contrasting sharply with her usual confident demeanor, yet curiously merging with it. Senior brother, they are all drunk. Sister Shuang is also intoxicated. The long night stretches ahead, and we remain sober. Wouldn't that be a waste of this splendid evening? Her warm breath brushed against MOU's ear. I know you are troubled. Perhaps we could find a way for you to temporarily forget your worries. Her words struck like thunder, shattering MOU's intoxication into fragments. Every hair on his body stood on end, a chill racing up from his feet to the crown of his head. Not again. Would those nightmares replay? And this time, it was Jean Lan, the only junior sister with whom he still maintained innocence. No, this time it could not happen. A singular thought ignited within MOU's mind. Zhongzi, come take over my body. Beast, you take the helm. This function has not been activated. What else can you do? Yet in that very moment, the moonlight above the courtyard suddenly twisted in an eerie manner. The originally cold radiance seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, becoming hazy and even imbued with a hint of sinister brilliance. A beam of distorted moonlight fell directly upon MOU, enveloping him entirely. His body stiffened abruptly. The pain and struggle that had once filled his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a demeanor of irreverent nonchalance. The corners of his mouth curled upwards uncontrollably, revealing a smile that was strikingly aggressive and utterly unlike his usual self. He slowly turned his head to gaze at Jean Lan, who was so near, his gaze flitting playfully over her spirited face and lithe form. Jean Lan, my junior sister, he began, his voice imbued with a magnetic allure, distinct from his customary tone. Such splendid moments should not be squandered. Since you have taken the initiative to invite me, how could I be the unappreciative stone? He extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against Jean Lan's slightly angular jawline, the motion flowing and natural, as if rehearsed countless times. Tonight, allow me to witness your true brilliance. Jean Lan's pupils subtly contracted, yet her expression remained largely unperturbed. She did not shy away, nor did she encourage him. She simply regarded him with a gaze that was complex and inscrutable. The ensuing events appeared to spiral out of control. The malevolent MOU, devoid of hesitation, seized Jean Lan's waist with a forceful grip that brooked no refusal. Jean Lan struggled symbolically for a moment before he overpowered her with even greater strength. Their disheveled garments and the sound of their breaths echoed in the silent courtyard, forming a stark and bizarre contrast to the tranquility that enveloped the revelers in the distance. The twisted moonlight cascaded upon them, elongating their entwined silhouettes, while the crimson stain upon the snow stood out starkly. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until tranquility returned. Jean Lan silently adjusted her slightly disordered attire and stood upright once more. She turned her back to MOU, lifting her gaze to the moon above, which appeared to have regained its normalcy, her silence rendering her silhouette somewhat solitary beneath the moonlight. MOU sat slumped on the cold ground, his body chilled, his eyes vacant and filled with a profound sense of despair. The last vestige of hope had been utterly shattered. At that moment, Jean Lan, who had been gazing up at the moon, suddenly spoke, her voice restoring its usual calmness. MOU, my senior brother, she addressed him formally for the first time. Yet she did not look back. You once told me, to conceal the blade within its sheath is no different from being an unyielding stone. MOU was taken aback. He had indeed uttered those words, but what did she mean by recalling them now? Jean Lan slowly turned, her gaze no longer fixed on MOU, but directed at the figure of Yu Bing Shuang, still sprawled drunkenly upon the table. In the next instant, Jean Lan made a move that caused MOU's heart to stop. She abruptly raised her foot, infused with a complex and indescribable emotion, anger, resentment, relief, and a long-suppressed exhilaration. She delivered a powerful kick to Yu Bing Shuang's side. The sound resonated with a dull thud. Yu Bing Shuang's body tumbled from the chair, collapsing helplessly onto the cold ground. Ha ha. Jean Lan laughed heartily at the sight of Yu Bing Shuang sprawled on the floor, her laughter piercing and exhilarating against the silence of the snowy night. This kick was for the five of us. Enough is enough. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Mo finally realized that the fallen Yu Bing Shuang bore no trace of inebriation. Her eyes were wide open, her pale face streaked with tears that flowed silently, soaking her hair and clothing. She had never been drunk. She had been fully aware of everything that had transpired. Mo felt as if struck by lightning, a buzzing filling his mind, as tumultuous waves of realization surged within him, as if the entire world trembled before his eyes. She knew everything. Chapter 26. Kindling Mo lay upon the ground, akin to a rag doll devoid of spirit. Jean Lan's merciless kick shattered his final flicker of hope, while Yu Bing Shuang's silent tears drowned him in an ocean of boundless regret and despair. He would have preferred eternal unconsciousness, wishing time could freeze. However, fate never heeds the pleas of the insignificant. A rustling sound, faint yet akin to thunder, exploded in his desolate heart. The four figures, seemingly lifeless upon the table, Qing He, Shui Mei, Yin Rui, and Tu Shi, simultaneously lifted their heads. No signs of intoxication, no confusion. Their youthful faces mirrored Jean Lan's complex emotions, understanding and resolve about what was to come, deep affection for the warm moments of the past, and even a kind of relief that Mo could not fathom. Yu Bing Shuang's delicate form trembled violently, akin to leaves in a cold wind, seemingly terrified of what was about to unfold. Jean Lan stood tall, embodying her spirited essence. She raised her hand, casually wiping her mouth where there was no trace of alcohol, merely a habitual gesture. Her gaze was sharp, piercing Yu Bing Shuang, her voice clear and resolute, shattering the suffocating silence. Senior sister, the time has come. Act now. No, I cannot. Yu Bing Shuang shook her head vigorously, tears cascading anew. I don't want to. I cannot do this. Senior sister. Shui Mei's voice remained gentle and soft. Do you remember what our master said when he brought us back to the mountain? The 5 elements, united under one banner, are not for prosperity, but for kindling. From the side, Yinrei jumped in, struggling to conjure her characteristic mischievous smile, though the sadness within it was unmistakable. Oh, come now, senior sister, look at you, crying so unattractively. For over 20 years, we've been through thick and thin, cultivating together and enduring punishments. What joy we've shared. This is not a loss, it's a gain. Qing He nodded, wiping his nose. Indeed, and that kick from Jean Lan was invigorating enough to kick away all the pent-up frustration. Even the timid too, she lifted her head, gripping her clothing tightly, her voice faint yet crystal clear to all ears. For the senior sister, for our mission, I am not afraid. Mo lay on the ground, shackled by invisible chains, listening to their dialogue, albeit unable to comprehend its full meaning. Yet it was evident that they were preparing for a sacrifice. No, what was happening? Why must it lead to death? Jean Lan no longer regarded Yu Bing Shuang's anguished face. She took a deep breath, as if to draw in the last air of this world. Her expression became solemn and grave, her gaze directed towards the void. Each word she spoke was like an ancient incantation, imbued with a mysterious and grand rhythm, recited aloud. Tian Ling Zhen. Buzz. A pure, platinum light surged skyward from within her. Qing Tong Ku. The azure light of endless vitality burst forth from Qing He, yet it bore a tragic air of sacrifice. Zizan Si. The scorching crimson flames blazed around Yin Rui, consuming her very essence. Xian Shui He. The deep, gentle currents of black water radiated from Shui Mei. Calm yet resolute. Ho Tu Lai. The heavy, steady yellow light erupted beneath Tu Shi's feet, the very power of the earth beginning to fracture. 5 beams of light. Not mere spiritual energy, but the very core of their lives and roots. Tian Yuan Ben Yuan. Tian Yuan Ling Zhen. This is an unparalleled foundation, rare for millennia beneath the celestial grade. Tian Yuan Ling Zhen. Yu Bing Shuang mumbled in a daze, her tears flowing more profusely. Master has devoted his entire life, traversing the vast lands of Zhuzhu and beyond, only to find the 5 of you. I truly do not wish for this. Tian Yuan Lingen. Mo's heart trembled violently. In his previous moments of boredom, he had perused related documents regarding Lingen. The grades of Lingen are classified into 5 tiers: Fan, Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. He himself possesses the finest form of Fan-grade Lingen. Tian-grade Lingen is a rarity, said to be capable of supporting an immortal sect during ancient times. Moreover, Ancient legends speak of a grade above Tian, known as Tianyuan, which transcends mere talent, embodying the essence of nature's favor and containing a hint of the fundamental laws. Representing a true celestial seed, those endowed with Tianyuan Lingen in ancient times were destined to ascend to the celestial realm, achieving immortality. Its rarity is such that it is said one might not appear even within an entire era. Yet, their master has gathered 5 disciples, each possessing a Tianyuan Lingen corresponding to the 5 elements. What a monumental achievement! More terrifying still, if the 5 elements of Tianyuan Lingen can harmonize and unify perfectly, there exists a faint possibility of seizing destiny, birthing a true celestial foundation. At this very moment, these 5 extraordinary foundations, capable of driving the ancient cultivation world into madness, are being extricated and dissolved from the depths of their souls. They transform into 5 resplendent rivers of light, representing oblivion. This river of origin flows into MOU's Lingen. How can this be? Through countless unions of yin and yang. MOU's once ordinary yang attribute Lingen has deeply resonated and fused with the 5 sisters Tianyuan Lingen at the most fundamental level. Yin Yang. And the 5 elements are indeed the cornerstones of the world. Their auras and Lingen have long ago reached a state of perfect unity amidst the chaos of those painful nights, becoming indistinguishable from one another. Only this connection, transcending the physical and reaching the essence, allows them to offer everything they possess as a perfect sacrifice to MOU, fueling his ascension. No, stop. Please stop. You will die. Yu Bing Shuang, in a frenzy, attempted to rush forward, but was forcefully restrained by an invisible yet powerful force. It was the sacrificial formation, long laid out and now fully activated, of which she was one of the focal points, unable to break free. The 5 rivers of origin disregarded her despair, winding and merging in the air like rivers converging into the sea, surging with resolute determination into MOU's body. MOU let out a heart-wrenching roar, not of joy from gaining power, but of excruciating pain as his body and soul were forcibly torn apart and transformed. He felt as though his body was a balloon on the verge of bursting, 5 vast and diverse forces, yet sharing the same root, violently crashing against his original Lingen. Fangrade? The barrier shattered like a bubble, instantly propelling him into Huanggrade. Huanggrade initial, middle, high, and peak. Like a storm, it broke through without hindrance, crashing directly into Xiangrade. The ascent through Xiangrade occurred at an astonishing speed, and after reaching its pinnacle, the barrier of D-grade burst open. D-grade, a qualification worthy of a giant in the ancient cultivation world. However, the metamorphosis did not cease. From D-grade initial, middle, high to peak, the momentum was unstoppable, breaking through D-grade and reaching Tian grade. The enhancement of Lingen's quality finally met an ancient chasm at the pinnacle of Tian grade, as the influx of light began to grow arduous. The separation between celestial and mortal becoming as vast as the distance between stars and dust. Enough. This is already sufficient. Do not continue. Yu Bing Shuang wept profusely, her voice hoarse, almost pleading. Shui Mei's already ethereal silhouette in the air fluttered slightly. She paused for a moment, gazing at Yu Bing Shuang with a complex expression, ultimately exhaling a barely audible sigh. The eldest sister's 5-element sacrifice requires the guidance of the Taiyin to manifest the sun. No sooner had she spoken than Yu Bing Shuang's body trembled violently. Within her, an exquisitely cold and noble power, deserving of reverence, was ruthlessly extracted by the formation. That was the Taiyin Lingen, not Tianyuan, but a true essence that transcends the mundane, existing solely within ancient mythology. Celestial grade Lingen. In that resplendent antiquity, those possessing celestial grade Lingen were revered as beings from the heavens. It signified being born atop the clouds, destined to soar through the 9 heavens alongside true dragons and phoenixes. They cultivated at an astonishing pace, bypassing the trials of calamity, directly ascending to the heavenly realms, achieving immortality alongside the cosmos. What Yu Bing Shuang possesses is the ultimate Taiyin Lingen among celestial grade. Had she existed in that distant past, she would have been a goddess of the Moon Palace, a fairy of the Guanggan Palace, an existence revered by all. Furthermore, it is rumored that Tei and Lingen cannot naturally arise, only being passed down through reincarnation. Alas, the times have changed. At an unknown point, the heavenly palace collapsed, the celestial path severed, and the gates to the heavens permanently closed. The cultivation system underwent a complete transformation, emphasizing the cultivation of qi. More tragically, in this era, possessing celestial-grade Lingen not only fails to provide assistance, but becomes a terrifying shackle, as it suppresses the birth of qi to an almost desperate extent. This is also the reason why Yu Bingshuang's progress in cultivation appears not to be extraordinary. At this moment, the celestial Tian Lingen of Yu Bingshuang is forcibly awakened by the sacrificial formation, becoming the ultimate guide and catalyst. Her supreme and chilling celestial power tenderly, yet absolutely consumes all that her five sisters have burned their lives and souls into, dedicating it as the final and most fervent fuel for MOU's already transcendent Tian-grade Lingen furnace. Sisters. Jean Lan's figure began to turn transparent, her smile radiant like sunlight, devoid of any shadow. On the road to the Yellow Springs, walking together is not lonely. In the next life, we shall still be sisters. I shall still be the liveliest one. Yen Rue called out with a smile, the crimson glow completely dissipating, merging into the ultimate river of light. Eldest sister, take care. Shui may bid farewell softly, the dark brilliance dispersing like mist. How delightful. It feels like a grand fireworks display. Qin He's innocent and carefree voice gradually receded, the azure light flickering and fading. Too, she said nothing, merely mustering her last ounce of strength to offer a faint yet courageous smile towards Yu Bingshuang and MOU, filled with the essence of farewell. Before the amber glow vanished, guided by the ten, the five elements became fuel, while the sun shone high above. Jean Lan's final voice echoed. 5 beams of unparalleled brilliance, 5 vibrant lives, ultimately chose to completely burn out in the harshest manner, transforming into nothingness. In the air, only remnants of crystalline trails, akin to teardrops, slowly drifted down. No, Yu Bingshuang let out a heart-wrenching wail, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained, her gaze hollow, as though her very soul had perished. Meanwhile, within MOU, the indomitable barrier between the celestial and the mortal shattered under the guidance of the supreme Tian power and the ultimate impact of the 5 elements Tianyuan origin. Boom! An indescribable warmth, imbued with endless majesty, as if it could melt and create all things, surged forth from MOU's body, radiant as the sun, illuminating the universe. Deep within his danshan, a miniature sun emanating boundless light and heat was born. Celestial-grade Lingen. Sun Lingen. Accomplished. MOU suddenly sat upright, enveloped in a gentle golden glow. However, this vast power brought not a hint of joy, but an icy despair. He scanned his surroundings, where the 5 sisters once sat, now empty. Only in the air lingered the slowly dissipating trails of light, carrying their final breaths. Everything that had just unfolded felt like the most brutal tide, instantly sweeping away his rationality. What are you doing? I do not understand. I truly do not understand. MOU emitted a roar that was anything but human. In Chapter 27, as the time to sever ties drew near, Yu Bingshuang curled up in the center of the frigid array, her pristine white gown sullied by dust and tears, devoid of its former luster. Her beautiful eyes lost focus, gazing into a world that was a kaleidoscope of bizarre illusions, frantically intertwining and shattering. A profound sense of helplessness and guilt washed over her like a chilling tide, drowning the last vestiges of her clarity. Let in like this. Her slender fingers weakly grasped the cold, rough ground beneath her. The sharp pain at her fingertips paled in comparison to the heartbreak she felt. Ultimately, I cannot accept this. All she desired was to escape. Her consciousness sank like a stone into an unfathomable cold pool, gradually peeling away her perception of the outside world. Her long eyelashes resembled the wings of a broken butterfly, slowly covering her shattered eyes. The world faded from her sight. Yet, at the very moment her consciousness seemed to succumb entirely, those eyes suddenly flared open. The previous emptiness and despair vanished, replaced by an almost otherworldly brightness, with madness, mockery, and a devil-may-care flame dancing in the depths of her pupils. Her entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. If the former Yu Bing Shuang was a solitary lotus atop a snow-capped peak, cool and ethereal, then she was now a beguiling flower blooming in the abyss. Enchanting and sinister. A wicked, exaggerated smile curved her lips, starkly contrasting with her usual serene expression. She even extended her tongue, lightly brushing against her slightly pale lower lip, the motion imbued with an indescribable wildness and allure. "Oh," she exclaimed with a playful tone, as if discovering an intriguing treasure, lazily propping herself up with her arms, her gaze flitting around with interest. The remnants of the array's patterns still flickered faintly, and the air was thick with the lingering intensity of the violent energy that had subsided, along with a faint melancholy belonging to the dissipating essence of the 5 elements. "The formation I taught them to set up has exceeded my expectations." She clapped her hands, as if applauding a performance, her eyes brimming with admiration and even a hint of pride. "Look how thoroughly this spiritual root has burned, how precisely the energy has been guided. The sacrifice was a resounding success, clean and efficient. Excellent, excellent." With a casual wave of her fingers, she seemed to pluck at invisible strings, the remaining light of the formation oscillating in response to her movements, producing a subtle humming sound. This seemingly random gesture revealed her unparalleled mastery over the intricate array. Then, she rose, her posture graceful and alluring, each step echoing a peculiar rhythm that blended seduction with madness, as she approached MOU, who was ensnared in a vortex of confusion and despair. MOU sensed the approaching presence and looked up in bewilderment. Upon meeting her gaze, filled with mockery and madness, he froze entirely. This visage belonged to Yu Bing Shuang, yet her aura was so unfamiliar that it sent shivers down his spine. "Little brother," she leaned closer, her icy fingers playfully lifting MOU's chin, compelling his dazed self to meet her eyes. Her voice dripped with sweetness, yet was as venomous as a serpent's tongue. "Do you know why little Bing Bing was so kind to you from the very beginning?" Without waiting for MOU's response, she answered herself, her face alight with the satisfaction of a successful prank. "It was I who influenced her. If it weren't for me secretly prying open a crack in her icy heart, how could you have so easily slipped inside?" She tapped her finger against her temple, her eyes glinting with cunning. "You are simply too suitable, too suitable. She must fall in love with you. Only by loving you can this play continue." And that technique that stirs your yang energy, compelling you to seek her for dual cultivation, that was also I inadvertently guiding her to give it to you. Ha! She laughed uncontrollably, her form quaking with mirth. "And thus, you two have had so many intimate exchanges afterward. I truly am magnificent. All of this is thanks to me." MOU's mind was a blank slate. All his previous doubts and coincidences seemed to coalesce into clarity. It turned out that the kindness from the very beginning was a meticulously orchestrated seduction. He felt like a marionette, each step dictated by another's design. And little brother, do you know? The sinister Yu Bing Shuang appeared pleased by his crumbling worldview, continuing to torment his nerves with cruel words. All of this could have been avoided. She leaned in closer, almost whispering in his ear, her tone eerily melodic. Little Bing Bing, made a bet with me. If that night you had been able to reject Yen Shimei, she would have forsaken this path of inevitable sacrifice at all costs. And the Shimei would not have needed to be sacrificed. I swear, I absolutely did not interfere at that time. She raised her hand as if swearing an oath. Yet her eyes gleamed with malice, relishing the unfolding drama. The details of that fateful night, bathed in the enchanting moonlight, surged back to MOU's mind. He remembered being manipulated by the moonlight. But if his will had been stronger, if he could have resisted, could he have salvaged this tragedy? He clutched his hair tightly with both hands. Ha. Hearing MOU's anguished cries, she erupted into laughter as if hearing the most delightful joke in the world. Her laughter shrill and grating, echoing throughout the courtyard, brimming with mad delight. Little Bing Bing, how foolish, how naive. She laughed until tears streamed down her face, pointing at MOU and then at herself. Does it matter whether I interfere? Ha. Her laughter abruptly ceased, her face suddenly cloaked in cold indifference and mockery, as she pointed dramatically at the moon that had risen at some unknown time, casting its soft glow. This is a predetermined path. She had no choice. The The moon in the sky will not acquiesce. Ha ha! Mou abruptly looked up, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the luminous moon. Finally, a name surfaced in his mind. Is it you, Fuyu? His chest swelled with an almost explosive rage. Once again, it was her. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he felt as though he had been living in the shadow of this woman, manipulated like a pawn. Don't be hasty, foolish boy. The puzzle has not yet been completely unraveled. The malevolent Yu Bingshuang reveled in his impending collapse, continuing to peel away the bloody truth. Do you know why the Shimei must unite with you? It's not merely for sacrifice or to assist your breakthrough. It's far more intricate. She tilted her head, a cruel and playful smile gracing her lips. Every single intertwining moment you share with each Shimei, little Bing Bing, she tapped her temple again. A wicked smile spreading across her face is a witness. In places visible to you, or in those hidden from your sight, Mou felt as though struck by lightning. The intimate moments by the steaming springs, the clandestine rendezvous amidst fragrant herbs. Did she know all of it? What must have been her feelings at that time? Ha ha! It was all to make her bear witness, to experience the ultimate betrayal. She spread her arms wide, as if embracing the intangible energy birthed from profound agony. Her expression, one of intoxication and greed. Let her see how her beloved person performs in various acts with her most cherished Shimei. And on top of that, with her dearest Shimei, unreservedly sacrificing everything. This despair is truly delectable. She could not help but extend her crimson tongue, licking her lips. The deepest love intertwined with the most profound hatred swirled in a vortex of contradictions, erupting from endless despair, manifesting the ruthless energy required for the cultivation of the path of ruthlessness. Ah, this path of ruthlessness is truly not meant for mortals. She suddenly cursed, a sense of catharsis washing over her. That celestial-grade spiritual root is utterly vexing. Suddenly, she pouted like a little girl, voicing her grievances. The suppression upon the perception and emergence of qi was exceedingly severe, especially for someone like Xiao Bingbing, whose innate nature was cold and distant. Further influenced by the Taiyin spiritual root, it was nearly impossible for her to generate sufficiently intense and conflicting emotions under such repression. Yet curiously, when she first laid eyes upon Mou, Xiao Bingbing managed to birth a faint wisp of emotional qi despite the overwhelming primordial suppression. Although feeble, it was astonishingly pure. Furthermore, Mou happened to possess the Yang spiritual root, which resonated harmoniously with her Taiyin energy. It seemed as if everything was predestined, tailor-made for the grand design of her master. She ceased observing Mou's pale, wan countenance and continued, her tone filled with admiration for a perfect creation. Do you know why your spiritual root had to be elevated to celestial grade? Because once a spiritual root attains this level, it merges completely with the cultivator's soul and life essence, rendering it almost impossible to be forcibly severed by external forces. Moreover, between celestial-grade spiritual roots that attract one another, a profound resonance arises, guided by special formations and triggered by extreme emotional upheavals. They can temporarily detach from their hosts, akin to the sun and moon alternating in the sky, wandering through the heavens and earth, absorbing the essence of the cosmos to undergo transformation and sublimation. This process is known as the spiritual root celestial tour. You see, is this plan not flawless? She smiled radiantly. The resonance born from the union of yin and yang forcibly activates Xiao Bingbing's celestial grade Taiyin spiritual root, using the 5 elements heavenly origin spiritual root as kindling. Guided by the Taiyin root, it forges your celestial grade Great Sun spiritual root. Then, through formations and the ruthless qi unleashed from Xiao Bingbing's extreme love-hate contradictions, it acts as the final catalyst. She fell silent, her playful expression instantly vanishing. Suddenly, she raised her hands, her 10 fingers dancing to form an ancient, eerie hand seal. Sun and moon shine together, spiritual root celestial tour, activate. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically. The residual formation light intensified, echoing the bright moon in the sky. A clear, melodious phoenix cry resounded through the heavens. A chilling, soul-freezing orb of light slowly materialized above Yu Bingshuang's head. Within it, the faint silhouette of a laurel tree swayed gracefully, This was the manifestation of the celestial grade, Tian, spiritual root, S origin. Almost simultaneously, Mo felt a heart-wrenching pain erupt in his danshin, as if something vital was being forcibly extracted. A scorching orb, radiating boundless masculine energy like molten lava, burst uncontrollably from his body. At its core blazed a miniature, blazing sun, the celestial grade, great sun spiritual root he had just acquired, purchased at the sacrifice of 5 junior sisters. The 2 celestial grade spiritual roots floated in midair like the sun and moon in the firmament, shining brilliantly together. They drew in the ambient spiritual energy frantically, forming a colossal vortex of qi. Finally, liberation. The entity controlling Yu Bingshuang's body sighed deeply with satisfaction, as if a weight of 1,000 pounds had been lifted. An unprecedented freedom flooded every fiber of her being. Her gaze grew wilder and more uninhibited, her movements fluid and natural, as if this were her true form. Her eyes passed beyond the suspended sun and moon roots, locking onto Mou, and more precisely, the intangible, formless yet potent ruthlessness born from Yu Bingshuang's profound love for him, and the extreme hatred born from betrayal, calculation, and helplessness. These 2 polar emotions collided fiercely and annihilated each other, giving birth to an even colder, almost divine merciless qi. This aura was not mere negative emotion, but the residue of emotional transcendence, a near-principal remnant, the supreme resource for cultivating the path of ruthlessness. Seek qi. Instantly, countless barely perceptible gray streams of qi stirred in the air. These currents were cold and lifeless, devoid of any emotional hue, yet imbued with a terrifying implication of severance and indifference. They surged silently and frantically from Mou's body and the void, as if summoned by invisible specters, converging upon Yu Bingshuang's brow. This was the ashes left by the total collapse of her emotional world, the foundation of mercilessness born from extreme contradiction. With a thunderous roar, the peak of qi-seeking was reached. This was no mere accumulation of power, but a plundering and alignment of the Tao itself. Infinite love and hatred intertwined, ultimately culminating in absolute ruthlessness. Under the impetus of this merciless qi infused with shards of emotional law, her cultivation instantly soared to the coveted qi gathering stage, breaking through to its utmost extreme with unstoppable momentum. This unprecedented breakthrough was possible because the merciless qi, serving as the cultivational resource, had reached an inconceivable intensity. Yu Bingshuang's celestial grade spiritual root suppression and cold temperament caused her emotions to surpass those of ordinary people. The conflict and annihilation of these emotions propelled the intensity to its zenith. Naturally, the merciless qi condensed from this foundation was of extraordinary quality, enabling her to shatter the limits of qi gathering. Though seemingly unbelievable, it accorded perfectly with internal logic, refining extreme ruthlessness from extreme emotion. Sensing the cold yet unparalleled power coursing through her body, and the merciless qi that seemed capable of disregarding all worldly feelings, Yu Bingshuang smiled contentedly. When her gaze returned to Mou, the playful and teasing spark in her exotic eyes had vanished, replaced by a dangerous gleam as if gazing upon a lifeless object. Her crimson lips parted, uttering chilling words. It is time to sever the qi. Chapter 28. Shun Gue Bing's qi, all previous doubts, and the faint, flickering clues suddenly converged like a cruel noose, tightening mercilessly around Mou's heart. Why did Yu Bingshuang suddenly urge cherishing the moment and speak words nearly akin to farewell? Because she had long known that this cruel path of sacrificing her own emotions might be her sole destiny. Why did the 5 junior sisters' gazes toward him alternate between complexity and despair he could not fathom at the time? Damn this wretched place. Damn it. Damn it. What kind of nonsense cultivation is this? Mou roared silently in his heart, a suffocating blend of frustration and rage threatening to burst his chest. He felt like a fool, a marionette led by invisible strings, playing the most humiliating clown in a meticulously scripted drama. To hell with qi-seeking, qi-gathering, and qi-severing. Which perverse mind conceived such a cultivation path, requiring manipulation of hearts, trampling on true feelings, and sacrificing loved ones? It was more demonic than demonic cultivation itself. Endless frustration mixed with the sting of betrayal and pity for Yu Bingshuang's true predicament engulfed him, slowing his thoughts to a crawl. He wished to contact his resilient cancer clone or summon his arrogant, domineering clone, even if only to move a single finger. Yet, the overwhelming qi surrounding him, imbued with absolute regulatory suppression, bound him tightly. He was like a fish on the chopping board, unable even to wriggle his tail. The sinister Yu Bingshuang seemed to revel in his silent fury and utter helplessness. Like a cat toying with its prey, she circled Mo gracefully and eerily, her fingertips lightly tracing the taut skin of his neck, sending shivers down his spine. By the way, little brother, she suddenly paused, tilting her head to reveal an innocent yet venomous smile, her voice sugary sweet. I seem to have encountered a dilemma. Guess I should sever the qi? Without awaiting his reply, she clapped her hands gleefully, her face radiating exaggerated delight. Ah, I've got it. It's super simple. She leaned in close to Mo, their noses almost touching, exhaling softly. It is quite simple. All that is needed is to use the spine of a heartless person to meld the Xianpin to Ri-Lingen and Taiyin-Lingen. Ah, the convergence of yin and yang, with the spiritual roots serving as fuel and the threads of emotion as the guiding line. The spine acts as kindling, effortlessly severing the thick, emotionless aura, forging a perfect Tao body, while also acquiring an extraordinarily powerful innate Tao artifact. This treasure, imbued with love, hate, desire, and the essence of ancient and modern karmic bonds, is truly a bargain. Her tone was light, as if sharing a delightful culinary recipe. However, she furrowed her brow, feigning distress as she poked Mo's chest. This heartless one is so hard to find. Where could he be? Hey. The malice behind her laughter was almost palpable. Damn it, you wretched creature. Mo spat through clenched teeth. Oh dear, how rude. Yu Bingshuang chided him with a glance, though her eyes sparkled with excitement. She ceased her chatter. Her jade-like hand rose slowly. Within her palm, the chilling power of the Taiyin and the searing heat of the sun twisted and merged, forming a terrifying suction force directed at the center of Mo's back. Come, young man, lend me your spine. Ah, Mo let out a muffled cry of pain. It was not merely physical pain, but a sensation of being forcibly ripped from the very essence of life. He felt as though his spine were a living dragon, ensnared by invisible hooks, being dragged inch by inch from his flesh and nervous system. His vision blurred, and the sound of his bones wailing sent chills up his spine. The shadow of death loomed more clearly than ever. In that moment of despair, Shen Kuei Bing gazed on, entranced. His face was flushed, breath heavy, hands gripping his clothing tightly. His body trembled with excitement. Yes, just like that. Bingshuang, kill him, extract his bones, refine his soul, he hissed under his breath, his eyes gleaming with a pathological fervor, his hands clawing at the rocks beneath him, leaving white streaks. Only in this way can you completely shed these worldly, emotional shackles. Then you will see me. You must be mine, only mine. He was lost in his twisted fantasies, as if envisioning Yu Bingshuang stepping over Mo's corpse, ascending to the pinnacle of ruthlessness, while he became her sole follower, her only possessor. Yet, the next moment, the extreme excitement and perverse flush on his face vanished as swiftly as the tide, replaced by a cold, profound rationality, as if a different soul had taken over. His demeanor turned dark and dangerous. Damn it, he growled, his fist smashing into the nearby rock, creating a shallow pit. Why? This despair, this humiliation, this fury is so intense. Why is my impotent rage not yet coalesced? What is still lacking? What is still lacking? His gaze locked onto the suffering Mo, a flicker of anxiety and confusion crossing his eyes. No, he cannot die now. If he dies, my path will lack the most crucial element. With determination, Shen Kuei Bing suddenly shot out from his hiding place. In his hand, an unassuming gray jade pendant erupted with blinding light. A force specifically aimed at suppressing souls and foreign essences surged toward Yu Bingshuang. Tisk. The malevolent Yu Bingshuang seemed to have anticipated this, reluctantly halting her extraction of Mo's spine, and with a swift motion, countered with a palm strike. The energies of yin and yang swirling to meet the suppressive force. Boom! The clash of energies produced a thunderous roar. Shen Kuei Bing's body jolted. a trickle of blood escaping his lips, clearly indicating that enduring this attack came at a price. Yet his gaze remained cold and resolute, leveraging the extraordinary, one-time use properties of the Jade Pendant. He managed to withstand the backlash and briefly suppress the sinister aura surrounding Yu Bingshuang, disrupting her momentarily. Yu Bingshuang stabilized herself, and rather than displaying anger, she regarded Shen Kuei-bing as if he were an intriguing toy, sizing him up with an exceedingly seductive smile, even licking her lips. Oh, she elongated her tone, her voice light in a way that sent shivers down the spine. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just my most loyal and obedient little lapdog. She emphasized the words little lapdog with a playful bite. What is wrong? Seeing your master dealing with trash made you unable to resist, wagging your tail in eagerness for attention? She tilted her head, feigning contemplation, before suddenly realizing, speaking in a tone reserved for pets. Oh dear, come here, lie down, and I'll reward you with a bone to chew on. Shen Kuei-bing's expression darkened, yet a flicker of rage in his deep-set eyes quickly transformed into deeper mockery. He snorted disdainfully, haha, as expected of one who cultivates the path of ruthlessness. Your tongue is as sharp as your actions. Ah, I remember now. Your path of cultivation is truly extraordinary. Haha. First, you deceive the man you fancy. Then hand him over to another woman. And finally, watch them grow intimate while you emerge to flay him alive, achieving your grand design. Impressive. Truly impressive. You are a model for our generation. Yu Bingshuang paid no mind to his sarcasm, instead appearing delighted by what she perceived as the highest praise, laughing with abandon. Oh my, the little dog can even compliment now. In the path of the Tao, all is but a pile of bones. Adding or subtracting one makes no difference. What is wrong? Do you wish to lie down early and become my beautiful stepping stone? Shen Kuei-bing ignored her taunts, his eyes fixed on her, as if peering through her to contemplate something, his tone turning urgent and bewildered. Mo, you cannot die. Not yet. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently, a horrifying light igniting in his eyes as he turned to the near-death Mou, then back to Yu Bingshuang, bursting into maniacal laughter. I understand. I comprehend. Haha. It is because it is still insufficient. This feeling of being controlled and treated as a mere plaything. This humiliation has not yet reached its peak. He pointed at Mou, shouting at Yu Bingshuang. He must be the one to slay you with his own hands. Let me feel the utmost unwillingness and disgrace. Only then can this extreme emotional conflict reach its zenith. My resentment will find fulfillment. It will be complete. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingshuang's eyes lit up, as if discovering an extraordinary treasure, clapping her hands, exhilarated like a child. How wonderful. Truly marvelous. To use ruthlessness to enhance passion, to achieve your existence through my demise? Ah, those who cultivate the path of extreme passion truly stand out among the perverse, geniuses among the mad. Ha ha ha. We are indeed a match made in heaven. Her tone shifted, her smile turning exceedingly ambiguous and wicked, her gaze captivating as it drifted towards Shen Kuei-bing. However, little lapdog, I know all about your little escapades. She lowered her voice, like a lover's whisper, yet laced with venom. You've been spying, haven't you? Watching me and Mou in our intimate moments. And even when he was close with that fiery little junior sister, you were lurking in the shadows, observing everything clearly, weren't you? Shen Kuei-bing's face turned ashen, his eyes flickering with a hint of panic and embarrassment at having his most secret thoughts exposed. Yet Yu Bingshuang laughed even more joyfully, as though she had caught him in a trap. How was it? Was it a feast for the eyes? Stimulating, wasn't it? My little lapdog. Did you enjoy the view? Were you thinking, Her tone dripped with blatant provocation and humiliation. Now that you've seen enough and are satisfied, you wish to incite others to kill the chef? Yu Bingshuang assumed a pouting pose, her expression pitiful. Oh dear, I'm truly heartbroken. I worked so hard. You. Shen Kuei-bing trembled with rage, his face shifting from pale to red. Mou, lying on the ground, listened to their explosive dialogue, his heart numb to the point where he could barely muster the strength to retort. Damn it, not only is he a pervert, but also a super pervert with voyeuristic tendencies. Is there anyone normal in this sect from top to bottom? Lao Zi, have I fallen into a den of perversion? Just as Mou's heart cried out in despair, Shen Kuei-bing was evidently driven to a state of utter fury, or perhaps a blend of shame and rage. With a deafening roar, he ceased to waste words and fully activated the jade pendant. The pendant's radiance surged, transforming into a gray cage that firmly ensnared Yu Bingshuang, while his own cultivation surged to its zenith, unleashing a bizarre aura of extreme obsession and madness that recklessly surged toward Yu Bingshuang. Yu Bingshuang's wicked smile persisted. As the energies of yin and yang surged, violently clashing with the gray cage and Shen Kuei-bing's fervent aura. In this instance, Shen Kuei-bing was evidently fighting for his life, even going so far as to burn his essence and employ secret techniques to unleash the extraordinary power of the disposable artifact. Moreover, it appeared as though Yu Bingshuang was deliberately testing the waters, refraining from delivering a lethal blow immediately. In an instant, the air crackled with energy, and dust was sent flying. Shen Kuei-bing coughed blood repeatedly, his form staggering, yet the madness in his eyes sustained him, enabling him to momentarily suppress Yu Bingshuang's wicked aura, causing her movements to slow. Seizing this chance, Shen Kuei-bing lunged toward Mou like a vengeful spirit. Lifting him with a forceful grip, a domineering power surged into Mou's body, not for healing, but rather to forcibly stimulate his nerves by exhausting his latent potential, temporarily restoring his ability to act, albeit at the cost of excruciating pain, as if countless needles were piercing through him, leaving his consciousness somewhat blurred. Shen Kuei-bing thrust a pitch-black short blade, exuding an ominous aura of curse, into Mou's hands, gesturing toward the temporarily trapped Yu Bingshuang. His voice laced with both seduction and command. Go, kill her. Eliminate this evil spirit that has taken over your beloved's body. This is the only thing you can do. It is your sole path to liberation. Mou's gaze was vacant, gripping the cold hilt, akin to a marionette controlled by invisible strings. He trudged toward Yu Bingshuang. Yet, at the very moment Mou stepped forward, the depth and calmness on Shen Kuei-bing's face vanished, reverting to that twisted, infatuated demeanor, as if he had just regained consciousness. Upon witnessing Mou raise the blade toward Yu Bingshuang, he immediately let out a terrified scream. Yet his body remained rigid in place due to the backlash from his earlier outburst and secret technique, unable to move. Mou, stop, you beast. What do you intend to do to Bingshuang? You shall not touch her. Drop the blade. Bingshuang, run. This is nothing short of a deranged pervert. Mou paid no heed to the frantic cries behind him, or rather, he had become too weary to discern what was real from what was not. He merely dragged his agonized and numbed body, wielding the seemingly weighty pitch-black short blade, step by step, toward the enchanting yet cold and sinister Yu Bingshuang. Chapter 29. Arrogance. The moonlight was chilling, like a layer of frost blanketing the dilapidated courtyard. Mou felt as if he were a vessel devoid of a soul, each joint's movement accompanied by a sense of sluggishness. His consciousness was compressed into a small corner of his skull, drawn forward by the invisible threads woven by Shen Kuei-bing's bizarre power, step by step toward that alluring figure. His fingers were cold and stiff, tightly gripping the oddly shaped, constantly emanating ominous vibrations of the cursed short blade. The blade's surface did not reflect the moonlight. Instead, it seemed to absorb light, manifesting a deeper darkness amidst the night. With each step, the distance shrank. The sinister Yu Bingshuang was firmly held in place by an invisible force, a product of Shen Kuei-bing's other persona, ensuring that this extreme humiliation would unfold according to his script. Yet, the restraint on her body did not diminish the brilliance in her eyes. Rather, it added an aura of playfulness and mockery. She observed Mou approach like a marionette, and instead of fear, a twisted and excited smile formed at the corners of her lips. Little brother, her voice dripped with a sticky sweetness. Do you truly intend to kill me? Mou's body continued to advance, but the moment he heard her voice, his soul trembled violently. Have you forgotten? The sinister Yu Bingshuang tilted her head slightly, her gaze dreamy, as if lost in some delightful memory. Do you not recall when I taught you swordplay in the courtyard, sunlight filtering through the bamboo, leaves onto your sweat-drenched forehead? You were quite adorable, clumsy as you were. Deep within Mou's consciousness, an uncontrollable image surfaced. Yu Bingshuang clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, wielding a wooden sword, closely guiding him in sword practice. Her fingertips grazed his wrist, bringing a chill that ignited a fervor within him. Have you forgotten the night of the medicinal bath? The sinister Yu Bing Shuang's voice continued. Like a whisper from a demon, you grimaced in pain, and I stayed by your side amidst the swirling mist, your gaze toward me filled with infatuation. The scene shifted. A massive medicinal vat, the boiling concoction exuding a pungent aroma. Yu gritted his teeth, enduring, while Yu Bing Shuang guided him through the medicinal force. In that time, on the mountaintop, watching the sunset, her voice took on a strange tenderness. The sky ablaze with colors, it captivated even me for a fleeting moment. Oh, in our intimate moments, your innocence, your passion, truly unforgettable. These deliberately stirred memories now transformed into the sharpest of blades, repeatedly tormenting Yu's heart. Each cherished recollection corresponded to the cruel truth hidden beneath. The schemes of Yu Fuyu, the manipulation of the sinister persona, the sacrifices of his fellow disciples. His life was merely a meticulously orchestrated play, aiming to awaken the damned ruthlessness within Yu Bing Shuang. Pain, regret, hatred, fury. A myriad of emotions threatened to tear apart Yu's remaining consciousness. He wished to roar, to hurl the cursed short blade at the unseen puppet master. Yet his body remained uncontrollably lifted. The blade pointed toward Yu Bing Shuang's heart. At that moment, the full moon hanging high in the night sky seemed to shine with an unexpected brightness, its silvery light pouring down. It bore a coldness that looked down upon all living beings. If one were to gaze into the distance, perhaps they would vaguely discern a figure, exceedingly hazy yet radiating an air of supreme authority, observing everything that transpired below. Yu Fuyu. She had been watching from the shadows all along. To her, the severing energy of Yu Bing Shuang was of utmost importance, and any lapse was intolerable. Upon seeing Yu raise the blade as anticipated, a fleeting glimmer of emotion flickered in her eyes. Shen Bing's involvement, coupled with the evident traces of control over Yu, introduced a hint of uncertainty into the situation. Ultimately, mere ants, causing unnecessary complications. Yu Fuyu scoffed inwardly. She could not tolerate any unforeseen disruption to Yu Bing Shuang's severing energy. Her delicate hand, as exquisite as jade, subtly lifted. An obscure spiritual light began to coalesce at her fingertips. Just as she was about to take action, a sigh, barely audible, seemed to traverse endless space, resonating beside her. Yu Fuyu's pupils constricted, the gathered spiritual light dissipating in an instant, her aura turning extraordinarily frigid. She abruptly turned her head, only to find an unfamiliar figure had appeared beside her. The newcomer was enveloped in a mist that seemed to distort light, obscuring their true appearance, only allowing for a faint outline of an elder. He had silently emerged, as if he had always been there, merging with the surrounding moonlight and space. Matters of the younger generation, the elder's voice was ancient yet calm, carrying an undeniable weight. It is perhaps best that we old fellows refrain from intervening. Yu Fuyu's gaze turned icy, firmly locking onto the figure cloaked in mist. Her formidable spiritual sense swept across, yet it felt as though it had vanished into the sea, unable to penetrate the seemingly thin mist. This realization sent alarm bells ringing in her mind. Oof. Yu Fuyu let out a cold laugh, her voice laced with unmasked derision and disdain. Concealing oneself, which wretch from Fu Gua Peak carries such a repugnant aura? Could it be that Wang Penjiu, who follows me around like a weary dog, yet cannot even brush against the hem of my garment, is the one in question? Her words dripped with venom, aimed at provoking her opponent or, at the very least, uncovering some hidden truths. The silhouette, shrouded in mist, seemed to pause momentarily, followed by a hearty yet ambiguous laughter. Ha ha ha, Penjiu? You mean that useless lad? Indeed, he has become a source of amusement among us old folks, wandering aimlessly and eliciting nothing but disdain. Beneath the fog, the elder's lips twitched slightly, cursing inwardly. Yu Fuyu, you wicked woman, your gaze remains as piercing as ever. Yet today, I shall assume the role of Wang Penjiu's father and shall not concede. Yu Fuyu's expression grew colder. She discerned the veiled mockery in the elder's words. But this was neither the time nor place to dwell on his identity. The energy below had reached a critical juncture. With Yu's blade, mere inches from Yu Bing Shuang's heart. Stand aside. Yu Fuiyu's voice rang out with unyielding authority, exuding an overwhelming spiritual pressure, distorting the surrounding moonlight, as if the very fabric of space could no longer withstand strain. Otherwise, do not blame me for cutting you down along with her. In the face of Yu Fuiyu's sudden surge of terrifying momentum, the elder remained seemingly unfazed, merely taking a gentle step forward. This seemingly casual movement acted like a stabilizing force, quietly soothing the ripples in space caused by Yu Fuiyu's overwhelming aura. The mist enveloping him swirled subtly, emanating an essence of myriad causes and effects that did not touch him. Amidst all calamities, he remained unscathed, embodying an enigmatic path. This is a contest of Tao. The elder's voice remained calm, yet carried an added gravity. You must not intervene. He raised his gaze, his eyes seemingly piercing through the mist and the fabric of space, landing upon the struggling youth and the frenzied maiden below. To transcend emotion is to reach the Tao. To be utterly devoted is also a path to the Tao. Even that boy seems to possess intriguing qualities. The current predicament is a trial for Bing Shuang, a consequence of Shun Kuobing's madness. But is it not also a twist of fate for that peculiar lad? Success and failure lie within the heavens. Each shall accept their fate. Yu Fuiyu, your obsession has grown too profound, leading you into a demonic haze. To forcefully intervene risks divine retribution, jeopardizing not just your own path, but potentially obliterating that child. Divine retribution? The path? Yu Fuiyu appeared to hear the most ludicrous jest of the world, yet her countenance bore no trace of amusement, only a nearly fanatical fervor. I shall spare no cost for Bing Shuang to grow strong. She too must pay any price. In this moment, her thoughts were sharply pierced by the elder's words, dragging her back to a distant past. Once, she had a brother who shone like the sun. He was a prodigy of their sect, the family's pride, achieving golden core Tao fruit at a tender age, illuminating the entire sect, her eternal idol whom she worshipped unreservedly. She recalled her brother gently ruffling her hair, smiling as he said, Fuiyu, practice diligently, and one day I will take you to see the highest vistas of this world. However, one fateful day, the heavens wept, and the chime of the Tao rang mournfully. Her brother's resplendent golden core Tao fruit fell from the heavens, shattering and dissipating into nothingness. Her idol, her faith, her soul warmth, was extinguished, leaving her in a world devoid of warmth and filled with hatred. The only bloodline he left behind was Yu Bingshuang. How could this child be a mere mediocre, a failure walking a path long discarded by time? She would not allow it. Absolutely not. Yu Bingshuang must become powerful. She must surpass everyone. She must inherit her brother's legacy, and one day unveil the truth, reclaiming the golden core Tao fruit that was rightfully his. For this goal, she could become ruthless, scheming against all, sacrificing everything, including her own emotions, and even Yu Bingshuang's normal life. She felt she too should pay any price. And as her brother's daughter, Yu Bingshuang should bear the brunt of this sacrifice. It was a belief twisted to its utmost, yet unassailable in her heart. A most cruel abduction cloaked in the guise of love and expectation. I will not allow it. Yu Fuiyu's gaze was locked onto the elder, shrouded in mist, her madness and coldness coalescing into something palpable. I will not permit her to fall before this. No one shall obstruct her. Not you. Once again, her aura surged, her Tao body radiating unstable light, clearly prepared to take any risk, even if it meant destroying this very body, to intervene forcibly. She needed to ensure Yu Bingshuang could successfully sever her energy and reach the pinnacle of energy gathering. That was the line. The moonlight above twisted utterly, transforming into countless icy blades, all aimed at the elder in the mist. In the courtyard, Imoyu remained oblivious to the terrifying confrontation above. His entire world had shrunk to the stunning yet deranged visage before him, and the short blade poised to strike. Shen Kuobing's control over his soul was powerful and bizarre. The feeling of helplessness and humiliation clung to him like the most viscous mire, threatening to consume his will entirely, turning him into mere fodder for Shun Kuobing's extreme emotional Tao. I will not submit. I, Imoyu, have traversed realms, even if I am but a waste. I shall not be anyone's pawn, a piece for Yu Fuiyu, a puppet for Shun Kuobing, a catalyst for the sinister Yu Bingshuang. To hell with that. A flame of utter defiance and fury, originating from the depths of his soul, ignited fiercely. This flame seared his very essence, shattering an invisible barrier in an instant, connecting him to the innate arrogance of modernity that overlooks this otherworldly realm. Arrogance avatar. Activate. Damn it, are you done yet? A roar erupted not from his throat, but from the very depths of his soul. With a thrum, an indescribable momentum suddenly erupted from MOU's seemingly frail form. This was not a surge of physical strength, but a manifestation of a mental will that gazed down upon all. It was as if a deity from the heavens was surveying the schemes and plots of mere ants beneath. Under this aura, even Shun Kuobing's strange strands of mental control shattered under the strain, collapsing in an instant. MOU's gaze regained clarity, yet no longer contained the banter and affability of yore. Instead, it was filled with a cold, aloof indifference. The hand gripping the short blade halted midair. This sudden change caused the force suppressing Yu Bingshuang to dissipate instantly. Shin Kuobing was evidently taken aback by this unexpected surge of arrogance, momentarily losing her grip. In that instant of liberation, Yu Bingshuang did not immediately retaliate or evade. Rather, she let out a series of twisted, ecstatic screams, her body trembling slightly from sheer exhilaration. She gazed at MOU, and in her previously mocking eyes erupted a near-manic brilliance, a feverish flush blooming upon her face. Ha! This is it. This is the sensation. She danced about in wild abandon, as if possessed. Pure, proud, as though nothing in the world was worthy of her attention. This was the essence of divinity. It was what had once stirred feelings in that foolish little Bing. She inhaled greedily, as if the air infused with MOU's arrogant essence was the sweetest poison in existence. I am so thrilled. MOU, this is the real you, isn't it? Strip away that facade of amiability, tear apart that forced timidity. This is your true nature. The sinister Yu Bingshuang licked her lips, her eyes brimming with a voracious desire. I feel such an overwhelming love for you. I adore you in this state. Her voice turned hoarse and seductive, yet laced with a chilling malice. I must have you. I desire everything that is you, your marrow, your soul, and your haughty demeanor. I yearn to crush you fiercely and merge you into my being, so that we may never part. She opened her arms, as if to embrace MOU, to welcome that dagger as well as the complete MOU she was infatuated with. However, the arrogant aura emanating from MOU, which looked down upon everything, appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. It was akin to a punctured balloon, with that frigid and proud spark instantly fading from his eyes, replaced by a familiar dazedness and weakness. MOU felt a momentary bravado, only to have it slip away. Control over his body returned, yet an overwhelming sense of emptiness and fatigue surged forth. MOU inwardly lamented, "Damn it! Arrogance, you useless wretch! You faltered at the critical moment. Can't you last a little longer, you scoundrel?" At that moment, Yu Bingshuang distinctly sensed the exhilarating and obsessive essence that had excited her, ebbing away like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. The person before her transformed back into an ordinary youth, toyed with by fate, filled with pain and struggle. Instantly, her excitement and ecstasy solidified. Subsequently, a deeper and more pathological madness erupted like a volcano. It's gone, she mumbled, her gaze shifting from extreme excitement to a childlike sense of grievance and rage, as if her beloved toy had been taken away. Tears fell unbidden from the corners of her eyes, not tears of sorrow, but a frenzied mix of anger, loss, and insatiable yearning. "Bring it back." Her voice trembled, laced with a cry. "Return it to me. Bring back my little brother, the one from just now." She seized MOU's arms fiercely, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, shaking him violently. "Do you hear me? Return it to me. That is mine. Mine." Her state spiraled into chaos, alternating between sobbing, shrill laughter, and caressing MOU's face with an infatuated gaze, only to glare at him with venomous eyes, as though he had hidden away her most cherished treasure. In the high sky, Yu observed Yu Bingshuang completely consumed by madness, and the fleeting yet authentic peculiar aura emanating from MOU, her eyes flashing with a hint of apprehension towards some unknown variable. She lowered her jade hand slightly. Beside her, the elder in the mist let out an almost inaudible, meaningful sigh. Chapter 30. The Questioning of the Weak. Yu Bingshuang cried out in madness, her tears mingling with some indescribable excitement, coursing down her exquisitely beautiful yet twisted cheeks. She fixed her gaze on the limp, breathless Mou. That fleeting glimpse, that aura which looked down upon all, transcending everything, illuminated her darkest desires deep within her heart, igniting her already precarious wicked cravings. Once more with that gaze, that posture, she rambled, her fingers clawing, nearly digging into Mou's shoulder blades, attempting to extract once again that chilling essence from this already exhausted shell. Show me your disdainful arrogance, that indifference that surpasses all living beings. However, Mou merely lay helplessly on the ground, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by a rasp. The forced gathering of his arrogant persona to counteract Shun Kuei Bing's control had nearly extinguished all his spirit and vitality. At this moment, even raising a finger was an insurmountable challenge, let alone recreating that posture which transcended his own limits. In his eyes, there was only a diffuse gray, the harbinger of swiftly fading life. Yu Bingshuang's anticipation was like a dying ember doused with cold water, first morphing into deeper agitation, followed by an even stranger transformation within her. Her hysterical cries were gradually choked by an unseen hand around her throat, becoming lower, distorted, ultimately morphing into a chilling, bone-chilling laughter. This laughter bore no joy, only an eerie coldness and mockery. She released her grip on Mou, her movements becoming unusually slow and graceful as she stood upright, the chaos and greed in her eyes receding like a tide, replaced by a purer coldness and malevolence. She extended her tongue, lightly licking her slightly pallid lips, an action imbued with a lingering decadent allure, her gaze hazily focused on a point in the void, as if still savoring the fleeting delicacy of Mou's earlier eruption. How unbecoming. She spoke, her voice no longer the original frosty tone of Yu Bingshuang, nor the earlier madness, but a strange timbre infused with languor, seduction, and an absolute sense of control. I apologize for the spectacle, dear brother. She tilted her head slightly, looking down at Mou, who resembled a discarded rag doll, her eyes shimmering with a satisfied light. However, it has also confirmed something for me. Her smile widened, a cold smile devoid of warmth, purely for the validation of her own desires. The most exquisite ruthlessness, indeed, requires cultivation amidst the intertwining of extreme love and hate. To brew the richest wine of despair at the moment hope turns to ash. She seemed to speak both to Mou and to herself, proclaiming her discovery. Thank you, dear brother. Your final struggle, your unwillingness to succumb to fate, and that fleeting resistance have enriched the flavor of this sacrificial wine, adding to its depth. Her gaze slowly descended, fixing upon Mou's spine, her eyes no longer observing a person, but admiring an unparalleled rare material for refinement. With your spine as the foundation, bearing your indomitable, yet ultimately trampled will, guided by your yang spirit root and my yin spirit root, the cycle of yin and yang shall turn, leading to a reversal of extremes. She whispered softly, the Tao device thus refined shall contain the purest and most ruthless Tao rhythm in this world. And Yu Bingshuang shall not, but I shall. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with a determination to seize everything. With it, I shall sever all illusory bonds and directly point to the source of the great Tao. She opened her arms, as though to embrace the entire night sky, her eyes blazing with an almost mad ambition. This is the true severing of qi, severing weakness, severing attachment, severing all unnecessary impurities carried by this shell, leaving only the purest and most powerful me. Before her words could fade, her fingers curled into claws, sinister spiritual light flickering at her fingertips, slowly reaching towards Mou's back. An indescribable agony instantly engulfed every nerve in Mou's body. It was not merely the torment of flesh being torn, but the horror of the soul being forcibly extracted from its source. He distinctly felt an overwhelmingly powerful force, akin to the sharpest hook, probing into his body, firmly grasping his spinal column. A look of intoxication appeared on Yu Bingshuang's face as she felt the struggle and pain of the material in her grasp. Experiencing the process of Mou's spine being slowly extracted, akin to the finest feast in the world, sending delightful shivers through her entire being. Just at that critical moment, Shun Kue Bing, who had been momentarily stunned due to MOU unexpectedly breaking free from control, finally regained full awareness. The obsession on his face, along with the twisted affection, dissipated swiftly like retreating tides, replaced by a fury so intense it seemed about to erupt into flames. His meticulously crafted plan, his painstakingly orchestrated perfect script, was unexpectedly shattered at the last moment by MOU, whom he regarded as an insignificant insect, a mere pawn. In a manner he could not fathom, MOU did not comply with his wishes by succumbing to extreme pain and control to kill Yu Bingshuang. Instead, he inadvertently awakened and amplified the more dangerous and uncontrollable wicked nature within her. This had slipped from his grasp, deviating from the path he had laid out for his own severing of qi. What he desired was for Yu Bingshuang to perish beneath the meticulously crafted tragedy he had orchestrated, thereby validating his path, rather than this chaotic predicament before him. Cease! He bellowed, Yu Bingshuang. You are obstructing my journey. A feral roar erupted from Shun Gibing, filled with the bitterness of failure. Yu Bingshuang's loss of control signified that his aspiration to consolidate his pent-up grievances through this event and subsequently sever them to ascend to a higher realm had utterly collapsed. This defeat was a fate more unbearable than death for him. Madwoman, you hinder my path. I shall not rest until you are dead. With no reservations left, Shun Gibing unleashed his true power, emanating a formidable aura. He formed seals with his hands, summoning a pitch-black ancient banner. Shrouded in ominous energy, a trump card he originally intended to employ to ensure MOU's demise at the last moment, but now had to wield prematurely to thwart Yu Bingshuang. He transformed into a wailing stream of black light, recklessly charging towards Yu Bingshuang. The ancient banner fluttered, emitting a cacophony of demonic sounds akin to the wails of countless ghosts, as sinister lightning struck towards the vulnerable spot on Yu Bingshuang's back. With this strike, he was determined to interrupt her actions, even at the cost of mutual destruction. However, in the face of this desperate attack, Yu Bingshuang, in the midst of a mysterious refining state, did not fully turn her head. She merely tilted it slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Shun Gibing, her gaze brimming with unabashed disdain and a mocking superiority, as if surveying an ant's futile struggles. Get lost. A frigid rebuke cut through the air like a chilling wind from the heavens. Her idle left hand waved dismissively behind her, the gesture so light it seemed akin to brushing dust off her sleeve. Yet, in that casual motion, the dual forces of yin and yang swirled at her fingertips, materializing into a delicate yet concentrated stream of gray energy. This seemingly feeble current harbored a terrifying force capable of harmonizing yin and yang, giving rise to chaos. It surged forward, effortlessly colliding with Shun Gibing's full-force assault. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no ripples of energy impact. The formidable black banner disintegrated as if it were a snowflake thrown into flames, while the sinister energy he conjured vanished without a trace, leaving no disturbance in its wake. The gray energy, like a battering ram, struck Shun Gibing's chest. With a splatter, his protective aura shattered like fragile foam. He was sent hurtling backwards, blood spraying from his mouth in a tragic arc. His chest caved in, indicating shattered ribs and severely injured organs. Thud! He crashed heavily against the ground at the courtyard's edge, producing a dull thud before slumping to the ground like a lifeless heap, his energy dissipating to the brink of death. During his flight, the exquisitely crafted storage pouch at his waist shattered under the residual force, spilling its contents onto the ground. Pill bottles, spirit stones, talismans, and various materials scattered about. Yet, the most striking among them were two remarkably lifelike puppets. One resembled MOU, his features vividly captured, yet the puppet bore a multitude of horrifying whip marks and burn marks, indicating it had been used frequently for venting frustrations. The other embodied Yu Bingshuang's image, coldly beautiful, yet adorned in outrageously seductive attire. As Yu Bingshuang prepared to strike MOU again, her gaze fell upon the two puppets, causing her movements to falter. The sinister coldness on her face paused momentarily, followed by a complex expression of absurdity, disgust, and a hint of offended fury that morphed into a mocking smile. Oh, she elongated the syllable, her tone dripping with derision. Little dog, your perverse proclivities truly catch me off guard. Meanwhile, the barely conscious MOU, upon seeing the two puppets, especially the one marred with lash marks, felt a near collapse within, as a wave of intense absurdity momentarily overshadowed the physical agony. Damn! The level of depravity among these people surpasses all my expectations. Shun Gibing, already grievously injured and consumed by humiliation, upon hearing Yu Bingshuang's scornful words and witnessing his most secret, shameful inclinations laid bare, could not catch his breath. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from shame and rage. This interlude, however, did not alter MOU's dire predicament. Yu Bingshuang's focus swiftly returned to the primary material. The absurdity provoked by the puppets was rapidly eclipsed by a more intense desire for refinement. At this moment, MOU's spine had been forcibly extracted, melting the Dari and Tai In's spirit roots in midair. The furnace continuously siphoned his life essence, subjecting him to the utmost agony of existence. His body spasmed uncontrollably, teetering on the brink of consciousness and oblivion. Yet amidst this boundless torment, perhaps a moment of clarity or the pinnacle of some spiritual will, MOU summoned the last vestiges of his strength and, using his arms for support, managed to raise his upper body slightly. His face was as pale as paper, blood trickling from his lips, each breath laced with blood, yet his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, fixated on Yu Bingshuang's eerily cold gaze. His voice, hoarse yet eerily clear, resonated in the silence of the courtyard, imbued with a soul-piercing force as he demanded. You orchestrated all this to extract my spine and refine my spirit roots. Then what next? Yu Bingshuang momentarily halted, a flicker of unexpected surprise crossing her sinister eyes. As if she had not anticipated MOU would issue such a lucid inquiry at this moment. Undeterred, MOU pressed on, each word emerging from his throat like a chunk of blood-stained flesh. You impersonate her, exploit her memories. Do you comprehend the pain and sincerity behind the resolve of the junior sisters? He coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet a strange expression emerged on his face. Not fear, nor hatred, but an almost pitying mockery. Do you truly understand what the real Yu Bingshuang desires deep within? His voice sharply escalated. Though hoarse, it resonated with deafening power. You do not understand. You know nothing. You are merely an empty vessel driven by the desires of power. You believe you are pursuing the supreme path? MOU observed Yu Bingshuang's face, which was gradually coalescing with murderous intent and coldness, and laughed more recklessly, more forlorn, as if witnessing the grandest of jokes. Your heartless path severs affection and desire, viewing all as mere fodder. Ha! Ha! Cough! Cough! That is the most pitiable and tragic thing in this world, for it has never truly possessed, let alone relinquished. The strong conquer others. The truly strong conquer themselves. Your so-called strength is but a sandcastle built upon nothingness. You shall never, ever comprehend the essence of living as a human. This declaration transcended cultivation, power, and even personal enmity. It was a final, potent spiritual assault from a soul on the brink of complete descent, directed at another seemingly powerful yet fundamentally lost entity ensnared by the illusions of power. It struck at the core of the Tao heart, interrogating the very meaning of Yu Bingshuang's existence. In that moment, as his body neared collapse and his power dwindled, MOU achieved a transcendence over absolute strength on a spiritual level. He became a formidable weakling, and his inquiries echoed under the moonlit night, lingering in the air. Yu Bingshuang's sinister smile froze, and deep within her cold gaze, something stirred violently. A rage struck at the most hidden of wounds. Or perhaps a flicker of something even she herself had yet to recognize. A tremor arising from the essence of Yu Bingshuang. She gazed at MOU, whose expression was tinged with both pity and mockery, and at his eyes that burned with an almost painful brilliance. For a fleeting moment, she forgot the molten essence swirling in the air. In the courtyard, only the heavy, agonized breaths of MOU remained. Chapter 31. A night of dual decapitation. MOU's words pierced the core of the sinister Yu Bingshuang like the sharpest of ice picks, striking true at the heart encased in the frigid rhythm of the Tao. A barely perceptible tremor crossed her breathtakingly beautiful yet malevolent visage, akin to the tranquil surface of a lake disturbed by a minuscule stone. Did she not comprehend? Is she disdained to comprehend? What of ignorance? The affections of this world are but dust along the path of the great Tao, shackles impeding her journey. She needed no understanding. She required only to sever. How dare the opinions of mere ants presume to discuss the great Tao? Yu Bingshuang's voice grew colder still, tinged with a fury akin to having her sensitive scales touched. She no longer granted Mou any opportunity to speak, her fingers tightening with sudden ferocity. A pain far more intense than the severing of his spine instantaneously engulfed Mou's fading consciousness. He felt as though his very soul was laid upon an invisible anvil, mercilessly ground and refined by the unyielding force of the laws. In the air, the spine, imbued with the essence of Mou's life, was forcibly merged with the miniature sunlight Da Ri-Ling Jin and Yu Bingshuang's own Tai Yin Ling Jin, which shimmered with the cool radiance of moonlight, all under the influence of a formidable, intangible power. Mou's body visibly shrank, his blood and flesh essence, the last vestiges of his vitality, ruthlessly extracted and transformed into the essence of kindling, cast into the furnace of yin and yang to forge that peculiar Tao artifact. This extraction was not instantaneous, but rather a slow, continuous torment, allowing Mou to acutely perceive the agony of life ebbing from his fingertips. From the tips of his hair, from every single cell, his vision blurred, and his hearing waned, yet the pain emanating from the depths of his soul remained crystal clear, seemingly endless. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of total annihilation, Mou made a choice entirely guided by his own will. He ceased all futile struggles, condensing all his remaining thoughts into a singular gaze directed at Yu Bingshuang's face, more precisely, at the crystalline tears cascading uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Those tears were not the desire of the sinister Yu Bingshuang, but rather the suppressed essence of her true self, unable to contain its sorrow upon witnessing Mou's approach toward death. Through the misty veil of her tears, Mou glimpsed a familiar figure, the cool yet once tender-hearted elder sister. The day's sunset was breathtaking, the clouds painted in vibrant hues by the descending sun, a cascade of shimmering colors. Yu Bingshuang, clad in white as pure as snow, sat beside Mou atop a massive rock at the cliff's edge, gazing at the crimson sun sinking into the sea of clouds. She turned slightly, glancing at Mou, asking if I am destined to be the sunset. Will you be the Kwafu chasing the sun? In that moment at the precipice of life, he suddenly understood. The elder sister had long foreseen the shadow of her own fate, her cool exterior concealing a yearning for warmth and bonds, coupled with a pessimistic premonition of her destiny. Mou turned to the sinister Yu Bingshuang, summoning the last remnants of his strength. The already cracked and shattered corner of his mouth struggled to form a distorted arc. No sound emerged, only the shape of his lips moving in a final silent oath. Wait for me. In the next instant, the last flicker of light in Mou's eyes extinguished. His broken body lost all trace of life, suspended softly in midair, imprisoned by the force of alchemy. As Mou's breath faded entirely, the harrowing scene of his death pierced Yu Bingshuang's consciousness like the sharpest needle. No, that was not a sound. It was a voiceless scream emanating from the essence of her soul. The consciousness of Yu Bingshuang, long suppressed in the depths of her mind, let out a final lament upon witnessing this ultimate shock. However, the power of the sinister was too overwhelming. This cry of the soul stirred only momentary ripples before plunging into the abyss of her consciousness, taking with it the last remnants of light. Yu Bingshuang's body twitched imperceptibly, and the tears at the corners of her eyes evaporated instantly. She had successfully severed the connection. She had cut off the last thread of emotion stirred by Mou. An unprecedented, pure, and potent surge of power flooded her being. Her presence surged, the merciless rhythm of the Tao deepening and solidifying. At that moment, her destined Tao artifact was complete. The suspended artifact in the air fully materialized into a bone sword approximately 3 feet in length, its translucent, glass-like surface shimmering with cold light along the edges. The blade possessed a unique semi-transparent quality, hollow within, as though it contained flowing energy. The spine was straight, meticulously formed from vertebrae resembling jade-like stars, while the blade's color exhibited a fusion of yin and yang. The hilt retained the natural bony structure of the spine's end, fitting perfectly into the wielder's palm, as if an extension of her own body. Yet, the anticipated transcendence and fulfillment that came with severing bonds and approaching the Tao did not manifest. An unprecedented, overwhelming sensation of emptiness washed over her like a cold tide, engulfing her completely. Had she succeeded? Why did it feel so hollow? As though she had lost something profoundly significant? Yu Bingshuang looked down at her empty hands and then at the lifeless body of Mo Yu lying on the ground, devoid of all vitality, yet still present. That corpse stood as a monumental irony, reminding her of what it was she had severed. The sensation of emptiness rapidly expanded into a suffocating panic and madness. No, this is not how it should be. Severing emotions was meant to bring her closer to the Tao. So why did it feel as though she had drifted further from reality? Return to me, she murmured, her gaze growing frantic and deranged. Bring him back to me. She lunged toward Mo Yu's corpse. No longer high and mighty, but resembling a child who had lost their most cherished toy, frantically grasping his cold, stiff shoulders and shaking him with intensity. Do not leave. You cannot go. She shook Mo Yu's lifeless body with fervor, as if in madness. Return the true you to me. Bring back the one who dared to look at me with such eyes. She screamed, her mind flooded with the image of Mo Yu's defiance. A fleeting glimpse of his proud and unruly spirit, as if he transcended all. That very spirit, which once ignited her sinister fervor, had now become her sole obsession to fill the void within her. Yes, return him to me. Only I can possess him. A sickly light flickered in Yu Bingshuang's eyes as she extended her hands, her nails transforming into blades, plunging them forcefully into Mo Yu's chest, which had already lost all breath of life. This was not mere physical destruction, but a deeper, more essential act of plunder. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, reminiscent of a soul being rent asunder. Under the influence of Yu Bingshuang's ferocity, an extremely faint, nearly transparent shadow was forcibly extracted from Mo Yu's corpse. The visage of this shadow was indistinct, yet within its brow resided an air of unruliness and disdain for everything. This was none other than Mo Yu's prideful doppelganger. Though this doppelganger was frail to the point of being scattered by the gentlest breeze, its mere existence plunged Yu Bingshuang into ecstasy. Ha ha ha! She clutched that ethereal doppelganger tightly, pressing it against her face, revealing a sickly yet satisfied smile. Mine, you have returned. I knew you would not truly vanish. Ha ha ha! I adore your stance that transcends all beings. It is breathtaking. Her laughter echoed through the silent night sky, filled with an eerie resonance. Yet beyond the ecstasy, there dwelled a deeper obsession. She gazed with fervent fixation at the faint, arrogant phantom in her palm, her eyes gradually turning icy cold. But you cannot live. To live, with independent thought, is to be impure. It breeds rebellion and betrayal, and thus you would never belong to me entirely. Yes, that is it. You must perish. Only in death, utterly frozen in this moment, can you exist eternally in the most perfect form, within my heart, within my Tao. No one shall ever seize you. To possess is to utterly control and annihilate. This extreme possessiveness kindled a mad obsession. This love twisted to its utmost, blazing wildly within her soul. Just moments ago, she had relied on the ruthless Tao of severing emotions, yet now she was shaken by a more potent, more obsessive passion, a madness born of extreme love. A wild yet inevitable thought surged within her mind. Sever it. Sever the very reality of Mo Yu that enchants her so deeply, that fills her with meaning. Since cutting away the ruthless energy left a void, perhaps severing this obsession-born, even more extreme passion might fill that emptiness? Yes, sever this infatuation. In Yu Bingshuang's eyes gleamed a mad illumination of enlightenment. Her ultimate obsession and possessiveness toward the arrogant phantom splinter had reached its zenith, transforming into an extreme, twisted affection, the obsessive passion within the Tao of extreme feelings. This passionate energy, born from her fixation on Mo Yu's arrogant phantom, surged fiercely and purely, rapidly catching up to the previously severed ruthless energy. Under the onslaught of this extreme emotion, her energy sea, which had just calmed after severing the ruthless energy, boiled anew. The chi of heaven and earth converged madly upon her, gathering chi, concentrating qi at its peak. Having severed the ruthless energy, the extreme passion was born. The entire process unfolded with incredible speed, almost as if by mere thought it was accomplished effortlessly. A powerful, obsessive, and frenzied passion coalesced within her body, forming a bizarre confrontation and balance with the icy, ruthless energy. Now it was the moment. Yu Bingshuang's face bore no hesitation, only the fervor of performing a sacred rite. Her fingers, like blades, sliced fiercely at the faintly detached, arrogant phantom splinter in her palm, and at the burgeoning obsessive passion within her body. Slash! This strike was more resolute and frenzied than before. With a faint sound, the faint yet tenacious, arrogant phantom vanished like smoke at her fingertips. Simultaneously, the obsessive passion that had just reached its peak in madness within her was severed in two. Ruthless energy, obsessive passion. She cleaved two Dao bodies, the ruthless Dao body and the obsessive passion Dao body. In a single night, she severed two energies. First, severing the bond of attachment, attaining the ruthless Dao. Then, after birthing possessive obsession, severing the obsessive passion. Such a feat was unprecedented madness. This scene shook all those who watched in secret. High above, hidden behind the mists, Yu Fuyu witnessed everything. Her face, bearing a resemblance to Yu Bingshuang, yet more mature and graceful, first reflected disbelief and shock, which soon gave way to a manic laughter. Tears streaming uncontrollably as she laughed. "Brother, have you seen it? Have you seen it?" She cried out into the night sky, her voice trembling with sobs, yet filled with boundless excitement and pride. "Bingshuang, your daughter. She actually severed two energies consecutively. Ruthless first, then birthing extreme passion, and severing it again. Unheard of. Ha ha ha. She seemed to behold a future radiant with infinite light. Thus, Bingshuang would tread onward, severing all illusions. One day, you will ascend the summit and claim the supreme Tao fruit that is rightfully yours. It shall be." After the rapture came profound longing and sorrow. "Brother, I miss you so much. If only you were still here, how wonderful it would be." Nearby, a mysterious elder, shrouded in mist, could barely conceal his shock. Finally, sighing deeply, the yin-yang chaos, severing extreme emotions with such cruelty upon oneself. This young lady's temperament, alas, her rise is unstoppable. This world may soon be stirred anew because of her. Beneath the night sky, Yu Bingshuang slowly raised her hand, gazing at her pale, slender fingers that had just executed two cruel severances. A flash of utmost tranquility appeared in her eyes after severing the obsessive passion. But beneath that calm lay boundless emptiness and void. She had succeeded, yet seemed to have lost even more. Meanwhile, Mou's broken corpse, stripped of backbone and all support, finally succumbed to gravity, drifting downward like a lifeless, withered leaf, crashing into the dust below. Chapter 32. Shun Kue Bing's Chi Severance. Yu Bingshuang wore a pure white gown, immaculate and unstained, starkly contrasting the surrounding devastation. Not far from her, another figure stirred, Shun Kue Bing, roused from shock by Yu Bingshuang's terrifying aura. He struggled to prop himself up, his gaze wandering aimlessly before settling on the familiar yet lifeless corpse. Mou was dead. Dead? Shun Kue Bing murmured hoarsely, his voice dry and cracked. He was dead, killed by Yu Bingshuang herself. His plans, his meticulously laid schemes, his years of patient cultivation, cut off before they began. My Tao is over. Shun Kue Bing clutched his chest fiercely, as if an invisible hand gripped him mercilessly. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed wildly, a harsh, deranged sound echoing through the courtyard, more grating than sobbing. Dead. He.S. dead. She killed him. My pathetic energy is useless now. Useless. Ha ha ha. That laughter was a mockery of his own fate and a lament for this absurd Tao path. Tears streamed as he trembled uncontrollably, madness overtaking him. After the wild laughter came a deathly despair. He could not succumb, even if it meant severing the pain of his broken Tao path. He had to sever his chi, or else the Tao heart's backlash would kill him instantly, unable even to preserve his shattered body. Shun Kue Bing's eyes turned bloodshot. He bit his tongue hard, spitting a mouthful of essence blood. Both hands formed frantic seals, forcibly gathering the pathetic chi within him. once refined to its peak, but now mostly dissipated due to the broken Tao path. Sever. He let out a soul-wrenching roar, wielding his mind as a blade, slashing fiercely at the chaotic chi. A faint, nearly transparent phantom barely formed above his head. It was his severed Tao body, a fragmented shadow. Its form was insubstantial, its features distorted, vaguely resembling Shun Kuei Bing, yet radiating a thick aura of weakness and timidity, as if it might dissipate with the slightest breeze. This Tao body was dim and lifeless. Compared to Yu Bing Shuang's two solid and powerful Tao bodies, it was a mere mockery. Any discerning eye would see that its foundation was destroyed, its potential lost, and the one who bore would never hope to establish a foundation in this lifetime. Shun Kuei Bing stared at the fragmented, insubstantial Tao body before him, feeling its barely existent, nearly severed connection to his own broken Tao path. His brief calm shattered. Madness erupted anew. Fragmented Tao body. Ha ha ha. Pointing at it, he laughed and cried all at once. I severed a fragment. I, Shun Kuei Bing, am a fragment. He abruptly stifled his laughter, his face contorted in excruciating pain and unwillingness. My aim was the golden core. My heart yearned for the great Tao. I endured humiliation, refining this pathetic chi, all in hopes of one day transforming like a carp into a dragon, to attain the golden core. Yet now, the path to foundation is severed. Is there any greater joke in the world? Aspiring to the golden core, yet barred from foundation. The greatest joke. I'm that joke. Utterly despondent. He suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes locking fiercely on the root of all this. Yu Bing Shuang. It was her. All because of her. She destroyed everything of mine. Desiring what is unattainable breeds suffering. Resenting her heartlessness fosters bitterness. The path of cultivation was severed because of her, and this resentment reached its zenith. With the way forward blocked, what joy remained in life? Yet death must not be ignoble. He vowed to perish by her hand, to have her strike the final, resolute punctuation mark upon his farcical existence. Perhaps this was a peculiar manner of forging a last connection with her. Yu Bing Shuang, with a guttural roar. Shun Gibing's remaining cultivation and vital essence erupted fiercely, casting around him a powerful aura reminiscent of a last flicker of light. He transformed into a streak of blood-red radiance, recklessly charging at the figure clad in white. Kill me, since my path is broken. Use your hand to conclude this farce of my life. His roar brimmed with overwhelming hatred and an unyielding resolve to confront death. Faced with this suicidal assault, Yu Bingshuang did not even furrow her brow. Immersed in her own void and confusion, sensing the provocation, she flicked her sleeve casually. An exquisitely refined, paradoxically merciless and madly passionate icy energy, like an invisible blade, struck precisely at Shun Gibing's brow. The blow was effortless. The chilling aura of death surged like a cold tide, instantly engulfing him. As the utmost terror descended, countless memories flashed through his mind. The arduous years of cultivation since youth, his boundless yearning for the golden core path, the humiliation and secret longing for Yu Bingshuang, the meticulously laid schemes, and the bitter refusal to accept the severing of his path, all emotions intertwined and clashed violently with the vivid terror of impending death. At the very instant before Yu Bingshuang's fatal strike would pierce his brow, a surge of unprecedented and utterly distinct energy burst forth from the brink of collapse within his Tao foundation. It was neither cowardice, humiliation, nor resentment, but a resolute determination born from the brink of death, a severance of all hope, a farewell to the past, a will to live through death itself. Absolute, an absolute resolve. To find life within a dead end? No, to cultivate a will to face death amidst despair. This pure, sharp, and relentless energy proliferated wildly within him, reaching the pinnacle of the chi gathering stage in an instant, surpassing even the years of his previously feeble energy. Between life and death lies both great terror and great opportunity. Madness, despair, and unwillingness in Shun Gibing's eyes were replaced by an icy clarity and resolute calm. What use was his incomplete body? Sacrifice, with a thought. The fragmented and shameful energy body that hovered beside him, the embodiment of his failure and disgrace, emitted a silent lament and suddenly ignited, transforming into a decisive blade of light. This blade embodied his farewell to the past, his remembrance of the broken path's grudge, and his yearning for rebirth. With his fingers poised like a sword, Shun Gibing guided this sacrificial blade to slash fiercely at the newly born absolute energy within him. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a faint trembling as if his soul was torn apart and reassembled. A new, complete, and solid Tao body slowly rose above his head. With features identical to his own, but eyes sharp as blades, surrounded by an aura of unwavering resolve. No longer ephemeral or dim. It shone with restrained brilliance and perfect Tao resonance, a complete Tao body of infinite potential, signifying not only the reopening of his foundation path, but a future even broader than before. Yu Bingshuang's casual strike barely reached him, slightly hindered by the resolute Tao resonance emitted by this new absolute Tao body, though it still struck Shun Gibing's main body, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. It failed to claim his life. He crashed heavily to the ground, but rose swiftly, wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze toward Yu Bingshuang was complex, steeped in profound hatred, tinged with an indescribable lingering affection, but above all, tempered by a steel-like determination. In a low but clear voice, he declared, "I have recorded this grudge of the broken path." Without waiting for a response, his entire body radiated light as the complete absolute Tao body merged into him, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. He needed to seek immediate healing to stabilize the foundation of his rebirth. The courtyard returned to silence. Yu Bingshuang stared toward the direction of Shun Gibing's disappearance, her exquisitely beautiful face expressionless, only the void in her eyes deepening slightly. After a moment, she softly uttered a single word, laced with a hint of disinterest. As if all that had transpired was nothing more than the dying struggles and accidental escape of an insignificant ant, unworthy of her concern. High above, Yu Fuyu glanced at the nearby Mist Elder. The mist seemed to tremble slightly just now. The Mist Elder finally exhaled slowly, stroking his long beard and murmuring, "Breaking the fragmented body to birth absolute, will, living through death. This madman has indeed turned misfortune into blessing, forging a path utterly distinct." Shaking his head, the figure of the Mist Elder gradually blurred and vanished. Chapter 33. Rewind. Yu lay on the floor of the system space. He did not rise immediately, but lay supine, gasping heavily. His labored breaths echoed sharply in the silent space. Closing his eyes uncontrollably, his mind began to rewind. A warm home with wife and children. Suddenly leaping up and wildly venting into the void, he exclaimed, "Damn that peaceful life. It's nothing but a pig-fattening scheme. Fatten first, then slaughter." What irked him most was the initial Yu Bingshuang, the woman who once practiced swordsmanship with him and watched sunsets by his side. Yet she had two faces. One, a cold senior sister. The other, a disturbingly twisted Yandere persona. The memory of those eyes that shifted instantly from calm to bewitching madness made his spine ache anew. Damn, 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 pacing back and forth in the system space. He cursed, using me, breaking my spine, refining my spiritual roots. Yandere Yu Bingshuang, and Yu Fuyu, just wait. The brutal experience of being repeatedly exploited had rapidly eroded his original integrity and moral boundaries. Now he saw his past guilt toward the junior sister's unsolicited kindness as laughably naive. In this ruthless world, being a free gift? Next time, he vowed to take the initiative. System. I will definitely exact revenge. Yu howled to the heavens, his voice thick with frustration and rage. Calm down, host. According to my observations and analysis, with your current abilities, a direct confrontation with Yu Bingshuang's second persona is nearly hopeless, let alone Yu Fuyu. You must lie low and plan carefully. If I cannot defeat them, I will at least discuss them. Let them know that I'm not a soft target to be trifled with. After this painful lesson, Yu's mindset had undergone a radical transformation. He felt his thick skin and ruthless nature growing exponentially. Morality and principles could be flexibly adjusted when survival and vengeance were at stake. Enough, time to get serious. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Yu said, "System, begin the summary. Let me see what benefits I have gained from this." Understood. The light screen unfolded before him. Life summary commences. You successfully exploited the proliferation and healing abilities of the cancerous clone to endure Yu Fuyu's trial with immense hardship. After passing the trial, you were accepted by the disciples, and, due to unknown traits, caught the attention of Yu Qingfeng's senior sister, Yu Bingshuang. You accepted her invitation and joined Yu Qingfeng. During the early days at Yuqing Peak, Yu Bingshuang showed you considerable kindness, personally instructing you in swordsmanship, arranging medicinal baths to temper your body, and sharing sunsets, fostering a harmonious and deepening relationship. Yu Bingshuang introduced you to 5 junior disciples, and you became their nominal senior brother, coexisting amicably. Subsequently, you engaged in an intimate relationship with Yu Bingshuang, full of affection, and shortly thereafter, you involuntarily became involved with the 5 junior disciples. These 5 were in fact special furnace vessels, collectively sacrificed to aid you in condensing and achieving the legendary immortal grade Great Sun spiritual root. Yu Bingshuang's second personality awakened, forcibly extracting your spine and the immortal grade spiritual root, then instantly refining you to full utilization. Summary evaluation: wearing an elegant mask yet playing the fool on stage, enacting a preordained script, both pitiable and absurd, a true clown among clowns. Looking at this scathing final verdict, Moyu felt his recently calmed anger surge anew, his blood pressure spiking. Damn it! Pointing at the screen, he was furious. Who asked you to summarize so impeccably? Every word pierces my lungs. Is this broken system preparing me for a grueling exam? The system responded modestly, merely stating objective facts based on reality. Its voice carried a hint of pride. Moyu rolled his eyes, unwilling to argue with this absurd system. Enough, enough. Hurry up with the rewards. Let us see what treasures this life exchange has earned. The display refreshed, revealing new information. Reward generation in progress. Based on your performance in this ordeal, you may select one of the following rewards: cultivation, aura of lust. Treasure, Great Sun spiritual root, immortal grade. Attribute, clown golden. The clown attribute, according to the observation index, allows you to perform absurd roles. Moyu's gaze swept over the 3 options. The aura of lust sounded sinister and only reminded him of unpleasant experiences, so he dismissed it. The immortal grade, Great Sun spiritual root, was difficult to evaluate. Choosing it might spare the 5 junior disciples from sacrifice, but would likely awaken the deranged version of Yu Bingshuang, who would obliterate him at once. He decided to wait until his strength was sufficient to claim that treasure safely. Finally, his eyes settled on the 3rd option, the Golden Clown attribute, especially its description. Based on observation, you may perform absurd roles. Moya murmured to himself as images of Yufwiyu's indifferent face, the deranged Yu Bingshuang's mocking gaze, and Shin Gibing's perverse voyeurism surfaced in his mind. They regarded him as a pawn, as the clown, staging an absurd drama. Moya laughed, a hollow sound echoing in the vast system space. More grating than sobbing. Damn right. Since they treat me as a clown, and this is a play, then I shall embrace this clown identity to the fullest. Not only embrace it, but embody it exquisitely, so that no spectator dares to leave the stage easily. Chapter 34. You Are Cheating. Moyu was about to choose the attribute reward when suddenly the entire screen flickered erratically, distorting with a faint crackling sound. Moyu paused, furrowing his brows. System. What the hell are you doing? Crash. His eyes were immediately drawn to a change in one section of the screen. His pupils constricted sharply. The line that had clearly displayed cultivation, aura of lust, was gradually erased as if by an invisible eraser. Then new text appeared. Cultivation, none. Moyu exclaimed. Pointing at the screen, his voice altered. Damn. Explain yourself. Just moments ago, there was something there. How did it suddenly become none? Is your reward system Schrodinger's cat? Can it devalue or even nullify itself automatically? The data stream on the screen rolled rapidly, dizzyingly fast. Seconds later, the system's previously flat electronic voice rose abruptly, filled with incredulous fury. Damn. There's a thief. A damn thief. They dare to steal from me. Who is this petty thief? Let me see. Moyu, expressionless but almost amused, thought. Are you kidding me? Rewards can be stolen? What else can you do besides eat and beg? Damn it. Who the hell did this? The system's voice was frantic, data scrolling even faster. After a moment, the data flow halted abruptly. An eerie silence fell. Moyu raised an eyebrow. Found the thief? System's tone conveyed a complex mix of astonishment and disbelief. It's you who stole it. Moyu was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with me? I've been standing here still. How could I steal? You must be poisoned, talking nonsense. Don't shout. The system seemed to recover. Its tone filled with the pain of betrayal. Open your personal panel. Focus on the talent section. Moyu skeptically opened his panel, finally settling on the talent tab. Unknown to him, a line shimmering faintly had appeared. Doppelganger. Activated according to nature, each fulfilling its purpose. Cancer doppelganger. Differentiated. Arrogant doppelganger. Differentiated. Lustful doppelganger. Can be differentiated. Moyu's eyes darted repeatedly over the lustful doppelganger line, then glanced at the glaring nun in the cultivation section. Suddenly, a spark of insight dawned. He remained silent for 3 seconds, his facial expression shifting smoothly from shock to realization to supreme composure. Clearing his throat, he spoke to the system with a tone of self-evident logic. Oh, I see. The talent operates autonomously, optimizing resource utilization. Is this stealing? No, this is resource optimization. It is the talent's proactive agency. This means my doppelganger talent has potential. It knows how to seek sustenance independently. System. Host, you are twisting logic. That is system property within regulations. This constitutes illegal appropriation of system resources. Moyo shrugged innocently, like a pure white lotus. The talent acts on its own. What does that have to do with me? I am just an ordinary transmigrant, unaware of such matters. Besides, anything that reaches me is mine. Whoever claims otherwise must provide evidence. If you accuse me of theft, produce proof of my subjective intent. Do you have a signed and sealed theft consent form? The system's screen flickered violently, colors reddening as if overheating with rage. You shameless cheat. You are exploiting a loophole. Have some decency. Return the aura of lust immediately. Ha! Moyu sneered, arms crossed. The duck has flown to my mouth. You expect me to spit it out? Dream on. I will now choose my reward. The attribute reward. You. The system seemed utterly shocked by Moyu's brazen defiance, the screen glowing red as if about to ignite. Moyu felt a slight tremor in his personal panel. Checking it, he found the attribute reward had been successfully granted. Attribute. Tuochuo, concept level, clown golden. A worthwhile gain indeed. Pure profit. His heart rejoiced wildly. With this attribute, his maneuvering space expanded immensely. The system, sensing his triumph, issued a warning. Due to the host's acquisition of rewards without paying the full cost. The attribute reward mechanism has triggered a self-protection protocol. Until the host compensates for the value discrepancy, the attribute reward system will temporarily refuse to generate new attributes. Moyu sneered. What a miserly wretch drinking cold water. If it refuses to generate, then so be it. Possessing the Xiaoqiu attribute alone will provide ample amusement for a considerable time. At present, he is utterly indifferent to the system's strike threats. His entire focus devoted to the newly acquired Xiaoqiu attribute. Practice remains the sole arbiter of truth. Moyu eagerly prepared himself, his gaze sweeping across the system space until it settled upon the figure quietly standing beside him. It was the arrogant doppelganger he had just summoned, exuding an unmistakable air of supreme confidence. Let's see how you fare, Moyu thought, initiating the Xiaoqiu attribute with the intent to imitate himself. Consciousness descended as he first infused a fragment of his primary awareness into the arrogant doppelganger, seeking a more direct sense of control. Then, silently addressing his original self, he commanded, Xiaoqiu, activate, imitate the target, Moyu. A wondrous sensation surged through him, through the doppelganger's eyes. Moyu meticulously observed every detail of his own form, the subtle proportions of his features, the faint remnants of dark circles from countless late-night gaming sessions. As his scrutiny deepened, the power of the Xiaoqiu attribute began to manifest. The doppelganger's already optimized appearance rapidly transformed, inching closer to Moyu's original form, even adjusting height and build with visible precision. What astonished Moyu further was the sensation of something coalescing within the doppelganger, a spiritual root. Though faint, it unmistakably mirrored the essence of his own, forcibly replicated and constructed through the Xiaoqiu attribute. Incredible. It can even replicate the spiritual root? This transcends mere disguise. It is outright duplication. Moyu marveled inwardly. Yet, as the doppelganger neared perfect resemblance, a profound dissonance arose. Despite the physical similarity, the arrogance deep within the doppelganger's eyes, an innate contemptuous pride that regarded all as insignificant, could not be entirely concealed. It clashed with MOU's more spirited temperament. It seemed such traits, deeply rooted in one's nature, defied complete imitation. MOU pondered this thoughtfully. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. He swiftly withdrew his consciousness back to his original form, exhilarated enough to attempt another trial. This time, he casually recalled an unremarkable passerby he had seen near the testing platform, an utterly forgettable individual lost in the crowd. Xiaoqiu, activate. Imitate the target passerby, he commanded. Once again, a marvelous transformation ensued. MOU sensed subtle shifts in his facial muscles and bone structure. His body slightly shrank, and his aura instantly flattened into utter mediocrity. Most astonishingly, the faint spiritual root fluctuations within him seemed cloaked by an invisible veil, rendering him an utterly ordinary mortal in appearance. Even his breath and spiritual root were concealed flawlessly. Perfect, MOU rejoiced. He then ceased the imitation, returning to his original visage. His gaze drifting once more to the corner where the arrogant doppelganger stood quietly, still radiating an aura that proclaimed, "I'm not targeting anyone, but all present are beneath me." MOU stroked his chin with a mischievous smile. "Let's give you a name. From now on, you shall be called Long Aotion. Fitting, isn't it?" At this juncture, the arrogant doppelganger cast a disdainful glance at MOU, emitting a barely audible snort before turning away, as if the mere sight of him sullied those noble eyes. MOU's lips twitched. Fine, fine. You're so aloof and magnificent. You act more like the original than I do, and here I am just an accessory." Shaking his head, he refocused on his experiments. Having tested the absurd, transformative power of the Xiaoqiu, a tribute to his satisfaction, he now prepared to attempt the next attribute, whose very name hinted at mischief. Say Yu Finshun, the lustful doppelganger. Since he was ensconced safely within the system space, what harm could come? No demon would leap out to devour him, surely. With that thought, MOU initiated the division. Say Yu Finshun, activate. Before him, a soft pink radiance ignited and swiftly expanded, forming a gentle cocoon shimmering with iridescent light. From it emanated faint, alluring laughter. Moments later, the cocoon blossomed like a flower, its glow fading to reveal a figure within. MOU's eyes widened. It was a woman, bearing a striking resemblance to himself, yet with every edge softened. Her brows and eyes naturally imbued with a captivating, bewitching charm. Her skin was alabaster and flawless, her physique dangerously voluptuous and tantalizingly sculpted. A delicate pink gown, neither sheer nor solid, modestly covered just the essentials, boldly exposing her exquisite curves and porcelain skin. The slit in the hem revealed long, slender legs that stirred the imagination. She stretched languidly, every motion dripping with sensuality, her gaze finally settling on MOU himself. A sultry hum escaped her lips, accompanied by a playful smile. She sashayed forward, her steps as graceful as a caddis. "Well now," she purred, her slender fingers lightly tapping MOU's chest, voice dripping with honeyed sweetness. "You're quite the handsome gentleman, all alone in such a desolate place. How lonely you must be. Would you like a sister to keep you entertained with some delightful games?" MOU was dumbfounded, his goosebumps visibly bristling. "What in the world? My own doppelganger is a cross-dressing woman? No, she is a gender-swapped version of me, and an outrageously seductive one at that. Does this talent even encompass altering gender and inclination?" Seeing MOU's stunned silence, the lustful doppelganger's smile deepened, nearly pressing herself against him, her breath fragrant as orchids. "Why so quiet? Shy are we? Don't be afraid. I promise to be gentle." Before he could react, her hand ventured toward his face. "Gentle my foot." MOU leapt back, evading her grasp. What s with immediate groping? Modesty. Ever heard of it? Want me to teach you? The lustful doppelganger paused, feigning shock before covering her mouth with a coquettish giggle, her entire body trembling like a flower in the breeze. "Oh, such a fierce little brother. But I adore a spirited one. The more you resist, the more fun it becomes. Fun my foot. Look at you. Your walk is more exaggerated than a pond snake's twist. And that voice, can you speak normally? Doesn't your throat ache? We're cut from the same mold. Could you take a lesson from the other one? He may be expressionless, but at least he acts decent." At her words, The arrogant doppelganger cast a cold glance their way, disdain flickering in his eyes at the absurdity of equating him with such debauchery, before turning away with renewed aloofness. The lustful doppelganger, however, remained undeterred, her excitement intensifying at M.O.U.'s sharp tongue, her eyes sparkling brilliantly. Well said. Insult me more. The more you disdain me, the more I yearn to conquer you. Let us cast aside worldly prejudices and engage in sincere, profound exchange, shall we? As she spoke, she edged closer, her fingertips weaving a subtle pink energy tinged with temptation. M.O.U.'s scalp tingled. Stepping back again, he inwardly groaned. Help! This doppelganger is off. She seems masochistic, no, a severe nymphomaniac. Could it be that such a twisted facet lies hidden within me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the lustful doppelganger was about to pounce, M.O.U. swiftly summoned his wits and commanded loudly, Halt. The lustful double indeed ceased in her tracks, tilting her head with eyes as alluring as silk, and purred. What is the matter, handsome? Change your mind? M.O.U. composed himself and said, Ahem. You. Yes, you lustful doppelganger. Don't rush into your desires just yet. I have a question for you. Intrigued, she fixed her gaze on him. What would you like to know, dear? Preferences or tastes? I can tell you everything. Ignoring her seductive teasing, M.O.U. asked, Do you possess the memories and knowledge of my original self? Or in other words, what awareness do you have of your own existence? This question seemed to pierce the core of the doppelganger-esque nature, a matter that had long perplexed M.O.U. What exactly were these doubles? The flirtatious expression on the lustful double's face softened slightly, though still exuding charm. Her eyes now gleamed with contemplative light. Twirling a lock of her silky hair, she spoke leisurely. Memories are hazy, like veiled behind a sheer curtain. I know you are my original, aware this is the system space, and that an insufferably arrogant figure stands over there. She paused, licked her crimson lips, and her gaze ignited anew. But one thing remains crystal clear: desire, my craving for you, my possessiveness of all things beautiful. That is my essence, dear. M.O.U.'s heart stirred. This response was invaluable. It appeared the doubles were not mere replicas of the original-esque consciousness, but rather independent entities formed by the extreme personification of certain traits. They possessed sound cognition, yet their actions were driven by the core element they embodied. This insight deepened M.O.U.'s understanding of the nature of the doubles' talents. The division of doubles was not merely to create tools or enforcers, but to dissect and confront the diverse facets of one's own psyche, arrogance and lust alike. Indeed, the cancerous double was more of a competent tool. Pondering thus, M.O.U. was lost in thought. The lustful double, sensing his distraction, found it dull, and soon her attention was captured by the aloof figure nearby, who exuded a forbidding aura. Her eyes sparkled as if discovering a new world. She promptly abandoned M.O.U., swaying her serpentine waist toward the arrogant double. Oh, there's a cold-faced gentleman here too, standing alone and playing the cool card. How tedious. The arrogant double barely lifted an eyelid, treating the approaching enchantress as if she were invisible air. The lustful double approached, so close she nearly pressed against him, blowing a breath onto his stern profile, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Don't be so distant, dear. It's just the three of us here. Why make things so tense? Come on, smile for your sister. At last, the arrogant double reacted, furrowing his brow with disdain as though repulsed by some unbearable stench. Coldly, he spat a single word, "Begone." Had this been an ordinary person, such treatment would have been mortifying. Yet the lustful double was no ordinary being. Not only was she unperturbed, but she was seemingly invigorated, chuckling softly. Oh, so fierce. But the more you act like this, the more I like you. Is your aloofness just a mask for hidden passion? Let me help you verify, shall I? With that, she extended a slender, pink manicured finger to tease the arrogant double's chin. M.O.U. watched dumbfounded. Doubles teasing each other? What sort of nonsense was this? Just as her finger was about to touch his skin, a sharp, piercing sound erupted. Not the clash of metal, but a more intense, invisible force. The arrogant double did not move significantly, yet an immense, intangible pressure surged forth, suffused with absolute contempt and rejection. The lustful double was caught off guard, staggering backward under this overwhelming psychic force, her face revealing genuine surprise for the first time. The pink glow surrounding her flickered violently, as if struck hard, and her coquettish smile froze. The arrogant double slowly turned his head, casting a disdainful glance with eyes cold as if looking down upon ants. His voice was devoid of emotion. Despicable aggregation of desire. How dare you touch me? One step closer, and your form and soul shall perish. His words, calm yet imbued with soul-deep arrogance and overwhelming pressure, marked an inviolable domain. The lustful double steadied herself, her initial shock replaced by a complex expression, fear, anger, but above all, a thrill and a heightened lust for conquest. Licking her lips, she narrowed her eyes dangerously. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. You have caught my attention, cold-faced gentleman. We shall have ample time ahead. Yet she refrained from advancing rashly, instead locking onto the arrogant double with a possessive gaze. Observing this, Mou felt a measure of admiration. The arrogant double had indeed subdued the provocative, lustful double. Mou knew while the arrogant double's imposing aura was formidable but fleeting, lasting mere seconds. Should the lustful double press her advantage, the arrogant one would surely falter. Amused, Mou chose not to intervene, allowing their antics to unfold. Subsequently, with a thought, Mou absorbed the arrogant and lustful doubles back into himself. The innate talent trembled subtly with the assimilation of the three doubles. Immediately, Mou sensed a novel transformation and opened his interface to investigate. Doppelgangers manifest according to nature, each fulfilling its own role. Trait, transposition. Cancerous double, differentiated. Arrogant double, differentiated. Lustful double, differentiated. Astonishingly, upon reaching 3 differentiated doubles, a new trait had emerged. Mou promptly conducted experiments and soon grasped its essence. He could exchange bodies with any of his doubles at will. However, no items could be swapped. Even swallowing a ring would be futile. More remarkably, this transposition could also interchange their temperaments, an overwhelmingly powerful ability. Mou immediately swapped in the arrogant double's magnificent aura, as both were of the same refined nature. With new plans forming, Mou resolved to revisit Yuqing Peak leisurely, adopting a vacation mindset, relaxing and indulging. When matters grew dire, he would swap in the arrogant double. Meanwhile, the arrogant double could research independently, as Mou's consciousness could manifest anytime. Managing dual operations was effortless, perfect. The terrifying game had transformed into a leisurely pastime. Having settled his thoughts, Mou commanded TENSEI, revert the timeline. Acknowledged, reverting. A familiar dizziness washed over him as the scenery warped. Mou found himself once again standing upon the familiar testing platform. Precisely on cue, the arrogant and haughty figure, Yi Liangchen, appeared. Then, as if scripted, a cold moonlight descended from the sky, and a breathtaking figure gracefully alighted, positioning herself between Yi Liangchen and the others on the platform. Yu Fuyu. She hovered midair, her moonlit, flowing celestial robes swaying gently, maintaining her usual posture of lofty disdain. Mou fixed his gaze on her elegant back, teeth clenched with burning resentment. When I find a chance, I will strip that veneer right off you. Yu Fuyu lightly waved her hand, and the radiant yet sieve-like moonlight barrier unfurled once more. The anguished screams and the gruesome sounds of flesh being crushed intertwined instantaneously, composing a symphony of hell. In an instant, the once orderly testing platform transformed into a grotesque slaughterhouse, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies flying in all directions, the warm blood staining the stone slabs a glaring crimson, creating an utterly chaotic scene. Now, Mou's gaze sharpened. He had long been prepared. Seizing this opportune moment amidst the carnage and energy turmoil, his vision obscured. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, a figure, markedly different in essence yet fundamentally of the same origin as his true self, silently emerged from the shadows nearby. His previously concealed arrogant doppelganger. Upon its appearance, the doppelganger bore an expression of extreme arrogance, and intriguingly, the effect of the gesture attribute that Mou had previously bestowed still lingered. Long Aotion, make your entrance. He barely cast a glance at the bloody slaughterhouse, merely furrowing his brows slightly, as if the sight before him sullied his eyes. He deftly controlled his own aura, fiercely suppressing the overwhelming air of arrogance, merely maintaining it at a level sufficient to shield himself. The powerful repulsive force that seeped through the breach in the Yu barrier struck him. Yet he deflected it with a seemingly casual, yet masterful, technique, remaining utterly unmoved. Meanwhile, Mou's true self activated the jester attribute's ability simultaneously. His mind raced, his gaze swiftly scanning a nearby cannon fodder disciple. In the next moment, Mou's appearance, aura, and even spiritual fluctuations became indistinguishable from that disciple, rendering him inconspicuous. The cannon fodder disciple was instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the repulsive force. The substitution was complete. High above, Yu yawned nonchalantly, her exquisite visage marked with boredom. She had a modicum of interest in engaging Yiliang Chun, but regarding the fates of the cannon fodder behind her, she felt utterly indifferent. Occasionally, her gaze would flicker over to Yiliang Chun, assessing him, but mostly it carried an air of aloof detachment. As for the testing platform, to her, it was merely the futile struggles of ants, hardly worthy of even a fragment of her attention. Thus, Mou's cunning ruse was successfully executed under the cloak of chaos. The terrifying repulsive force finally subsided. The testing platform lay in ruins, a scene of desolation and despair. Yu deemed the testing objectives achieved, and with a graceful wave of her hand, strands of moonlight, delicate as silk ribbons, lifted the remaining survivors from the ground. Mou, the robust youth striding with the grace of a Kylin, the burly figure in women's attire, the coughing specter of illness, the raggedly clothed wretch, and an additional figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, casting a sidelong glance at the world. Long Ao, Tion. The moonlight enveloped the 6 individuals, swiftly transporting them from the bloody scene. As the moonlight dissipated, they were soon brought to a more spacious blue stone square. Upon landing, the moonlight faded. A disciple clad in a deacon's robe approached briskly. Congratulations to all for passing the assessment of Master Yufeng. According to the rules, your status now exceeds that of ordinary entry disciples, allowing you to choose your sect for initiation. The procedure was identical to the last time. At that moment, a chilling aura approached from afar. They have arrived. Mou tensed, directing his gaze towards the source of the aura. A streak of icy blue light shot across the sky, descending like a meteor, yet gracefully landing in the center of the square. A slender white figure approached with elegance. However, this time, a subtle shift in circumstances occurred. Upon landing, Yu Bingshuang's cold gaze instinctively swept over the gathered individuals. When her eyes grazed Mou, who seemed to exist apart from the world, the perennial frost etched upon her features exhibited the faintest tremor. The air of arrogance transferred from Mou had taken effect. She shivered imperceptibly. Her clear, cold eyes, akin to a frigid pool, seemed to burn upon meeting Mou's gaze, swiftly averting, yet in the next instant, unable to resist casting another quick glance. Even more astonishing to all present was the faintest hint of a blush, barely visible, that blossomed on Yu Bingshuang's porcelain-like cheeks. Though fleeting, it was undoubtedly real, like a sudden bloom of blush in a world of ice and snow. It was breathtakingly exquisite. She blushed. The exalted Yu Bingshuang, who treated all males with disdain and was hailed as the pinnacle beauty of the sect, actually blushed before a stranger? Yu Bingshuang took a gentle breath, forcibly suppressing the odd sensation within her, yet her voice bore a slight softness, less frigid than usual. She walked directly towards Mou, completely disregarding the others. Would you, Yu Bingshuang, wish to join me in cultivating at Yuqing Peak? The tone, though not overly warm, was a stark contrast to her typically frigid demeanor, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, especially in comparison to her previous invitation, which had been as bland as water. This one carried a hint of familiarity. Everyone could sense a profound shift in Yu Bingshuang's attitude towards this individual. Mou, upon hearing, emitted a slight snort through his nose. Given your discerning eye, I shall reluctantly consider your invitation. Maintaining his dignity was paramount. However, even more astonishing was that Yu Bingshuang did not exhibit anger at Mou's impudent demeanor. Rather, upon hearing his acceptance, a glimmer of unperceived joy flashed in her cold eyes. She nodded gently. Very well. Bingshuang, this is unacceptable. The ever-loyal, sycophantic Shun Kuei Bing immediately sprang forth, his expression one of jealousy as he pointed accusingly at Mou. This person's origins are unknown, and his attitude is arrogant. How could he be worthy of joining Yu Qing Peak? Think carefully. Yu Bingshuang's brows knitted slightly, her expression instantly clouded with frost. Her attitude towards Shen Kuei being a stark contrast to that towards Mou. She didn't even glance at Shen Kuei Bing, merely dismissing him with an impatient wave. Enough. A stream of icy wind materialized from nowhere, swatting the incessant Shen Kuei Bing away like a fly, sending him crashing against a distant stone wall, sliding down slowly. His fate uncertain, swift and decisive. Having dealt with the troublesome individual, Yu Bingshuang turned her attention back to Mou. At this moment, the blush that had just faded from her cheeks seemed to resurface subtly. She appeared to hesitate for a moment, then executed an action that left everyone's jaws nearly dropping. She lowered her head slightly, seemingly shy, and took a small step closer to Mou, gently leaning against him, although it was merely a slight contact, akin to a gentle shoulder brush. The posture and intent unmistakably conveyed the shyness and closeness of a young girl experiencing her first crush. Mou, evidently taken aback, could hardly believe such boldness displayed in public. He quickly regained his composure and instinctively wrapped an arm around Yu Bingshuang's slender waist. Yu Bingshuang's body quivered slightly, yet she made no move to escape. Instead, her cheeks reddened further. In the next moment, before the crowd could fully comprehend the scene, a radiant light enveloped Yu Bingshuang, pulling Mou into it, and the two transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a stunned audience. The bluestone square fell into a deathly silence. Long Aotion. Am I left here alone? Have you gone off to frolic again? Meanwhile, from afar, Shen Kuei Bing, who had just slid down the stone wall, struggled to lift his head and caught sight of the moment Yu Bingshuang nestled into Mou's embrace before disappearing. His eyes widened in disbelief, a sweet taste rising in his throat. Shen Kuei Bing. Cough. A mouthful of old blood erupted forth, and he promptly fainted. Chapter 37. My choice of a library as I watched the ethereal glow of Yu Bingshuang fade away, taking Mou with it into the clouds. Long Aotian remained rooted in place, his expression a tapestry of emotions. A fragment of Mou's consciousness instantaneously descended upon Long Aotian, plunging his awareness into a profound abyss. Long Aotian pondered the reason behind this intrusion. Mou's part of consciousness had chosen to inhabit him, revealing that he found the pursuit of knowledge more profound than mere hands-on experience. After all, leaving a portion of his awareness within his original body sufficed, especially since there was little intellectual challenge at Yu Qing Feng. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Mou was haunted by the shadows of his past experiences at Yu Qing Feng, riddled with questions. The erratic and obsessive second personality, Yu Fu Yu, and the unsettling machinations of Shen Kuei Bing, a sycophantic voyeur, left him questioning the integrity of the sect. There seemed to be no rational individuals among them. More perplexing was the nature of their cultivation. What on earth were they practicing? Was it slashing chi, doubt body? Was having a dual personality a standard feature? Both Bingshuang and Shen Kuei Bing possessed two personalities. Could it be a talent, or was there a deeper meaning to it all? The disparity of information was maddening, and Mou cursed under his breath. He needed a secluded place to quietly cultivate and decipher the cultivation system of this world. Otherwise, he might perish without understanding the cause. His gaze swept over the jade slips presented by the disciple, which contained introductions to various peaks. Jiangang Feng brimmed with murderous intent. Danxia Feng exuded the scent of medicinal herbs, and Xianji Feng sparkled with runes. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a relatively quiet name, the Tsang Shu Ge. This was it. Mou instantly made his decision. Knowledge is power, especially in this world brimming with uncertainties and dangers. The Tsang Shu Ge appeared to be a sanctuary for quiet study and research. In his previous life at Yu Qing Feng, Yu Bingshuang had not imparted any genuine cultivation methods to him, leaving him utterly bewildered about the cultivation system here. Junior brother, the disciple said, visibly taken aback and regretful at Mou's choice. Are you certain you wish to go to the Tsang Shu Ge? With your qualifications from the Yufeng Master S assessment, a future at Jiangang or Danxia would be boundless. Though the Tsang Shu Ge was serene, it primarily focused on managing texts, offering limited assistance on the path of cultivation. and it was often chosen by those who had little hope for their journey. His words were gentle, yet the implication was clear. Why squander a bright future in a retirement apartment? MOU smiled broadly, waving his hand with unwavering determination. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother. I prefer the tranquility of reading leisurely. The path is long, and there is no rush. Laying a solid foundation is beneficial. He mused. A bright future? Associating with Yu, enduring hunger for days on end. Who knows when one might be flayed alive for crafting tools? Better to hide among the books for safety. Moreover, at critical moments with you Bing Shuang and the 5 younger sisters, I need my consciousness to return to my original body and give my all. Who has the time for slaughter at the main peaks? Seeing that MOU had made up his mind, the disciple could only shake his head in resignation, believing that this new recruit might have been daunted by the earlier test, jeopardizing his own future. Soon, the other survivors made their selections as well. The boy with the Kirin stride went to the Zhu Shen Feng, the cross-dressing individual to He Huan Feng, the sickly one to Yao Wang Feng, while the ragged person chose Chonggu. MOU's lips twitched. This place indeed produced an array of peculiar characters. Following a guiding disciple, MOU departed from the bustling square, heading toward a more secluded mountain peak within the sect. The Zongshu was situated on the slope of a mountain named Wenchu Feng. Unlike the isolated chill of Yuqing Feng or the majestic weight of Jushin Feng, Wenchu Feng exuded an air of antiquity and tranquility. Towering ancient trees flanked the mountain path, and the air was imbued with a faint scent of ink and the unique aroma of aged paper. Upon entering the Zongshu, MOU was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. It was a vast architectural complex built against the mountain, featuring flying eaves and intricate beams. Though not ostentatious, it exuded a sense of history and gravitas. Countless stories of pavilions rose in succession, seemingly merging with the mountainside, reaching into the clouds and mist. The grand entrance displayed 3 ancient characters, Zongshu, carved with precision, subtly radiating an aura of literary authority. Stepping inside, the light was somewhat dim, yet the space was remarkably expansive. Towering bookshelves, reaching several zhang in height, were lined up in neat rows, stretching beyond sight. These shelves were densely packed with tomes of various materials. Bamboo slips, jade slips, silk books, and ancient volumes bound with thread, even bee-skin books emitting peculiar vibrations. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper mingled with ink, and a palpable essence of accumulated knowledge spanning countless ages. It was quiet here, only occasionally interrupted by the rustle of pages turning or the soft murmur of a disciple reciting from a distant corner. In stark contrast to the clamor of the other peaks, this place felt like a different realm altogether. MOU was greeted by an elderly scholar with white hair and a stooped figure, dressed in a gray daoist robe. His deeply etched wrinkles resembled the rings of an ancient tree, and his half-closed eyes suggested he might fall asleep at any moment. Seated behind a large wooden desk, cluttered with various books and jade slips awaiting organization, he barely lifted his eyelids. Newcomer? The old scholar's voice was hoarse. Yes, I am MOU. Here to report to the Zongshu as arranged by the steward. MOU offered a respectful bow. The old scholar responded slowly, rummaging through the desk before tossing a dusty wooden plaque to MOU. Area Bing, shelves 7 to 12 are your responsibility. Work from the hour of Chun to the hour of you. Duties: dusting, organizing, registering new arrivals, and assisting disciples in their research. Also, keep an eye on those mischievous youngsters. Don't let them damage the books. His words were drawn out, yet coherent. I understand, MOU replied, taking the plaque, which felt slightly heavy in his hand, inscribed with the archaic characters for Bing Chi. Off you go. Off you go. Don't linger here and be an eyesore. The old scholar waved his hand and closed his eyes again, as if the previous exchange had drained his energy. With the plaque in hand, MOU walked toward his designated area. Gazing at the labyrinthine expanse of towering bookshelves, he took a deep breath. So was that in his past life he had been an office worker, and now, in this life, he had become a librarian. What a twist of fate. He chuckled at his own irony, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Here lay his new battlefield. In the days that followed, MOU embarked on his working life at the Zongshu. The tasks were monotonous and tedious, using a specially designed soft brush to remove dust from the tomes, carefully returning misplaced texts to their rightful places registering the information of newly arrived books and occasionally guiding lower-ranking disciples to find the books they needed. Yet he found joy in it all. During every fleeting moment of free time, he eagerly immersed himself in the foundational texts. The first works he devoured included a brief history of cultivation, fundamentals of cultivation, exploration of spiritual roots, and initial understanding of qi circulation. Chapter 38. The Decline of Ancient Methods. The resplendence of new techniques. Mo.U sat cross-legged amid a mountain of texts, his fingers gliding over the yellowed pages adorned with ancient script. The mysteries that had once shrouded his experiences at Yuqing Feng like a dense fog began to dissipate with each page he turned in a brief history of cultivation and various ancient records, illuminated by waves of understanding. His fingers lingered over a passage describing the golden age of ancient cultivation, stirring his spirit. What a magnificent era it was! Spiritual roots were the supreme gifts bestowed upon cultivators by heaven and earth, the sole keys to unlocking the path of the Tao. Their classifications were rigorous, beginning with the most basic, the mortal roots, and ascending through Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Tian Yuan, culminating in the legendary immortal roots. Those with mortal roots had to endure 100-fold hardship to make any progress on their cultivation journey. Huang and Xian roots were considered the backbone of the sect, while those with Di roots could rise to become formidable figures, founding sects and establishing legacies. The Tinpin Lingen is a rare and extraordinary talent seldom encountered in a millennium, capable of supporting an immortal sect in ancient times, shining brightly for ages. Mo.U instinctively touched his Danshan. His so-called Supreme Yang Lingen is merely an ordinary existence among the vast array of spirit roots. However, what stirred his emotions even more lay beyond. Above the Tinpin, there exists the ethereal and profound Tianyuan grade. Such spirit roots transcend mere talent, favored by the heavens and the earth, containing a glimmer of the primordial laws, representing true celestial seedlings. Those endowed with Tianyuan Lingen, if born in ancient times, were destined to ascend to the celestial realm, achieving immortality and becoming the revered ancestors. Gazing down upon the ages as unparalleled existences, in the illustrious epochs of antiquity, those possessing Zion Pinlingen were esteemed as beings from the heavens, destined to soar among the clouds, alongside true dragons and phoenixes, shining with the sun, moon, and stars. Their cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, effortlessly bypassing the harrowing tribulations that instilled terror in countless practitioners, allowing them to ascend directly to the heavenly palace, achieving a status that rivals the lifespan of the cosmos. Living freely as immortal beings. What a level of honor and freedom. The image of Yu Bingshuang, her ethereal and transcendent figure, involuntarily surfaced in Mo.U's mind. Yu Bingshuang embodies the pinnacle of Zion Pin, the Taiyin Lingen. Ancient legends suggest that Taiyin Lingen cannot be born naturally, but must be inherited through reincarnation. Its nobility and mystery far surpassing imagination. In the ancient era of cultivation, Yu Bingshuang would have been the goddess of the Moon Palace, a fairy of the Guanggan Palace, an existence so revered that even approaching her would be considered sacrilege. As for Jinlan, Yen Rui, Shui Mei, Qing He, and Tu Shi, her 5 junior sisters, they each possessed Tianyuan Lingen, which would have granted them an equally exalted status in ancient times. Mo.U let out an ambiguous chuckle, tinged with absurdity and an indescribable complexity. In that glorious era, someone like him, possessing only an ordinary spirit root, would likely not even qualify to gaze upon the hem of Yu Bingshuang's skirt, let alone engage in any interaction or entanglement with her. Unless he could reach the pinnacle of the cultivation path and become a legendary figure, perhaps there might be a sliver of possibility. This immense gap in status left him with a profound sense of dislocation regarding everything occurring at Yuqing Feng. His thoughts continued to wander through the ancient texts. The realms of ancient cultivation were clearly and grandly defined. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void integration, unity, and tribulation crossing. After crossing the tribulation, one would be transcended into immortality, welcomed by the heavenly palace, attaining the status of a human immortal, with the heavenly palace capable of accommodating the supreme existence of the Deluo golden immortal. Above that heavenly palace lay the legendary abode of saints, the Tian. However, all splendor came to an end in an unknown great war. The ancient texts are vague, leaving only the cold record of the heavenly palaces shattering and the fall of Tian. This signifies that since then, the laws of heaven and earth have undergone drastic changes, severing the path to ascension. No matter how extraordinary one's talent, how exceptional their genius, or how defiant they are against the heavens, the tribulation period has become the limit they can achieve. They can no longer attain the status of immortals or ascend to the heavenly palace. The traditional cultivation path thus declined, and ancient methods faded into obscurity. New methods arose. The power of these new methods is simply beyond imagination. According to the scattered records and inferences within the library, the realms of the new methods differ vastly from the ancient ones, their might overturning conventional wisdom. The pinnacle of the chi refinement stage can rival the tribulation stage of the ancient methods. A true practitioner at the foundation establishment stage can confront ancient immortals. A true monarch at the golden core stage can reach the legendary realm of the Luo golden immortal. And a Tao master at the nascent soul stage possesses the terrifying power to annihilate the saint of the heavenly path. Subsequently, another unknown great war erupted. The outcome of this war was a division of the heavenly path into 9 parts. 9 nascent soul, Tao masters each wielded a portion of the authority of the heavenly path. Henceforth, the laws of heaven and earth were locked down by these 9 Tao masters, and no matter how exceptional one's talent or how defiant their fate, the golden core stage became the absolute limit attainable by practitioners of the new methods. No one could glimpse the nascent soul realm. The detailed information you could currently access is limited to the chi refinement realm of the new methods. This realm is clearly divided into seeking chi, gathering chi, and severing chi. These 3 terms resonated in his mind like thunder, immediately linking to his disheartening experiences at Yuqingfo. The sickly Yu Bing Shuang broke through to this new method's severing chi realm in a frenzied state. The term she repeatedly muttered, seeking chi, gathering chi. It was time to sever chi, now had their corresponding meanings. As for how to establish a foundation after severing chi and the mysteries of higher realms, the library holds no information. Clearly, these critical pieces of knowledge pertaining to the core of the new methods have been tightly monopolized by the higher echelons of the sect, as well as the upper echelons of the entire cultivation world, far beyond the reach of a lowly disciple like him. The barrier of knowledge stands like an insurmountable chasm. What confounds MOU even more is the seemingly paradoxical relationship between the new methods and traditional spirit root talents. In the era of ancient methods, spirit roots were the cornerstone of cultivation. The higher the grade, the brighter the future. However, in the age of new methods, powerful spirit roots have become a dreadful restraint. The stronger the spirit root talent, the more terrifying the suppression of chi's emergence. The Xianpin Tian Lingen possessed by Yu Bing Shuang has nearly pushed this suppression to its limits in the era of new methods. The Lingen Tanwei explicitly states, in this era, possessing a Xianpin Lingen is not only not a boon, but rather a terrifying shackle, as it suppresses the emergence of qi to a point of near despair. This explains why Yu Bing Shuang's cultivation progress appears unremarkable. Her unparalleled talent, within the framework of new methods, has instead become her greatest shackle and curse. Even more despairing is that the Xianpin Lingen can hardly be stripped away. It has long been deeply fused with the practitioner's life source and soul imprint, and forcibly severing it equates to self-destruction. You finally comprehended why Yu Bing Shuang, or rather the sickly persona within her, orchestrated such a tragic scheme. No wonder she was willing to pay such a heavy price. Yu murmured to himself, his fingertips unconsciously gliding across the pages. The malevolent Yu Bing Shuang's goal was never merely to absorb or indulge in passion, but to break the deadlock. She aimed to shatter the absolute suppression of the Xianpin Lingen over the new methods. Her plan is now crystal clear in MOU's mind. To sacrifice the 5 junior sisters' elemental origins, using the life force and soul essence transformed from the burning Tianyuan Lingen of the 5 junior sisters as fuel. To achieve MOU's Re-Lingen, utilizing this elemental origin to forcibly catalyze and elevate MOU's ordinary Yang Lingen. transforming it during the sacrificial ritual into the Xianpinda Ri Lingen, which stands in contrast to the Taiyan. Lingen Sun Tian, drawing out the Taiyan through a special formation. Leveraging the newly born Xianpinda Ri Lingen within MOU's body to generate a yin-yang resonance with her own suppressed Xianpin Taiyan Lingen, thereby forcibly drawing out the Taiyan hidden within her. Yin-yang refiner, using MOU's resilient will, transformed into a spine as the foundation. Guided by the two Xianpin Lingens of Taiyan and Ri, supplemented by all of MOU's life essence as fuel under the intense emotional conflict, refining it into that fateful weapon, that bone sword. This artifact resolves her fundamental suppression of the Xianpin Lingen over the new methods. Each step of this process is filled with cruel sacrifices and a manipulation of the fates of oneself and others. The resolute sacrifice of the 5 junior sisters. MOU's tragic fate from a pawn to a sacrificial offering. The suppression of Yu Bingshuang's true consciousness. The pain of her emotions being exploited. The madness and schemes of Shun Kue Bing. All have become stepping stones for the sickly Yu Bingshuang to ascend to the pinnacle of the new methods. Upon reflecting on this, MOU felt not only anger, but also a profound sense of shock. The actions of the sickly Yu Bingshuang can only be described as defying the heavens. She bears a celestial grade, spiritual root. A gift so exquisite that even the ancient immortals would gaze upon it with admiration. Yet in this new era of laws, such a blessing has transformed into a cruel curse, binding her firmly within the abyss of despair, where hope struggles to be born. Had it been another, they might have resigned themselves to their fate, either languishing in the remnants of ancient methods or squandering their lives at the threshold of the new law. But she did not. Through ruthless sacrifice and a disregard for her own destiny and that of others, she cleaved a bloody path through this seemingly insurmountable deadlock. She wielded the rules, shattered them, and even redefined them. Her own cursed talent became a tool for breaking the stalemate, forging the lives and emotions of others into a staircase to ascend to the heavens. The life artifact, crafted from the spine of MOU and fused with 2 celestial-grade spiritual roots, is not merely a powerful treasure. It symbolizes the indomitable will to create possibilities from impossibilities. In the face of the crumbling traditional cultivation system and the dual bind of the new law locking down celestial-grade spiritual roots, she achieved such a feat, successfully stepping into the pinnacle of the new law's qi cultivation, the realm of severing qi. This was not merely an elevation of cultivation, but an ultimate rebellion and transcendence against the shackles of the era and the fetters of innate talent. The brutal process and the resplendent outcome formed a breathtaking juxtaposition. MOU slowly closed the ancient tome in his hands, the heavy pages emitting a dull sound that echoed in the silence of the library. He shut his eyes, the scenes atop Yuqing Peak flashing through his mind, his junior sisters dissipating into points of light with resolute finality. The cold and madness in Yu Bingshuang's eyes as she forged artifacts, the excruciating pain of his spine being extracted, and finally, the chilling gleam of that bone sword, whirring through his thoughts like a lantern in the dark. After a long while, he opened his eyes, his gaze seeming to penetrate the walls of the library, reaching into the unknowable distance, culminating in a long and complex sigh that gently dissipated in the empty loft. Truly, this world is filled with countless heroes. Chapter 39. The Dual Birth Method. MOU sat cross-legged amidst a mountain of ancient texts, the faint light streaming through the window, illuminating his furrowed brow. Whenever he found a moment, he would sit here in solitude, unaware of how many days and nights had passed. Like a patient spider weaving a web of truth from countless frayed clues. No longer content with passively accepting the designs of fate, he resolved to take the initiative. And the first step involved understanding the enemy, comprehending the rules of this world. He perused countless foundational texts, from the grand narratives of a concise history of cultivation to the meticulous analyses in exploring spiritual roots and the introductory guidance of initial understanding of qi circulation, absorbing the common knowledge of this world like a sponge. However, what he truly sought were the secrets concealed beneath the dust of history and the taboos of sex, about dual personalities, about Yu Bingshuang, about Shun Kue Bing, and about the twisted birth of qi. At last, diligent effort bore fruit. within the crevices of a nearly disintegrating ancient beast skin scroll, in a fragmentary jade slip recording the dying murmurs of an unnamed cultivator, and even on several pages seemingly torn from a forbidden book. He uncovered a vague text. The chi of heaven and earth does not solely rely on the innate spiritual roots of man's thoughts. It can also distort its essence, forcefully bringing it into existence. This obscure phrase revealed that the birth of chi does not wholly depend on innate spiritual roots. Spiritual roots can indeed stimulate the emergence of spiritual energy. However, extreme postnatal thoughts and distorted mental states could forcibly catalyze the emergence of a chi that is entirely different from spiritual energy. This formed a bizarre paradox with the new law system, wherein the stronger the innate talent, the more it suppressed the birth of chi. As ancient methods withered and the path to the Tao was severed, the new law diverged on a treacherous paths, leading to countless anomalies. The crucial information pointed to a secret technique known as the dual birth method. The method of dual birth substitutes the self with the other, severing the heart and soul, crafting an alternate self to undertake the other's path, protecting the true self from falling. Mo's breath quickened suddenly. He seized another charred volume of strange tales, which recorded the observations of an elder from a minor sect, witnessing the holy son of the Tianjin sect, Bai Ri, who was gentle and mild during the day, but turned violent and bloodthirsty at night. He later heard from his master that this was due to cultivating the chi of slaughter, necessitated by the burden of a secondary soul, preserving the purity of the primary soul. These fragmented phrases pieced together rapidly in his mind, revealing a staggering truth. So this is how it is. Mo murmured softly, his eyes sparkling with the light of sudden realization. This was not a matter of extraordinary talent or a curse, but rather a method deliberately crafted. He sprang to his feet, pacing between the narrow shelves, his thoughts surging like a tidal wave. The core logic of the dual birth method was startlingly clear. The three realms of new law chi cultivation, seeking chi, gathering chi, severing chi, demanded bizarre and often contradictory conditions for the birth of chi, easily distorting the essence of one's mind. Forcing cultivation could lead to madness or worse, complete enslavement to power. To address this dilemma, especially for those exceptional talents regarded as the future of their sect, an unknown entity had pioneered this dual birth method. Its essence lay in substitution, creating an alternate self, utterly distinct from the primary persona, with this alternate self undertaking the task of cultivating the twisted, bizarre, and even contrary chi. The primary persona could maintain a relatively pure disposition, focusing on the Tao itself or managing other affairs, while the secondary persona became a vessel specifically for accommodating and cultivating particular chi. Shun Gui Bing. Mo instantly recalled that twisted follower. Shun Gui Bing needed to cultivate the chi of subservience, a state requiring him to endure prolonged humiliation, repression, and unfulfilled desires. Imagine how difficult it would be for Shun Gui Bing's astute and proud primary persona to play the role of a humble sycophant, daily enduring such extreme frustration. A slight misstep could lead to mental collapse or an inability to condense pure, subservient chi. Thus, that sycophant persona was born. It serves as a perfect tool persona, specifically designed to carry and cultivate the chi of subservience. Meanwhile, Shun Gui Bing's primary persona remains hidden in the background, maintaining the calm and calculated demeanor of an exceptional talent, able to switch between personas freely, even manipulating the sycophant persona as one would a tool. This explains why Shun Gui Bing could fluidly transition between the states of obsession and twisted rationality. The sycophant persona appears to be a carefully nurtured accessory for specific purposes. However, when Mo projected this speculation onto Yu Bingshuang, the explanation seemed inadequate. Yu Bingshuang's situation was entirely different. Her sickly persona was far too dominant, so much so that it almost completely suppressed the primary persona. This was far more than a mere substitute tool. Her dual personality resembled a perilous loss of control. Or rather, her alternate self had grown so powerful that it threatened to engulf her true self. Was there a deeper scheme behind it, orchestrated by Yu Fuyu? A chill coursed through Mo. Yu Bingshuang's sickly persona was likely not merely a tool for cultivating the ruthless path. It could very well be an indispensable element of Yufu's plan. The AI sect truly has no normal individuals from top to bottom. Mou scoffed softly, settling back in his seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. This method must seem like a celestial scripture to the lower-tier disciples. It is no wonder that I could find no mention of it, even after scouring foundational texts. I could only gamble on these neglected remnants. This precious method, akin to foundational materials, is tightly monopolized by the upper echelons of the sect, serving as a tool to maintain their power and status, leaving the lower-tier disciples without even the qualification to glimpse it. The information he pieced together was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet it was sufficient to reveal the myriad parasites crawling beneath the glamorous facade of the cultivation world. To combat distortion with distortion in this new law truly drives one to the brink of despair. Mou was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, feeling both sympathy for Yu Bingshuang and disdain for the merciless path of cultivation. The duality method appeared to be a solution. It resembled a desperate struggle akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. As he was immersed in the shock brought about by the duality method, a fragmentary note caught his attention. This note seemingly belonged to a humble disciple who had briefly served Yu, its scrawled handwriting infused with awe and fear. One particular passage piqued Mou's interest. The master of Yufeng, whose name is shrouded in mystery, had a brother of extraordinary talent, a golden core cultivator, who tragically passed away at a young age. The old records of the sect are vague, hinting at connections to past events. The information regarding his brother's demise is obscured. A glimmer of excitement, mixed with danger, flickered in Mou's eyes. What if he could gather sufficient information about Yu's brother? With the abilities of his jester title, which enabled him to absurdly perform based on observation, could he not embody the long-lost brother of Yu? This thought, once birthed, became unstoppable. Imagining Yu's aloof demeanor, regarding others as mere ants, reflecting on her manipulation of Yu Bingshuang's fate, treating Mou as a pawn. If he could transform into the only vulnerable spot she might harbor, her deceased brother, what a spectacle that would be. How satisfying would that be? Mou could not help but chuckle darkly, a malicious curve forming at the corners of his mouth. This was not merely revenge. It was the ultimate mockery of Yu's control, striking at her most unexpected and potentially fragile point. The risks were immense, undoubtedly. Yet the thought of the rewards sent a thrill through his veins. However, just as he was reveling in this audacious plan, a jolt from the link to his original self surged through him. It was his true body. Something was amiss on that side. Mou immediately focused his mind, plunging his consciousness back into his original body. Instantly, a vivid and perilous scene assaulted his senses. On Yuqing Peak, in a tranquil courtyard, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a serene glow. Yu Bingshuang languidly leaned against Mou, her eyes sparkling with a familiar yet unnerving radiance. It was the gaze characteristic of a Yandere persona. Her fingers restlessly traced circles on Mou's hard chest, her expression dreamy, exhaling like orchids, exuding a lethal allure. Her crimson lips parted, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. Little brother, the moonlight is so beautiful. Shall we engage in something more interesting? Once all his consciousness returned, Mou instinctively embraced Yu Bingshuang's slender yet powerful waist. Oh, Yu Bingshuang keenly sensed the change in the aura of the person in her arms, and the sudden shift momentarily startled her, soon replaced by heightened curiosity. Little brother, you seem a bit different just now? Of course, after all, this was the magnificent Mou, whose every movement was filled with vitality. Is that so? Mou chuckled softly, his voice laced with a lazy rasp. He leaned down, his nose nearly brushing against Yu Bingshuang's smooth forehead, his warm breath caressing her skin. Perhaps it is the moonlight, or perhaps you are simply irresistible. Upon hearing this, Yu Bingshuang let out a series of light, bell-like laughs, her initial doubts replaced by a more intense interest. She relished this transformation, enjoying the sensation of being seemingly cold, yet ignited by her own desires. She rose on her toes, pressing her lips against his. Chapter 40. What is Qi training? Mou, nursing his aching waist, grimaced as he straightened up from the towering pile of ancient tomes in the library. The moment his consciousness returned from the fierce battle at Yuqing Peak, his body felt utterly drained, as though it had been hollowed out. He winced. Supporting himself, against the bookshelf. How could it be that he felt fatigued, even though he was operating with his true body? Was it due to the synchronized consciousness? Rubbing his lower back, he mused that Yu Bing Shuang, the one with the Yandere persona, was far too demanding. His body had nearly fallen apart under the strain. Sighing, he forced himself to cast aside those alluring images. Taking a deep breath, the cold scent of ancient parchment slightly cleared his head. The immediate priority was not indulgence, but to organize his thoughts and plan his next steps. He could not afford to be so decadent any longer. Sitting up straight, his gaze sharpened. The experiences on Yu Qing Peak, especially the painful lesson of having his spine extracted and spiritual roots refined, felt like a venomous thorn embedded in his heart. Strength is the ultimate truth. In this merciless sect that devours its disciples, without power, everything is mere talk. Even being a competent pawn is a burden, as one could be crushed into dust at any moment. After sorting out his thoughts, MOU began to earnestly plan his upcoming actions. The primary objective, cultivation, strengthening his fists would ensure his voice was heard. Whether for self-preservation or seeking retribution against Yu Fuyu, the Yandere Yu Bing Shuang, and those other scoundrels, power was fundamental. The secondary goal, investigate Yu Fuyu's brother. This thought was exceptionally clear in his mind. Just imagine when that Yu Fuyu, who regards others as mere ants, sees her deceased brother suddenly appear before her. Merely envisioning it filled him with a twisted sense of pleasure and vindication. However, this plan was still a vague conception. The clues were few, and he could only keep them in mind, waiting for the right opportunity. With direction established, MOU immediately redirected his attention to the first goal, cultivation. To address this predicament, he immersed himself in a wealth of knowledge amidst the dusty tomes of the library. Soon, he selected several volumes with ancient covers that emitted a faint spiritual light. Initial understanding of qi circulation, exploration of the three realms of qi seeking, gathering, and cutting, and comprehensive guide to new methods of qi training. After reading just a few pages, MOU's expression shifted from anticipation to bewilderment, ultimately settling into a state of near desolation. What on earth were these? The words on the pages were profound and obscure, filled with enigmatic descriptions. In initial understanding of qi circulation, a key passage summarizes, qi is the beginning of the Tao. Seeking qi is akin to seeking the Tao. Gathering qi is like converging streams. Cutting qi is akin to severing oneself. In exploration of the three realms of qi seeking, gathering, and cutting, it states, qi is not the innate breath, but rather an acquired mechanism, born from subtle thoughts and perfected through deep obsession. The path of seeking qi begins with breaking attachments. However, this breaking is not the same as another. It is to dismantle the barriers in one's heart, revealing the falsehood of the true self, and from that falsehood, a hint of true spirit is born, attracting the errant intentions of heaven and earth, which coalesce to form the initial shape of qi. The place of gathering qi requires the heart's intent as a furnace, with the 7 emotions and 6 desires as fuel, igniting a spark of inner fire amidst stillness, refining away distractions, and honing true nature. The brilliance of cutting qi lies in finding a sliver of heavenly opportunity between absolute detachment and extreme emotion, severing not to sever, but to transcend and transform, refining mundane qi into the foundation of the great Tao. MOU felt dizzy, as though each character was recognizable, yet strung together, it resembled an alien script. What on earth were these concepts of breaking attachments, falsehoods, true spirits, inner fire, and heavenly opportunities? They entwined like a tangled mess, leaving him utterly perplexed. He attempted to grasp the notion of breaking the barriers in his heart, yet the only image that surfaced was tearing down his own fence. Understanding how to ignite inner fire amid stillness conjured thoughts of lighting candles while dancing on a grave. What on earth did any of this mean? Damn it. Was this new method of qi training truly meant for people? Surely it was not penned by some lunatic inebriated with madness. MOU irritably raked his fingers through his hair, flipping through the pages with a rustle. This was even more frustrating than advanced mathematics. No wonder the lower-tier disciples failed to make any progress. The entry barrier was utterly inhumane. He had previously endured the nightmarish experience at Yuqing Feng. Personally sensing the existence of qi, especially the relentless murmurs of Sunkai, Juki, and Zenkai from the ailing and delicate Yubingchuan. Now, in comparison to the texts, he profoundly realized that personal experience and theoretical understanding are entirely disparate matters. The theory is too abstract and esoteric. Am I truly a poor student? Mou was stunned to label himself as such. What troubled him even more was the sudden realization of a critical question. Had he actually found chi before? And not just a strand. Initially, at the testing platform, his mindset swelled upon receiving the system, looking down upon all beings, resonating with the indifferent realm of heaven and earth, as a strand of arrogance flowed around him. Later, entangled with Yubing Shuang and surrounded by his junior sisters, there was also a subtle stirring of lust within him. Indeed, Mou slapped his thigh. I had clearly found chi before. Moreover, it felt of considerable quality. Yet, almost instantly, a profound sense of absurdity surged through him. But these two strands of chi, upon their birth, were absorbed by his innate ability, transformed into Long Aotian and that masochistic female avatar. He felt a bit lost. On one hand, the avatars were undeniably powerful and useful, the cancerous avatar for survival, the arrogant avatar for boasting, and the lustful avatar, well, was versatile. On the other hand, it seemed his cultivation level had hit a wall. The first step of the new chi cultivation method, Sunkai, appeared to have lost its significance for him. Even if he found it, he could not retain it, as it was directly transformed by his talent. Could he still, like an ordinary person, seek a strand of chi belonging to himself, and then gradually gather and sever chi? Must I rely solely on my avatars for sustenance, while my true self remains a powerless weakling devoid of cultivation? This thought made him anxious. No matter how strong the avatars are, they remain merely avatars. The true self is fundamental. Moreover, the subsequent foundation establishment and Jinden stage of the new method surely could not rely entirely on avatars to break through. Could they? With a heart full of confusion and reluctance, Mou continued to sift through the sea of books, hoping to find records of similar situations or more straightforward and comprehensible cultivation methods. After diligent searching, he discovered useful information in a book titled Dai AI Zone by Gong Lu, which detailed the functions of various facilities throughout the sect. The Qi Cultivation Workshop, located deep within Qingyun Valley, serve as a crucial place for disciples to comprehend the new method and refine their sense of Qi. Within it, various areas such as quiet rooms, martial practice, discussions, and mystical realms brimmed with spiritual energy, creating a unique atmosphere where fellow disciples often exchanged insights, validating their studies, making it truly an unparalleled choice for seeking and gathering Qi. The Qi Cultivation Workshop, Mou's eyes sparkled. In populous places, information abounds. Furthermore, since it was a dedicated place for Qi cultivation, perhaps he could witness firsthand how others sought and gathered Qi. Maybe he could discover a path that suited him. It was certainly better than aimlessly pondering here. Instead of being confined in isolation, it was wiser to venture out and try his luck. After all, he had already memorized the foundational Qi cultivation methods. Experiencing the atmosphere there and observing how others sought Qi might spark inspiration. He had indeed mastered those basic methods. He just lacked practical application. It would be beneficial to witness it firsthand. Resolute in his decision, Mou tidied up and left the library, making his way towards Qingyun Valley. The scale of the Qi Cultivation Workshop exceeded Mou's imagination. It was not a singular structure, but a vast complex of buildings, harmoniously built against the mountains, enveloped in a faint, shimmering barrier adorned with runes, isolating it from the external clamor. At the entrance, a throng of disciples clad in the garments of various peaks flowed in and out, their faces reflecting anticipation, exhaustion, or excitement. As Mou stepped into the barrier, he was instantly engulfed by an indescribable torrent of scents. The salty tang of sweat, the medicinal aroma of spiritual herbs, the earthy scent of soil, and an indescribable, sweet yet tangled essence of desire, all amalgamated into an overwhelming fragrance. The intensity of the aroma was almost palpable, causing his throat to itch. Alongside this was an even more astonishing cacophony. The clanging of metal, the explosive sounds of Qi bursting, repressed roars, manic laughter, and even mingled cries of agony and ecstasy. This was hardly a place for tranquil cultivation. It was akin to a bizarre marketplace of lunacy. Mou steadied himself and followed the signs towards the public exchange area. The square was divided into countless small zones by invisible forces, each showcasing absurd dramas that challenged the limits of cognition. Chapter 41. Today, Enlightenment at the Chi Workshop. Mou's attention was drawn by a series of suppressed gasps and giggles. He beheld a space shrouded in a mist of pale pink, where a female cultivator draped in sheer fabric knelt on the ground, her gaze hazy and cheeks flushed, pleading with a male cultivator before her, who bore an expressionless, vacant stare. "Senior brother, please humiliate me, trample me, treat me as the most despicable plaything." The male cultivator, akin to a puppet, mechanically repeated, "You are despicable and unworthy." Upon hearing this, the enchanting female cultivator trembled violently, yet a look of profound pleasure adorned her face as torrents of pink chi surged around her. "Yes, just like that. Senior brother, you scold well, but it is not enough. Senior brother, you should be angrier, more contemptuous. Just think, does a wretch like me deserve to be torn apart?" As she spoke, she discreetly formed a hand seal, and a strand of pink light quietly seeped into the male cultivator's brow. His vacant eyes suddenly flickered with intense emotion, as if forcibly injected with a feeling. His facial muscles contorted, revealing genuine anger and disdain. "You shameless demoness! Utterly filthy! I wish to tear you to pieces." With the eruption of his emotions, a surge of black chi, laden with loathing, ascended from him, clashing violently with the female cultivator's pink chi, intertwining in a fierce embrace. The enchanting female cultivator was overjoyed, her pink aura swelling to the point of near solidity. It worked. Senior brother's revulsion has finally been drawn out. Ha! She suddenly stood, unbothered as her sheer fabric slipped away, forming hand seals as the intertwined pink and black chi was frantically absorbed into her body, her momentum escalating. Meanwhile, the male cultivator, after his emotional outburst, quickly regained his vacant stare, as if the anger had never existed, though his complexion had grown paler and his vitality diminished. Mou watched, dumbfounded. This female cultivator was actually utilizing humiliation and the manipulation of another's emotions to evoke their revulsion, which she then consumed as nourishment for her own lustful chi. Such a self-serving and heartless approach was far more insidious and twisted than mere debauchery. In a relatively quiet corner of the square, a haggard cultivator curled up on a tattered mat. His eyes were tightly shut, breath faint, yet a peculiar, satisfied smile lingered on his lips. Before him sat a small incense burner, within which burned a pinkish substance emitting a dizzyingly sweet fragrance. He was not asleep, but practicing a method known as extreme joy illusion chi. Through specially formulated intoxicating substances, he forced himself into a deep dream woven from his own desires. In this illusion, he might be an emperor with the world at his feet, a romantic hero cradling a celestial beauty, or a peerless powerhouse causing the heavens to collapse with a mere gesture. Only within those extreme, illusory sensory stimuli and the satisfaction of desires could he faintly sense the flow of chi and struggle to gather it. However, in reality, his body was visibly withering, vitality steadily draining amidst the indulgence and illusions. An elderly passerby shook his head in lament, another one ruined by extreme joy powder. This extreme joy illusion chi appeared deceptively easy, yet was perilous. Succumbing to illusions, both spirit and energy would be devoured by the dreamscape, ultimately leading to a depletion of life force, dying in a beautiful dream, unaware of how they met their demise. Mou gazed at the satisfied smile on the haggard cultivator's face, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was hardly cultivation. It was akin to a slow form of suicide, indulging in ephemeral satisfaction to numb oneself, evading the arduousness of reality. Ultimately leads to a tangible demise cloaked in false joy. Not far away, another scene unfolds, eerie and desolate. A young female cultivator, possessing delicate features yet harboring vacant, numb eyes, sits cross-legged upon a pristine stone slab. Suspended before her is a translucent jade tablet, its runes swirling and emanating a cold radiance. In her hand, she grips a petite, almost transparent spiritual carving knife, its tip glimmering with a perilous light. She inhales deeply, a flicker of anguish and struggle passing through her gaze, soon replaced by resolute determination. She raises the carving knife towards her brow, making a gentle incision. No blood flows, yet her body convulses violently, her complexion turning as pale as paper, beads of sweat cascading down. Simultaneously, the jade tablet before her flashes, as though it has recorded something. Beside her, a female cultivator, seemingly her companion, gazes at her with tears brimming in her eyes, offering a bowl of soothing medicinal soup, her voice choked with emotion. Jing, enough. Do not sever any more. You have already forgotten what we ate together at Ling Shan Tang yesterday. The cultivator, named Jing, numbly accepts the bowl, her hollow eyes fixed on her companion, as if gazing at a stranger. Who are you? Do we know each other? She takes a sip of the soup, her brow furrowing. This taste is so familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have had it. The companion's tears finally spill forth. I am Xiaowan, your fellow disciple, your friend. You have severed your memories 3 times in pursuit of the forgetting Qi. If you continue, you will forget even who you are. Jing's gaze remains vacant. She looks down at the spiritual carving knife in her hand, murmuring to herself. For the forgetting Qi to be pure, it must be devoid of worldly entanglements. All impurities must be severed. She seems to have completely forgotten Xiaowan's existence, as well as the pain she just endured, raising the knife once more, aiming at her brow. Preparing for the next purification. Mou watches in horror. This cultivation of forgetting Qi demands the severing and stripping away of one's memories and emotions. Each incision erodes a fragment of one's humanity. In pursuit of that elusive purity, one risks becoming a living dead, bereft of memory and emotion. This cultivation is no different from self-harm, perhaps even more terrifying as it dismantles the very foundation of the soul. A dense fragrance and clamor arise. Following the sound, Mou sees an opulently adorned area, lavishly spread with expensive spirit beast pelts, tables laden with spirit fruits and exquisite delicacies, and fine wines. A young male cultivator, dressed in resplendent attire, reclines languidly on a soft couch, flanked by 2 stunning female cultivators. He lazily opens his mouth, and one of the women feeds him a peeled spirit fruit, while the other raises a jade cup, offering him a drink infused with ethereal energy. He is not merely indulging in pleasure. As he swallows the spirit fruit and fine wine, a gentle golden aura, imbued with a languorous opulence, swirls around him. He squints, savoring the maiden's massages, mumbling, the sweetness of the golden silk honey fruit, the richness of the millennium wine, and the silkiness of these beauties' skin. All are the ultimate delights of the world, to be savored and absorbed into my aura of bliss and wealth. Nearby, disciples whisper to one another. This is Zhao Shi, a direct descendant of the Zhao family, cultivating the aura of bliss and wealth, which emphasizes exhausting worldly extravagance, indulging in the beauty of the world, and sampling the rarest delicacies across the universe. It is said he spends enough spirit stones daily for an ordinary disciple to cultivate for an entire year. Yet look at his aura, radiant with golden light, exuding wealth. How can mere hard cultivation compare? Zhao, she seems to catch wind of the discussion, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he carelessly tosses a half-eaten spirit fruit to the ground and commands the maid. I'm tired of this. Bring me an ice fire spirit horn to taste. The golden aura surrounding him thickens with his extravagant display. Mou finds the scene utterly absurd. While others struggle in agony, drowning in illusions, this individual cultivates amidst mountains of gold and silver in a realm of tenderness. This new method of Qi cultivation truly spares no effort, transforming human greed and hedonism into a source of energy. As Mou traverses this symphony of absurdity, distortion, and madness, the initial shock and disgust gradually give way to a profound sense of absurdity. He realizes why the tomes in the library are written in such obscure and esoteric language. The essence of this new Qi cultivation is to forcibly catalyze, distort, and purify an extreme aspect of human nature through unimaginable means, ultimately refining it into a manipulable energy. These cultivators, in their quest for Qi, have long abandoned reason and morality, wallowing in the extreme paths they have chosen, be it indulgence, humiliation, extravagance, self-harm, or bloodlust. They are like moths drawn to flame, burning themselves in twisted flames, all for the sake of grasping that ethereal power. Every breath of chi here is tainted with the filth of the soul and the wails of life. No wonder you Bing Shuang and Shangue Bing have become like that, MOU realizes. At Yuqing Peak, he personally witnessed the cruel sacrifices of the ruthless Tao and experienced the ultimate distortion of the cowardly Qi. Here, however, is merely a microcosm of the entire AI sect, and indeed, the world of this new Qi cultivation. All seemingly gifted individuals with dual personalities are likely mere vessels or prices for cultivating these extreme energies. Yu Bing Shuang's sickly persona embodies ruthlessness, while Shangue Bing's sycophantic persona embodies cowardice. MOU's own avatar talent appears instinctively to segregate the arrogance and lustful energies he encounters. Just as MOU is overwhelmed by this chaotic spectacle, a subtle yet clear voice pierces through the din, reaching his ears. No, what you are doing is wrong. The voice emanates from an inconspicuous corner. A youth, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a youthful visage yet strikingly bright eyes, urgently addresses a companion before him who is attempting to incite wrath through self-harm. The companion hesitates, holding a small knife, contemplating whether to cut into his own arm. Brother, you are deliberately seeking humiliation and pain. Deep down, you know this is for cultivation, and subconsciously, it carries an ulterior motive. This wrath will not be pure. As the books say, Qi arises from subtle movements of thought and is formed from extreme obsessions, but it must be entirely natural, emanating from the heart. If you seek it, it will elude you. The more you desire anger, the more inauthentic it becomes. The self-harming brother is momentarily stunned, then irritably waves his hand. What do you know, kid? If I don't do this, how can I draw out the Qi? Go away, don't hinder me. The youth stamps his foot in frustration, but what you are forcibly extracting will be chaotic and unstable. Even if there is Qi, look over there in the lust zone. How many have ended up being backfired, becoming mere beasts driven by lust? And those in the humiliation zone have long lost their Tao heart, truly considering themselves as refuse. This is not the right path. Although the youth's voice is soft, it resonates like thunder in MOU's mind. Seeking it, only to lose it? These 4 words strike at the very heart of MOU's greatest confusion. He suddenly recalls his own experiences. At the testing platform, due to the system he acquired, he became arrogant and disdainful of others, aligning with the realm of the indifferent heavens, a strand of arrogant Qi arising naturally, only to be subsequently differentiated by his talent. At Yuqing Peak, confronted with the provocations of Yu Bing Shuang and the junior sisters, his youthful blood surged, instinctively stirring up the lustful Qi, which was similarly absorbed and differentiated by his talent. Both instances of seeking Qi occurred in a state of unconsciousness, without deliberate pursuit, when emotions reached a naturally extreme point. The Qi emerged. He had never intentionally sought arrogance or lust. In contrast, those in the Qi cultivation workshop are all seeking. They act with intense purpose, playing roles, manufacturing, and pursuing those extreme emotional states. It is akin to what the youth proclaimed. Deep within, he instinctively comprehended that this was a means of cultivation. The very essence of that emotion had already become impure and unnatural. Consequently, while the energy they amassed might be plentiful, what of its quality? Was it not rife with impurities? Might it not recoil upon itself? Had it strayed from the very source of its origin? An epiphany surged through MOU as a gleam flickered in his eyes, dispelling the previous fog of confusion and oppression, replaced by a thrilling clarity. His innate talent allowed him to directly transmute the energy he sought into avatars, while it seemed to deprive his physical self of the potential to gather energy. From another perspective, was this not an exceptional advantage? Talent is indeed the pathway. Others laboriously contort their beings to play roles, pursue, and generate extreme emotions in their quest for energy, all the while fretting over the purity of those emotions and the risk of backlash. Yet, for him, MOU, he need not seek. His avatars were the very manifestation of his extreme emotions crystallized in an unconscious state. Long Ao Tian represented the embodiment of his inherent arrogance, viewing all beings as mere fodder. The submissive persona of the masochistic maiden was a culmination of his most primal impulses in the presence of beauty. Their existence was the most unadulterated and primal manifestation of energy. His path, perhaps, was not merely about seeking, gathering, and severing energy within his being as others did. His path lay in differentiation and dominion. Differentiation, allowing varied extreme emotions and energies under the influence of his talent to naturally condense into independent avatars, each a perfect vessel and entity for cultivation. The cancerous avatar signifies immortality and devouring. The arrogant avatar embodies disdain and oppression. The lustful avatar represents desire and allure, with the future promising even more. Dominion. As the essence, what he needed to do was control these avatars, harmonize their powers, and even guide them in their cultivation and growth. His physical self may not possess formidable energy directly, but he wielded the ability to generate and command the very source of that energy. This was not a severance of the path, but rather the forging of an unprecedented avenue, uniquely MOU's own path to enlightenment through avatars. While others cultivate energy, he cultivates avatars. The strength of his avatars translates to his own strength. With this realization, as MOU surveyed the chaotic scene within the Chi cultivation workshop, his mindset had irrevocably shifted. The absurdity and distortion here were no longer mere sources of disgust and oppression. Instead, they became an exquisite backdrop, reflecting the uniqueness of his own journey. A knowing smile graced his lips. Indeed, his visit to the Chi workshop was not in vain. Today, enlightenment dawned within the Chi workshop, a path that belonged solely to MOU. He murmured softly, his gaze sweeping over those still struggling on their respective extreme paths, leaving behind confusion and instead nurturing a clear vision and a hint of anticipation for the future. He ceased lingering and turned towards the shimmering exit. Behind him, the cacophony of lustful moans, cries of degradation, lavish revelry, self-harm shrieks, and the roars of combat harmonized into a surreal yet genuine symphony, heralding a new era of Chi cultivation. And MOU had already discovered his unique note within this symphony. Chapter 42. I endure this nonsense. The air in the Chi cultivation workshop seemed to be thick with myriad distorted emotions. MOU hurried through, making his way towards the radiant veil of the exit. Just near the shimmering curtain, a relatively tranquil area caught his attention. Here, there was no bloodshed, no lustful moans, just a solitary figure meditating upon a mat. In front of this person stood a crude wooden sign, inscribed in a shaky hand. Free training. Seek energy, gather energy. Assist you in breaking through your bottleneck. MOU instinctively halted, intrigued by the word free. A playful smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. In this grand sect, within this Chi workshop, free offerings often bore the most exorbitant costs. The benevolence of Yu Bing Shuang, the closeness of his junior sisters, even Shun Kuei Bing's sycophantic demeanor. Were they not all honey-coated arsenic? However, the path he had just comprehended, differentiation and dominion, had at its core the essence of acting according to one's desires. Differentiation stems from one's nature. Dominion resides in control. Since he had grasped this path, why should he tread cautiously? To hesitate would contradict the essence of following one's heart. Moreover, the word free brushed lightly against the deep-seated curiosity within him, the instinct of a traveler seeking advantage. To pass up free offerings would be foolish. MOU chuckled inwardly. Turning towards that corner, he was eager to discover what this free lunch truly entailed. As he seated himself opposite the meditator, he scrutinized the individual's appearance. The man was exceptionally robust, yet every inch of muscle was as taut as steel wire. His eyes were clouded, bloodshot, and his pupils bore a dark red hue, akin to that seen in extreme rage. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing through MOU. MOU intended to exchange pleasantries, perhaps asking the man's name or seeking his insights. However, the burly man interrupted directly. Let us skip the chit-chat. Time is precious. Allow me to assist you in your energy cultivation. I hope this experience can enhance my own path. His eyes were fervent as they fixed upon MOU. You go first, ask anything. Anything at all. Quick. MOU was taken aback by the rapid-fire barrage of words and the intensity of the man's gaze. This pace was overwhelming. He initially sought to warm up the conversation and understand the man's methods. However, since the man insisted on casual inquiries, MOU pondered for a moment and decided to pose the simplest, least confrontational question to initiate the dialogue. My friend, why do people drink water? He thought, surely, this would not lead him astray. It was merely a physiological need. Huh. The burly man reacted as if he had heard the most absurd joke in existence. Expelling a gust of air through his nose, his face suddenly contorted with derision as if confronted by something utterly grotesque. What kind of moronic question is that? If you don't drink water, do you drink urine? Have you lost your mind? Or were you kicked by a donkey? Even a 3-year-old knows you drink when you're thirsty. Is it a chamber pot perched atop your neck? Is your body filled with refuse? Or did your parents forget to give you a brain when they brought you into this world? He slapped his thigh, pointing a finger at Mou's nose. Spittle nearly spraying onto Mou's face. Look at you, all frail and weak, waddling like a drunkard. Did some senior sister drain you dry last night? And now your brain has followed suit. Mou was taken aback. The calm demeanor he had maintained instantly evaporated, replaced by a surge of indignation. Was this man truly deranged? Could a free training session be filled with such vile and degrading language? Before he could react, the burly man continued his rapid-fire assault, each word more vicious than the last, cutting with precision. Drink water? I think you need to drain some excess water from that brain of yours. With your level of understanding, even divine nectar wouldn't have any flavor to you. What is the difference between you and a cow chewing on peonies? No, even cows are superior. At least they can plow the fields. With that intellect, I'm surprised you don't mistake seed for dung when you go home to farm. Were you raised on a placenta? With that appearance, I would even let you lick the soles of my shoes. Your tongue is too rough. You look like a toad that's been wallowing in a latrine for 3 days. You'd be better off returning to your mother's womb to start over. Look at that face of yours, wrinkled like an old chrysanthemum. Do your parents know you're out here, showcasing the placenta as a talent? What? Have I struck a nerve? Lost your tongue? Or has your barren brain completely dried up, leaving you unable to utter a single coherent word? Mou felt a rush of blood surge to his head. The strings of rationality snapped instantaneously throughout his life, even when used as a pawn by Fu Yu or schemed against by Yu Bing Shuang. He had never been subjected to such despicable and humiliating language in person. Damn it! Mou's eyes turned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. I'm not your mother. The burly man instantly interrupted, his voice sharper than ever. I am your father, your biological father. I refuse to bear the burden of such a fool, one whose mind is filled with the sludge of ignorance. Was your birth so arduous that it damaged your brain? Or were you fished out from the muck by your father? You exude an unmistakable stench of foolishness. To pose a question with such refreshing absurdity is a sight I have never encountered in my years. With your intellect, you are even inferior to the swine in the Ling Tian. At least they know how to forage for food, while you only ask such foolish questions. I suggest you find a rope and end it all. Perhaps in your next life, you might strive to embody a modicum of intelligence. The venomous words struck like a tempest, their angles sharp, language crude, and imagination boundless, far exceeding Mou's comprehension. Each utterance pierced his very being, shattering the education. The remnants of modern civility and the last vestiges of rationality he had clung to. In a fit of rage, Mou could no longer contain himself. Roaring like an enraged lion, he sprang from the ground and swung his fist towards that loathsome face. Mou had completely lost his composure. All notions of enlightenment, authority, and calmness were cast aside. An unprecedented fury and humiliation erupted within him like a volcano. His only thought was to tear apart that foul mouth and knock the very excrement from this bastard. With a primal roar, Mou surged forward like a ferocious beast. Launching himself from the cushion, his fist sliced through the air, aimed directly at his opponent's face. Yet a mere waste is still a waste. His strikes lacked any force. The burly man merely chuckled, sidestepping effortlessly, evading Mou's enraged blow, while his right leg struck out like a venomous snake, fast enough to leave only an afterimage. A dull thud resonated as Mou felt his abdomen assaulted as if struck by a battering ram, a searing pain enveloping him, sending him uncontrollably flying several meters away, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. He felt his insides shift, stars exploding in his vision, and a bitter taste rose in his throat, nearly causing him to spew blood. Truly, what a disgrace. The burly man stood there, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing, his gaze dripping with contempt. With such pathetic skills, you dare to embarrass yourself in the chi cultivation hall? You might as well go to the brothel at the foot of the mountain and sell yourself. Perhaps you could at least earn a living. With your character, what cultivation could you possibly pursue? You ought to return home and suckle. Unable to contain himself any longer, Imoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, half from injury, half from indignation. He struggled to rise, but the agony in his abdomen rendered him powerless. The power of the cancerous doppelganger surged within him, mending his injured insides. Yet the fury of public humiliation and violated dignity roared like lava in his chest. I will not back down. With his eyes blazing crimson, Imoyu disregarded his injuries and charged once more. This time, he would not hold back. The power of the cancerous doppelganger erupted fully. His skin rippled as the healing accelerated, and his strikes bore strength beyond his natural limits. However, the disparity was insurmountable. The burly man moved like a specter. His steps unpredictable, each dodge perfectly timed, every counterattack striking precisely at Imoyu's points of force or old wounds. Imoyu's assaults raged like a tempest, yet he could scarcely graze the man's clothing. Conversely, each blow the man delivered pierced Imoyu to the core, as if struck by a hammer. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking. Thud! A kick to his chest sent Imoyu sprawling like a human punching bag, tossed about at the man's whim, rising again and again, only to be beaten down more severely. His clothes were tattered, his face bruised and bloodied, a pitiful sight. Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, regarded the scene with indifference, mockery, or apathy, yet none intervened. Rubbish. A waste. A worthless lump. The burly man continued to pummel Imoyu effortlessly, his words laced with the most venomous insults. Touching you dirties my hands. Get lost. You are a blight here. Engaging with the likes of you is an affront to my path. Utterly fruitless. A waste of my time. Finally, having grown weary of the fight and the insults, he regarded Imoyu, who once again struggled to rise, swaying unsteadily, and spat contemptuously at his feet. Bah! What ill fortune! The burly man turned away, not sparing Imoyu another glance, returning to his cushion to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, as if he had merely swatted away an annoying fly. His aura fluctuated slightly, a minuscule yet exceptionally pure anger, or perhaps a special energy born from the profound humiliation of others, slowly integrating into his being. Imoyu lay in agony, collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. He gasped for breath, each inhalation pulling at the wounds across his body. The physical pain gradually subsided under the healing power of the cancerous doppelganger, yet the humiliation and rage within him seared like a brand, etched deep into his very bones. He glared at the burly man, now lost in his meditation, the fire of fury in his eyes nearly manifesting as a tangible force capable of reducing him to ashes. Free training? Assisting others in gathering energy? To hell with it. This bastard was thriving on the trampling of others' dignity, feeding on their utmost rage to cultivate his so-called path of anger. His notion of helping others was nothing more than hurling insults, delivering brutal blows, and pushing individuals to the brink of despair, thereby siphoning the purest fury and humiliation to fuel his own power. He had become a stepping stone on this scoundrel's path to cultivation, a prey for his insatiable hunger for anger. This realization ignited a fury even greater than the physical beating and insults he had endured. He struggled, relying on the restorative power of the cancerous doppelganger, and with great effort, he staggered to his feet, battered and bruised, making his way towards the exit of the chi cultivation hall amidst the mocking and indifferent gazes of those around him. The cold night wind brushed against his face, but it could not extinguish the fire of rage within him. He walked back to the library in silence, his footsteps heavy. Upon pushing open the heavy wooden door, the familiar scent of ink and aged paper enveloped him, though it could no longer bring him solace. He reached the designated area he was responsible for, between the 7th and 12th rows of bookshelves. This had been his sanctuary, a place to absorb knowledge and bide his time. Leaning against the cold shelves, he slowly sank to the ground. The pain in his body healed rapidly under the vigorous life force of the cancerous doppelganger. Yet the wounds to his spirit festered and grew. Enduring for a moment only fueled his rage further. Taking a step back felt like a loss. That sycophantic pervert, Shen Bing, had been lurking in the shadows, spying on him and Yu Bing Shuang, and he had tolerated it. The sickly Yu Bing Shuang treated him as a furnace, scheming to extract his spine for her own purposes, nearly leading to his demise. And he had endured. The disparity in strength left him no choice but to tolerate. The woman, Yu Fu Yu, lofty and haughty, treated him like a pawn, defecating on him and manipulating his life. He had put up with that too. The gap in power was so vast that a mere flick of her finger could crush him. He had endured so much. For too long. Like a dog. He had fought to survive in the crevices, plotting for the future amid humiliation. He had told himself that patience would lead to greater plans. That as long as he remained, he would not lack for opportunities. But today, just moments ago, a nameless wretch, appearing from nowhere, dared to so brazenly ride atop him, treating him as a punching bag, hurling insults that drenched him in humiliation, trampling his dignity underfoot. By what right? By what right? Was it merely because I appeared easy to bully? Is it merely because I am a time traveler that I should be toyed with and used as a stepping stone by you natives? A surge of unprecedented wrath erupted within MOU, akin to a volcano that had been suppressed for millennia. This anger was so fierce and pure that it stirred a dormant power deep within his Danshin, causing the air around the bookshelf to distort slightly. I can't take this anymore. MOU abruptly lifted his head, his eyes devoid of any confusion or forbearance, replaced instead by a near-maniacal determination and a chilling intent to kill. That fool, that scoundrel who cultivates his anger. Who does he think he is to deserve my restraint? No, absolutely not. Shen Qi Bing must die. The sickly sweet Yu Bing Shuang must perish, and Yu Fu Yu must be eliminated as well. But before that, the scoundrel who has humiliated me today must be the first to die. Moreover, he should die in the most disgraceful manner. He must die in a way that leaves him ruined and regretting ever coming to this world. The flames of vengeance blazed fiercely within MOU, incinerating his last remnants of hesitation and weakness. His brain operated with an unprecedented speed, formulating one sinister, ruthless, and even despicable revenge plan after another like bubbling magma. The lust avatar, that enchanting woman who is, at her core, a masochist, let her approach that scoundrel in the most despicable manner, teasing and tempting him. Then strike when he is at his most triumphant and disgraceful. The Cancer avatar, that monster with terrifying vitality and regenerative abilities. Let it infiltrate silently, parasitize and corrode, causing internal collapse. And the Joker entry, that extraordinary ability to perfectly mimic appearances, auras, and even spiritual roots, disguise as his most trusted ally, or masquerade as a formidable figure he cannot afford to offend, setting an inevitable trap. He could even exploit the resources of a library to uncover this bastardess weaknesses, enemies, or the taboos related to his anger cultivation. Countless thoughts collided, combined, and refined within his mind. A smile, cold to the extreme yet grotesque, slowly emerged on MOU's face. In that smile, there was no longer the buoyancy of a time traveler, only the cruel essence of a hunter ready to shed all pretense and revel in the pleasure of unleashing malice without restraint. Enough is enough, MOU murmured to himself, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with a disquieting calm. Watch how I play with your demise. He leaned against the bookshelf and gradually stood up. The bruises and scars on his body had faded significantly thanks to the efforts of the Cancer avatar, but his eyes shone brighter and more dangerously than ever. The dim light of the library stretched his shadow across the bookshelf, warping and distorting it. Chapter 43. Layout deep within the Tsang Shugu Esping Zone. MOU sat cross-legged on the cold floor, leaning against a row of towering bookshelves. Before him lay not a tome of cultivation, but two seemingly ordinary sect documents, the Outer Sect Disciple Directory and a thick duty log of the Ping Zone. MOU's gaze rapidly scanned the lines of information, seeking that foul-mouthed scoundrel. After experiencing betrayal, refining, and the despair of near death on Yu Qing Feng, this malice from the lower echelons had become the vengeance target he could grasp, a target he might have the power to shake. Zhao Li. MOU's fingertip paused over a name. The directory recorded succinctly, Zhao Li, Outer Sect Disciple, entered the sect 7 years ago, yet has not advanced to the inner sect, with a violent temperament often leading to conflicts. Beside it, a hastily scribbled note seemed to be the casual observation of Steward. Main cultivation path is the path of anger, prone to thunderous rage, difficult to control strength. harming others as well as oneself, unlikely to achieve greatness. The path of anger. Mou mouthed the words softly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. No wonder his mouth was so foul. It turns out his cultivation relies on anger as sustenance. He closed the directory and picked up the hefty duty log of the ping zone, a record of daily affairs for all disciples on duty, tedious and cumbersome. Finally, in the recent records, he discerned a pattern. Almost every day at the hour of Shun, Zhao Li's name appeared, followed by a brief note. Zhao Li, at the hour of Shun, heads towards the Li Jian pool, speaking of body tempering. Day after day, rain or shine. Li Jian pool. The image of the sex map stored within the library sprang to Mou's mind. It was a place located behind the outer sect, where the cold pool water and fierce sword energy tempered the physique, an arduous environment where only those of steadfast will could endure. It seems that although Zhao Li has a foul mouth, he possesses a certain ferocity in his cultivation. Mou's gaze traversed the map, revealing a clear path from the Steward Hall to Li Jian Pool, with a segment marked as ZY Fenglan. This area, named after the spirit when known as ZY Feng, features maple leaves that eternally display an intoxicating crimson hue, with winding paths that are quite tranquil. A section of the route with little human traffic. ZY Fenglan. Mou lightly tapped his finger on the location of the maple forest. This is the place. Secluded, meaning little disturbance. Essential, meaning the target will inevitably appear. An impeccable ambush site, or rather, a perfect trap setting point, with the target, route, and location determined. The next step was to seek out the weaknesses of the path of anger. Mou began to scour the vast sea of books for records related to the path of anger. This was no easy task, as information concerning specific weaknesses of cultivation techniques is often regarded as taboo or secretive by the sect, rarely appearing in the foundational area. He patiently sifted through a mountain of obscure and fragmentary texts like miscellaneous cultivation techniques, record of heterodox paths, and chronicles of chi theories. Hard work pays off. In a dusty, fragile volume titled Commentary on the Path of Anger fragment, a line of tiny script caught his eye, the handwriting hasty yet powerful. The practitioners of the path of anger, in moments of great rage, unleash violent spiritual energy with red light surging around them, a terrifying presence. However, extremes lead to reversals, and when anger reaches its zenith, a spiritual light will flicker at the Tanzhong point, resembling a golden crow falling to the ground. This is not an auspicious omen, but rather the peak of their technique's operation, and yet it is also the most uncontrollable point of vulnerability. Tanzhong point, the golden crow falling to the ground. Mou's heart raced. He had found it. This was precisely what he had been searching for. This vulnerability was described so specifically that it was almost tailor-made as his target. He closed the book, closed his eyes for a moment, and deeply imprinted the keywords Tanzhong point, golden crow falling to the ground, and anger reaching the sky into his mind. The core of the plan was now clear. Mou noted that the annotator was named Xian Chun, who ultimately fell into madness and perished. With the end of his notes, frantically scribbled with the sea of anger, has no bounds. He sneered. It seems this vulnerability is the coffin nail of the path of anger. The system suddenly interjected. Host, your expression resembles that of a villainous overlord. Mou disdainfully retorted. Silence. This is the brilliance of wisdom. In the following days, Mou's routine became as regular as the sundial in the corner of the library. He worked diligently from the hour of Chun to the hour of Yu, meticulously completing dusting, organizing, and recording tasks. The elderly cultivator with white hair remained half asleep, indifferent to Mou's diligence, as if everything were of no concern to him. However, in moments unnoticed, Mou would quietly vanish into the shadows of the towering bookshelves in the ping zone. On multiple occasions, he rationally approached the outer areas of the library near ZY Fenglin or checked the tomes close to the back mountain windows, familiarizing himself with the environment in preparation for laying out his gift. Mou committed every detail of the surroundings to memory, constructing an accurate three-dimensional map in his mind. The time was ripe. On a windless, warm afternoon during a rest day, Mou donned a plain gray servant's robe and quietly departed from his dwelling. He did not head towards the bustling markets or training grounds, but instead circumvented paths where he might encounter fellow disciples, slipping deep into ZY Fenglin. In the serene forest, the only sound was the faint rustle of leaves beneath one's feet. Mo approached a massive reclining stone, meticulously examining the ground around him. The roots of several ancient maple trees near the path, and the dense underbrush at the edge of the clearing. This was the spot. He concentrated on the cancerous embodiment that represented immortality and devouring. Without uttering a word, a clear command was conveyed. Divide, slumber, lurk. From the tips of Mo's fingers oozed a minuscule, almost invisible viscous substance, glimmering with a faint life essence. They moved like tiny entities with independent consciousness, silently integrating into the soft earth, adhering to the rough bark of the maple trees, and even infiltrating the veins of nearby leaves. These organisms were exceedingly minute, in a profound state of dormancy, akin to seeds buried underground, emitting no spiritual or life energy. Their sole directive was to sense, to perceive a specific, tumultuous, destructive wave, characteristic of Zhao Li's unique anger cultivated through the Tao of rage. Only when such a particular wave of anger, reaching a certain intensity, crashed in like a tide, would it awaken these dormant spores, much like ripples on the surface of a pond when a stone is cast. Mo meticulously arranged thousands of such gifts, discreetly and evenly around the reclining stone within a radius of several zhang, particularly covering the small area where Zhao Li commonly paused to unleash his fury. Time flowed steadily. The sun dipped lower in the sky, elongating the shadows in the forest. When a last spore melded into the underside of a half-buried maple leaf, Mo exhaled a long, silent sigh. He slowly rose, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he re-examined the placement, ensuring there were no oversights or exposed risks. He even simulated Zhao Li's walking path, gently traversing the edge of the installation area, acutely sensing for any anomalies. Perfect, Mo silently affirmed to himself. Then he turned, his figure seamlessly merging into the depths of the maple forest, leaving no trace behind, just as he had arrived. The following day, Mo stood behind an inconspicuous western window on a high floor of the library, the window slightly ajar. His gaze pierced through layers of eaves and distant mountain ranges, precisely directed towards the direction of the ZY phone Lin, where only a wine-red silhouette could be discerned from afar. Seconds ticked by. Suddenly, a vague black dot appeared at the edge of the wine-red maple forest. The figure moved hastily, exuding a palpable agitation. It was Zhao Li. He strode into the ZY phone Lin along a fixed path, soon concealed by the dense maple trees. Here he comes. Mo smirked. Little fool. It's your time to shine. On the title page of the library's Chinnu Dao annotations, Mo sketched a smiley face, accompanied by the words, "The angrier you become, the faster you perish." Chapter 44. The little fool begins to operate. Zhao Li wore a grim expression, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. He had just exited the elder hall, having quarreled with the steward over trivial matters, the unnamed fire within him akin to an impending volcanic eruption, scorching his insides. He needed to vent, to transform this violent fury into strength, and the cold, piercing waters of the Li Jian pond, alongside the sharp sword energy, serve as his daily forge for refining the Tao of rage. Habitually, he made his way toward a secluded stone in the depths of the ZY phone Lin, a place seldom disturbed, ideal for converting his wrath into power. Get lost. Useless obstacle. As always, his words were harsh. Not far ahead. A figure seemed startled by his sudden roar, stumbling back 2 steps and falling onto the ground blanketed with maple leaves. It was a woman. She wore a somewhat disheveled pink gauze dress, the hem snagged by thorns, revealing her fair calves. Her hair was slightly undone, a few strands cascading down her cheeks, accentuating her snow-white complexion. At that moment, she raised her watery, glistening eyes, with a tear poised to fall, casting a pitiable glance towards Zhao Li, her expression mingling fear, grievance, and a hint of captivating allure. This was the lustful manifestation disguised as a disciple of He Huan Feng. "I'm sorry, senior brother. I'm a disciple of He Huan Feng, Lu Ruyan." Her voice trembled, soft and melodious, like a frightened fawn. Ruyan did not intend to block the path. She hesitated, biting her lip, her demeanor enough to evoke sympathy in any normal man. Unfortunately, she stood before Zhao Li, a practitioner of the Tao of rage, who perceived tenderness as weakness. Cursed, he grumbled gruffly. Get out of my way. Were you, a He-Huan Feng harlot, doing here causing a scene? If you've been used, go back to your doghouse and weep. It seemed Lu Ruyan was further frightened by this merciless insult, her body trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. She timidly lifted her head, her expressive eyes cautiously assessing Zhao Li, tinged with a hint of curiosity. Senior brother, please calm down. I think I recognize you. You are Zhao Li, right? Zhao Li was taken aback, not expecting this woman from He-Huan Feng to recognize him, yet his caution heightened. So what if I am? What do you want? It truly is Senior Brother Zhao. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled, as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure. She gracefully stepped closer, her sweet, intoxicating fragrance wafting toward Zhao Li. Senior Brother Zhao's reputation precedes him. Even Sister Yen Rui from Yuqing Feng has mentioned you privately. She elongated her words, luring him. Yen Rui? Zhao Li's brow furrowed sharply, the name piercing through his forcibly suppressed rage like a needle. Lu Ruyan keenly detected the fleeting grimness on his face and the sudden tension in his muscles. She inwardly smirked, yet her expression remained sweet and innocent, imitating Yen Rui's characteristic lively demeanor with her chin slightly raised. Indeed, Sister Yen Rui said that during the inter-set competition of your technique, anger waves splitting the sky, was truly astonishing. The entire arena was dyed red with your fury, causing many junior brothers to weaken at the knees. She deliberately paused, savoring the sight of Zhao Li's face turning progressively red and the veins throbbing on his forehead, before leisurely delivering her most venomous words. But alas, what use is a grand display? Sister Yen Rui merely found it a bit noisy and casually lashed out with her whip. She extended her delicate finger, playfully mimicking a whip-cracking motion, her red lips curling into a mocking arc. Senior brother, you were spun like a top, crashing to the ground like a dog rolling in the mud, 8 zhang away from her. Her fiery skirt remained unblemished, not a speck of dust upon it, sparkling clean. Tell me, senior brother, isn't this rather amusing? Ha ha ha. She covered her mouth with a delicate hand, her laughter echoing through the forest, brimming with unabashed malice and disdain. You. Zhao Li felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his temples throbbing violently, his eyes instantly bloodshot. That humiliating defeat was his greatest shame. The memory of being sent flying by Yen Rui's whip, the disgraceful scene of his defeat, haunted him through countless sleepless nights. At that moment, having such a He-Huan Feng harlot so frivolously and mockingly unveil his scars in public, he felt the fury within him erupt like a volcano. The crimson energy surrounding him surged violently, swirling like flames, the air around him becoming searing and distorted. Yet, Lu Ruyan appeared oblivious to his impending explosion. Instead, she concealed her mouth, emitting a melodious yet malicious laugh. Ha ha ha, Shixing, do you not find this matter particularly amusing? A practitioner of a newly devised technique, boasting of boundless prowess, is effortlessly sent flying by a female cultivator wielding an ancient method. Does it not resemble those raucous individuals in the marketplace, who can only roar, yet cannot even brush against the hem of another's garment? Though she deliberately refrained from uttering that word, the scorn and derision radiating from her gaze bore more insult than any vulgarity. She even mimicked Zhao Li's moment of losing his weapon, gesturing exaggeratedly before clutching her stomach, laughing so uproariously that she seemed to tremble like a flower in the wind. Oh dear, I can scarcely contain my laughter. Shiji Yenrei remarked that your anger cultivation is rather reminiscent of a scolding harpy, merely stomping and shouting, yet lacking any deeper significance. As she chuckled, she twirled a lock of her cascading hair around her finger, casting a sultry glance at Zhao Li, her demeanor dripping with contempt. Vile creature, I shall tear your mouth apart. Zhao Li erupted in fury. He unleashed a feral roar, his body engulfed in crimson flames of wrath. His right fist clenched tightly as violent energy surged within him, threatening to obliterate the delicate figure before him. However, Lu Ruyan, observing Zhao Li in his frenzied state, felt no fear. Instead, she advanced boldly as his fist descended. Like a slippery fish, she darted forward at an incredible angle and speed, slipping past the turbulent wind of Zhao Li's punch. her captivating eyes locked onto his twisted visage, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear. In a moment of Zhao Li's astonishment, she extended her delicate finger, with an almost sacrilegious frivolity, precisely tapping the area near his chest's Tanzhong point. The chilling sensation of her fingertip contrasted with the seething heat within him. Ah, Shixing. Lu Ruyan's voice was saccharine and beguiling. Her seductive gaze lingering near Zhao Li's ear, exhaling sweetly. Your heart races so swiftly, akin to a drum. Are you perhaps reminded of Shiji Yin Rui's sharp little whip? She applied gentle pressure, drawing ambiguous circles near the acupoint. That must feel splendid, does it not? Striking your body, is it not both painful and pleasurable? Is it something you cannot forget? She even teasingly rose onto her toes, brushing her soft form against Zhao Li's taut arm. The hem of her skirt grazing his clenched fist, her voice laced with a base allure. With such fury, do you not wish for a whip to invigorate you? Begone. Zhao Li's rationality was utterly shattered by this exquisite blend of humiliation and provocation. He emitted a primal roar, his muscles taut, the pent-up fury within him surging like a volcano through his meridians, just as his rage reached its zenith, completely consuming his senses. A resonant hum echoed from his Tanzhong point. At that moment, a blinding crimson light erupted from the exact location on his chest. This radiance resembled a miniature sun on the verge of explosion, akin to the mythic golden crow descending to earth as described in ancient texts. This was precisely where his technique reached its pinnacle, yet also the most vulnerable point due to his uncontrolled emotions. The time for ambush had arrived, concealed amongst the boulders. Beneath the maple leaves, within the earth, countless cancerous clones awaited. Upon sensing this violent, destructive wave of anger, they were activated as if drawn by the scent of blood. A faint, nearly inaudible hum resonated. Countless barely visible crimson threads coalesced from the ground beneath Zhao Li's feet, and even from the air around him. Rushing towards the glaring red light at his Tanzhong point, frantically converging and penetrating, Zhao Li felt an almost imperceptible tingling at his Tanzhong point, akin to the sensation of insect bites. This trivial anomaly paled in comparison to the raging inferno of fury engulfing him. All his focus, all his murderous intent, was locked onto the figure before him, Lu Ruyan, who laughed so heartily, her words laced with venom. The crimson flames of his wrath soared, consuming him entirely. He unleashed a roar that transcended human expression, a fist imbued with boundless fury directed at the close proximity of Lu Ruyan. Yet at that critical moment, Lu Ruyan's form transformed into a blur, like a phantom scattered by the wind. Zhao Li's devastating punch, capable of cleaving mountains, passed directly through her ethereal figure, crashing violently into the ground behind her. Boom! Attendre explosion resunded. The earth was shattered, creating a vast pit. Soil and stones mingled with the rising maple leaves. The ferocious shockwave snapped nearby maple trees in half. As for Lu Ruyan, her form dissipated like a mirage, leaving only a series of silvery, mocking laughter echoing through the forest. Hee, Shizhong. Such fury may harm your health. Until next time, you foolish giant. Zhao Li watched in disbelief as his target vanished, his full force strike missing its mark. The immense backlash combined with his overwhelming rage caused him to spit a mouthful of blood. His body swayed violently, darkness encroaching upon his vision. He clutched his chest where the pain throbbed, the glimmering red light at his Tanzhong point dimming, yet a colder, more sinister sensation began to creep into his meridians. Taking root like a parasite, he gazed down at the blood he had coughed up, then stared vacantly at the spot where Lu Ruyan had disappeared. Vile woman, Lu Ruyan, Yanghui. He released a roar of despair, his voice hoarse, brimming with boundless hatred and frustration. Unbeknownst to him, a far more terrifying seed had been sown within him during this moment of weakness, waiting to take root and blossom into an irreversible abyss. In the distance, behind the western window of the library's upper floor, Mo Yu slowly closed the gap. Leaning against the cold wall, a satisfied smirk graced his lips. A thread of crimson, as if alive, slithered into his palm. He murmured softly, "The seed has been sown. Await the blooming of the aberrant flower." Chapter 45. The mutation. As Zhao Li stumbled back to his residence, night had deepened. He kicked open the wooden door with a resounding crash, the panel slamming against the earthen wall, sending dust cascading. The mocking laughter of that vile woman, Lu Ruyen, still buzzed in his ears, mingled with the sharp whistle of Yen Rue's whip from years past, tearing at the last vestiges of his sanity. Lu Ruyen, Yen Rue, both deserve to die, he growled, swinging his fist toward the table. Crack! The elm table splintered, while the teacup shattered upon impact. He stared at his trembling fist, feeling a slight itch at the Tanzhong point. He removed his outer robe and scrutinized his reflection in the only dim copper mirror in the room. In the flickering candlelight, he noticed faintly visible, pale red rashes surrounding his Tanzhong point, resembling an allergic reaction to the sap of the thorny vines found deep within the drunken maple forest. Pressing his hand against it, he felt only the irritating itch, devoid of any other pain. How unfortunate! Zhao Li spat, his brow furrowed. Indeed, the depths of the drunken maple forest harbored some mildly toxic brambles. He had inadvertently brushed against them during his previous training, leading to days of redness and itchiness. It must have been that vile woman who caused me to collide with those damn vines while dodging. He attributed everything to his environment, forcibly suppressing the lingering unease within him. He rummaged through the wooden cabinet at the head of his bed, retrieving a jar of ordinary cooling ointment, distributed by the outer sect pharmacy for minor injuries. He scooped a generous amount with his thick fingers and, with a touch of impatience and irritation, carelessly smeared it over the red rashes on his chest. The chilling ointment momentarily subdued the bothersome itch, and he carelessly tossed the jar back into the cabinet, producing a clatter that echoed in the silence. However, unbeknownst to him, a horrific transformation had already commenced within his body. The scarlet tendrils that invaded the Tanzhong acupoint, the malignant tissue of a cancerous entity, had taken root like the most cunning of parasites at the most vulnerable point of his cultivation. They spread silently, subtly enveloping the nearby meridian network like a spider's web, their tendrils even beginning to probe deeper. The essence that Zhao Li had painstakingly cultivated was being quietly devoured and transformed by these foreign organisms, strand by strand. They did not merely consume. Alongside the act of devouring, they frantically replicated and proliferated. With each heartbeat, with every breath, they were provided with sustenance for their growth. During the day, Zhao Li forced himself to the training ground. He remained the fierce Zhao Shixing, yet there was an imperceptible shadow of gloom and agitation etched upon his brow. The training ground was bustling with voices, disciples either pairing off for sparring or practicing alone. His presence caused those nearby to instinctively stiffen in their movements. "Greetings, Zhao Shixing," exclaimed a stout disciple named Wang Taizu, who was usually quite respectful toward Zhao Li. Seeing him approach, he hastily ceased his practice, bowing respectfully to greet him. Zhao Li merely grunted in response, intending to walk past, but his gaze was drawn to the practice iron-long knife in Wang Taizu's hand. The blade was heavy, yet its edge was insufficiently sharpened, reflecting a dull light in the sunlight. An inexplicable surge of wrath ignited within him. Useless. Zhao Li's voice was hoarse and deeper than usual, laced with an uncontrollable fury. If you can't even sharpen your blade properly, what right do you have to practice swordsmanship? Go to the sharpening stone and practice for 3 full hours. Wang Taizu trembled at this sudden rebuke, his face paling, stammering a defense. Zhao Shixing, I just finished chopping. I haven't had time to... Dare you retort? Zhao Li's gaze sharpened, and a sudden, pinprick-like pain shot through his Tanzhong acupoint, accompanied by a burning sensation. This feeling intensified his agitation, almost compelling him to kick this irritating individual away. He stepped forward abruptly, raising his hand like a fan. Wang Taizu, terrified, shut his eyes tightly, his body trembling, while the surrounding disciples held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Yet, Zhao Li's hand ultimately did not descend. The pain in his Tanzhong acupoint seemed to remind him of his own unstable condition. He suppressed the surging, nameless fury threatening to explode, merely casting a fierce glare at Wang Taizu, whose expression turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground under the weight of Zhao Li's wrath. Zhao Li skufa, as if deeming it beneath him to engage further with such an insignificant insect, and swept away. Behind him, he left Wang Taizu gasping for breath, as well as the hushed whispers of the surrounding disciples. Zhao Shixing seems even more terrifying today. Should be quiet. Don't let him hear. I heard he got into a scuffle at the ZY Phone Lin recently. Did he suffer a loss? His temper is so volatile. Who knows? Just stay far away from him. It's never wrong to err on the side of caution. Zhao Li paid no heed to these discussions, or rather, he was too preoccupied to listen. He felt the wicked fire within him growing ever fiercer, finding fault with everything in sight. The clamor of voices and the clanging of weapons in the training ground now pierced his ears, sounding like a cacophony of demonic whispers. He irritably retreated to a quieter corner, attempting to meditate and calm his mind, but the once smooth flow of his vital energy felt obstructed near the Tanzong acupoint, as if some viscous impurity had infiltrated his meridians, leaving him disturbed and unable to enter a state of tranquility. He abruptly opened his eyes and slammed his fist against the nearby stone stool, producing a dull thud as the sturdy stone cracked, fragments scattering. The change came swiftly and grotesquely. On the third morning, Zhao Li was jolted awake by a violent itching and burning sensation. The itch seemed to emanate from the depths of his marrow, while the burning felt as if a branding iron were searing his insides. He shot up and rushed to the bronze mirror. In the dim light, the reflection that met his gaze made him gasp in horror, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. His once resolute face was now marred by thick, dark veins that writhed beneath the skin like living centipedes, grotesquely protruding. They extended from his temples down to his jaw, even creeping up his neck, pulsing with each breath. His eyes were bloodshot, the whites tinged with yellow, and beyond the rage, there was a hint of confusion and madness that he had not even recognized within himself. As if another consciousness struggled within the depths of his pupils. The rash at his Tanzong acupoint had spread, its color deepening to a dark red and purple. What in the world is this abomination? Zhao Li roared. He seized the jar of ointment once more, frantically applying it to his chest, but this time, the cooling sensation was fleeting, replaced by an even more intense burning and an itch that penetrated to the bone. It was as if the ointment was not a remedy, but rather fuel poured onto the flames. Frustrated, he hurled the jar onto the ground, shattering it into pieces, the white ointment splattering everywhere. Even more terrifying was the psychological invasion that ensued. Whispers began to echo in his ears, initially mere indistinct murmurs, but quickly becoming clear. Lu Rian's delicate laughter chimed, hee. Zhao Shixing, your inner fire is burning me up. Look at your current state. It's truly exhilarating. That laughter, both alluring and laden with malice, seemed to whisper directly in his ear. Get lost, you defeated wretch, useless trash that can't even control itself. Yen Rue's sharp rebuke rang out in his mind like thunder, echoing the phantom pain of a whip once cracked across his face. These voices did not originate from the outside, but swirled directly within his mind, tormenting his nerves ceaselessly like a haunting melody. He pressed his hands tightly against his ears. Yet the voices seemed to arise from the depths of his soul, inescapable. His emotions spiraled out of control. The few meager pieces of furniture in his dwelling, a wooden table, a stool, a cabinet, were reduced to splinters beneath the onslaught of his fists and feet. The courtyard wall trembled under the force of his rage, collapsing in a corner. Bricks scattering. In the afternoon of that day, an intense hunger drove Zhao Li to the disciples' dining hall. The hunger surged violently and peculiarly, as if a void within him was devouring everything. He deliberately lowered his head, using his disheveled hair to shield his face from the horrifying veins, hastening his steps, eager to grab food and leave this place that could expose his anomaly. The dining hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, the aroma of dishes mingling with the scent of sweat, creating a vortex of noise. Zhao Li felt his head throb, the hallucinations intertwining with the sounds of reality, driving him to the brink of a headache. He endured the discomfort and approached the food counter. The attendant, a newcomer, noticing Zhao Li's lowered head and disheveled hair, asked out of habit, Shixing, what dishes would you like? Eager to leave, Zhao Li haphazardly pointed to two dishes. When the plate, brimming with chunks of meat, was placed before him, the rich aroma mingled with the greasy scent overwhelmed him, triggering an uncontrollable wave of nausea that surged up his throat. The scent transformed from enticing to repulsive, reeking of decay. He could not contain himself, bending over as a thick, foul-smelling green mist erupted from his mouth. This mist, carrying an intense corrosiveness and indescribable stench, spread rapidly, like a plague. The servant closest to him, tasked with serving meals, along with a disciple carrying a tray, became the first victims. "Ah, my face. It hurts so much." The servant cried out in agony, dropping the spoon he held, and crouched down, clutching his face in pain. It was evident that the bare skin that came into contact with the green mist quickly became red and swollen, then began to rot and ooze pus at an observable rate. The disciple beside him, holding the tray, suffered even worse. The tray was overturned, greasy food splattering everywhere, and the green mist directly sprayed onto his arm and chest. "Help!" He emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling in desperation. His clothing rapidly corroded by the green mist, his skin sizzling and emitting white smoke, the area of decay expanding swiftly. Even more horrifying, the green mist spread, tainting nearby ornamental potted plants. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant green leaves withered visibly, turned black, and ultimately crumbled into dust at the slightest touch. Even the wooden flower stands that supported them quickly became charred and decayed. The entire cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, as if time had frozen. Then, unprecedented screams of terror erupted. Chaos ensued. The crowd surged towards the exit like a swarm of agitated ants. Tables and chairs overturned, the sounds of shattering dishes echoing throughout. "My heavens! What is that? Poison! It's highly toxic! Run! It's Zhao. The poisonous mist he released. Keep your distance. He is a monster. Ugh! This stench is 100 times worse than a cesspit." A disciple, retching from the unbearable foul odor, covered his nose and screamed, his face pale. Countless terrified and disgusted gazes, akin to those directed at a monster, converged upon Zhao. He stood frozen, the nauseating scent lingering in his mouth, his stomach churning. He watched his fellow disciples writhing in pain on the ground, their skin rotting, observed the potted plants that had instantaneously withered into ashes, and heard the unabashed fear and curses around him, especially the remark about the stench exceeding that of a cesspit, which felt like a knife stabbing deep into his heart, twisting violently within. "No, it's not me," he wanted to explain, to assert that it was unintentional, but only a raspy sound emerged from his throat. The cacophony of distorted sounds in his mind reached its peak at that moment. Lu Rian's delicate laughter, Yin Rui's scornful disdain, mingled with the screams, curses, and retching of the disciples in reality, tearing his sanity to shreds. "Get away!" Zhao let out a beast-like roar, entirely devoid of human sound. His eyes blood-red, an aura of chaos and fury erupting from him, shattering the nearby tables and chairs. He could no longer withstand the hellish scene and the piercing gazes. Like a completely mad beast, he charged through the crowd, blocking his path. Amidst the chaos and terrified stares, he stumbled out of the cafeteria, fleeing back to his prison-like dwelling. Behind him, only a scene of devastation remained, filled with agonizing moans and the terrifying legends surrounding the poisoned Zhao. Zhao completely sealed himself within the dilapidated courtyard. The doors and windows were tightly shut, barricaded with every heavy object he could find. The courtyard was eerily silent, occasionally pierced by low growls akin to a wounded beast and heart-wrenching moans. The air was thick with a mixture of blood, decay, and an indescribable odor. His body was undergoing a terrifying disintegration and reconstruction, plummeting rapidly into an inhuman abyss. The veins on his face were no longer merely swollen, but had twisted completely, gnarled like purple-black serpents coiling beneath his skin, visible as they throbbed and writhed frantically, as if ready to burst forth. His features had distorted due to the aberration of muscles and bones, rendering him almost unrecognizable from the fierce yet relatively normal visage he once bore. The most horrifying transformation occurred on his back. Intense pain rendered him unable to lie flat throughout the night, forcing him to curl up like a shrimp. He could distinctly feel something growing wildly within his spine, pushing against him. It was a soul-shattering pain emanating from deep within his marrow, each heartbeat accompanied by the sound of his bones being forcibly torn apart and reformed. Finally, at dusk on the 7th day, as the setting sun cast blood-red patches of light on the ground through the gaps of the window, a bone-chilling crack echoed, followed by Zhao Li's heart-wrenching wail. Several pale, sharp, blood-soaked tissues suddenly pierced through his back skin and tattered clothing, grotesquely exposed to the air. But this was not the end. These bone spurs seemed almost alive, continuing to grow, extend, and branch out amidst Zhao Li's agonizing convulsions and screams, producing a chilling, scraping sound. Ultimately, a pair of twisted, horrific, blood-bone wings formed behind him, composed of broken white bones. These bony wings were asymmetrical, their jagged spikes resembling a thicket of thorns, still dripping with fresh blood and torn flesh. Each intense, emotional upheaval, each painful struggle caused the spikes on these wings to vibrate violently, emitting a heart-stopping rustling sound. His mind, tormented by extreme physical agony and the incessant cacophony in his head, resembled a frail boat in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing, yet held aloft by a cruel force that compelled him to remain conscious. He could distinctly feel the tearing and itching from every inch of his flesh's transformation, the excruciating pain of each bone's spur's growth. He understood he was becoming a monster, a thoroughly revolting creature. This acute awareness was more despairing than any torture. He was no longer Zhao Li, but a nightmare named deformation that was coming into being. Ugh, kill me. Someone please kill me. He curled up on the cold, stained ground, his throat emitting indistinct pleas, murky tears mixed with blood streaming from his eyes, which were nearly swollen shut. Yet, the only response he received was the increasingly vivid laughter of Lu Ruyan in his mind, the ever more piercing scorn of Yan Rui, and a sense of malignant observation seemingly emanating from every cell within him. Outside the courtyard, it was not entirely unknown. The terrifying scene from the cafeteria had long since spread, with rumors swirling about Zhao Li cultivating malevolent skills and succumbing to a toxic affliction, spawning numerous horrific versions. That evening, two disciples, known for their penchant for gossip and a hint of bravery, Li Si and Zhang San, emboldened by curiosity, climbed an old locust tree outside the courtyard wall, hoping to glimpse the happenings within. As they peered through the branches, they beheld a hellish sight inside the courtyard. A creature almost unrecognizable as human, its skin gray and rotting, with grotesque white bone wings extending from its back, writhed in agony as those wings scraped the ground with a piercing sound. My heavens, what on earth is that? Li Si nearly fell from the tree in fright, his voice cracking. Is that Zhao Shixing? He has turned into a monster, truly transformed into a monster. Zhang San's face turned as white as a sheet, his teeth chattering. Quick, let us go. Let us get out of here before we're discovered. Though they lowered their voices, their shocked exclamations remained clear in the silent dusk. This sound acted as a fuse, igniting the creature's pent-up pain, shame for being spied upon, and an uncontrollable rage. Get away! A roar filled with endless agony and fury erupted from Zhao Li. Accompanied by this roar, the blood-bone wings behind him suddenly flared. Sharp, menacing bone spurs shot forth like venomous arrows released from a powerful crossbow, slicing through the already precarious roof and courtyard walls with a chilling, piercing sound. In a split second, they surged towards the source of the noise. A sickening sound echoed, thud, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Zhang San, perched in a tree, was caught off guard as a bone spur grazed the outer side of his arm, instantly erupting in a spray of crimson. The wound was accompanied by a searing pain and an unsettling itch, and to his horror, the skin surrounding it rapidly darkened. Zhao Shixing has turned into a monster. He will kill. Run. Zhang San's agonized cries and Li Si's panicked shouts shattered the eerie silence of the area. The two tumbled from the tree, disregarding their pain, fleeing desperately into the distance. Within the courtyard, Zhao Li, after unleashing the bone spurs, stiffened abruptly, followed by violent convulsions. He witnessed the devastation he had wrought, the splattering blood, and heard the screams laced with sheer terror. A torrent of emotions, despair, self-loathing, and a deeper, more ferocious rage overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He collapsed to the ground, his skeletal wings drooping weakly behind him, trembling faintly. His murky eyes gazed through the gaping hole in the roof at the dim sky, tinged with the crimson hues of sunset, his mouth emitting only meaningless gasps. Akin to a dying beast, the seed of aberration had taken root within him, blossoming into a horrific flower of flesh and blood. Behind the western window of the library, Mou felt a crimson thread quiver at his fingertips, resonating with Zhao Li's anguished cries. The flower of aberration, he murmured to the sky, blooms with such vibrancy. As the moonlight crept up the window, Mou unfurled a jade slip from the law enforcement hall. The performance was only just beginning. Chapter 47. Reporting the morning light was faint, yet could not penetrate the perpetual chill and somber atmosphere surrounding the law enforcement hall. The heavy doors creaked open with a harsh, scraping sound, releasing an invisible aura of pressure. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a few flickering blue lanterns beneath the high-hanging plaque of the bright mirror, casting a glow on the face of the elder presiding at the main seat. A visage carved with deep lines that emanated authority without anger. The disciples in attendance were as silent as mice, deliberately softening their breaths. Mo stood attentively at the elder's side, clad in the standard dark attire of the law enforcement hall, his posture straight and dignified. He had undergone a transformation. The clown entry had taken effect, concealing his original demeanor and replacing it with an unwavering righteousness ingrained in his very being. His gaze was fixed, expressionless, as if he were an emotionless statue. The moment had arrived. He stepped forward with precision, presenting a jade slip imbued with a foreboding aura, his voice steady yet clear. Elder, I have been tasked with a covert investigation and discovered that outer courtyard disciple, Zhao Li, has been practicing heretical arts and harming his fellow disciples. The evidence is indisputable. This jade slip contains my first-hand recordings of his deranged ramblings, in which he speaks of devouring flesh and bone, birthing aberrations. I beseech the elder to discern the truth. The jade slip floated before the elder, lifted by an unseen force. The elder's eyes glinted like lightning as his consciousness swept over the slip. In an instant, Zhao Li's hoarse, chaotic, and agonized voice echoed through the silent hall. There is something crawling inside my bones, gnawing until everything is devoured. Blood-red flowers bloom upon my chest, blooming on everyone. Ha-ha! The voice twisted in madness, accompanied by unsettling grinding sounds and the cracking of dislocated bones, sending chills down the spine. The elder's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with a frigid light. He slammed his palm onto the ironwood table before him, producing a thunderous crash. This is outrageous. How dare this demonic entity infiltrate our sacred grounds? He bellowed. Come forth. Here. Several disciples clad in identical dark attire responded in unison. Proceed immediately to the outer courtyard. Compound D7, and apprehend the heretic Zhao Li. I shall personally interrogate him at the evil suppression pillar. The elder's voice brooked no dissent. Understood. The disciples darted from the hall like arrows released from their bows, their heavy footsteps fading rapidly. Mo remained poised, his hands at his sides. A subtle smirk deepened at the corner of his mouth, barely discernible in the shadows. Despite the rampant maladies afflicting the people of the AI sect, from the highest to the lowest ranks, and the unspeakable filth lurking beneath, such ugliness would remain confined to the shadows. Anyone who dared to expose the abnormalities and shatter this facade of peace would become a sacrificial victim, a necessary price to maintain the superficial stability. Zhao Li's actions, along with his grotesque transformation, sealed his fate. The performance is finally set to begin. The rickety wooden door of compound D7 shattered under a violent kick. Amidst the flying splinters, several law enforcement disciples charged in like ferocious wolves. The courtyard lay in eerie silence, the air thick with an indescribable stench of decay, mingled with a sickly sweetness and bitter herbal notes, enough to induce nausea. In the corner of the yard, a hunched figure cowered in the shadows, resembling a heap of discarded, rotting refuse. Zhao Li, the leading disciple, barked, his voice reverberating in the stillness. The figure trembled violently, slowly lifting its head. Even seasoned disciples accustomed to bloodshed gasped in horror at the sight of that face, instinctively retreating a step. Was that still a human visage? Once perhaps considered decent. The features were now grotesquely warped. Purplish-black veins writhed beneath the skin like living creatures, coiling wildly, resembling a swarm of monstrous centipedes. His cracked, darkened lips parted slightly, emitting incomprehensible gasps, with saliva mixed with dark red blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. What was even more terrifying was the entity sprouting from his back. Where his spine should have been, two jagged, blood-crusted wings replaced it, as if forcefully torn from flesh and bone. These wings, resembling monstrous thorns, writhed like brambles. With each minuscule tremor of his body, pus and blood oozed from the fissures in his bones and skin, landing on the earth below with a soft hissing sound. releasing wisps of noxious white smoke. Bind him with 9 nether Xian iron chains, the leading disciple commanded, suppressing his rising dread. 2 disciples immediately advanced, roughly wrapping the heavy, rune-engraved black chains around Zhao Li, particularly around the horrifying base of his wings. As the cold iron made contact with his decaying flesh, Zhao Li let out an inhuman wail, his wings flailing instinctively, stirring a foul wind that splattered several drops of pus onto the boots of the nearby disciples, instantly corroding them with small holes. Take him away. With the command, Zhao Li was dragged away like a sack of refuse. His feet dragged helplessly across the filthy ground, leaving behind a trail of twisted marks, a mixture of pus and mud. Before the service hall, the square was now a sea of people. News had spread like wildfire throughout the outer courtyard. Disciples flocked from all directions, fueled by curiosity, intrigue, and a hint of barely concealed excitement, crowding the vast square tightly. Whispers surged like waves. Have you heard? Zhao Li from Compound D has turned into a monster. Is it true? Wasn't he the one who spewed that toxic mist in the cafeteria a few days ago? Absolutely. My senior brother was there that day and nearly got contaminated. His clothes were ruined. How could he have become like this? Has he succumbed to demonic cultivation? Who knows? It hardly resembles a human. As Zhao Li was roughly dragged to the center of the square, exposed to countless gazes, an eerie silence enveloped the entire area, only to be swiftly drowned out by a surging tide of murmurs. Ugh, what is that smell? Some covered their mouths and noses, their faces paling. My heavens! Are those bones on his back? They're still oozing pus. Look at his face. Those blood vessels writhing like worms. Terrifying. Stay away. Do not get infected. Scornful, fearful, and disgusted gazes pierced through Zhao Li like tangible needles, relentlessly striking at him. He hunched over, tightly bound by the Jiu Xian iron chains to the cold examination pillar, its rough stone surface engraved with runes meant to suppress evil spirits. He attempted to curl up to hide himself, but the chains and the pillar held him firmly in place, leaving him no avenue for escape. The elder in charge of law enforcement stood on the high platform, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across the crowd before finally landing on Zhao Li. Zhao Li, you have practiced nefarious arts, harmed your fellow disciples, and spread a vile disease. The evidence is irrefutable. Records exist in the jade slips, along with witnesses and material proof. What else do you have to say? Zhao Li suddenly lifted his head. The dark purple blood vessels on his neck throbbed violently, and he gasped for breath, as if expending all his strength to utter a few fragmented syllables. No, it wasn't me. I do not practice evil arts. A fleeting glimmer of clarity flickered in his eyes, the last vestige of Zhao Li's struggle, as he yearned to defend himself, to reveal the terrifying entity implanted within him. However, a lament arose. Elder, please see the truth. A piercing cry, distorted and sorrowful, tore through the clamor of the square. Chapter 48. The blood-stained plaque, the crowd parted, and a figure stumbled forward, collapsing onto the cold stone ground before the examination pillar. It was a female disciple, clad in the common blue attire of the outer court, but now her dress was disheveled, covered in dust, her hair a tangled mess, with strands sticking to her tear-streaked face. She raised her head, revealing a countenance as delicate as a pear blossom in the rain, evoking sympathy. It was Lu Ruyan, the victim disguised by the manifestation of lust. Trembling all over, she pointed at Zhao Li, bound to the pillar, her voice filled with endless fear, shame, and despair. Elders, fellow brothers and sisters, I implore you to seek justice for me. It is this beast, this monster. He deceived me. Woe is me. He claimed to possess a secret method that could help me rapidly gather energy and break through my bottleneck. In my moment of confusion, I believed his lies. Little did I know, he tricked me into a secluded place and forced me to dual cultivate with him, claiming he needed to borrow my primordial yin to suppress the evil energy within him. Woe is me. If I had refused, he would have used violence against me. Her cries were so heart-wrenching that she nearly choked, her shoulders shaking violently as if bearing an unbearable grievance. Then, she suddenly rolled up her sleeve, exposing a fair arm to everyone's gaze. A greater gasp erupted from the crowd. On what should have been a smooth arm, there now spread a network of fine, spiderweb-like dark purple blood vessels, though far less grotesque than the contorted features of Zhao Li. The eerie hue and pattern mirrored those on his body. One could even see tiny, rash-like red spots faintly emerging beneath the network of blood vessels. Is this vile disease? He transmitted it to me. The female disciple cried out, her voice sharp and piercing. Ever since that day, I have been itching, growing increasingly unbearable. It feels as if insects are crawling beneath my skin. Look, it is this accursed thing. Elders, I beseech you to help me. Eliminate this evil spirit. Otherwise, I shall have no face left to live. Woe is me. This sudden testimony and irrefutable evidence was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting chaos. My heavens, it truly came from him. Dual cultivation spreading disease? How revolting. Indeed, it is nefarious arts. Worse than a beast. Stay away from her. Do not get infected. Burn him. Burn this monster. A wave of panic swept through the crowd, who recoiled as if fleeing from a plague, creating a wide space, leaving only the female disciple and Zhao Li bound to the pillar. Scornful, disdainful, and loathing gazes rained down upon Zhao Li like flames, nearly incinerating him. No! A heart-wrenching roar erupted from deep within Zhao Li's throat, a sound devoid of humanity. That voice contained boundless grievance, extreme fury, trampled dignity, and infinite despair. His murky eyes turned crimson, nearly bursting from their sockets. Lu Ruyan, it is you. What deep enmity do we share that you would go so far as to harm me? Zhao Li realized everything. That day in the drunken maple forest. It was this Lu Ruyan of Hehuan Peak. What had he done to deserve becoming this wretched, inhuman being? The sudden eruption of pain within him was akin to a cataclysm, completely shattering him. Lu Ruyan's accusations and the overwhelming malice of the crowd acted like the most potent catalyst, instantly igniting the cancerous manifestation within him, which had already reached its limit. With a sickening sound, Zhao Li's skeletal wings burst forth from his back, torn apart by an invisible force from within. Countless sharp, varying length, pale bone spurs, mingling with gushing, foul-smelling pus and yellow-green bubbles, shot outwards like a torrential downpour. My eyes! Get away! Shrill cries erupted. The nearby disciples were caught off guard. Drenched in the splattering pus, their garments corroded and skin seared, emitting smoke. Others were unfortunate enough to be grazed by the flying bone spurs, blood streaming from their wounds. The entire square descended into chaos, intermingling screams of terror and groans of agony. At that moment, Zhao Li was no longer recognizable as human. His body twisted violently within the chains, expanding. His skin cracked open, revealing the writhing, proliferating dark purple flesh beneath. He opened his mouth wide, but could only emit hissing sounds and the cracking of bones. His crimson eyes fixated on Lu Ruyan, filled with boundless resentment and overwhelming hatred. I will kill you. Zhao Li attempted to break free from the Jiuxian iron chains and move towards Lu Ruyan. The manifestation of lust, Lu Ruyan, stepped forward provocatively. Smiling at Zhao Li, you wretched creature. Zhao Li's roar was filled with infinite reluctance and bloodshed. The elder in charge of law enforcement remained impassive, his eyes devoid of emotion, only an icy judgment. Slowly raising his hand, his voice resonated like a decree from the depths of the underworld, pronouncing the final verdict. The evil spirit Zhao Li, with irrefutable evidence, is beyond the realm of divine justice. Your body shall be incinerated, and your soul cast into the cold abyss, never to be reborn. The moment his words fell, Zhao Li's bloated, contorted, and continuously exploding body finally reached its limit. Bang! A dull thud, akin to a rotten watermelon bursting, resounded. The Jiuxian iron chains that bound him clattered to the ground. All that remained was a rotting mass, writhing, oozing pus and yellow-green fluid, emanating a stench that could suffocate. On the surface of the mass, remnants of tattered clothing and a few trembling, filthy bone spurs were barely visible. After a brief silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Rage spirit bones. Those are excellent materials for refining flying needles. Quick, seize them." As if igniting a fuse of greed, the disciples, who had just recoiled in fear, now erupted with fervent excitement. What fear, what disgust! All was cast aside in the face of the temptation of acquiring precious refining materials. Mine. That long one is mine. Step aside. I saw it first. Don't push. Watch out for the toxic blood. The crowd surged forward like hyenas scenting blood. They cautiously avoided the pus and blood still corroding the ground, wrapping their hands in cloth or even wearing gloves, frantically scrambling to collect the bone shards stained with filthy blood and flesh. Shoving, cursing, and clamoring filled the chaotic scene. No one spared a glance at the putrid flesh heap symbolizing Zhao Li's ultimate fate, as if it were merely refuse awaiting disposal. Amidst the turmoil underfoot, a small, roughly edged wooden plaque was inadvertently kicked out from the filthy mire by someone vying for a bone shard. The plaque, soaked in pus and blood, bore crudely carved characters, free sparring, now blurred and obscured by the bloodstains. A gaunt, mangy wild dog, drawn by the stench of blood and decay at the edge of the square, silently approached. It warily observed the frenzied crowd, then sniffed the ominous wooden plaque. Hesitating briefly, hunger and instinct prevailed. It swiftly snatched the damp plaque in its jaws and disappeared into the bushes bordering the square. The clamor in the square persisted. The law enforcement disciples began cleansing the site, washing the bloodied ground with specially crafted talisman water that hissed and emitted thick white smoke. The crowd gradually dispersed, clutching their ill-gotten spoils and excitedly discussing the grisly scene in small groups. What a fool to practice forbidden arts and suffer such a fate. Indeed, and to harm female disciples as well, deservedly condemned. But those bone shards are quite valuable. With proper refinement, they might become exceptional needles. I heard Hantan prison can freeze even ghosts to eternal damnation. Tisk tisk. In a corner of the crowd, Mo had long shed his law enforcement disguise, reverting to the unremarkable appearance of an outer courtyard disciple. He blended into the throng, coldly observing the talisman water washing away the shrinking putrid flesh, and the excited disciples debating the bone shard's use. A faint smile curved his lips. Fascinating. Is this what they call a human blood bun? At that moment, several disciples brushed past him, their excited conversation drifting to his ears. Did you hear? Senior Brother Wang's team discovered a new secret realm deep within the western fallen heaven pit. Allegedly, traces of a golden core, true Lord remain. Really? Is the news reliable? Absolutely. My second uncle's cousin's neighbor is on that team. The place is heavily sealed, but treasures abound. I've got an even better scoop. Another disciple lowered his voice mysteriously. That secret realm apparently has some inexplicable connection with our Yu Qing Peak's Master Yu. Their voices faded into the noisy crowd. Mo's smile deepened. Chapter 49. Rewarding the little enchantress in the library. Dim light stretched Mo's shadow, fluctuating in length. In the silence, only his measured footsteps echoed. He reached a secluded corner by the window, the darkest spot least likely to be disturbed. The distant clamor from the law enforcement hall had long since ceased, like ripples fading into profound stillness after a stone sinks into a deep pool. A subtle weariness flickered in his eyes. Zhao Li's demise was his meticulously crafted masterpiece, from the gift planted in drunken maple forest to the lustful avatar's provocations, culminating in the law enforcement hall's precise denunciation. Each step struck at his adversary's vital point. Watching that foul-mouthed wretch shackled and dragged to the evil-detecting pillar, hearing his deranged muttering reverberate through the grim hall, Mo felt a wild sense of satisfaction. Is this the feeling of power? He gazed at his palm, fingers curling slightly. To kill by proxy, to manipulate fate without direct action. He realized he was being assimilated by this ruthless cultivation world. Former moral boundaries and modern sensibilities were rapidly distorting under the pressures of survival and vengeance. To repay those who treated him as a mere pawn, he would resort to any means necessary, exploiting all, including human depravity and loopholes in the rules. This awareness chilled him, yet sparked a twisted exhilaration. Since the world treats me as a butcher's block, why cannot I be the executioner? The blood feud of Yu Qing Peak remained unavenged. The shadow of Yu Fuiyu hung overhead. This small victory was but a fleeting respite on a long path of revenge. He exhaled slowly, as if dispelling the lingering malice from witnessing the prior scene. Now was no time for introspection. He recalled the key contributor to this operation. Well done this time, Mo, murmured quietly, not addressing himself. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the profound inner realm. With a subtle thought, a pink radiance suddenly blossomed before him, rapidly expanding and coalescing into a softly glowing cocoon. Moments later, the cocoon unfurled like a blooming bud, revealing a languid and alluring figure. The lustful avatar stretched with mesmerizing grace, her curves still breathtaking even in the dim light. Her eyes flickered, finally fixing on MOU, red lips curling into a smile that could make one's bones melt. Master, did you miss me? Her voice was sweet and sultry as she sashayed forward with a feline gait, the slit of her skirt revealing tantalizingly long jade legs. MOU studied her face, bearing a 7 or 8/10 resemblance to himself, softened and naturally enchanting. He reluctantly acknowledged that this talent-divided itself was indeed a siren. Did summoning her mean he longed for Ruyen? Or had he finally resolved to play some intriguing game with Ruyen? She approached, nearly pressing against him, and with slender fingers lacquered in pink lacquer, lightly tapped his chest, exhaling a fragrant breath. Ruyen. MOU felt a vain twitch on his forehead. The little enchantress was fully immersed in her role. Fine, she needed a name. Let it be so. You did well with Zhao Li's affair. The lustful avatar's finger paused midair, her coquettish smile deepening with a hint of pride at the praise. Oh, master, are you complimenting me? I'm so happy. She half-squatted, tilting her head to gaze up at MOU, her eyes sparkling. So, master, how do you plan to reward Ruyen? She licked her lips suggestively, glancing boldly at a certain place. Have a deeper conversation? MOU, why do you talk so much lewd nonsense? And why are you squatting there? Are you about to defecate? Suppressing a strange sensation, he looked down at the lustful avatar crouched before him. Since she had earned merit, she deserved a reward. He intended to grant her a proper one. After all, her manipulation of Zhao Li's emotions, provoking his loss of control and catalyzing the aberrant blossoming of the cancerous avatar, was executed with near perfection and deserved recognition. Yet, his words had barely finished when her reaction exceeded his expectations. Reward, she exclaimed with delighted coyness, her eyes shimmering like silk. Her entire being seemed infused with adrenaline, her previous languor replaced by an aggressively passionate fervor. Master, you've finally come to your senses. I've waited for this moment so long. Before he could respond, the crouching avatar's hands moved like lightning, lunging for MOU's belt with practiced precision and unmistakable intent. Outrageous. What the hell are you doing? MOU's soul nearly fled. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he sprang back violently, his back crashing against the bookshelf, scattering dust motes. Gripping the half-unfastened waistband that exposed half his rear, his face was a mix of shock and anger. What the hell do you think you're doing pulling down my pants? Is your mind consumed by nothing but that matter? The lustful doppelganger had not fully pulled down MOU's trousers, yet she was far from vexed. On the contrary, MOU's vehement reaction and scolding only served to heighten her excitement. She covered her mouth with a coquettish laugh, trembling like a blossoming flower. He, master is so fierce, but the more you resist, the more I desire to reward you. Her eyes gleamed with a startling intensity, suffused with a morbid obsession. Her fingertips emitted a faint pink aura, brimming with seductive energy as she poised herself to pounce once more. Don't be shy, master. Let Ruyen serve you properly. All right? I will be very gentle. I promise to bring you to the heights of ecstasy. Ecstasy, my foot. Stand still. MOU's scalp tingled. The pressure he felt now surpassed even the blows from Zhao Li. Do you have any idea what kind of days I've been enduring? He stepped forward, staring down the lustful doppelganger with a sorrowful tone. During this time, the arrogant doppelganger has been at Yuqing Peak every night. Moreover, my consciousness has had to contend with the sickly Jade Bing Shuang. That sickly Jade Bing Shuang is like a vacuum cleaner, sucking my consciousness dry until I'm a desiccated husk. It's made my Yuan Yang as turbulent as a flood unleashed. That would be bad enough. MOU's expression shifted to one of deeper anguish. On top of that, there are 5 junior sisters who owe a mountain of dues. Every drop of Yuan Yang is precious. He felt like a candle burning at both ends. Looking down at his abdomen, he spoke with gravity and a hint of despair. Every drop of Yuan Yang now is as precious as a millennia-old stalactite. It's the lifeblood of my existence. If I don't protect this last reserve, I'll be finished someday. How could I waste such precious Yuan Yang on my masochistic, lustful doppelganger? That would be like moving wealth from one hand to the other, only to be drained in return. The lustful doppelganger pouted, her gaze flickering toward a certain spot on MOU's body as she whispered, If it's impossible, it's impossible. No need to make so many excuses about Yuan Yang. Just squeeze it out somehow. What did you say? Mou's ears twitched. He suddenly bristled. Who said I can't? I'm doing this for sustainable development. For the long-term future. It's strategic recuperation. Don't you understand? The lustful doppelganger finally ceased her advances. Tilting her head, she looked at Mou with languid, seductive eyes, her crimson lips slightly pursed. The eager light in her gaze visibly dimmed, replaced by a thick disdain. Oomph. She emitted a profoundly dissatisfied snort, her expression seeming to say, Master, you're so boring. You've already taken off your pants, and this is all you show me? Yes, yes, Master is the most formidable. The lustful doppelganger gave a perfunctory nod, rising with a face devoid of enthusiasm. So, what exactly is this reward you mentioned? If it's not flesh, then I have no other interests. Seeing her sudden change of mood, Mou felt both exasperated and amused. Though this doppelganger was a part of himself, her personality was too genuine, fully embodying humanity's most primitive desires without any concealment. Mou sighed helplessly and waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Enough, enough. Don't act so lifeless. I know you've been cooped up in the consciousness space and are suffocating. He paused, then said earnestly, what I mean is after this operation ends, I'll give you a few days off. During that time, you don't have to return to the consciousness space. Go out and have fun. Go wherever you want. Eat whatever you desire. Just don't cause any irreparable chaos. Other than that, it's all yours. Upon hearing this, the previously listless, lustful doppelganger suddenly lifted her head, her once dim eyes bursting with remarkable brilliance. Really? Really? Mou confirmed with a hint of annoyance. No need to be on standby constantly. No need to await orders. As long as I don't summon you, these days are your free time. Yay! Long live Master. The lustful doppelganger cheered, her previous grievances vanishing instantly. Then, she transformed into a pink streak of light, like a ghostly apparition, silently passing through the thick walls of the library and vanishing into the vast darkness outside, leaving behind only a faint, alluring fragrance. Mou remained leaning against the bookshelf, frozen for several seconds before exhaling a long, uneasy breath. He hastily pulled up the waistband of his trousers, which had slipped down halfway. This life is unbearable, he murmured, rubbing his throbbing temples. In front, the sickly senior sister at Yuqing Peak eyed him like a predator, treating him as a mere tool and power source. Behind, his own lustful, masochistic doppelganger lurked like a ravenous beast, always scheming to overthrow him. Above all this was the oppressive burden of Yu Fu Yu, a mountain that suffocated him. This cursed place was even more unbearable than his previous life as a corporate drone facing performance reviews. At least those never pulled down his pants. Chapter 50. Poisonous Warrior? The lustful doppelganger had transformed into that pink streak of light, vanishing into the night to enjoy her rare holiday, while Mou remained leaning against the bookshelf. He slowly closed his eyes, not rushing to rise, but instead sinking his consciousness into that mysterious realm of thought. From the layout of ZY Phone Lin, to the lustful doppelganger's provocation, to the report at the enforcement hall, and finally the brutal explosion in the plaza, each detail, every scene, replayed relentlessly in his mind. This was a battle without gunpowder. With each replay and deduction, Mou's originally furrowed brow gradually relaxed, replaced by an unmistakable mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his previously weary pupils now radiating two piercing beams of light that shone startlingly in the dim corner of the library. Damn! So it turns out I'm already this formidable. His low exclamation carried a trace of disbelief, but more so the fervor of one discovering a new world. Until now, Mou's understanding of his awakened doppelganger talents was rather superficial. The cancer doppelganger? To him, it was merely a talisman that allowed him to survive stubbornly like a cockroach. The lustful doppelganger? Subconsciously, he regarded her only as an auxiliary role for gathering intelligence or indulging certain perverse whims. The arrogant doppelganger? Beyond projecting an imposing aura that could briefly intimidate others, it seemed merely a means of psychological assault. In his cognition, each doppelganger had obvious shortcomings and flaws. The cancer doppelganger required contact to parasitize. The lustful doppelganger was fragile and weak in combat. The arrogant doppelganger's duration was brief. In this perilous world of the great love sect, teeming with powerful beings. Such abilities seemed barely enough to keep him barely alive. Yet tonight's battle completely overturned his understanding. It was not their weakness, but his past ignorance in wielding them. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the cold floor, producing a rapid and excited rhythm. Individually, each doppelganger might seem unimpressive. Facing a lunatic like Yu Fu or a thug like Zhao Li head-on, Yu would likely perish. But his eyes sparkled with the light of insight. The enlightenment of a tactical master glimpsing the path. Combination. The key lay in combination, in the seamless coordination of their synergy. It was like an elegant shadow play. What was the lustful doppelganger? She was the fuse, the bait, the psychological toxin. She exploited Zhao Li's character flaws, precisely provoking him, manipulating his emotions to make him lose reason, thus creating the perfect opening for the Cancer Doppelganger-S invasion. And the Cancer Doppelganger? It was the explosive, the virus, the all-pervasive destroyer. Normally unable to directly contact a vigilant enemy in battle, it now charged headlong into the breach prepared by the lustful doppelganger. Once the cancerous clone completes its parasitic manifestation, it transcends mere physical harm, delivering a dimensional strike at the genetic level. And as for MOU's true self, he is the puppeteer lurking behind the curtain. Employing the disguise capabilities of the clown entry, he mingles among the masses, evading risks while delivering a fatal blow at a critical moment. A report. This strike was executed by leveraging the sex rules, wielding the blade of the enforcement hall, achieving the final harvest without shedding blood. With lust igniting the flames, the cancerous clone detonating, and the true self delivering the final blow. Even Zhao Li, as stubborn as a bull, was reduced to ashes. The more MOU contemplated this exquisite strategy, the more he felt an unprecedented sense of control. This was no longer a mere contest of cultivation. It was a dimensional strike. It was the crushing advantage of information asymmetry. Just as MOU reveled in his tactical brilliance, the system's voice interjected with a hint of admiration, tinged with mockery. I must say, host, your series of schemes truly possesses a certain finesse. This cunning, this strategically sophisticated layout is reminiscent of the ancient poison master, Jiasu. To eliminate a mere outer sect disciple, you employ beauty traps, biochemical weapons, and even resort to a borrowed knife to kill. You have exploited human weaknesses to their utmost. A cold smirk graced MOU's lips as he regarded the system's appraisal with indifference, taking pride instead. A poison master? In this cannibalistic sect, being a gentleman only leads to becoming fertilizer. A poison master thrives, is the only way to endure. He rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. If victory is the goal, what does it matter if the means are a bit unsavory? History is written by the victors, and the deceased have no chance to condemn my underhandedness. The system fell silent for a moment, seemingly assessing the transformation in MOU's mentality. However, host, I must offer a friendly reminder. Those who play with fire will inevitably burn themselves. The system's tone turned serious. The lustful clone is manageable. At worst, it may tarnish your reputation, you understand. But the essence of the cancerous clone is uncontrollable aberration and devouring. What you witness tonight is merely the tip of the iceberg of its power. Are you certain you truly have complete control over it? That kind of frenzied proliferation, that insatiable greed for flesh and blood, once it spirals out of control, the first to suffer may very well be you, as the host. Upon hearing this, the fervor in MOU's eyes did not wane. Rather, it intensified. He raised his hand, gazing at his palm, his thoughts stirring, a nearly invisible crimson filament extending from his fingertips, resembling a miniature venomous serpent, probing the air, exuding a disquieting aura of danger. Fear? Nonsense. Montagu scoffed, his fingers abruptly clenching, trapping the filament within his grasp. This entity is now the sharpest blade in my hand. If the blade is not swift, how can one slay? As for backlash? If I cannot even master my own talent, I might as well seek death by smashing my head against a wall. Zhao Li was merely a beginning. This blade requires more blood to hone its edge. His words brimmed with absolute confidence, tinged with a gambler's recklessness. In this ruthless environment, he would rather wield a devil than be a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, MOU's confidence was not unfounded. In his recent analysis, he had not only celebrated tactical success, but had also keenly discerned a more astonishing transformation, a secret regarding the growth of the cancerous clone. He closed his eyes, concentrating his consciousness entirely on the recently reabsorbed cancerous clone tissue. Initially, the cancerous clone was a chaotic mass, disordered, filled with a destructive desire. Yet after devouring and entirely transforming Zhao Li, Mou distinctly sensed that this mass of cells had undergone a qualitative leap. If the previous cancerous clone was akin to a pack of starving wild dogs, now it seemed these dogs had been fed, growing stronger and even more cunning. Indeed, enhancement had truly occurred. Mou meticulously sensed the surging power within his body. It was not merely an increase in quantity, but a fundamental strengthening. The spores that took root and flourished within Zhao Li's body had not only ravaged his physical form, but had also, in the process, consumed Zhao Li's pent-up rage and even the essence of his flesh, all transformed into the finest nourishment, devoured with fervor. Zhao Li cultivated the path of wrath, his spiritual energy imbued with elements of brutality and destruction. Miraculously, these elements, once absorbed by the cancerous clone, merged perfectly with the characteristics of cancer cells, endowing the clone with a brand new trait, frenzied erosion. The cancerous clone organization now possessed not only its original terrifying proliferation ability, but also an explosive attribute akin to wrath. Once it invaded an enemy's body, it could unleash not just physical consumption, but also trigger explosions and chaos at the energetic level. Is this the power of devouring evolution? Mou was astounded. He realized that his talent might be far more terrifying than he had imagined. It was not merely an immortal shield. It was a monster capable of continual evolution by plundering everything from others. Zhao Li, that pitiable soul, had not only become the sacrificial offering for Mou's vengeance, but also the first experience bag for the cancerous clone's evolution. Yet, as he delved deeper into the changes of the cancerous clone, Mou also calmed down, recognizing a significant limitation that must be confronted, or rather, a cost. Chapter 51. Tools of the trade. The law of conservation of energy still holds sway in this world of cultivation. Mou shook his head with a wry smile. He discovered that whether it was the cancerous clone's rapid regeneration, its splitting spores, or its terrifying aberrant mutations, all required an immense amount of energy. In the earlier planning, with Zhao Li as a living power source, the cancerous clone could voraciously devour his flesh to sustain its rapid operation, thus achieving such explosive effects and terrifying scenes. Zhao Li had been like a burning candle, igniting the conflagration of the cancerous clone. However, now Zhao Li had vanished into dust. The recovered cancerous clone tissue lay dormant within Mou's body. When he attempted to stimulate them for a small-scale proliferation, an overwhelming wave of weakness washed over him, as though his body had been hollowed out. Gasping, Mou inhaled sharply, his complexion paling slightly. Without external nourishment, activating the cancerous clone consumed his own energy. This was a harsh and unyielding reality. The cancerous clone, parasitic upon Mou, rendered him its host. When it had no external sustenance, it could only deplete the host's nutrients, Mou's vitality, even his life force. This is a double-edged sword. Mou cursed inwardly. If he could not continuously provide enough sustenance for this entity, it would inevitably drain him dry. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, Mou found solace, even deriving a peculiar meaning from this seemingly disadvantageous limitation. Wait, could this not be the perfect positioning of a tool? A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. The cancerous clone, while within Zhao Li, was a predator, a destroyer. But within Mou, constrained by the absolute suppression of his inherent rules, it could not retaliate against the host, but rather had to obediently serve as a converter and reservoir. It consumed Mou's nutrients to maintain its existence and remain on standby. Yet, when Mou required it, it could instantly return the stored or plundered energy to him or shield him from fatal harm. In other words, the cancerous clone was in essence an extension of his own body. Mou's thoughts expanded fully. Its strength was, in fact, his own strength. It devoured others to enhance itself, which in essence augmented the depth of my own being. As long as I can provide sufficient energy, or take it to a buffet, it can evolve infinitely, allowing me to reap the rewards effortlessly. This rule of absolute suppression by the essence left Mou without any worries. No matter how formidable or enigmatic the cancer clone might be, before him, it would forever remain the most obedient and useful tool. The role of a tool was firmly established. With this understanding, MOU resolved to be an astute manager of this exploitation. With this realization, the fog before him dissipated, revealing a clear path to strength unfolding beneath his feet. He slowly sauntered to the window, pushed open the casement, and gazed upon the ink-black night sky. The cold wind brushed against his face, sharpening his senses. The path ahead was already quite evident. He extended 2 fingers and gently swayed them. The first and most pressing matter was to nurture the clone, since the power of the cancer clone could swiftly feed back to the essence. Alleviating his current predicament of low cultivation, he must strive to enhance the cancer clone as much as possible. Merely relying on my meager vitality to nourish it is far too slow and foolish. MOU's gaze deepened. I need to seek high-energy substances or formidable prey. Within the AI zone, such prey might be hard to find and could easily expose him. Yet this world is vast, filled with demon beasts, spiritual minds, and even those unscrupulous cultivators. In MOU's eyes, they transformed into walking experience packages. I must find ways to earn some extra resources, whether it be spiritual stones, elixirs, or special blood essences. Whatever can facilitate the evolution of the cancer clone must be acquired. He contemplated. Perhaps he could utilize the convenience of the library to investigate suitable training grounds. The second matter drew MOU's gaze to the west, towards the direction of the meteor pit. Earlier, amidst the crowd in the square, his keen hearing had picked up an inconspicuous yet potentially crucial piece of information. The master of Yuching Peak, a true lord of the Golden Core in the secret realm. A smirk played at the corners of MOU's mouth, a mixture of curiosity and calculation dancing within. He recalled his unfortunate experiences at Yuching Peak and the aloofness of Yu Fuyu, who regarded him as insignificant. That woman, mysterious and powerful, seemed to harbor immense secrets. The trail left by the so-called Golden Core true monarch and its inexplicable relationship with the master of Yuching Peak. These keywords coalesced in MOU's mind, crafting a melodramatic yet opportunity-laden image. Yu Fuyu, the Golden Core true monarch. MOU whispered softly, a flash of inspiration igniting in his mind as he recalled a vague account he had come across in some obscure records about Yu Fuyu. It seemed she had a deceased elder brother, a once astonishing Golden Core cultivator. Could it truly be such a coincidence? MOU's heart raced with excitement. If that secret realm is indeed related to Yu Fuyu's brother, and if it contains relics or legacies of that Golden Core true monarch, this would not merely be a secret realm. It would be a deadly trap directed at Yu Fuyu. Moreover, it would be the true stage for my clown entry. Imagine if he could delve into that secret realm, uncover detailed information about her brother, or even obtain his token and the essence of his cultivation techniques. This would truly be divine providence. MOU inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration. Yet this remains mere speculation. Solid evidence is required. I must investigate thoroughly. No matter what lies within that secret realm, I must involve myself. He turned, casting his gaze over the rows of silent bookshelves. The library, this vast repository of knowledge, no longer appeared to him as a mundane workplace, but rather as an armory for gathering intelligence and preparing for revenge. Tonight he would not sleep. MOU rolled up his sleeves, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I shall uncover all materials pertaining to that secret realm, Yu Fuyu and her brother, even if it amounts to mere fragments of information. Zhao Li is merely an appetizer. Chapter 52. The Angry Sea. Just as MOU prepared to rise and delve into the materials regarding the meteor pit and the Golden Core true monarch, an unexpected change occurred. MOU suddenly clutched his left cheek, his brow furrowing deeply. The muscles there were spasming uncontrollably, as if something alive beneath the skin was violently thrashing, writhing, attempting to break free. A burning pain erupted from that spot, swiftly radiating through the facial nerves and engulfing his entire head, causing his vision to darken. What is happening? Is the cancer clone rebelling? No, it is completely under my suppression. MOU's heart sank, and he quickly focused, summoning the system panel. The light screen unfurled before him, and his gaze rapidly scanned the panel, his pupils narrowing in alarm. On the previously pristine personal status bar, an ominous crimson negative status was now flashing. Negative status. Angry seed activating. Angry seed? What on earth is this? Mo's heart skipped a beat. Before he could fully comprehend what this meant, the text began to distort and blur, as if being forcibly erased by a higher power. Then, the cultivation section of the panel began to fluctuate violently. The cultivation bar, which had always displayed as empty due to his innate traits, now revealed text. Cultivation, rage, energy, an indescribable fury and desire for destruction flooded Mo's mind with the emergence of this line. He felt his blood boiling, consumed by the urge to tear everything before him apart. Damn it. Calm down. Stay composed. Mo bit his tongue, forcing himself to maintain a sliver of clarity through the pain. He fixed his gaze on the panel, noting that the term, rage energy, did not linger long, remaining only for a few fleeting moments before being devoured by some unseen force, its color fading rapidly until it vanished entirely. In its place, a new line appeared at the bottom of the panel beneath the talent section. Clones act according to their nature, each fulfilling their purpose. Cancer clone, differentiated. Pride clone, differentiated. Lust clone, differentiated. Below the familiar list of clones, a new line of text slowly materialized. Rage clone can be differentiated. As this line solidified, the excruciating pain and spasms in Mo's cheek abruptly ceased, and the overwhelming sense of tumult in his mind receded like a tide. Mo gasped for breath, leaning against the nearby bookshelf to steady himself. He gazed at the newly appeared rage clone option on the panel, and a multitude of images flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing upon one person and one scene. Zhao Li, the Qi cultivation workshop, the burly man who had spewed insults at him like a rabid dog, subjecting him to extreme humiliation. So that is how it is. Mo's eyes widened in shock, gradually transforming into a sense of dread followed by a chilling realization. That bastard, during our first encounter, was not merely hurling insults. He was planting a seed within me to validate his hypothesis. Mo disregarded any need for rest and immediately turned to the stack of texts regarding heretical practices and sinister techniques. With the specific keyword angry seed, research would be far more manageable. Half an hour later, Mo discovered sporadic references to a technique akin to the angry seed in a tattered volume titled Record of the Southern Border's Strange and Sinister Arts. The South Sea possesses an unusual technique, known as the angry seed. The angry seed technique is a sinister secret art of the path of wrath. The practitioner must draw upon their own anger, supplemented by extreme humiliation, to incite profound rage within the recipient. If the recipient of the technique loses control of their heart and mind, succumbing to fury, then the seed of anger infiltrates the body, lurking within the meridians and acupoints. This intangible force remains concealed during ordinary times, only to draw upon the recipient's vital essence and spirit during moments of emotional upheaval, transforming it into pure rage. Once the seed of anger matures, the practitioner can harvest it at will, a process referred to as anger collection. To unravel this technique is exceedingly difficult. Conventional methods of calming the mind and cleansing the spirit can only temporarily suppress its growth, failing to eradicate its roots. Unless the practitioner meets their demise, or the recipient cultivates powers far surpassing those of the practitioner, forcing it out by sheer strength. There are also obscure records mentioning that if the recipient possesses a resilient will, they may seize a particular opportunity to turn the tables, converting the power of the seed of anger for their own use. However, this method is fraught with peril, often leading to death, and tends to be relegated to legend. Although the names in the records may vary slightly, it can be ascertained that Zhao Li employed such wicked sorcery upon him. Anger collection. He nearly became a predetermined harvest. An anthropomorphic elixir, unwittingly. What a cunning Zhao Li. What a path of wrath. Mo gritted his teeth, icy light flashing in his eyes. He had indeed been provoked and enraged, his defenses at their weakest, allowing Zhao Li to stealthily plant the seed of anger. Yet soon after, a smirk crept across Mo's lips. Alas, Zhao Li, you calculated everything, but did not foresee that I am a wild card. You certainly did not anticipate your swift and tragic demise. According to the records, there exists a subtle connection between the seed of anger and the practitioner. Should the practitioner die harboring resentment, the seed of anger will reverse, absorbing the resentment dissipated into the world, thereby nourishing the host. Zhao Li's tragic death in the square, his overwhelming grievance absorbed by the seed of anger, ought to have overwhelmed MOU. Yet it was devoured by his formidable innate talent, transforming directly into the key to unlock his fourth avatar. What is this? Killing with malicious intent while enhancing gear? MOU could not help but chuckle, closing the book. This place is not suitable for lingering. He must find a location to test this new avatar. The library is, after all, a sacred ground of the sect, populated and scrutinized, possibly even under the watchful gaze of high-ranking cultivators. Creating a raging monstrosity here would be tantamount to courting death. MOU swiftly adjusted his attire, taking advantage of the night as cover to silently depart the library. He evaded patrolling disciples, deliberately making his way to a secluded area. After about half a stick of incense, he arrived at a desolate and tranquil valley behind Wenko Peak. Here, jagged stones and overgrown weeds abounded, and due to the low-lying terrain and sparse spiritual energy, not even a ghost could be seen on ordinary days. An ideal location for nefarious deeds, a perfect site to experiment with his avatar. The night wind howled, dry grass rustling with a whispering sound. MOU stood behind a massive blue stone, confirming that no one was around, and took a deep breath, settling down. Come forth. Let me witness the nature of this fury that has absorbed all of Zhao Li's wrath and essence. With a thought, his talent activated. Differentiation. Furious Avatar. Chapter 53. Furious Avatar Boom. As a command was issued, MOU felt as if a volcano had erupted deep within him. A scorching, suffocating current surged wildly through his meridians, instantly breaking through the Beihui acupoint and gathering before him. It was not light, it was a swirling, viscous dark red blood, mist reminiscent of molten lava. Within the blood mist, a series of ominous low growls resonated, as if a ferocious beast imprisoned for millennia was about to break free. The surrounding air distorted violently due to the intense heat, with dry grass curling and charring in an instant. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted, echoing through the valley. The blood mist abruptly contracted, then exploded with great force. A robust figure crashed heavily into the pile of stones, producing a deep, resounding impact, causing the rocks beneath him to shatter instantly. MOU peered into the moonlight. It was a man even taller than Zhao Li, his muscular physique chiseled with explosive power. His skin bore an abnormal dark red hue, as if molten lava coursed beneath the surface instead of blood. Prominent blue-black veins bulged forth, resembling menacing centipedes coiled across his body. Most striking were his eyes. There were no whites or pupils, only two blazing orbs of crimson fire. In those eyes resided no reason, only boundless fury and a frenzied instinct to annihilate all living things. This was the Furious Avatar. Roar! The moment the Furious Avatar landed, those blood-fire eyes fixated intently on the sole living being before him, MOU's original form. Without hesitation or communication, he lunged forward like a completely uncontrollable mad dog, emitting a beastly growl, his hind legs propelling him with a terrifying gust capable of tearing through the air, charging towards MOU with ferocity. As that fist swung, the air compressed, creating a thunderous crack as it aimed for MOU's face. This was a genuine attempt to kill. You've gone too far. MOU remained seated, not moving an inch, merely observing the enlarging dark red fist in his vision, a sneer of disdain curling his lips. Since this is a manifestation of my own creation, it must adhere to my rules. Just as the fist was mere inches from MOU's nose, the scorching wind ruffling his hair, he calmly uttered two words. Kneel, Buzz, an absolute force of rule, emanating from the very essence of his soul, descended upon the Furious Avatar. This was the absolute dominion granted by his innate talent. Roar! The Furious Avatar emitted an anguished roar of defiance. Yet that fist, capable of shattering boulders, halted abruptly before MOU's nose, unable to advance an inch further. Every muscle in his body trembled violently, veins writhing like serpents. In the dark red skin seeped beads of blood due to the exertion. He struggled against the command emanating from the depths of his soul. He yearned to strike, to tear apart the one he loathed most before him. A tempestuous wind, a raging flood, unwilling to submit. Still wishing to resist? A glint of cold light flashed in MOU's eyes as he focused again, intensifying the pressure. I command you. Kneel. Boom. This time, The invisible weight descended like a mountain. Crack! The furious avatar's knee crashed heavily onto the fragmented ground, forcibly kneeling before MOU. Even while kneeling, he held his head high, those blood-fire eyes glaring defiantly at MOU, breathing heavily, saliva dripping from his mouth, resembling a ferocious hound poised to devour its prey. Tisk! Such a temper, truly explosive. MOU stood up, brushing off the leaves from his attire, and approached the furious avatar. He extended his hand, patting the scalding, iron-hard cheek of the furious avatar, not minding the slight redness on his fingertips from the heat. I know you wish to kill me, to obliterate everything here. MOU locked eyes with the fiery orbs, his voice calm, yet cold. This is your nature, the very source of the power I have bestowed upon you. I do not require your submission or your reason, nor do I expect your humanity. However, remember this. MOU's fingers tightened, gripping the furious avatar's chin, compelling him to raise his head higher. The chain is in my hands. I command you to bite whom I designate, and if I command you to remain still, you must obey. The furious avatar growled lowly, yet under the absolute pressure of the rules, despite the continuing fury in his eyes. He had no choice but to lower his proud head in submission. This is how it should be. MOU released his grip, stepping back 2 paces to reassess this new avatar, his mind racing with calculations regarding his current combat capabilities. Arrogance is responsible for maintaining dominance, lust for intelligence and allure, while Cancer is tasked with responses. MOU's gaze fell upon the furious avatar kneeling on the ground, observing the body filled with a desire for destruction. A spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. With your presence, there are no flamboyant techniques, no cunning schemes, only pure power, pure devastation. If the Cancer avatar represents a dismal mire of despair, then you are the war hammer that obliterates all. You shall take charge and confront head-on. The more MOU contemplated, the more he deemed this configuration flawless. A tank, control, an assassin, and now, the most essential, powerful output. With this furious avatar, he finally possessed the confidence to confront formidable foes directly. In the past, he could only resort to underhanded tactics. Now, apologies, but I shall unleash my dogs upon you. That fool Zhao Li, practicing the path of anger, ultimately turned himself into a wretched creature, leaving me the spoils. A cold smile crept across MOU's heart. Henceforth, you shall be known as Mad Dog. MOU casually bestowed this fitting name upon the avatar. The furious avatar seemed displeased with this moniker, letting out a low growl. Yet at a mere glance from MOU, it promptly silenced itself. The night air grew even cooler as MOU lifted his gaze to the sky. With arrogance undercover at Yuqing Feng and lust out in the wild, he now held the trump card of Mad Dog. He retrieved the rubbing of the meteor pit from his pocket, scrutinizing the blurred map once more under the moonlight. The elder brother of the Golden Core, true monarch Yu Fu Yu at Yuqing Feng, along with that so-called secret realm. His expression gradually deepened. Akin to a spider weaving an intricate web, MOU stowed away the rubbing, casting a glance at the kneeling Mad Dog, who was ever ready to spring forth, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The entry 4, Jester, quivered slightly in his consciousness. Everything has only just begun. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, retracting the furious avatar back within, and strode purposefully out of the valley. Chapter 54. The pit of 10,000 filth. The night at the library was exceptionally tranquil. Seated before his writing desk, MOU held a copy of the geography of the Great Love Sect, yet his thoughts had already drifted far beyond the clouds. He was troubled, his mind aching with worry. Energy. His fingers unconsciously tapped against the tabletop, his brow furrowed tightly. Ever since he discovered the Avatar's essence as a tool, a grim reality confronted him. This entity was an insatiable abyss. While the Cancer Avatar could evolve through consumption, nurturing the main body and bestowing him with formidable combat prowess, the prerequisite was to nourish it adequately. Individuals like Zhao Li, who embodied a human-shaped elixir, were quite rare, and engaging in murder and theft was tolerable once or twice. But to do so daily would surely attract the scrutiny of the law enforcement hall's evil detection pillars. He needed a source that was abundant, satiating, and inconspicuous. MOU's gaze wandered over the geography text until it settled upon an inconspicuous annotation at the rear of Dangxia Peak, the pit of 10,000 filth. Adjacent to it was a note, the site for disposing of waste elixirs, medicinal residue, trial poison insect corpses, and household refuse in the aftermath of alchemical endeavors at TENSEI peak. Toxic gases swirl, human beings must keep their distance, and birds and beasts have vanished. The pit of 10,000 filth. Yu murmured to himself, his eyes growing brighter, a peculiar smile forming at the corners of his mouth. In that cautionary note, he perceived not danger, but a sumptuous banquet laid out before him. Waste elixirs? That is energy. Medicinal residue? That is nutrition. Insect corpses? That is protein. Even the highly toxic waste liquid, for the infinitely adaptable and evolving cancer avatar, was merely a beverage with a slightly stronger flavor. This is not a garbage dump. It is indeed a buffet. Yu abruptly closed the book, his eyes gleaming with a green light. Moreover, who would idly monitor a garbage pit? It was absolutely safe, utterly concealed. Cancer avatar, your fortune awaits. On a moonless night, a stealthy figure evaded the patrolling disciples' gaze, silently creeping into the forbidden area at the rear of TENSEI peak. The deeper he ventured, the more the air became saturated with a melange of medicinal fragrance, burnt odors, the stench of decay, and an indescribable sourness. Even though Yu had stuffed cloth into his nose beforehand, the noxious scent infiltrated his body through every pore, causing his head to throb. This stench was even more pungent than Zhao Li's breath. Yu suppressed the urge to retch and finally located the fabled pit of 10,000 filth behind a grove of dead black trees. It was a vast natural abyss, with a diameter of nearly 100 zhong. Under the dim moonlight, he could discern a thick layer of indescribable substances accumulating at the bottom of the pit. It was a colorful slurry of discarded elixirs, mixed with dark medicinal residue and countless grotesque, long-rotted insect corpses. The pit occasionally released enormous bubbles that popped with a gurgle, emitting clouds of green toxic smoke accompanied by a hissing, corrosive sound. This was nothing short of a toxic swamp, a forbidden zone for life. Astonishingly, while TENSEI peak appeared resplendent, it was secretly dumping all its refuse here. Standing at the edge of the pit, Yu surveyed the hellish scene before him, not retreating in fear, but rather feeling an exhilarating excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Go forth, Pikachu, go forth, my cancerous cells. He extended his palm towards the foul-smelling pit, channeling his thoughts. A fissure opened in his palm, and a mass of crimson, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, began to ooze forth. It appeared to sense the disgusting energy below, quivering with excitement and emitting faint hissing sounds. Plop! The mass of cancer avatar tissue detached from his palm, plunging into the depths of the pit of 10,000 filth. Initially, there was no significant commotion, just a few wisps of white smoke rising from the impact site as the toxic waste liquid corroded the surface of the cancerous tissue. However, within the span of 3 breaths, the waste liquid surrounding the impact point began to boil violently. The cancerous tissue, far from perishing, appeared to be enraged, evolving instantly to develop a keratinous membrane that resisted the corrosive toxicity. Following this, it began a frenzied, exponential proliferation. A visible crimson hue began to spread amidst the colorful filth. Countless delicate tendrils stretched forth, greedily piercing into the waste elixirs, medicinal residue, and decaying corpses, voraciously absorbing every trace of residual medicinal power and energy. Gurgle, gurgle. The formerly silent depths of the pit now seemed to come alive. The crimson carpet expanded at an astonishing rate, engulfing, decomposing, and consuming everything in its path, whether it was the toxic liquid or the hardened medicinal residue. This was a microcosmic plundering war, as well as a grand banquet on a macroscopic scale. Yu stood at the pit's edge, acutely aware of the chaotic yet incredibly abundant flow of warmth surging through the mysterious connection between him and the cancer avatar, continuously pouring into his body. Delightful. Unable to contain himself, Yu let out a low roar. This feeling of gaining experience without the need for arduous cultivation was simply too exhilarating. As the consumption progressed, the cancer avatar seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. It was no longer merely a mass of flesh. To adapt to the bizarre toxins and medicinal energies within the pit of 10,000 filth, it began to mutate. Some parts developed root-like structures akin to plants, specifically designed to absorb the earthy essence from the medicinal residue. Others sprouted insect-like mandibles, meant to gnaw at the tough shells of toxic insects. Still others transformed into semi-liquid acid bodies, merging with the toxic waters at the pit's bottom. The entire pit of 10,000 filth was gradually becoming a nurturing ground for the cancer avatar, evolving into a part of its very being. Meanwhile, as the host, MOU was experiencing an exhilarating sensation that sent shivers down his spine. The surge of heat flowing into his body grew increasingly potent, not only cleansing his meridians and fortifying his vital energy, but also, under the guidance of some peculiar rule, beginning to converge towards his back. This sensation made MOU furrow his brow, as he suddenly felt a violent itch and sting emanating from his shoulder blades. This feeling was not unfamiliar. When Zhao Li underwent his transformation, it seemed to be heralded by a similar sign. Could it be? A thought struck MOU, and rather than resisting the gathering force, he actively directed more of his vital energy toward his back. Zhao Li had become a monstrous being with protruding bone spikes due to his inability to control it. But I am different. I possess absolute dominion. The evolution of the cancer doppelganger must unfold according to my design. Condense for me. With a low shout from MOU, a series of unsettling cracking sounds echoed from his back, reminiscent of bones growing. Yet he felt no pain. Instead, it was a liberating sensation, as if he had shattered some form of restraint. With a rip, his garments on the back were instantly torn apart. A pair of colossal bone wings, an alabaster hue coursing with faint blood veins, suddenly unfurled from behind him. These wings were entirely dissimilar to the grotesque, rotting appendages that hung from Zhao Li. They were pristine, sleek, and possessed an aesthetic of deadly beauty. Each bone was akin to tempered steel, and the edges of the wings were sharp as blades, glimmering with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. These were not merely instruments of flight. They were two unparalleled weapons sprouting from his back. This was the true, complete form. As MOU reveled in the power emanating from these wings, his heart soared with joy. This was the result of the cancer doppelganger assimilating Zhao Li's genes, drawing from the countless waste elixirs in the Wanwei pit, and finally being refined and optimized through innate enhancement. Let's see. With a thought, MOU commanded. Whoosh. The bone wings behind him suddenly flapped, stirring a tempestuous wind. His body soared into the sky, akin to a massive night owl, shooting toward the clouds. I can fly. MOU soared through the air, and the exhilarating sensation of defying gravity and gazing down upon the earth compelled him to unleash a triumphant howl. With the evolution of the cancer doppelganger, he had achieved flight. Is this the joy of transcending limits? MOU circled in the sky, his gaze locking onto a massive stone below, roughly the size of a grinding wheel. His eyes narrowed, and with a sudden pivot in midair, he utilized the momentum of his dive, sweeping the right bone wing out like a guillotine. Slash! There were no superfluous movements, only pure speed and sharpness. Swoosh! A faint sound echoed. MOU zipped past the boulder, ascending once more into the heights. Moments later, a thunderous crash resounded. The indomitable boulder of Qing Gang rock split cleanly in two, the upper half crashing down, its cut surface smooth as a mirror. This sharpness rivals that of a magical artifact. MOU gasped in astonishment, gazing at his unscathed bone wings, utterly satisfied. Capable of assault and defense, of flight and evasion. This venture into the Wanwei pit had proven invaluable. He returned to the edge of the pit, observing the cancer doppelganger's fleshly mass tirelessly consuming refuse below. At this moment, the once mountainous pile of filth had been partially devoured, revealing patches of dark brown rock beneath. Good child, truly not picky with food. MOU nodded approvingly, akin to observing a diligent, hard-working ox. Since this place suits you so well, remain here and feast at your leisure. I shall not intrude upon your dining. MOU mentally issued a long-term command for lurking, consuming, and dividing to the doppelganger at the pit's bottom. Then, he retracted his bone wings, as if they were liquefying, swiftly merging into his back and reverting to normal skin, leaving only two faint, blood-red marks akin to tattoos. Completing these actions, MOU adjusted his attire, humming an unknown tune, and vanished into the night, leaving behind the unseen crimson at the pit's bottom, silently spreading, gradually transforming the accumulated essence of Dangxia Peak over the years into the nourishment for MOU's ascendance. Chapter 55. The thief of Dangzia Peak days slipped away in the blink of an eye. Dangzia Peak, as the core of the AI zone's alchemical endeavors, generated tons of waste daily. On one such morning, two disciples tasked with disposing of refuse pushed a wheelbarrow laden with herbal dregs and waste liquid, grumbling as they approached the Wanwei pit. Alas, what ill fate! It is our turn to handle the garbage again, one of the lanky disciples lamented, deftly producing two thick cloths soaked in medicinal liquid, handing one to his companion while covering his own mouth and nose. The stench of this Wanwei pit could shorten one's life by 3 years with just a single whiff. I cannot fathom why the sect does not devise a method to manage it better. The other, shorter and stockier disciple adjusted his cloth and grunted, enough complaining. Let us finish this and leave quickly. This cursed place feels eerie, and I always get the chills. The two approached the pit's edge, preparing to dump the contents of the wheelbarrow as per usual, eyes shut tight. However, when the lanky disciple inadvertently glanced into the pit, he froze in shock. He rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Duan, pinch me. What for? Are you sick? The stocky disciple replied impatiently. No. Look in the pit. The lanky disciple's voice trembled as he pointed towards the depths of the pit. What is wrong with the pit? Isn't it just a heap of filth and rotting herbal dregs? My goodness. Following his pointed finger, the stocky disciple's eyes nearly bulged out as he exclaimed a curse. The pit, which once overflowed with mounds of foul-smelling refuse, was now empty. Indeed, it was empty. Aside from some ancient stains on the pit walls, the accumulated waste elixirs, herbal refuse, and even the greenish toxic water had vanished without a trace, revealing the bottom of the pit, clean and even somewhat gleaming black-brown rock. The entire Wanwei pit was so pristine it resembled a surface licked clean by a dog. Yet even a dog would not have such an appetite. This is utterly bizarre. The stocky disciple stammered. Where did the refuse go? What the toxic waters? Could it be that the pit has leaked? Leaked? Nonsense. Beneath is solid Gang rock. The lanky disciple gulped, terror etched across his face. What could possibly consume so much refuse in a fortnight? Could some beast that feeds on garbage have emerged? The two exchanged fearful glances, a chill coursing through them from their feet to the crown of their heads. To not even spare the refuse, what kind of insatiable monstrosity is this? They dared not even dump the waste from the wheelbarrow, turning around to flee, shouting as they ran. A crisis. A great crisis. The Wanwei pit has been robbed. This incident spread throughout the AI zone with astonishing speed. Initially, the rumors were relatively tame. Some speculated that there was an insider at Dangzia Peak, pilfering waste elixirs in an attempt to extract any residual potency. In these times, many had gone mad with poverty. Although waste elixirs were toxic, they could still be refined for consumption. However, this explanation was soon dismissed. For even if one were to extract waste elixirs, it would not necessitate stealing the toxic refuse and decaying insect carcasses. What purpose could those serve apart from repulsing others? Consequently, the rumors began to take a peculiar turn. Have you heard? A pervert has emerged from the back mountain of Dangzia Peak, specializing in stealing herbal refuse. Herbal refuse? What could possibly be worth stealing? You may not comprehend this, but certain nefarious practitioners require such profoundly sinister and impure substances for their cultivation. Subsequently, as the news was relayed through countless channels, embellished with exaggerations, and compounded by the fact that the Wanwei pit had indeed become a repository for the discarded refuse of many disciples' lives. Yes, excrement. The rumors ultimately collapsed entirely. Within the library, at the midday recess, several disciples gathered to borrow texts, whispering conspiratorially amongst themselves. Have you all heard the latest version? A freckled young disciple inquired, lowering his voice, his expression a curious blend of disgust and excitement. What version? Speak quickly. According to reliable sources for within Dangzia Peak, the thief who pilfered was not after waste elixirs or herbal dross. The freckled disciple glanced around before whispering. He was after excrement. Stealing excrement. The surrounding disciples erupted in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is that true? Are there truly such perverse individuals in this world? Absolutely. Consider it. The Wanwei pit is primarily filled with that substance, and now it's all gone. If not for stealing excrement, what else could it be? Ugh. Don't say any more. I can already picture it. It is said that he is an unparalleled evil cultivator who has mastered the 5 grains reincarnation technique, specifically absorbing the essence of such things for his practice. Now, the senior brothers and sisters of TENSEI Peak dare not approach the latrines, fearing they might be caught in the act. How terrifying! How twisted! This the AI sect has truly fallen from grace, and humanity has lost its virtue. Not far away, MOU, who feigned organizing books, felt his body stiffen as he overheard their discussions. The feather duster in his hand hovered mid-air, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his expression akin to someone who had been constipated for 3 days and then force-fed a pound of croton seeds. A thief of excrement? MOU felt his blood pressure surging uncontrollably. He was merely addressing the sect's environmental issues. He was conducting a grand experiment on biological energy conversion. He was nurturing evolution, striving for the zenith of power. How had it morphed into a tale of a thief of excrement in the mouths of these fools? Damn the 5 grains reincarnation technique. MOU raged internally, wishing to shove the duster into the mouth of that freckled disciple. I am undergoing mutation, evolution, devouring, not a mere latrine worker. This is slander. This is unabashed defamation. I shall issue a lawyer's letter. No, I will go to the law enforcement hall and accuse you of defamation. Yet, he could only harbor impotent fury within. After all, the one-way pit was indeed empty, and this burden seemed to rest solely on the non-existent thief of excrement. This wretched sect is unbearable. MOU weakly leaned against the bookshelf, tears unshed. He gazed at his bone wings, now completely invisible behind him, and the joy he had just felt from acquiring power was instantaneously washed away by the sudden label of thief of excrement. If word gets out that I am responsible for this, MOU shivered, envisioning himself soaring through the air, majestic, only to have the crowd below shout, "Look, the thief of excrement flying in the sky." MOU silently covered his face. It seems this alias must remain concealed for life. Whoever dares to unmask me, I shall send my cancerous doppelganger to stake out their latrine. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, refocusing on the matter at hand. While his reputation may be tarnished, the enhancement of his strength was tangible, with the one-way pit as an inexhaustible source of energy. The cancerous doppelganger had begun to take shape and was continuously growing. MOU had finally attained the capital to truly engage in this realm. Next, it was time to calculate matters concerning Yuqing Peak. The time had come. Chapter 56. The schizophrenic, kidney-deficient young Master Knight. Beside an abandoned mine pit on the outskirts of the AI sect, the environment, though not as bountiful as that of the one-way pit behind TENSEI Peak, still accumulated a considerable amount of leftover refuse from artifact refinement and discarded inferior spiritual materials. MOU curled up behind a massive piece of discarded ore, his complexion pale as paper, his eye sockets deeply sunken, resembling a hollowed-out addict. One hand clutched his lower back tightly, while the other trembled as it pressed against a heap of refuse, emitting a faint green glow. MOU retched, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. What kind of life is this? He felt as though he had swallowed a pound of bitter herb. On one hand, he was like a stray dog in a refuse heap, ravenously consuming toxic and radioactive waste, even though the cancerous doppelganger had developed an exceptionally robust adaptability. Yet, the nauseating stench and the excruciating pain of energy surging through his meridians kept him perpetually on the brink of collapse. On the other hand, a part of his consciousness needed to return to his main body at Yuqing Peak to contend with a pack of ravenous female disciples, and that psychologically disturbed Yu Bingshuang. Surrounded by toxic fumes, even a donkey in the grain production team wouldn't be treated so harshly. MOU gritted his teeth, feeling the cancer cells within him stimulated by the toxic refuse, rapidly dividing and proliferating, then converting into threads of pure energy that flowed towards his main body far away at Yuqing Peak through a mysterious connection. If he did not do so, his main body would have been drained dry. For some reason, this time's treatment was entirely different from his previous experiences, which had been relatively normal. However, this time, as the critical moment approached, the sickly Yu Bingshuang grew increasingly frenzied, as if she wanted to meld the main body into herself, her madness tinged with reluctance. Strengthened the cancer doppelganger. As if in response to his plea, the crimson mass of cancerous tissue in his palm began to writhe violently. Under extreme energy exhaustion and environmental pressure, the Cancer doppelganger unexpectedly underwent another mutation. The originally simple swallowing structure began to reorganize, differentiating into a special group of cells resembling energy storage sacs. These cells acted like miniature compressed batteries, capable of high-density compression and purification of the diverse energy obtained from consumption, greatly enhancing energy transmission efficiency and storage capacity. Cancer cell adaptive evolution, high-energy transport state. It can extract the final trace of energy from low-grade materials while minimizing losses during transmission. A warm current surged into MOU's withered meridians, causing his previously pale complexion to gain a slight blush. "Well done, my precious." MOU smiled weakly, but his attention was forcibly drawn back to the summons from the other side. At Yuqing Peak, within the chamber, red candles flickered, and a warm fragrance wafted through the air. In stark contrast to the wretched environment outside, this place was a veritable haven of comfort and indulgence. MOU reclined lazily on the bed, clad in a loose black silk robe, the collar wide open, revealing a strong chest glistening with a cold jade sheen. The door creaked open gently. A figure clad in fiery red, radiating warmth and fragrance, arrived as expected. Yenrue. Tonight, she was dressed more daringly than ever. The crimson gauze barely concealing her key features, exposing large swaths of milky skin that glimmered alluringly in the candlelight, resembling a conflagration burning in the snow, both perilous and captivating. "Senior brother." Yenrue's voice was sultry, laced with deliberate provocation, as she gracefully approached the bed, her bare feet barely making a sound on the floor. Had this been the MOU of yore, he might have felt awkward or even resisted, for he had once held strong moral convictions and lacked understanding of the situation. But now, he was a man who had seen through it all, his heart ashen yet compelled to perform. He understood he could not resist. In the heavens above, amid the luminous moonlight, Yu's gaze hung like a Damocles sword, coldly observing all that transpired here. Should he dare to reveal the slightest hint of weakness or attempt to flee, the consequences would be his utter annihilation. Since resistance is futile, one might as well indulge in it. At the very least, it serves as your final morsel of joy in this world. MOU's heart harbored a cold mockery, an abyss of sorrow concealed beneath his piercing gaze, yet his countenance radiated an increasingly frigid and haughty demeanor. "Is this all you have for tonight?" "Quite pedestrian," he remarked icily, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with an air of condescension. Yenrue momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by her senior's response. However, her desire for conquest swiftly intensified. "Senior brother, how stubborn you are. I wonder if your body will prove equally unyielding." She giggled, launching herself at him, entwining around MOU like a seductive serpent, her heated skin pressed against him in an attempt to dissolve his icy exterior. MOU did not rebuff her. Instead, he seized her chin with a rough grip, his gaze slicing through her delicate features like a blade. "Since you have come to my door, allow me to stoke this fire further." With that, he rolled atop her, the fervor of their encounter marked by a wildness bordering on release. Yet, amidst this tumult, his peripheral vision remained fixed on the inner side of the bed. There, Yu Bingshuang lay with her back to them, side-lying in slumber. She appeared to be in deep sleep, but you could distinctly see her slender shoulders trembling slightly. This was the true Yu Bingshuang, the cool, composed elder sister yearning for warmth within. At this moment, she was forcibly subdued by a sickly persona within her, yet her senses had been deliberately heightened, allowing her to hear and feel everything transpiring behind her. It was a betrayal of her beloved, a trampling of her dignity. What a perverse situation, MOU cursed inwardly. That wicked Yu Bingshuang, in her relentless pursuit of the heartless path, had conceived such a cruel method, forcing the original Yu Bingshuang to witness it all. Watching his beauty was gradually torn apart before her eyes, to cultivate the utmost despair and ruthlessness within her. Is this what you call a path? The AI sect is indeed steeped in irony. MOU's inner fury ignited, transforming into a deeper motivation. "Since you wish to watch, I shall perform for you. I will elevate this spectacle to its utmost climax." The arrogance in MOU's eyes intensified, his movements devoid of hesitation, akin to a tyrant reveling in the offerings presented to him. Yenrue writhed beneath him, her previously task-oriented gaze gradually becoming dazed. ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming might of his presence. Meanwhile, Yu Bingshuang's tremors grew more pronounced, akin to a leaf swaying in a tempest. Chapter 57. The absurd banquet this night felt exceptionally prolonged. As dawn's light began to emerge, Yin Rui departed, her body weary yet satisfied. With a hint of complex emotion barely perceptible, Mou felt as though his very soul had been drained. A portion of his consciousness returned to the arrogant manifestation outside Yu Qing Peak, beside the abandoned quarry. Mou abruptly opened his eyes, his pallor alarming. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He grimaced, clutching his waist, feeling as though both kidneys were convulsing. This was not cultivation. It was a struggle for survival. Trembling, he fished out a previously found, partially ineffective pill from his pocket, disregarding any potential poison, and promptly crushed it in his mouth. The malignant cells surged forth, consuming the scant medicinal power along with the toxins, transforming it into energy to mend his broken body. Leaning against the cold stone, Mou gazed at the rising sun, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. "You Fu Yu, are you reveling in my plight from above? Treating me as a stallion, them as cauldrons, and Yu Bingshuang as a whetstone?" His gaze grew increasingly frigid. However, the narrative of the AI sect afforded him little respite. As the day of the five-element sacrifice approached, the pace at Yu Qing Peak quickened abruptly. After merely half a day's rest, as night fell, Mou's consciousness was once again pulled with an intense force. Not again. How long must this continue? He lamented internally. Yet his body had no choice but to once again enter that standby state, projecting his primary consciousness forward. At the back mountain of Yu Qing Peak, by the hot spring, the mist hung heavily, resembling an ethereal realm. As Mou's consciousness returned, he felt a warm, slippery sensation enveloping him. He was submerged in the hot spring. Before him, a figure as delicate as a wisp approached slowly. Shui Mei. True to her name, she was as gentle as water, her eyes reminiscent of the misty rains of Jiangnan. "Senior brother, allow me to assist you in your bath." Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the heart. Mou regarded her, no longer displaying the initial panic. Leaning against the edge of the pool, he permitted Shui Mei's cool hands to knead his shoulders, her eyes, usually tinged with sorrow, now radiating unreserved compliance. "Shui Shimei, your skills are commendable." Mou did not push her away. On the contrary, he grasped her wrist, gently pulling her into his embrace. This time, he did not resist, for he understood that this was Shui Mei's last moment as a living woman in this world. Before the cruel sacrificial array activated, she could still experience warmth, feel desire, perhaps her only solace. "Since you are destined to perish, allow me to leave the most profound imprint in your memory." Mou closed his eyes, immersing himself wholly in this ritual of dual cultivation, which was, in truth, a farewell. Emerging from the hot spring, before Mou could regain his composure, he was abruptly pulled into the familiar medicinal garden by Qing He. "Senior brother, look!" Her voice rang out, clear as a lark. Clad in a tender green dress, Qing He stood amidst the blooms, cradling a newly blossomed Rui. Her smile was innocent and radiant, as if she were blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited her. "The flower has bloomed. Isn't it beautiful?" She presented the flower to Mou, her large, clear eyes sparkling with hope. Mou's heart ached sharply as he gazed at her. The flower was indeed exquisite. He reached out, gently plucking the bloom and placing it in Qing He's hair. His movement exuded an unprecedented tenderness. "But you, dear girl, are even more beautiful." He lifted her chin, gazing into her innocent, blank slate of a face. "Little one, do you understand what it means to truly blossom?" Qing He's face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. In the next moment, vines surged forth, and within this fragrant garden of herbs, Mou transformed once more into that tireless tyrant. Yet this time, as he possessed her, his heart bled. He silently etched every subtle expression of Qing He into his memory, capturing the essence of life's most fervent manifestation. As night enveloped the world again, Mou trudged along the path back to his abode, his legs heavy as though filled with lead. In the shadows by the roadside, a slight figure continued to crouch there. Tushi, she resembled a forgotten blade of grass, quietly existing without contention. Upon seeing Mou approach, she instinctively recoiled, yet did not flee, instead gazing at him with timid yet resolute eyes. Senior brother. Mou halted. At that moment, both his true self and his manifestation had reached their limits. The fatigue deep within his soul was so profound that he longed to collapse and sleep on the ground. However, looking into Tushi's eyes, he understood that he could not stop. If he departed now, it would be far crueler to her than death itself, because this signifies that even her final worth has been negated. What are you doing crouching there? Are you digging a pit to bury yourself? Mou's voice remained cold and hard, laced with mockery. Tushi trembled, her eyes instantly reddening. I am waiting for my senior brother. Waiting for me? Mou approached, looking down at her from a height. Waiting for what? Do you also wish to experience that kind of sensation? Tushi remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Her fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her clothes. Mou took a deep breath, suppressing the surging bitterness within him. He bent down and lifted the petite girl into his arms. Since you desire it, then do not shrink back. Tonight, I shall teach you what it means to rise from the depths. That night, Mou felt utterly mad. He oscillated between extreme weakness and exhilaration. He gazed at those beautiful yet doomed junior sisters, observing the affection in their eyes and the faint resignation to fate. Mou's mindset underwent a complete transformation. No longer was there initial guilt, nor was there passive helplessness. Instead, there was a chilling resolve. Since you are destined to depart, since this treacherous heaven offers you no path to survival, then let me remember you. Remember that you're living beings, not merely a pile of cold firewood. In this absurd world, he simply sought to affirm their existence in the most primal way possible. When everything finally settled, Mou collapsed among the rubble of the abandoned mine, devoid of the strength to move even a finger. Hajiyu, you have quite the talent for being a duck. Such high-intensity work, and you manage it with such ease. If you were to debut, you would undoubtedly make a remarkable impression. The system was utterly amazed by Mou's high-intensity time management. Damn it, you dog. Even at this moment, you mock me. I merely wish to give my junior sisters some beautiful memories. Ah, yes. Mou. The sky was lightening with the first blush of dawn, heralding a new day. Yet Mou knew that this would also be the last day in the lives of these junior sisters. He gazed at the rising red sun, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. Chapter 58, The Arrogant Bone. The night at Yuqingfeng was exceptionally cold. The courtyard was still dotted with unshoveled snow. Remnants of cold food scattered across the stone table. The red candles flickered in the cold wind, casting elongated shadows of several figures hunched over the table, resembling a peculiar shadow puppet show. This was the third night, the final deadline. Qinghe leaned over the table, her grip on the wine cup loose. Yin Rui reclined against the chair, her breathing slow. Shui Mei and Tushi cuddled together as if already lost to slumber. Even Yu Bing Shuang lay motionless at the head of the table, seemingly inebriated to the point of unconsciousness. The entire courtyard was enveloped in a deathly silence. Only Jin Lan remained standing. Jin Lan was not wearing her usual practice attire, but had changed into a dark golden long dress, the hem embroidered with sharp sword patterns. Her hair elegantly tied up, revealing a smooth, full forehead and those piercing eyes. She held a jug of wine, her posture upright like a sword. Yet her usually sharp gaze was clouded by an inexplicable complexity. She was not drunk. She knew that the others slumped over the table were not truly inebriated either. The so-called drunkenness was merely an unspoken act, a pretense to mask the impending cruelty, to make this final farewell appear less grotesque. Mou sat on a stone bench, holding the cup of cold wine in his hand. His gaze swept over each of the sleeping junior sisters, ultimately resting on Jin Lan. Are they all drunk? Mou set down his cup, producing a faint crisp sound. She turned around, tilting her head back to gulp down a mouthful of strong liquor, the liquid cascading down her long neck, soaking her clothing. Yes, we are all drunk. Jin Lan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a trembling mirth. This intoxication is quite potent. They are not strong drinkers, so being deeply inebriated is for the best. Quite good. Mou savored those two words, a mocking curve forming at the corners of his mouth. Jin Lan, you have always been straightforward. When did you learn to deceive yourself? Jin Lan's movements faltered for a moment. Slowly, she lowered the wine jug, and in that instant, the heroism she exuded seemed to collapse, revealing the fragile soul beneath. So what? Jin Lan looked at Mou, her eyes flickering with desperate fire. Should we cry awake? Should we kneel on the ground to beg for mercy? Such actions are futile. Jean Lan took a deep breath, as if to draw the biting cold wind into her lungs, freezing her trembling heart. She strode towards Mou. Looking down upon him, her voice was hoarse, the strong scent of alcohol wafting towards his face. They had all surrendered themselves, whether deceived or voluntary. Although I have always found such matters disgusting, deeming it degrading to cater to a man for the sake of some so-called greater path. She paused, a hint of ferocity flashing in her gaze. But I am unwilling. I refuse to simply turn to ashes without a sound. Since this is a necessary process, since it is part of the ritual, Jean Lan's words and reactions differed greatly from her previous experiences. Damn, is this the butterfly effect? I wonder if the arrogance acquired from this exchange has led to the frequent emergence of the sickly Yu Bing Shuang. With a ripping sound, Jean Lan tore open her garment, exposing a substantial expanse of tight, powerful skin. Unlike Yin Rui's voluptuousness or Shui Mei's delicacy, Jean Lan's physique bore the lines of a finely honed blade, embodying a wild beauty. Kulme, she shouted, forcefully pushing Mou to the ground. Even in death, I shall be the one who rules. Mou, do not lie there like a dead fish. Show me your worth. Mou lay on the ground, gazing up at Jean Lan, who straddled him. There was no hint of desire in her eyes, only a tragic resolve to embrace death. In this manner, she bid her final farewell to this wretched world, fulfilling her last mission as Jin Xing Tianyuan. At that moment, a certain emotion stirred within Mou's consciousness. This was not merely desire. It was a resonance, a defiant gesture against predetermined fate. Mou looked at her. He understood the meaning in Jean Lan's eyes. It was not lust. It was a gesture of defiance against destiny. It was the final mark she wished to leave before destruction. What is there to fear? Mou's will ignited completely. He grasped Jean Lan's waist, his gaze turning aggressive, infused with a wild madness. Since you wish to go mad, I shall accompany you to the very end. Mou rolled over forcefully, reversing their positions in an instant. The indifference in his eyes transformed into a violent aggression, utterly domineering. There was no foreplay, no tenderness. This was a union bordering on a fierce struggle. Jean Lan cried out in pain, yet laughed wildly. Her nails carved bloody trails across Mou's back, as if seeking to etch her mark into his very bones. Mou could feel the surging essence of Jean Lan's Jin Xing within her, stirring and resonating with a certain force within him through this most primal means. This was not a pleasure. It was a sacrificial dance before the offering. In the courtyard, the oppressive sounds of gasping breaths intertwined with the ripping of fabric. The figures slumped over the table, though still and silent, revealed the tumultuous waves within through their slightly trembling shoulders. They were listening. They were feeling. This is Jean Lan's farewell, as well as the prelude to their collective funeral. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the wind finally ceased. Jean Lan retrieved another set of clothing from her storage bag, standing tall once more. Her complexion was somewhat pallid, yet her eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness, as if tempered by fire, rendering her even more unyielding. Mou sat slumped on the ground, his garments partially undone, his chest heaving violently. Within his gaze resided no fatigue, only an intensified, almost tangible defiance. Jean Lan did not glance at Mou. Instead, she turned and walked step by step toward Yu Bing Shuang, who lay prostrate on the main seat. She halted before Yu Bing Shuang, gazing at her exquisitely cold profile, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes, reverence, resentment, heartache, and resoluteness intertwined. The Shija, Jean Lan called softly. The performance is over. In the next instant, she lifted her foot with all her might and delivered a fierce kick to Yu Bing Shuang. A dull thud resounded as Yu Bing Shuang was sent tumbling from the stone bench, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, her pristine white garments instantly stained with mud. Continue your charade. Jean Lan pointed at the fallen Yu Bing Shuang, bursting into a piercing laugh that echoed across the desolate mountaintop. This kick is for Qing He, for Yen Rui, for all of us 5 fools, for your path, for that wretched indifference. Do you revel in watching us submit to men, step by step toward our demise? Huh. With Jean Lan's roar, the figures that had been lying on the table finally ceased their pretense. Mou remained slumped, observing the scene unfold. Damn, everything's gone awry. Jean Lan's previous lines were not supposed to be these. A rustling sound emerged. Qing He raised her head. her usually sparkling eyes now brimming with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly held them back. Yin Rui straightened her posture, wiping away the remnants of alcohol at the corner of her mouth, her usual fierceness replaced by an eerie calm. Shui Mei and Tu, she slowly opened their eyes, supporting each other as they stood, their gazes hollow and sorrowful. They were indeed awake. Or perhaps they had never truly been intoxicated. This final banquet, this last bout of madness, every detail remained etched in their minds, resonating in their ears and aching in their hearts. Yu Bingshuang, who had been kicked to the ground, gradually sat up. She exhibited neither anger nor retaliation. Instead, she sat quietly in the snow, allowing her disheveled hair to fall freely, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. This was not a facade of her malevolent persona, but a genuine sorrow belonging to Yu Bingshuang. Yet beneath this sorrowful exterior, the malevolent spirit within was rejoicing wildly, greedily consuming the despair that permeated the courtyard. Everyone is awake. Jinlan inhaled deeply, stifling her laughter. She cast a sweeping glance around at her junior sisters, finally resting her gaze on Mou. Then let us embark on our journey. She turned to face the center of the courtyard. There, a concealed formation had long been inscribed, now cloaked in snow, slowly illuminating under her intent. Jin Lingzhen, Jinlan called out in a low voice, unleashing her innate golden essence, a pillar of platinum light shooting skyward. Qing, Tengku. Qing, he wiped her tears, managing a tragic smile as her body transformed into a stream of emerald light, embodying the vitality of the wood element, yet also signifying her current resolve to die. Qi Yanxi. Yin Rui closed her eyes, flames igniting around her, not to incinerate enemies, but to consume herself. Xian Shuihe. Shui Mei morphed into black water, imbued with both flexibility and determination. Ho Tu Lai. Tu, she cast a final glance at this world, her form disintegrating into pure yellow earth. 5 beams of light, 5 elemental essences, 5 vibrant lives. They relinquished their corporeal forms, forsaking reincarnation, transforming themselves into the purest kindling, surging toward the center of the formation, towards the man who lay on the ground. 5 elements Tian Yuan, converging to form the Sun Jinlan's final voice echoed in the air, laden with profound sorrow. Boom! A torrent of 5 colors coalesced, forming a colossal vortex, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entirety of Yuqing Peak to tremble. This force, domineering and relentless, sought to forcibly enter Mou's body, molding him into a vessel, a cauldron for nurturing the sun's spiritual root. Is this your fate? Is this what you call the Great Path? Mou, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his head. His eyes glowed crimson, reflecting the 5-colored torrent, yet devoid of any fear. Instead, they shone with an extreme, unparalleled arrogance. By what right? Mou sprang to his feet, kicking over the stone table before him. The wine jug shattered, remnants splattered, chaos ensued. By what right do you script the narrative, compelling me to play my part? By what right do you choose to die, while I am left to consume this blood-soaked bun? I am Mou. I am neither your vessel nor your plaything. Buzz! An indescribable aura erupted from within Mou. It was not the strength of spiritual energy, but an absolute psychological dominance. Mou's core essence was fully awakened, rejecting submission, defying definition, and refusing this damned fate. Get the hell away from me! Mou roared to the heavens, thrusting his hands outward. His arrogant will manifested naturally, forming an invisible barrier that forcefully resisted the oncoming tide of elemental essences. Chapter 59. An Unstoppable Slash. The previously smooth infusion process was abruptly interrupted. Jinlan, now transformed into light and shadow, trembled violently, a mouthful of her essence blood spewing forth. The formation shook violently, the 5-colored light flickering erratically. Spiritual energy began to reverse in a frenzied flow, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Mou, you've gone mad. You'll die. Jinlan's anxious and desperate cry echoed through the void. Mou cackled maniacally, his hair dancing wildly in the tempest, resembling a demonic deity. What is death compared to being manipulated like a pig or a dog? Even if I am shattered to pieces, I will crush your teeth. The domain of arrogance fully unleashed, ignoring the tearing of his meridians and the collapse of his flesh. He pushed the instinct to reject the foreign and embrace his supremacy to its utmost limit. He resisted the entire formation. He resisted the will of the entire Yu Qing peak. Resistance? Is it truly resistance? Yu Bingshuang, seated in the snow, slowly lifted her head. The sorrowful gaze that once filled her eyes had now transformed entirely. Tears remained, yet an unsettling excitement and fervor glimmered within her eyes. The malevolent persona had completely taken control of her body. She beheld Mo.Yu's indomitable figure, his defiant posture, trembling with exhilaration. Ah, it's so marvelous. Truly, so marvelous. She extended her crimson tongue, licking the tears at the corner of her mouth, her eyes shimmering with avarice. I thought you were merely a fortunate vessel. Yet I did not expect your bones to be so resilient, your soul to be so proud. This unwavering will, this arrogance that erupts from despair is the finest offering. If I were to refine a soul like yours along with this five-element essence, how perfect would my path and my artifact become? Not only did she not intervene, but she also rose to her feet, spreading her arms wide, as if embracing this chaotic feast. Just as Mo.Yu believed he was truly shaking the damned formation with his reckless determination, a cold huff echoed from the heavens. The sound was not loud, devoid of any warmth, yet it resonated like a cataclysmic thunderclap deep within Mo.Yu's soul. In the skies above, the clouds appeared to be torn asunder by an unseen hand. A massive, ethereal full moon materialized out of thin air. Within that chilling moonlight, a graceful yet frigid figure could be discerned, high above, gazing down upon all living beings. Yu Fuyu. She gazed coldly at the struggling Mo.Yu below, akin to ants in their futile endeavors, her eyes devoid of emotion, embodying an absolute indifference that seemed to see through and control everything. The ants shook the tree, oblivious to their own insignificance. As her voice fell, an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure descended. It was neither a spell nor spiritual power, but an absolute suppression at the level of realms, a confinement at the level of rules. Crack! The arrogant aura that had just erupted within Mo.Yu shattered like glass colliding with a hammer. Ack! Mo.Yu let out a horrific scream, his entire being pressed firmly to the ground, his cheek resting against the icy snow, unable to move even a finger. His meridians ruptured inch by inch, nearly crushed by this overwhelming force. Despair, true despair. In the face of absolute power, all strategies, systems, special cancer cell avatars, and proud wills were nothing but jokes. She did not even need to lift a finger. A mere glance, a thought, could reduce all his efforts to dust. Was this the world of cultivation? Mo.Yu grimaced in a bitter smile, his teeth stained with blood, yet the light in his eyes did not extinguish. Instead, it grew colder. Proceed. The cold voice of Yu Fuyu uttered 2 words, and then her figure vanished into the moonlight. Transposition. Mo.Yu silently chanted in his heart. The arrogant avatar descended upon Yu Qing foam. Even the air of arrogance was returned to the avatar. At that moment, the arrogant avatar truly felt like a mere fool, realizing how utterly foolish he was. This wretched original body was truly inhumane, due to the bizarre and natural nature of the transposition. The onlookers did not even notice that a change had occurred. Within the courtyard of Yu Qing Feng, the 5-element grand formation, which was on the verge of collapse, instantly regained its operation under this force, even more ferocious than before. Mo.Yu, I'm sorry. A faint whisper from Jinlan resonated in the void. Then came a wave of heart-pounding spiritual fluctuations. Jinlan, Qing He, Yen Rue, Shui Mei, Tu Shi. These 5 vibrant women, 5 flowers with distinct personalities, disintegrated completely at that moment. There was no flesh scattered, only the purest elemental light points dispersing. Their bodies, souls, cultivation, and even memories were ruthlessly ground into the 5 primal elemental energies by the grand formation. The sharpness of gold, the vitality of wood, the resilience of water, the explosiveness of fire, the weightiness of earth. The 5 torrents converged, carrying their final obsession and sacrifice, disregarding any resistance from Mo.Yu, and forcibly infused into his suppressed body. The arrogant avatar emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Pain. It was excruciating. This was not mere physical pain, but the sensation of the soul being forcibly expanded, filled with foreign substances. It was a gift he did not wish to accept, yet was forcibly thrust upon him. 5 elements united, reversing yin and yang. Within the originally mundane spiritual root of the arrogant avatar, a resplendent orb of light, as radiant as the sun, was being forcibly birthed. It devoured Mou's flesh, consumed the lives of the 5 junior sisters, radiating an unmatched heat, as if it aimed to recreate a sun within his dantian. Celestial grade, great sun, spiritual root. It was completed. As the light faded, the courtyard was left desolate. The 5 junior sisters had completely vanished, leaving not a trace of ash, as if they had never existed. Far away at the abandoned mine, Mou's original body was stunned. Damn! The yang spiritual root he had previously bestowed upon the arrogant avatar was still with him. How could this possibly be catalyzed into a celestial grade spiritual root? This is outrageous. The arrogant avatar lay on the ground like a rag doll, emanating an unapproachable golden light. Yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Clap, clap, clap. Gentle applause echoed. The sinister Yu Bingxuang approached the arrogant avatar step by step. Her face bore a sickly flush. Her eyes filled with greed and excitement. She no longer disguised her warmth, nor concealed her intentions. Perfect, simply perfect. She crouched down, extending her slender fingers to gently caress the back of the arrogant avatar. There at the spine radiated intense heat, the dwelling place of the great sun spiritual root. Thank you, young man, and thank those foolish girls. Yu Bingxuang's voice was disturbingly gentle, yet her fingers were as cold as blades. With this, paired with the Tai Yin spiritual root within me, harmonizing yin and yang, using your spine as the sword's foundation and this ultimate ruthlessness as the edge, I shall sever all shackles in this world. Without hesitation, her hands transformed into claws, plunging directly into the back of the arrogant avatar. Blood sprayed, staining her pristine white dress and the snow that had just witnessed life and death, resembling blooming red plums. The arrogant avatar convulsed, mouth agape, yet no sound escaped. His heart brimmed with grief and fury. Damn it! Having already exchanged to the abandoned mine, Mou's original body had not closed his eyes. Part of his consciousness remained fixated on the arrogant avatar, his eyes wide open, even as his vision blurred and life ebbed away. He wanted to see. He wanted to witness this scene. He watched as Yu Bingxuang's hands stirred within his body, grasping the spine that radiated golden light, observing her twisted and fervent smile. Rise! Yu Bingxuang commanded in a low voice, her hands pulling upward with force. Crack! Crack! The chilling sounds echoed in the night sky, remarkably clear and piercing. Stop! Shen Kuei-bing leaped out as expected. The sickly Yu Bingxuang glanced casually, then effortlessly suppressed her with a flick of her hand. Immediately, an entire spine, along with the newly birthed celestial grade, great sun spiritual root, was forcibly extracted from the arrogant avatar's body. The spine was translucent, resembling white jade, adorned with 5-colored patterns, exuding a magnificent divine might, akin to the most perfect artwork in the world. Ha ha ha! It worked! It worked! Yu Bingxuang held aloft the spine, bathed in blood and golden light, appearing almost mad. The Tai Yin spiritual root within her erupted simultaneously, a cold moon rising behind her, complementing the great sun spine in her hand. Yin and yang converged, dragons and tigers harmonized. A terrifying aura, capable of severing everything and disregarding all life, erupted from her. It embodied a merciless essence. It was a path attained by stepping upon the corpses of lovers and sisters. The spine in her hand began to melt, reassembling, ultimately transforming into an ancient-style bone sword that radiated the essence of yin and yang. Yu Bingxuang grasped the sword hilt, her gaze instantly becoming hollow and frigid, devoid of any human emotion. The cutting energy is formed, she whispered, her aura surging dramatically at that moment. She seemed to truly transform into a deity residing high above the heavens. Meanwhile, the arrogant avatar lay on the ground, transformed into a mass of flesh devoid of spine. Yet, he remained with his eyes open. In those eyes, the previous rage, despair, and fleeting arrogance had vanished, leaving only a profound, chilling silence. It was a gaze colder and more profound than Yu Bingxuang's merciless path. Beside the abandoned mine, Mou's original body slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glanced towards the direction of Yu Qingfeng, where golden light soared into the sky, as if celebrating the birth of an unparalleled genius. Good. Very good. Mo's voice was eerily calm, as though he spoke of an affair unrelated to himself. Chapter 60. Bone Arrogance Tion. Mo slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the cold moon that had just witnessed a brutal sacrifice, though the sensation of pain had been severed. The haunting illusion of his spine being forcibly extracted seemed indelibly etched into the depths of his soul, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He struggled to rise, leaning against a gigantic stone. His consciousness sank deep within his mind, where a system panel only he could perceive displayed an originally bright icon representing Emin Fun Shun, which had now faded to a lifeless gray. Yet, inscribed upon that gray was a reassuring countdown. Emin Fun Shun. Death in gestation, estimated time, 6 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Indeed, Mo exhaled a long, heavy breath, his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxing. As long as his original self remained alive, the avatar would be indestructible. In that moment, all his gambles had borne fruit. The madwoman Yu Bingshuang believed she had stripped Mo of everything, that by extracting the spine, symbolizing talent and pride, she had rendered him utterly incapacitated. Little did she know, what she had taken was merely a consumable that could return to full vitality in 7 days. The Dari Ling Jian, the spine of a heartless traitor? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Mo's lips as he casually seized a fragment of rock nearby and crushed it to dust. Take it away. Consider it fodder for dogs. However, since you have taken it, be prepared for a mouthful of broken teeth. He gazed at the countdown, a hint of a manic smile gracing his lips. As long as he was not completely obliterated, the game could continue. The account of Long Ao Tian was somewhat squandered, but at least he had acquired the intelligence he sought. This was his greatest trump card. As long as the original self remained, the cancerous cells were undying. These avatars were truly immortal tools. Moreover, in a certain sense, the demise of Long Ao Tian was a form of liberation, for he would not be forced to confront those spine-chilling Yander narratives, at least for the time being. Just as Mo's original self pondered, a clandestine transformation was occurring in the deepest recesses of the abandoned mind. The cancerous avatar he had dispatched was now ensnared in a profound famine. This desolate mine was not as bountiful as the Wanwei pit of Dangzia Peak, lacking tons of discarded elixirs and herbal refuse. Here, only hard rocks, rusted remnants of abandoned magical tools, and toxic smelting byproducts remained. After devouring the last remnants of decayed wood and animal carcasses at the pit's bottom, the avatar's insatiable instincts were left unfulfilled. The hunger for energy material surged. The crimson mass, resembling putrid flesh, writhed restlessly at the pit's base. It tentatively extended tendrils, ensnaring a fragment of red copper or that emitted a faint spiritual glow. This was the waste left over from crafting fire-based magical tools, exceedingly hard and imbued with a searing flame toxicity. For ordinary biological tissues, this was utterly indigestible. However, cancer cells were different. Their very existence was defined by infinite adaptation and insatiable plunder. With a sizzling sound, the cancerous tissue began secreting a highly corrosive acidic fluid, the product of multiple mutations. Upon contact with the red copper, ore, thick smoke billowed. The hard surface of the ore began to soften, its metallic structure disintegrating into a liquid rich in metal ions. The cancer cells thrived, resembling sharks catching the scent of blood. They pounced wildly upon the toxic, heavy metal-laden liquid, consuming it voraciously. The originally soft cell walls, after absorbing a substantial amount of metallic elements, began to undergo qualitative transformation, to bear the weight and hardness of the metals. The internal skeleton of the cancer cells began to reorganize, calcium being frantically compressed and fused with the consumed metallic particles. This was a form of alchemy on a microscopic level. Notice, the cancerous avatar is undergoing environmental adaptive mutation. Substance ingested, red copper essence, black iron slag. Accompanying spiritual or direction of mutation, extreme hardening of calcium, metal fusion, skeletal aberration. On the ground, Mo, who had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly furrowed his brow. A peculiar sensation emanated from deep within him. It was not pain, but rather a tingling, itchy, and warm sensation, akin to numerous ants crawling within the crevices of his bones. What is happening? After effects? Instinctively, Mou reached to scratch his arm, only to realize the itch originated from within his very skeleton. Almost immediately, this itch escalated into a sense of swelling. He stared in astonishment at his left hand. The skin on the back of his hand suddenly bulged, a small protrusion rapidly expanding. Pop! A faint cracking sound resounded. The skin ruptured, yet no blood flowed, for the wound was instantaneously sealed by some form of granulation tissue. Instead, a segment of bone protruded from beneath the flesh. No, it was more than mere bone. It was a sharp, bony spike, approximately 3 inches long, entirely displaying a dull gray-white hue, glimmering with a chilling metallic sheen. It resembled both biological bone and a meticulously forged weapon. Mou's eyes widened in disbelief as he tentatively extended his right hand, flicking the bony spike. Ding! A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal. How hard? A jolt coursed through Mou's mind. With a mere thought, he attempted to control this abruptly emerged spike. A miraculous occurrence transpired. As he focused, the spike seemed to become an extension of his body, capable of freely stretching, rotating, and he could sense the flow of power being continuously transmitted from its connection to his inner skeleton. The cancerous avatar consuming the metallic, or was reinforcing the skeleton of the original? Mou immediately grasped the implication, his eyes igniting with ecstatic brilliance. He turned to the nearby hard Qingang rock, his gaze sharpening. Go! With a swift motion of his left hand, the gray-white bony spike pierced through the rock effortlessly, burying itself to the hilt. Mou twisted his wrist, slicing the spike horizontally. Crack! A rock the size of a basin was cleanly severed, its cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Mou stared at his hand, unable to suppress an expletive. This is not unlike the corpse bone pulse of Jin Maru from Naruto, extracting bones as swords. With bone growth, this defensive and offensive capability was nothing short of a melee artifact. Moreover, in contrast to the original Jin Maru's purely calcareous structure, Mou's bones now intertwined vast amounts of metallic or from the cultivation realm. This signified that his bones were harder than steel and more resilient than magical tools. With this realization, Mou stood up, inhaling deeply as he began to summon the entirety of his skeletal structure. Crack, crack, crack! A series of teeth-grinding sounds echoed in the stillness of the night. Mou's skin began to bulge and rupture as gray-white bones pierced through his flesh, not growing erratically, but rather spreading rapidly along the patterns of his muscles, interweaving and enveloping him. At his chest, his ribs flared outward, forming a robust heart-protecting plate, adorned with natural metallic patterns. On his limbs, bones morphed into arm and leg guards with barbs sprouting at the joints. Even his face was shrouded in a layer of pallid facial bone, revealing only a pair of profound eyes and a mouth. In a mere handful of breaths, the originally frail and pallid youth vanished. In his place stood a humanoid monstrosity encased in a gray-white, fearsome bone armor. Mou gazed down at his new skin. He clenched his fist, the joints of the bone armor emitting a satisfying clattering sound. The weight and sense of security brimming with power compelled him to laugh uproariously. A sword immortal? Who would want to be a fragile sword immortal? Mou threw a punch into the air, generating a gust of wind. A true man must play with bones. He struck a profoundly embarrassing transformation pose and raised a middle finger to the sky. From this day forth, call me Gu Ao Qian. Chapter 61 The Legend of the Shun Su Young Master. Time swiftly passed, and several days had elapsed since the night of the 5-element sacrifice, while the AI zone appeared tranquil on the surface. A tempest of gossip regarding the unexpected events at Yuqing Feng was surging through the sect with a ferocity 100-fold greater than the infamous thief of One-Way Pit. In the outer sect's dining hall, during lunchtime, hundreds of disciples gathered, ostensibly to eat, yet each was surreptitiously listening, eyes darting about. Have you heard? That pretty boy from Yuqing Feng is gone. A disciple with a face reminiscent of a gossip magazine whispered conspiratorially to his table mates while shoveling spirit rice into his bowl. In a corner, Mou paused momentarily in his porridge consumption, his ears subtly twitching. Gone? What does that mean? Did he get kicked off the mountain? His table mate, a bewildered newcomer, inquired. Being kicked off is the least of it. The gossiping disciple scoffed, glancing around before lowering his voice. He.S. dead. Dead as a doornail. Dead? Wasn't he just in favor? Came the shocked response, drawing the attention of several tables nearby as heads leaned in. The disciple relished the attention, clearing his throat to commence his tale. Ahem, we must discuss the illustrious exploits of our dear Long Ao Tian. You all know what kind of place Yu Qingfeng is, right? It's a veritable paradise. The pretty boy, having charmed Sister Yu, was poised for a meteoric rise. However, he erred gravely. He became too greedy. Greedy? The crowd echoed in confusion. Indeed, rumor has it he not only monopolized the eldest sister, but also made advances on his junior sisters, Qing He and Yan Rui. He even didn't spare the servant disciples. That night, it was like a dragon frolicking with 5 phoenixes. A collective gasp resonated as male disciples bore expressions of shock intermingled with envy and jealousy. And then, someone pressed. And then, the gossiping disciple smirked, enacting a dramatic explosion gesture. It literally exploded. Exploded? Yes. He exerted himself too much, depleting his yang energy. And with the conflicting attributes of the cultivation methods of several sisters, his kidneys, like an overloaded alchemical furnace, went bang. He was obliterated, not even leaving a bone behind. The golden light that erupted from Yu Qingfeng that night was actually the afterglow of his kidney explosion. Mo Yu nearly spewed his porridge. His kidneys exploded? Long Ao Tian? His kidneys exploded? This is utterly absurd. He was merely drained of his essence and refined. How did it turn into an explosion in your tales? Several disciples, sipping soup, nearly choked. Is it really plausible that kidneys can explode and emit golden light? Someone questioned skeptically. You simply do not understand, interjected a slightly better-dressed disciple with an air of disdain. Such talk of exploding kidneys is the perspective of the uninformed. I have a cousin-s neighbor working at Tianjifeng, and his news is the real deal. The crowd immediately shifted their focus to this insider. Brother, what's the truth then? The disciple smugly adjusted his collar and lowered his voice. In truth, that MOU is not a pretty boy at all. He is a spy from the demonic sect. He possesses an exceedingly rare He-Huan demon body. He infiltrated Yu Qingfeng to absorb the essence of several sisters, aiming to cultivate an unparalleled demonic skill. However, on the very night he was about to succeed, he was discovered by the illustrious and pure Yu Bingshuang. What a character Sister Yu is. She immediately executed justice, striking with a sword that summoned celestial phenomena, obliterating that demon to ashes and even compelling the sisters tainted by him to take their own lives for the honor of the sect. That is why you haven't seen those sisters lately, understand? The crowd listened, dumbfounded. Although this version sounded more like a tale from a script, it was logically coherent. No wonder Sister Yu had been in seclusion. She was purging her heart of betrayal. That pretty boy deserved his fate. How dare he desecrate a goddess? Bah! I used to envy him, but he turned out to be a demon. In a flash, the entire dining hall was ablaze with fervent discussions, transforming Long Ao Tian's reputation from that of a mere soft rice king to a lecherous demon, a pervert, and the first to suffer kidney explosion. At that moment, a greasy hand landed heavily on MOU's shoulder. Hey, Montague, what are you daydreaming about? Looking up, MOU saw the familiar face of Wang Pangzi, a fellow outer sect disciple he worked with in the library. Wang Pangzi plopped down across from MOU, glancing at his bowl of thin broth and then at the group still gossiping about Long Ao Tian, a grin spreading across his face. Isai, old MO, did you hear? Did you hear about the glorious deeds of that Long Ao Tian? What did I hear? Montague feigned ignorance. You heard about that Long Ao Tian's exploits. Though his name is boastful, he certainly enjoyed a spell of indulgence at Yu Qingfeng, dying under the peony flower. He became a ghost of infamy, even in death earning the title of a lecherous demon. MOU, is that a commendable title? Wang Pangzi surveyed MOU's tattered clothes and pale visage, shaking his head. Look at you. He is the golden kidney monarch of Yu Qingfeng, while you are merely the janitor of the library. Comparison is futile. The surrounding outer sect disciples burst into laughter. Haha, Wang Pangzi, stop teasing MOU. He could never compare to such a figure. MOU, with your small stature, not to mention an explosion, you probably haven't even laid a hand on a female disciple. Just sweep the floor and stay safe. Faced with their jests, MOU lowered his head, feigning embarrassment. Yet internally, he found it amusing. The quality and frequency of my exploits are beyond your impoverished imaginations. However, he still retorted to the foolishness. Brother Wong, you say that long Aotion is like the clouds in the sky, while I am but the mud beneath the earth. How could I dare to compare? All right. I know you are timid. Wong Pangzi patted Mo's shoulder in consolation. But think positively. At least you are still alive, right? Even if it's a pitiful existence. Living is better than dying. Isn't that the truth? Montague nodded earnestly, appearing enlightened. Living on? Mo shoved the last piece of bun into his mouth, calmly gazing out toward Yu Qingfeng. In everyone's eyes, that pretty boy named Long Aotion was dead, transformed into a mere joke. Yet Mo, the insignificant figure, remained alive. This was splendid. As long as no one connected the two of them, he would have ample time and space for the bones within this body to grow stronger and sharper. Brother Wong, I'm full now. There are still shelves in the library that need dusting. I shall take my leave. Mo rose, carrying his empty bowl, resembling a specter, silently exiting amidst the laughter and chatter of the crowd. Chapter 62, The Blue Star Mutual Aid Association in the library. Mo wielded a feather duster, navigating between shelves. However, unbeknownst to all, beneath this seemingly frail exterior, astonishing changes were occurring. The faint, almost imperceptible sound of bone grinding echoed within Mo, perfectly concealed by his seemingly casual humming. This was the boon bestowed by the cancer clone after consuming a substantial amount of metallic ore. Mo sank his consciousness into his body. He could clearly perceive that his bones had become significantly denser, now shimmering with a dark, cold forged steel luster. Inside the marrow cavities, the structure had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The space once filled with soft marrow had differentiated into countless honeycomb-like microcrystalline structures. Hiss! Ensuring no one was around, Mo quietly circulated his meager, basic qi condensation technique. Since all the new methods' energy he cultivated had been siphoned off to his clone, he had no choice but to cultivate standard spiritual qi. The thin spiritual qi in the surroundings was drawn toward him. Under normal circumstances, this qi would circulate through his meridians once before dissipating, with only a tiny fraction remaining. But now, as the spiritual qi flowed through his spine, ribs, and arm bones, the honeycomb crystals inside his skeleton acted like countless ravenous micro-black holes, generating a strange suction force. The spiritual qi didn't dissipate. Instead, it was forcibly locked inside his bones. Mo felt a wave of heat surge through his entire skeletal structure, followed by a sensation of power sucking. Full. It felt like swelling. A container. A sharp light flashed in Mo's eyes. He gently pressed his finger against the hard, ironwood bookshelf. He didn't use any muscular strength. He simply released the tiny sliver of spiritual qi stored within his finger bone. Pop! A soft sound echoed. Instantly, a bottomless finger hole appeared on the iron hardwood. Not only is the hardness comparable to a magical artifact, but it can also store spiritual energy, compress it, and release it in an instant burst. Mo marveled internally. This means that even if I look like a useless trash on the surface, as long as I fill my bones with spiritual energy, I can unleash devastating, instantaneous killing power at a critical moment. I am essentially a human-shaped arsenal disguised in skin. The nickname Bonovert Lord Gu Aotian wasn't chosen incorrectly after all. Mo withdrew his finger and continued walking casually, feather duster in hand. He reached the deepest part of Zone Bing, where texts regarding the history of the Great Love Sect and surrounding geographical records were kept. Ever since overhearing the conversation about the Golden Core True Lord and the secret realm that night, he had been lingering here intentionally for the past few days. He pulled out a thick tome titled Records of the Crimson Sky. This book documented the life of Qi Shao, True Lord, a breathtakingly talented golden core sword cultivator from a century ago. Although most of it was nonsense praising his virtues, Mo felt he might find some clues hidden within. However, the moment he flipped open the pages, his brow furrowed slightly. Mo's finger stopped at a page describing the formation of the sky-falling pit. The texture of this page felt off. While it looked yellowed and brittle like the rest, Mo's enhanced tactile senses detected extremely faint scratch marks on the surface. It was as if someone with superb skill had scraped away the original ink and refilled it with new content. Even more absurdly, in the bottom corner of the page, there was a smudge the size of a fingernail. To an ordinary person, it would look like an accidental ink blot. But when Mo leaned in for a closer look, his pupils constricted sharply. That wasn't ink. That was graphite, the distinctive black-gray color of a pencil lead. Moreover, next to the smudge, there was a faint impression of a symbol that had been erased but still left a dent. That symbol wasn't from this world's script, nor was it any kind of array rune. It was an extremely sloppy, almost doodle-like, simplified Chinese character. Pit. Even next to the character pit, someone had drawn a downward arrow and a large question mark. Holy SHD. MOU felt his scalp go numb. A pencil? Simplified Chinese? Arrow symbols? This definitely isn't something a native of the Great Love Sect could do. A fellow transmigrated. The moment the thought arose, MOU's first reaction wasn't the tearful joy of locals meeting locals. Instead, it was extreme vigilance and disgust. In this man-eating cultivation world, a transmigrator would be far more dangerous and unscrupulous than a native. Natives still care about karma, heart demons, and sect rules. But for some transmigrators, this world was just a game. MOU quickly closed the book, his heart pounding violently. He began rapidly recalling the anomalies in the library over recent days. Besides records of the Crimson Sky, several other ancient books about surrounding secret realms seemed to have been frequently handled. Furthermore, checking the borrowing records revealed that these books weren't borrowed by one person, but by several different outer sect disciples, and even some laborers. These people usually had no interaction with each other and possessed low cultivation. Why would they suddenly take an interest in history from a century ago? Someone is setting up a plan, gathering intelligence, and they are organized. MOU's gaze turned deep and murky. Those sloppy pencil marks, the casual alterations, they exuded an air of not taking this place seriously at all. It was like a player flipping through a strategy guide and casually making a marker. Qishao True Lord. Skyfalling Pit. Yu Fuyu's brother. It seems I'm not the only one eyeing this piece of fat meat. MOU returned the book to its place, gripping his feather duster tighter. This pool of water was murkier than he had imagined. Meanwhile, marketplace below Great Love Sect. A private room. The room was shielded by a soundproofing array that blocked spiritual sense detection. In the center sat a long table that looked less like a cultivation-style desk and more like a modern conference table. Several people sat around it. Their attire was a motley crew. Some wore Great Love Sect disciple robes. Others wore hemp clothes of rogue cultivators. And one person even wore what looked like a self-tailored tight combat suit. But their posture, expressions, and the aura of outsiders emanating from their very bones were completely out of place in this world. One was shaking his leg with crossed knees. Another was trimming his nails with an unknown magical tool. And a fat man was puffing away on a grass roll that suspiciously resembled a cigar. Is everyone here? Sitting in the main seat was a young man with a sinister expression. He wore black robes, but his hairstyle was a jarringly incongruous buzz cut. His eyes radiated an unparalleled arrogance. He tapped the table, not with a cultivation ritual, but like a corporate manager starting a meeting. Let me introduce myself. Although most of you probably already know, let's follow protocol. I'm the leader of this operation. Just call me boss. The buzz-cut youth grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I've gathered everyone because, according to our insider within the Great Love Sect, specifically, info brought back by glasses. He pointed to a frail man sitting on his left, wearing self-made, gold-rimmed spectacles. Glasses pushed his frames up his nose, twirling a charcoal pencil in his hand, and said Don, calmly, the intelligence is confirmed without a doubt. That's rank dungeon. The secret realm at the Skyfalling Pit is about to open. I spent half a month digging through that broken library of the Great Love Sect and finally found the key clue hidden in the lining of records of the Crimson Sky. The so-called Qishao True Lord's Ming Dao Cheat, native life-bound magical artifact. The Crimson Sky Sword is indeed inside the Skyfalling Pit's secret realm, a life-bound magical artifact. At these words, the atmosphere in the cave room instantly ignited. The fat man extinguished his grass cigar, greed flashing in his eyes. Damn, that's top-tier equipment. If we can get our hands on it, my cheat system might level up directly. TCH, keep dreaming, fatty, a woman in a tight suit sneered, rolling her eyes. That equipment is clearly for sword cultivators. My cheat system is stuck at a bottleneck. That sword must be mine. Shut up and stop arguing. The boss slammed the table violently, releasing a wave of pressure that instantly suppressed the room. We're all fellow countrymen, transmigrators. Can we have some class? Don't act like those brainless NPC natives who can't walk straight when they see treasure. He scanned the circle. This copy is of S rank. Relying solely on your individual prowess would lead to certain demise. Do not assume that possessing a golden finger renders one invincible. The intellect of the BOSS in this realm is far from negligible. It is rumored that this time, the AI zone is led by Yufuyu, a woman whose combat power is virtually a bug. I suspect she may be the protagonist or significant antagonist of this world. Our plan is for the boss to produce a rudimentary map from his pocket, specifically detailing the terrain of the meteor pit. Utilizing our intelligence advantage, we shall send the AI zone and several other sect NPCs ahead to scout, serving as cannon fodder to deplete the traps and monsters within the dungeon. We will remain hidden, waiting for them to inflict mutual destruction. When the BOSS is left with minimal health, he will gesture as if to slit his throat, a sinister smile gracing his face. Our objective is to seize the kills, loot the corpses, acquire equipment, and then make our escape. In this world, we are the players. They are merely monsters providing us with experience and gear. Remember our motto, Blue Star Mutual Assistance, profit above all. The lives of NPCs are inconsequential. Excellent. The boss is wise. This time, we must achieve a glorious victory. A chorus of malicious cheers erupted within a cavern. In the eyes of these players, this authentic yet brutal realm of cultivation is merely a playground for venting desires and plundering resources. Morality and humanity were cast aside the moment they traversed into this world. Chapter 63. The Clown at the Foot of the AI Zone. The bustling marketplace was vibrant with bright lights and revelry. This was a den of indulgence for cultivators. With wealth in hand, one could purchase anything. Chun Feng Lu was the largest establishment in the market, and at night, it was filled with melodious songs and enticing fragrances. In a private room on the second floor, gauzy curtains swayed gently, and aromatic smoke curled in the air. A woman clad in a pink silk dress languidly leaned against the railing, gracefully fanning herself. Her captivating beauty and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye only enhanced her allure. However, despite her gaze lingering on the bustling crowd below, her attention was not on the flocks of admirers surrounding her. This was the Desire clone, released by MOU, operating under the alias Lu Ruyen. Oh dear, these days have truly been dull. Lu Ruyen sighed softly. Despite her words, her rosy complexion and content demeanor betrayed her true feelings. Freed from the constraints of her original form and task, she thrived in this environment. With the enchanting aura of desire, a mere beckoning of her finger drew numerous cultivators eager to spend lavishly for a mere smile from her. Gossip and secrets of the cultivation world flowing into her ears like a waterfall. At that moment, a hushed conversation drifted from the adjacent private room. Although it was shrouded in a soundproof array, to a being of energy like the Desire clone, the barrier felt as thin as paper. Particularly when the group discussed topics laced with intense desire, their voices resonated clearly in Lu Ruyen's ears. Hey, if this goes well, our golden finger will be upgraded. A husky voice from a portly man echoed. I hear that the female disciples of the AI zone are exceptional, especially one named Yu Bing Shuang. If we could capture her, stop dreaming. Such high-level NPCs are beyond our reach. Focus on the dungeon instead. By the way, portly one, is your infinite ammo Gatling ready? If those native cultivators rush at us, you'll handle the firepower. Rest assured, my DPS is absolutely fierce. Lu Ruyen, fanning herself, suddenly froze. The lazy glimmer in her eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. Gatling? Tank? DPS? Dungeon? NPC? These terms in this realm of cultivation felt as out of place as a rock musician among monks, an absurdity that was off the charts. A smirk gradually spread across Lu Ruyen's lips. Imbued with the thrill of a hunter spotting prey, it appeared that the master was not the only anomaly. She refrained from acting impulsively, instead continuing to listen intently, committing the voices, energy fluctuations, and every word regarding the meteor pit strategy to memory. Moments later, she closed her eyes and, through an invisible bond deep within her soul, sent an urgent mental message to her master, MOU, who was far away in the library. In the library, Zone B, MOU was meditating when he suddenly heard the sweet yet urgent voice of a Desire clone. Master, don't sleep. I have big news to share. MOU replied with a hint of exasperation in his mind. Speak quickly. Don't mince words. You are truly lacking in romance. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes in her consciousness and swiftly relayed the conversation she had overheard in Chun Feng Lu, especially highlighting terms like DPS, tank, and Gatling. After listening to the report, Imo fell into silence. Standing in the shadows, he unconsciously snapped the feather duster in his hand into two. The crisp sound of the break echoed sharply in the stillness of the library. Imo lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky outside the window, his expression devoid of fear, instead brimming with an indescribable sense of absurdity. The Blue Star Mutual Assistance Golden Finger. So, it seems there are many who play this game. They view this as a game. They see the inhabitants as NPCs. He understood their mindset all too well. To them, killing was merely monster grinding, and treasure hunting was just another task, devoid of moral burden and solely driven by profit. They fancied themselves as high-dimensional beings, superior to the world around them. Imo chuckled softly, the laughter gradually escalating. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. He recalled the casually altered Qi Shao chronicles and the condescending tone of those individuals. They believed themselves to be high-dimensional players, here to impose their will. They thought that possessing a golden finger granted them the liberty to act with impunity, treating lives as mere fodder. In the past, I might have feared and hidden away, but now Imo touched the hard armor on his chest, feeling the insatiable hunger of the cancer cells within and the arrogance that was reshaping deep within his consciousness. You are players, the natives are NPCs. So what does that make me? Imo approached a copper mirror, gazing at the handsome visage reflected back. He slowly widened his mouth, hooking his finger at the corner of his lips, pulling into an exaggerated arc. It was the smile of a clown. Clown entry activated. In an instant, the aura surrounding Imo became obscure and enigmatic, perfectly concealing the traits of a traverser, replaced by a more chaotic and indescribable essence. The Meteor Pit, the Golden Course Secret Realm, Yufuyu's brother, and this group of self-important players. Since the stage for this grand play has been set, how could I, the most crucial clown, be absent? Imo casually discarded the broken feather duster and turned to walk into the depths of darkness. Little fool, continue to observe them. I wish to know each of their abilities and weaknesses. When the curtain rises, I shall present them with an unforgettable surprise. The night breeze swept through, stirring the dust on the ground. The library fell silent once more, as if nothing had transpired. Only the Qi Shao Chronicles lay quietly on the shelf. Chapter 64. Layers of Disguises. The AI Zone, Main Hall. Above the main hall, the usually aloof and indifferent master of Yuqing Peak, Yu Fuyu, who seemed to regard the world with disdain, now exhibited a state that sent shivers down the spines of all the senior members of the AI sect below. Unlike her customary languorous demeanor, she sat upright, her hands tightly gripping the armrests, dressed in an elaborate and imposing full set of ceremonial robes. The cold light of lunar energy flowed across her attire, signifying not merely protection, but also a declaration of impending expedition. Sister Fuyu, the sect leader of the AI sect, sat in the center, observing his most troublesome yet unfathomably powerful disciple, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he attempted to ease the atmosphere. The recent disturbance in the Yuntian pit, although suspected to be related to the emergence of relics from a golden core true monarch, remained perilous and unpredictable. According to protocol, the intersect elders should precede the scout. As the master of a peak, why must you lead the team? Yu Fuyu coldly interrupted the sect leader, her voice, though soft, felt akin to a shard of eternal ice striking the ground. This is against the rules. Another elder in charge of punishments frowned. If the peak master personally ventures into danger, what if an accident occurs? Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from within Yu Fuyu's body in an instant. It was the overwhelming aura of one who had traversed far along the path of Foundation establishment. The candles within the great hall extinguished simultaneously, and every heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Yu Fuyu rose abruptly, her usual mocking gaze now aflame with a crimson intensity, revealing a suppressed restlessness and murderous intent. I said, I will lead the team. She surveyed her surroundings, and where her gaze fell, none dared to meet her eyes. Whoever dares to obstruct me, I shall slay without hesitation. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The sect leader swallowed hard, realizing that when this sister went mad, she truly could dismantle the AI sect. Very well, the sect leader conceded. Since Sister Fuyu is so determined, You shall be fully responsible for this expedition into the Yuntian pit. Only then did the oppressive aura around Yu Fuyu gradually recede as she returned to her seat, repressing the madness in her eyes and reverting to her chilling indifference. The list. She extended her hand. The sect leader promptly handed over a jade slip. This is the list of elite disciples compiled by each peak, including you Bingshuang from your peak. Yu Fuyu glanced over it, casually tossing the jade slip onto the table, producing a sharp crack. Not enough. This represents the finest seedlings from each peak. The scouts are insufficient. Yu Fuyu's voice was cold and merciless, as if she were discussing not lives but mere expendables. The periphery of the Yuntian pit is heavily restricted. Relying solely on these pampered elites would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. I require a substantial number of loose cultivators or external sect workers. As long as they have hands and feet and can trigger mechanisms, that will suffice. Issue a recruitment order. Regardless of low-tier disciples within the sect or scattered cultivators below the mountain, anyone willing to go will receive double the reward. If they refuse, a cruel smile curve her lips. Then capture them. 300 miles outside the AI sect, at the chaotic graveyard. This place was suffused with a chilling atmosphere, shrouded in perpetual darkness, favored by the destitute loose cultivators and notorious for its violent deeds. An old Taoist, dressed in tattered robes, gaunt in visage and with vulture-like eyes, stood triumphantly over a trembling young loose cultivator. Kid, next life keep your eyes peeled. The old Taoist toyed with a bone-crafted artifact in his hand, chuckling ominously. You should inquire whose territory this chaotic graveyard is before attempting to scavenge before me. The withered bone Taoist, the young cultivator, spitting blood, pleaded, Senior, spare my life. I merely wish to try my luck at the AI sect. I heard they are recruiting for an exploration of a secret realm. A secret realm? That is a place that devours lives. With your meager cultivation, you'd just be fodder. Why not let me refine you now, and consider it a resourceful use of waste? As the withered bone Taoist spoke, he thrust the bone spike downwards, ending the young man's life. Just as he prepared to loot the corpse, puff, a light sound rang out. The noise originated from the old Taoist's chest. Stiffening, he incredulously looked down. A pale, metallic glinting bone blade had pierced through his back, precisely penetrating his heart and emerging from his chest. Who? He struggled to turn his head, only to behold a face masked with a jester's mask. The exaggerated and ludicrous smile on the mask appearing more terrifying than a vengeful spirit to the withered bone Taoist. Apologies, old man. Mou's voice, disguised, sounded hoarse and mocking. Your name is quite impressive. Wu Jiao? Sounds rather professional. May I borrow it? Before the words had left his lips, Mou concentrated his thoughts. Cancer clone, devour. The bone blade that had penetrated the withered bone Taoist's body instantly sprouted countless, nearly invisible tendrils, frantically burrowing into his flesh. The old Taoist emitted an agonizing shriek, but it was abruptly cut short. His body visibly withered at an alarming rate, as his essence blood, bone marrow, and even years of cultivated, sinister spiritual energy were devoured by Mou in mere breaths. Thud! A desiccated corpse fell to the ground, turning to ash. Fisk so poor. Mou disdainfully rummaged through the storage bag before donning the old Taoist's robe. Then, a spine-chilling scene unfolded. The bones throughout Mou's body began to crack and pop, his form rising, muscles shrinking, and facial bones reconfiguring entirely. Moments later, he turned around, resembling the recently deceased withered bone Taoist to an uncanny degree. However, unlike the vulture-like old Taoist, this figure bore an additional layer of pallid bone armor, appearing more feral and domineering. Mou touched the bone mask covering his face. A dual disguise combining the jester attribute and the cancer clone skeletal mutation ability. From this day forth, I shall no longer be called Yu Jiao. I am now Bone Aotian. With that, he turned and walked towards the gathering point of the AI sect. To venture forth with my true identity? That would be courting death. It is far more reassuring to don a disguise. Yu Fuyu had evidently gone mad this time. The disciples within the AI sect would certainly be under strict surveillance. Only by mingling within this chaotic and mixed group of expendables, leveraging this ruthless bone cultivator disguise, could one navigate the impending turmoil and thrive amidst the chaos. 3 days later, at the gathering site on the periphery of the Union Pit, the area around the Union Pit was now bustling with voices as various factions converged. The immense pit resembled an unblinking eye of the earth, unfathomably deep, its depths shrouded in mist, with strange treasures occasionally shooting upward like radiant beams, captivating the attention of countless cultivators nearby. Above the sky, several massive spiritual ships hovered, casting shadows over the land. That was the Zhan Yu sword ship of the Tianjin sect. Such formidable sword energy. A voice exclaimed from the crowd. From the eastern horizon, a silver flying ship, shaped like a colossal sword, pierced the sky. Even from a distance, the unmatched sword intent inflicted a stinging sensation on the skin of the lower-tier cultivators below. At the bow of the ship stood a youth wielding a heavy sword, his demeanor arrogant, surrounded by a faint aura of blood-red slaughter, clearly a figure steeped in bloodshed. That was the holy son of the Tianjin sect, known as the human butcher, Jin Wushuan. To the south, a pink cloud drifted forth, revealing the flower ship of Beiwa Valley. The fragrant breeze wafted through the air, yet could not conceal the venomous aura lurking within. The disciples of Beiwa Valley were all strikingly beautiful women. But those in the cultivation world knew well that they excelled in using their bodies as poison and were not to be trifled with. To the west, several gigantic mechanical birds circled. Those belonged to the forces of the mechanism tower. Meanwhile, to the north, amid swirling blood clouds, the sight of countless bones was faintly discernible, indicating the presence of the demonic sect, Sushimen, in the realm of Jinmo, aside from the ancient entities who have closed themselves off from the world. Nearly all the prominent forces have gathered. This is not merely an expedition. It resembles a grand military parade of both righteousness and malevolence. Amidst the throngs of great sects, there exists a multitude of scattered practitioners, the most numerous and diverse group present. MOU, now embodying the formidable bone Aodin, sits cross-legged upon a large stone. Though he appears to be meditating, his ears are perked up, keenly attuned to the surrounding sounds. He has discerned that peculiar elements have infiltrated this gathering of scattered cultivators. Not far to his left, a group consisting of 3 men and 1 woman has congregated. Despite their attire suggesting they're scattered practitioners, their posture, demeanor, and the indifferent glances they cast are strikingly incongruous. MOU subtly enhances his hearing. "Boss, this instance is quite the spectacle," murmurs a slightly plump man, his lips barely moving, as if his voice is being forced from his throat. "Stop rambling," interjects a man beside him, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. "I've scanned the area. The holy son of Tianjin sect has extraordinary data, likely a minor boss. What is there to fear?" The soul woman scoffs, playing with a dagger. "Just display the health bar, and we'll show them who is the god. With so many of us from the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society, we can easily handle these locals." "Quiet." The buzz-cut young man, referred to as the boss, retorts sharply. "Do not forget our objective. Our primary goal is to seize the Chixiao sword. Moreover, let these native NPCs set off the traps while we linger behind to deliver the final blows." "Understood." MOU chuckles inwardly. Indeed, it is them. This group of players treats the situation as if it were a game instance, complete with health bars. It is both familiar and absurd. However, MOU strokes his chin. Utilizing them to stir the waters is a clever strategy. At that moment, a tremendous roar reverberates through the sky, capturing everyone's attention. A colossal spirit vessel, as pristine as if carved from a single piece of exquisite jade, slowly pierces through the clouds, descending upon the assembly area. Adorned with fluttering banners, the emblem of love dances in the wind, exuding an imposing aura. The main force of the great love sect has arrived. At the bow of the vessel stands a figure with an air of pride, Yu Fuyu. Clad in the battle-symbolizing moonlight robe, the fierce wind billows around her, yet cannot disrupt her cascading hair. The mere sight of Yu Fuyu seems to lower the ambient temperature. Jin Wushuan, the holy son of Tianjin sect, narrows his eyes slightly. The elder from Beiwa Valley ceases her laughter, and even the swirling blood clouds from Susha sect quiet down momentarily. Her gaze does not wander towards the Tianjin sect, Beiwa Valley, or the ant-like scattered practitioners below. Instead, her eyes are fixated on the west, penetrating the mist that shrouds the depths of the fallen star pit. That look sends a shiver through MOU's heart, not one of greed or ambition, but a profound sorrow akin to a lost child finally glimpsing the way home. Her grip on the ship's railing tightens, so forcefully that cracks appear in the hard jade. "Brother." though separated by a great distance. MOU perceives her lips moving. He tilts his head upward amidst the crowd, gazing at the elevated woman. In this moment, she is no longer the manipulative enchantress, but resembles a pitiable sister. Yet, the murderous intent within MOU remains undiminished. Pity? What about the disciples you have caused to perish? What the torment I endured under your extraction and refinement? Your affection is built upon the blood and tears of countless individuals. Nearby, several members of the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society are fervently critiquing. Wow, this female boss has an outstanding model. Yu Fuyu from the Great Love Sect. Her beauty is unparalleled. That aura, definitely an S-tier important NPC. The expressions are on point. There must be hidden storylines. Quick, take pictures. Brothers, I have a feeling that following her will certainly trigger hidden storylines. Perhaps we could even pursue her. Pursue her? MOU nearly bursts into laughter. This group is truly blissfully ignorant. Pursuing Yu Fuyu? What difference does that make from courting death? MOU dismisses the raucous background chatter, quietly observing Yu Fuyu's retreating figure. The corners of her mouth, hidden beneath the mask, gradually curl into a chilling smile. He raises his hand, making a grasping motion through the void towards the imperious peak master. Eager to see your brother, are you? MOU muses inwardly, the flickering flames of malice dancing in his eyes. Do not rush, my dear sister. I shall soon deliver a grand surprise. With Yu Fuyu's command, the great love sect spirit vessel emits a thunderous roar, leading the charge into the enveloping mist. Following closely are the warships of various sects and the densely packed, scattered practitioners, akin to a locust swarm. At that moment, a grand feast of conspiracy, slaughter, greed, and madness officially commences. MOU blends with the crowd, his form slipping silently into the all-consuming fog. Bon Aotian has arrived. Chapter 66. Do you understand? The fallen star pit, as its name suggests, is the terrifying scar left on the Earth by a celestial meteor's descent. It is a vast circular abyss, several dozen miles in diameter and bottomless. Typically, this place is enshrouded in a colorful yet highly toxic miasma, where a mere approach to the edge would turn one into putrid mush due to the corrosive gases. For 100 miles around, not a blade of grass can survive, an absolute dead zone. However, today this desolate land buzzes with the vitality of a bustling market, a powerful golden stream of energy. The primordial essence released upon the death of a Jindan true monarch surges forth from the depths of the abyss. This essence is overwhelmingly potent, forcefully dispersing the toxic miasma that has lingered for centuries, clearing a path directly to the Earth's core at the center of the chasm. Through the thin mist, one can vaguely discern an ancient, crumbling bronze cave door standing at the abyss's bottom, exuding an astonishing pressure. The door, adorned with intricate runes that have long since faded, still glimmers with a faint spiritual light, as if recounting the glory and solitude of the Jindan master from a century ago. Hovering at the abyss's edge, the flying vessels and artifacts of various forces occupy distinct positions in the air, the tension so palpable that it feels as though the very air might freeze. To the east lies the massive silver swordship of Tianjin sect, its sword aura slicing through the clouds. To the west, the gigantic mechanical bird of the mechanism tower flits about erratically, the grinding of its gears grating on the nerves. To the south, the floral vessel of Beiwa Valley showers petals across the sky, their fragrant breeze concealing deadly intent. To the north, the tumultuous crimson blood clouds of Susha Sect Royal, faint wails of vengeful spirits echoing from within. Meanwhile, the jade spirit vessel of the Great Love Sect maintains a steady position at the center, embodying the sect's characteristic approach, seemingly gentle yet ruthlessly seizing the prime location. This is the Jindan secret realm. Amidst the throngs of scattered practitioners, MOU, clad in a tattered robe stripped from the body of the dry bone deist, and wearing a sinister bone mask that reveals only his deep-set eyes, stand at the back of the crowd. Even from this distance, he can sense the immense energy radiating from the primordial essence surging from below. The malignant cells within him stir restlessly, driven by an instinctual greed and yearning for high-tier energy. Yet, he firmly suppresses this urge. Now is not the time, for there are too many old monsters present. Hey, the Great Love Sect is indeed audacious, claiming the prime position right upon arrival, not fearing the consequences. At that moment, A piercing, eerie laughter shattered the tense silence. The speaker was none other than the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, known as Shuesho, the Blood Hand, who resided above the northern blood clouds. This malevolent figure, draped in a blood-red robe, was enveloped by an aura of malice, casually toying with two blood orbs crafted from human skulls. His sinister gaze swept across the spirit vessel of the AI sect, finally settling on Yufuyu at the bow of the ship. "Ah, is this not the esteemed master Yu?" he mocked. "What is this? The head of the AI sect, that old tortoise, dares not show his face and sends a delicate little lady like you to meet her demise?" Shuesho licked his lips, his voice grating like a night owl, echoing throughout the abyss. "I've heard you preach about boundless love, but in truth, you're merely a gaggle of softlings who can only prattle about righteousness and morality. Are you really foolish enough to think you can partake in the perilous Golden Core secret realm? Aren't you afraid of soiling yourselves in fright from the traps within?" "Ha ha ha." The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect erupted into raucous laughter, their derision and provocation directed squarely at the AI sect. While the onlookers from other sects refrained from joining in the laughter, they were largely entertained by the spectacle. Jian Wushuan of the Tianjian sect observed coldly. The master of the mechanism pavilion continued fiddling with intricate devices, while a beautiful woman from the Hundred-Flower Valley stifled a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Faced with this blatant humiliation, the disciples aboard the AI sect's vessel were flushed with anger, many already reaching for their swords. Yet Yufuyu, standing at the bow, appeared utterly unfazed by the vitriolic taunts. Clad in a robe imbued with the power of moonlight, her long hair danced wildly in the wind. Her gaze remained fixated on the great bronze door at the bottom of the abyss, her expression one of unwavering focus and fervor, even tinged with a hint of madness. As if the world contained nothing but that door. As Shuesho's laughter grew increasingly brazen, even devolving into crude jests about Yufuyu's figure, she finally stirred. Slowly, she turned her head, her once tranquil eyes now devoid of any human emotion, replaced by an icy coldness. "Humph." Her lips parted slightly, uttering a single word. The sound, though soft, resonated sharply in every ear, carrying a chilling aura. In the next instant, without any warning, Yufuyu raised her right hand towards the Blood Fiend sect and gently clenched her fist. Buzz! The world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. A colossal, ethereal moon appeared above the Blood Fiend sect's blood clouds. This was no ordinary manifestation of spiritual energy. It was the embodiment of the Tao, a supreme compression of moonlight power. The edges of the moon were razor-sharp, emanating a chilling glow as if it could cleave through space itself. Moonlight slash. As Yufuyu's cold voice rang out, the immense moon descended with unadorned ferocity. What? The sinister grin on Shuesho's face froze instantly, his pupils dilating in terror. He sensed the overwhelming power contained within that strike, a lethal threat to his very existence. "Blood Sea, rise and block it," he roared, his blood aura exploding around him, transforming into a gigantic crimson hand, attempting to catch the falling moon. However, under the absolute suppression of Yufuyu's realm and the crushing force of the Tao, all resistance proved utterly futile. Sizzle, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of tearing fabric echoed. The seemingly terrifying blood hand disintegrated upon contact with the moon, like snow meeting a hot iron, instantly melting away. The moon continued its relentless descent, tracing a graceful yet brutal arc as it sliced through Shuesho's right shoulder. A piercing scream shattered the air. Shuesho's right arm, along with half of his shoulder, was severed cleanly. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the blood clouds below. The severed limb had yet to touch the ground when it was reduced to ashes under the chilling moonlight. One strike, merely one strike. Despite being of the same foundational realm, the notorious Blood Hand was left with a severed arm. Had he not burned his essence in a last-ditch effort to shift back a half-foot, he would have surely been cleaved in two. A profound silence enveloped the entire abyss. The disciples of the Blood Fiend sect, who had just moments ago been laughing, now stood pale and trembling in fear. The elders from other sects exchanged anxious glances, their eyes filled with deep apprehension, even dread, as they regarded Yufuyu. Too powerful. Such strength was beyond that of an ordinary foundational cultivator. Yufuyu retracted her hand, not even glancing at the howling Shuesho, as if she had merely swatted away an annoying fly. She surveyed the crowd, and wherever her gaze fell, be it the sword cultivators of the Tianjin sect or the enchanting women of the Hundred-Flower Valley, they all lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her eyes. The AI sect acts. Yu Fuyu's voice remained frigid, but exuded an undeniable authority. Either flee or perish. Do you comprehend? An absolute silence ensued. In that instant, everyone realized that the usually aloof and enigmatic master of Yuqing Peak was teetering on the brink of madness for the sake of this secret realm. In this era where golden cores were elusive, she was an almost invincible entity. Anyone who dared obstruct her path was doomed to die. Chapter 67. The Secret Realm opens. In a corner of the crowd, a group of individuals clad in the attire of rogue cultivators, yet behaving conspicuously out of place, huddled together with grim expressions. That woman is insane. Among the crowd, members of the Lanxing Mutual Aid Society, mingled with the rogues, were equally pale. The rotund man with a cigar trembled, dropping hot ash onto his lap without a care to brush it off. He furiously typed on a translucent panel visible only to them. Guild Channel, Raging Fat Master, holy cow. Is this the female BOSS of the AI sect? Her stats are absolutely off the charts. The damage is insane. Cobra. Analysis indicates all question marks. Her mental state is very unstable. Shadow Assassin. How do we fight her? I was thinking of sneaking in a backstab during the loot grab, but now it seems that just peeking out will get us killed. I'm a boss. Calm down. This is a scripted event. Do you understand? An NPC of this caliber won't just act at will. There must be restrictions. We are players. We need to use our brains. Don't confront these natives head-on. The time had come. Yu Fuyu looked up at the sky. She then turned her gaze towards the abyss. Activate the blood sacrifice array. With her command, the bottom of the AI sect's vessel suddenly opened, revealing countless cages of beasts bound by restraints. These creatures, primarily first and second-tier ferocious beasts, seemed to sense the approach of death, thrashing wildly in their cages and emitting earth-shattering roars. Release. Without a hint of compassion, the cages were flung open, and hundreds of beasts were driven forth by the disciples of the AI sect, plummeting towards the ethereal light at the bottom of the abyss. At the edge of the light, a massive crimson array had long been set up. Roar. The first beast to touch the array's edge was met with a ghastly fate. Splat. As if crushed by an invisible giant millstone, the enormous ironback bear had no time to scream before its body exploded into a mist of blood. Following closely were the second and third beasts. In mere moments, hundreds of ferocious beasts were reduced to an unbreakable mass of blood, devoured entirely by the ravenous array. The scent of blood soared into the sky, and the once golden light was stained crimson, resembling the gates of hell. Yet, that gate remained firmly shut, merely trembling slightly. As if still unsatisfied, Yu Fuyu furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of impatience glimmering in her eyes. It was insufficient. She turned her gaze towards a group of ragged individuals bound together by ropes not far away. They were not beasts, but humans, those conscripted by the AI zone along the way, or rather, those scattered cultivators who attempted to resist or flee, mere cannon fodder. There were easily over 100 of them, each ashen-faced and trembling with fear. Throw them in. Yu Fuyu's voice remained calm, as if she were ordering the disposal of mere refuse rather than her own kind. What? No. Spare me. I came to seek refuge with the AI zone. Is this what you call great love? This is an act of demonic tyranny. I do not wish to die. Help! The piercing cries for mercy erupted instantaneously, as the scattered cultivators struggled desperately. Yet under the relentless pressure of the cold, flying swords wielded by the enforcers of the AI zone, all resistance proved futile. For the greater good, for the resurgence of the true monarch's legacy, your sacrifices are justified. A stoic elder of the AI zone recited these grandiloquent words without a flicker of emotion, before sweeping his sleeves. A gust of fierce wind arose, pulling the 100 living cultivators into the abyss like mere blades of grass. Ah! The wails echoed hauntingly within the vast crater, sending chills down the spine. Blood, fresh and vivid, splattered upon the luminous barrier. In that moment, the so-called righteous path, the so-called great love, appeared all the more ironic in the face of such sanguine horror. The thousands of onlooking scattered cultivators fell silent, many trembling, cold sweats soaking their backs. This was the world of cultivation, devoid of warmth. Only a stark reality of the survival of the fittest. In the eyes of high-ranking cultivators, those of lower realms were no different from livestock, their sole value being as keys to treasures or as fuel for formations when needed. Imoyu stood at the back of the crowd, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, not out of fear or anger, but from hunger. The pervasive blood mist and the rich essence of life were an overwhelming feast for the cancerous doppelganger within him. He could vividly sense every cell in his body screaming to rush forth, to plunge into that blood pool, to devour and evolve recklessly. Hold it together. Imoyu gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. He exerted absolute dominion over his doppelganger, forcefully suppressing that primal instinct stemming from his very genes. Now is not the time. If the characteristics of his cancerous doppelganger were revealed now, he would instantly become the target of scorn, torn to shreds by that madwoman. You Fuyue. Not enough chaos. Wait a bit longer. As the last scream of a scattered cultivator faded into the formation, the already darkened barrier emitted a satisfied hum. The once azure barrier was instantaneously stained crimson. The ancient gate, having absorbed such an immense quantity of essence and vengeful spirits, seemed to come alive, emitting a grating sound as it creaked. Creak! The gate slowly opened a crack, revealing not the anticipated radiant brilliance, but a dense stream of black, deathly aura and a chilling wind that sent shivers through the soul. Everyone held their breath. Was this the so-called Golden Core secret realm? It resembled more of an entrance to the underworld. It has opened. The secret realm has been unlocked. The crowd surged with excitement, greed eclipsing their fear. Countless eyes fixated on the narrow opening. Yufuyue's eyes sparkled with intensity, her figure flickering as she attempted to be the first to charge inside. Boom! The bronze gate trembled violently, an invisible golden ripple sweeping outward from within. This ripple bore no malice. It exuded a powerful repulsive force. Huh! Yufuyue's figure was abruptly halted midair, forcibly rebuffed by the ripple. Not only her, but several other foundational elders attempting to approach were also repelled, unable to come within 10 zhang of the gate. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment. An elder from the mechanism pavilion held a compass, swiftly deducing the situation. A moment later, his expression turned grave. This secret realm is too fragile. After a century of erosion, the spatial structure of this cave has become extremely unstable. It cannot accommodate foundational powers. Should foundational cultivators force their way in, the entire secret realm will collapse instantaneously, and everything inside will be shredded by spatial turbulence. At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. What? Foundational cultivators cannot enter? Does that mean we old fellows have no share in this golden core opportunity? Damn! How can there be such restrictions? In an instant, the expressions of the elders from various sects darkened considerably. They had come with great fanfare, only to be halted at the threshold, helplessly watching the feast slip away. Suspended in midair, Yufuyue wore an expression of terrifying gloom. She attempted to approach once more, but the repulsive force intensified geometrically with her proximity, causing fine cracks to appear in the space around the gate. She dared not gamble. If the secret realm collapsed and everything within was destroyed, all leads to her brother's demise would be irrevocably severed. Very well. Yufuyue's fury turned to a wry smile as she swiftly turned, her gaze landing on the AI zone disciples behind her. Since I cannot enter, let those who can go. Yu Bing Shuang, disciple, is present. A figure as cold as snow emerged, a visage that belonged to the current chief disciple of the AI zone. Yu Bing Shuang, dressed in a long gown as white as snow, she emanated an aura that kept others at bay. Most striking was the bone sword she held, a stark white weapon that exuded an unsettling yin-yang energy. Upon seeing the sword, Imoyu's eyelids twitched violently, his lips twitching slightly. That was quite literally his spine. Witnessing his own bones being wielded as a weapon by another was a sensation beyond words. Yufuyue's voice turned cold and commanding. You will lead the charge inside. Regardless of what lies within, regardless of whom you encounter, bring back that Qi Shao Jian. Those who obstruct you shall be met with lethal force. Yu Bing Shuang nodded slightly, offering no further words, simply replying with a concise, understood. She caressed the bone sword as if stroking a lover's back. Let's depart. With Yu Bing Shuang's command. The elite disciples of the AI zone surged toward the bronze gate like a tidal wave. The other sects, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. If the old fellows could not enter, then they would pit their disciples against the challenge. The holy son of Tian Jianzong, Jian Wushuang, bore his heavy sword and transformed into a beam of light as he dashed in. The demonesses of Baihuagu laughed and mingled together. The disciples of Shui Shaman charged in with bloodshot eyes, howling with fervor. Even the surviving scattered cultivators, blinded by greed, rushed in with reckless abandon, seeking fortune amidst peril. Shun Gue Bing, trailing closely behind Yu Bing Shuang, cast a dark glance at her, as if his sycophantic nature had been severed by his own pride. Mou mingled within the chaotic throng, blending into the background. He observed those who frantically leaped into the inferno, and the old monsters left on the outside, their faces pale with despair. Before casting one last look at the powerful, yet impotent Yu Fu Yue soaring above, he adjusted his tattered robe and donned his bone mask more securely. Beneath the mask, a smile filled with anticipation crept upon his lips. Without the constraints of foundational cultivators, this secret realm would become our playground. He stepped forward, merging with the flow of humanity, and entered through the gate that exuded an aura of death. Ladies and gentlemen, the performance is about to commence. The title of this script is Gij Chu Nar Lo, where his brother gone. Darkness engulfed his silhouette. Guao Tian entered the scene. Chapter 68. Eerie childlike innocence, the darkness receded like the tide. The nauseating dizziness finally subsided, and Mou slowly opened his eyes. Yet, as the scene before him came into focus, he was stunned. Not only him, but the surrounding scattered cultivators who had been transported together. And even the prodigies from distant sects, all wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. There was no howling wind, no piles of bones. Instead, what greeted their eyes was a sunlit courtyard. Above was a sky so blue it seemed almost unreal, with a few cotton candy-like white clouds motionless in place, obviously the work of a sophisticated illusion array. Beneath their feet lay a soft carpet of verdant grass, and the air was thick with an overwhelmingly sweet floral fragrance intertwined with the scent of earth, so intoxicating it induced a slight daze. This place hardly resembled a tomb. Rather, it seemed like the private garden of a wealthy family meant for spring outings and scenic enjoyment. Could this be the Golden Core secret realm? A scattered cultivator rubbed his eyes, incredulous as he gazed ahead. At the center of the courtyard stood several objects brimming with childlike innocence, yet incongruously out of place in this cultivation world. A massive swing woven from millennium-old wisteria would hung quietly amidst the flowers. The wisteria emitted a faint spiritual glow. If sold, it would be priceless, yet here it was merely a toy. Nearby, a slide carved from a single piece of exquisite white jade gleamed smoothly like a mirror, reflecting a gentle luster under the illumination of a rare lighting pearl. Scattered about were several objects resembling rocking horses and stuffed dolls, but upon closer inspection, these playthings were actually intricate puppets fashioned from the pelts and bones of high-level demonic beasts, now lifeless and deteriorating in the grass. It appeared to be a playground constructed by a great being for their child, observed a member of the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society, adjusting his glasses and speaking softly. This is intriguing. When the tone of a dungeon shifts so abruptly, it usually signals either a hidden reward stage or a lethal high-difficulty challenge. Regardless, these items are treasures. The slightly corpulent and irritable Mr. Pang of the society stared at the white jade slide, eyes nearly bulging. If I could chip off that entire jade piece and take it, how many points would that fetch back home? Not only the Mutual Aid Society members, but also the scattered cultivators surrounding them, upon confirming there was no immediate danger, quickly succumbed to their greed. That is 7th grade spiritual material, purple gold vine. Oh heavens, the grass here is all 3rd grade spirit gathering grass. Jackpot. Just a few handfuls would sustain my cultivation for a decade. The crowd erupted into commotion, their previous vigilance replaced by ecstatic frenzy. Scores of scattered cultivators could no longer contain themselves, recklessly rushing into the overly colorful floor beats. Mou remained motionless at the back of the crowd, even quietly stepping back 2 paces, lowering his pale mask further. Through the deep eye holes of the mask, he perceived not the chirping birds or fragrant blossoms, but a chilling battlefield of carnage. Something was amiss. The cancerous clone cells within his body frantically transmitted signals, an alert to kin, a warning of a chaotic and twisted life force. Every plant here, every inch beneath the soil, exuded a sickly sweet scent belonging to living flesh. This was not the fragrance of flora, it was the smell of meat. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the courtyard's tranquility. A scattered cultivator at the forefront reached out and touched a massive peony flower, as large as a basin, when an abnormality occurred. The once luscious petals contracted violently, then opened wide like a python's gaping maw. At the center of the flower was no stamen, but a miniature, thumb-sized human face, distorted, contorted, brimming with agony and malice. Hee, so hungry. Hug me. Tiny, sharp infantile cries and whispers issued from the mouth of this human face nestled in the flower's heart. In the next instant, countless blood-red vines bearing barbs erupted explosively from the flower's stem, piercing through the cultivator's palm and arm, burrowing frantically into his body through the wounds. Help! Save me! The cultivator struggled wildly, brandishing his magic sword in a desperate attempt to sever the vines. Yet the tendrils were as tough as the sinews of high-grade, demonic beasts. His sword strikes only sparked faint embers and oozed dark red sap. Within mere breaths, the robust cultivator visibly withered. His essence, spiritual energy, flesh, and bones were greedily drained by the vines, leaving behind only a fragile human skin shell tossed carelessly on the ground, soon dragged beneath the turf by unseen roots. The man-eating peony's petals deepened to a crimson hue, and the human face at its center seemed to have grown larger, its expression shifting from torment to an eerie satisfaction. The few cultivators who had intended to seize the opportunity witnessed this and were so terrified they went weak in the knees, some even vomiting outright. But the horror did not end there. As if awakened by the scent of blood, the entire garden's flora came alive in an instant. The previously tranquil sea of flowers roiled violently. Countless grotesque faces of all ages and genders emerged from the blossoms, some crying, some laughing, others screaming. It hurts. Why was I planted here? Father, I'm cold. Fresh meat. The cacophony of sinister voices invaded their ears, shaking their very souls. Chapter 69. Welcome home. This was nothing less than a colossal biological alchemy experiment. These flowers were failed products of an abhorrent forbidden technique that grafted living humans, even cultivators' flesh, blood, and souls, onto spiritual plants. This is like a bioweapon version of Plants vs. Zombies. Mr. Pang of the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society was so frightened he collapsed, nearly causing his Gatling gun to misfire. Don't panic. Keep formation. Tanks take the front, shouted a crew member with a crew cut bearing the title, I am the boss, maintaining composure amid the chaos. The scene descended into pandemonium. Countless vines whipped about like tentacles, indiscriminately attacking the intruders. Yet amidst the turmoil and screams, a lone white figure stood incongruously serene. Yu Bing Shuang. She held a pale boned sword, her expression indifferent, as if strolling through her own backyard. Robust, man-eating vines with open flower buds revealing rows of sharp teeth lunged at her, intent on devouring this delectable prey whole. Yu Bing Shuang did not even lift an eyelid. With a slight flick of her bone sword, an intense chill exploded forth. Crack! The menacing vines froze into ice sculptures 3 feet from her. With a wrist flick, the bone sword chimed softly. Boom! 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 The ice sculpture shattered into countless sparkling shards, the embedded flesh and blood frozen into powder. Without a glance, she continued her steady stride deeper into the courtyard. A frigid aura radiated wherever she passed. The grotesque, human-faced flowers appeared to sense a spiritual oppression emanating from her soul, shrinking back and closing their mouths. Some even bowing their stems, as if in submission or dread. She resembled a proud queen, treading upon the corpses of grotesque monsters as she approached her throne. Yu did not flee in panic like other rogue cultivators, nor did he charge recklessly like the foolish disciples of the Tianjian sect. Instead, he nestled in an inconspicuous corner, leaning against an artificial rock formation. Beneath the concealment of his robe, his leg bones underwent a bizarre transformation. Countless tendrils, as fine as hair and transparent, adorned with sharp, bony spines, extended from his feet, resembling an invisible net quietly burrowing deep into the earth. Cancer clone. Activate. Above ground, the humanoid flowers feasted upon the cultivators, while below, MOU preyed upon them. This was indeed a buffet. MOU closed his eyes, an expression of utmost pleasure gracing his features. Through the subterranean tendrils, he perceived the truth of this garden. The roots of these plants were vast and intricate, connecting to a massive energy reservoir deep within the earth. Each tendril pulsed with rich life essence, a nourishing fluid composed of countless failed experiments. The flesh and blood of beasts and high-grade spiritual liquid. For ordinary cultivators, this chaotic and resentful energy was lethal poison. Yet for MOU, endowed with the cancer attribute, capable of infinite proliferation, devouring, and mutation, it was the ultimate sustenance. He relished the thought, a greedy swallowing sound echoing in his mind. The subterranean tendrils abruptly pierced the robust main roots of the humanoid flowers. A sharp cry erupted from a giant man-eating flower, attacking a disciple of the Tianjin sect, its body convulsing violently. What was happening? The Tianjin sect disciple froze momentarily, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. He observed the flower visibly withering, darkening, as if its life force had been forcefully extracted by something far more terrifying, leaving its human face shriveled and twisted, ultimately reduced to a pile of black ash. This immense energy, transformed and purified by the cancer clone, surged ceaselessly into MOU's body. Crack, crack. The faint sound of bones fracturing resonated within him. It was not injury, it was evolution. MOU could feel his bones undergoing a qualitative change. The once pallid hue of his bones now shimmered with a delicate jade-like luster. As if naturally formed, dark red patterns gradually emerged upon the surface of his bones, resembling blooming flowers or contorted human faces, exuding a sinister beauty. Bone density increased, hardness soared. Even deep within the marrow, a new, corrosive, and devouring power began to gestate. Bliss. MOU nearly moaned aloud. The sensation of becoming stronger simply by consuming was utterly addictive. He maneuvered the underground tendrils, avoiding the perceptive range of Yubing and several other experts, targeting only the isolated and peripheral plants. Like a greedy parasite, he silently drained this massive host. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. Why did that patch of flowers die? Perhaps the formations in this cursed place are unstable? Another person speculated in a panic. Montague, feeling the surging power within him, walked with a stiff and unsteady gait, swaying behind the others. Since this was an amusement park, surely there were more intriguing attractions to discover. He eagerly anticipated what kind of gifts that esteemed Qi Xiao Jinjun had prepared for his offspring. The humanoid flowers swayed in the wind, their faces seemingly fixated on someone's back, displaying expressions that were both mournful and mocking, as if to say, "Welcome home." Chapter 70. Ru Yin is so scared within the garden, screams resonated like a grand symphony. Blood splattered upon the verdant lawn, instantly absorbed by those greedy tendrils, leaving behind dark red stains. Amidst this infernal scene, a small group appeared particularly out of place. They did not scatter in panic like other rogue cultivators, nor did they form a defensive formation like the sect disciples. They maintained a standard triangular tactical formation, weaving through the swarming, man-eating vines. Their movements somewhat clumsy, yet imbued with a peculiar sense of order. Eyeglasses, have the data come through? What the hell is this difficulty? The rotund figure, known as the boisterous Fat Lord, bellowed, wielding an exaggerated six-barreled spiritual energy Gatling gun, its barrels spinning wildly as it unleashed a barrage of blue spiritual energy, splattering the attacking vines. He howled while dodging the bite of a humanoid flower, his corpulent body exhibiting astonishing agility. At the center of the group, a slender man with gold-rimmed glasses, known as Cobra, swiftly adjusted his spectacles. To his eyes, the world appeared altered. A faint blue stream of data scrolled frantically across his retina. Warning: environmental toxin concentration increased by 15. Target creature: humanoid demon flower, variant. Weaknesses: roots, fire, extreme cold. Stop yelling. Cobra's voice was as calm as a machine. His fingers tapped rapidly in the air, as if manipulating an invisible interface. The statistics of these plants were significantly abnormal, possessing dual buffs of group frenzy and life absorption. Moreover, the energy reaction underground was peculiar, as if something served as a mother nest, continuously supplying energy to these monsters. Mother nest? The leader, a crew-cut youth known as I Am the Boss, swung a purple glowing alloy battle knife, cleaving a humanoid flower attempting to ambush them. Who cares about nests? Since this is an S-rank dungeon, the drops must be S-rank as well. His gaze was cold as he scanned the surrounding rogue cultivators being devoured amidst their screams. The plan remains unchanged. Let those mindless NPCs trigger the traps up front. The monster's hate mechanism is straightforward. Whoever makes the most noise gets bitten. As long as enough rogue cultivators perish, the monster's feeding cooldown will be interrupted, allowing us to sneak past. Understood. Beside him, a female assassin clad in tight-fitting attire, known as Shadow Assassin, instantly blurred. Using her invisibility skill to navigate through the shadows, occasionally extending her foot to trip a few panicked rogue cultivators, sending them tumbling toward the gaping maws of the flowers. Help! Who pushed me? No, I don't want to die. As several rogue cultivators were dragged into the flowers with screams, the pressure around them indeed diminished. A bunch of moving blood bags. The boisterous fat lord grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, his eyes gleaming with greed. At that moment, a strange fragrance mixed with heart-wrenching sobs reached the ears of this group. Where are you, senior brother? Someone save me. Ruyan is so scared. The voice was soft and sweet, carrying 3 parts terror and 7 parts helplessness, laced with a captivating tremor that pierced through the chaotic battlefield, resonating in the ears of every male present. The boisterous fat lord's Gatling gun faltered, his ears pricking up. What the hell is that noise? The group turned towards the sound. Emerging from a nearby cluster of flowers was a girl, stumbling as she ran. Clad in a tattered pink disciple robe of the AI sect, her attire was in tatters from her flight. Expanses of snow-white skin were exposed, her delicate shoulders partially covered, while the breathtaking curve of her chest swayed violently with each step, threatening to burst forth at any moment. Tears glistened on her face, accentuating the beauty of the tear mole at the corner of her eye, which appeared even more enchanting against the backdrop of her fear. It was none other than the lustful clone disguised as Lu Ruyan. At this moment, she was fully immersed in her act, the terrified gaze resembling that of a fawn. The disheveled yet delicately beautiful strands of hair seemed to have sprung forth from the pages of a certain animated series. Help! Lu Ruyan appeared frantic, darting towards the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society's team. Several vines pursued her closely, on the verge of ensnaring her slender ankles. Goodness, what a sight! The irritable, chubby fellow's eyes nearly bulged out, as the hormones within him instantly eclipsed his survival instincts. Stay still. I am the leader, barked sharply, his eyes vigilant. The sudden appearance of such a figure in this precarious moment raised suspicions. However, Lu Ruyan's subsequent actions and words shattered their defenses. She slipped and fell to the ground, landing right beside the irritable chubby fellow. She lifted her head, her large, watery eyes gazing at him as if she had grasped a final lifeline. Jiggy, she whispered, uttering a term that should never have surfaced in this realm of cultivation. The way she said Jiggy was enchanting and unnervingly sweet, sending shivers down their spines. This is terrifying. It's nothing like the games played on Blue Star. This is sheer hellish difficulty. Silence enveloped the 4 members of the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society. Frozen in place, even the normally composed and analytical Cobra halted, his hand poised mid-adjustment of his glasses. Blue Star? The irritable chubby fellow dropped his cigar, his mouth agape as if it could fit a duck egg. Hellish difficulty? These words resonated like a secret code, awakening something deep within their minds. In this land filled with archaic phrases and a sense of superiority among cultivators, hearing such familiar terms struck with the same intensity as witnessing someone brandishing an AK-47 in a historical drama. Could you be one of us? The wariness in "I am the leader" dissipated significantly, replaced by incredulous delight. Sister, you two have crossed over? The irritable chubby fellow trembled with excitement, reaching out to assist Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan leaned into his embrace, her soft, fragrant form pressing against his sweat-drenched tactical vest, causing the reclusive otaku to experience a rush of blood to his head. I don't know either, Lu Ruyan cried, tears streaming down her face like delicate pear blossoms. I was just at home, live streaming in my pajamas, and suddenly found myself in this dreadful place, becoming a disciple of some major sect. Those senior brothers and sisters are so cruel, abandoning me here as bait. Jiggy, Your gun is so big and sturdy. It can definitely protect me, right? The irritable, chubby fellow felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Live streaming? This is undoubtedly one of our own. Furthermore, she was a female streamer. The camaraderie felt when meeting a fellow townsfolk, paired with Lu Rian's enchanting charm, delivered a genuine blow to this group of self-proclaimed high-level players. Rest assured, sister, you can count on me. The chubby fellow shielded Lu Rian behind him, his Gatling gun's barrel glowing red-hot. With me around, no one dares to touch a hair on you, he proclaimed defiantly. Meanwhile, Cobra frowned, instinctively wanting to analyze the data. Yet when Lu Rian turned to him, her gaze filled with admiration, and sweetly remarked, "Wow, you look so professional, like a master from a professional team." His analytical thoughts vanished. He cleared his throat, straightening his back. Although the data appears somewhat irregular, considering the randomness of the crossing mechanism, it is indeed plausible that other players exist. Since she is from our faction, we should take her along. I am the leader, still harbored a hint of doubt, but seeing Lu Rian's frail demeanor and her precise references to Blue Star slang, much of his caution faded away. More importantly, in this perilous dungeon, having one more ally was certainly preferable to encountering another uncontrollable native. Enough chatter, let us move. The leader stated coldly, though his tone was noticeably softer than when addressing the others. Stay close to the chubby fellow and don't lag behind. There are no resurrection points here if you die. Thank you, Jiggy. Lu Rian smiled through her tears, her radiant smile illuminating the surrounding eerie garden. She firmly grasped the chubby fellow's shirt, embodying the image of a delicate female streamer relying on the top player. In the moment she lowered her head, a fleeting glimmer of cunning and mockery flashed in her eyes. A bunch of fools. A few worn-out phrases can easily hook them, even more gullible than the natives who only know how to cultivate. The team pressed on. With Lu Rian's presence, the atmosphere became strangely harmonious. The irritable chubby fellow, eager to impress the girl, unleashed his full firepower, single-handedly carving a bloody path. Jiggy, you're amazing. Wow, is that the legendary walk a technique? Heavens, brother. That prediction was so cool. Lu Rian transformed into the ultimate cheerleader, each compliment precisely scratching the itches of these players. Just as they were about to break through the garden's periphery and enter the eerie main corridor of the small building, a towering ghostly tree, as tall as 3 stories, obstructed their path. The trunk was covered in densely packed faces, each one emitting sharp sound wave attacks. Buzz. The sound waves spread like a tangible force, disorienting everyone. Not good. It's a mental attack. Cobra's face turned pale as he clutched his head and half-kneeled on the ground. My mental resistance isn't sufficient. The chubby fellow's eyes rolled back, his Gatling gun beginning to spray wildly, just as the team seemed on the verge of collapse. You bunch of useless fools. I am the leader, shouted angrily, flipping his wrist to reveal a silver-white metallic sphere. The sphere crackled with blue arcs, exuding a futuristic aura. Everyone close your eyes. He bellowed, yanking the pin from the sphere and hurling it towards the ghostly tree. This is Lu Rian, exclaimed at the perfect moment, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if witnessing an unbelievable artifact. Boom! A d'une explosion résonate. Instead of a fiery eruption, a visible wave of high-frequency oscillations swept across the scene. The countless faces on the ghostly tree simultaneously froze and then exploded like bursting watermelons. It was not merely a physical explosion, but rather a specific frequency resonance that obliterated these monsters' neural centers. High-frequency shockwave bomb. Lu Rian covered her mouth, gazing at I and the leader with admiration. Goodness, is this your special ability, big brother? How impressive. Far superior to those natives' magical artifacts. This flattery left. I am the leader, feeling utterly pleased. He sheathed his weapon, a proud smile gracing his face as he adjusted his buzz cut. Of course, I acquired this item in a cyberpunk wasteland dungeon, specifically designed to target souls and nervous systems. In this realm of cultivation, it's a dimensional strike. He surveyed the now clear path ahead, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. This is nothing. I possess even more formidable items. Wow. Lu Rian's eyes sparkled, her body instinctively leaning closer as her voice became increasingly sweet. So if we accidentally encounter that twisted female demon, Yufuyu, could we blow her up too? The leader paused, clearly lacking confidence, yet with a beautiful woman before him, He maintained his facade. Killing her isn't guaranteed, but it will definitely ensure our survival. Really? Lu Ruyan blinked her large eyes. Her innocent expression filled with curiosity as she inquired, but I am so frightened. I have heard that the female demon can seal off space. What if we cannot escape? Do not fear, Ruyan. The rotund man beside her snapped back to reality, eagerly stepping forward to offer his assistance. Space sealing is nothing to worry about. I possess a group teleportation scroll. Once shattered, it can forcibly and randomly transport us away, regardless of the formation we find ourselves in. Really? You are all amazing. Lu Ruyan clapped her small hands in admiration, though her gaze discreetly swept across the golden scroll at the man's waist. All their hidden cards and escape methods were revealed in a flurry of sweet words and the camaraderie of fellow villagers, as this group of players boasted about their toys. The names and locations of the group teleportation scrolls resonated in Lu Ruyan's mind. Subsequently, she relayed this information intact to her original body deep underground. In the depths, Mou, voraciously absorbing the energy from the roots, curled the corners of his mouth into a sly smile. Well done, my naive little girl. Forced teleportation? Huh, what a bunch of amateurs. Soon, I shall show you all what it means to be under the blade of desire. Chapter 72. The mighty Jian Wushuan. The sunlight poured down from the illusory blue sky, illuminating the blood-soaked lawn and reflecting a dizzying crimson glow. The slaughter continued in the courtyard. The wailing of scattered cultivators, the shrill laughter of the flower-faced demons, and the dull sounds of vines tearing flesh interwove into an absurd symphony. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry suddenly overshadowed all the clamor. The silver sword light surged like a galaxy flowing upstream, ruthlessly slicing through the densely woven net of flesh-eating vines ahead. The resilient, iron-like demonic plants, unafraid of mortal flames, crumbled beneath this sword light like tofu, their severed edges smooth as a mirror. Jian Wushuan, wielding a heavy sword, strode with steady steps, causing the ground beneath him to crack like a spider's web with each stride. A dark red aura of slaughter surrounded him, and those who dared to approach for a sneak attack were crushed to pieces before they could even reach his garments. Just a bunch of weeds. Jian Wushuan's expression was cold and proud. With a casual flick of his wrist, the heavy sword stirred a gust of wind, cleaving a 3-story-tall demon tree in half. The trunk splintered, spewing forth green, viscous fluid that emitted a wailing akin to a distressed infant. As the most powerful saint son of the Tianjian sect, he possessed the arrogance to match his strength. In this secret realm that limited entry for those in the foundation-building stage, he was confident that few in the chi refinement realm could rival him. His gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on a massive sand pit ahead, from which emanated a rich wave of spiritual energy, suggesting the presence of a hidden treasure. Jian Wushuan paused. The sand pit suddenly began to churn violently. Roar! A roar, a cacophony of countless beasts, erupted from the depths. The earth exploded upward, and a monster, as large as a small mountain, clawed its way out from underground. This was a grotesque amalgamation of stitched-together corpses. Its body was as massive as a bear, yet it bore bone spurs reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. Its limbs were thick as pillars, sewn together with the arms of numerous human cultivators, which twitched mindlessly in the air. Most horrifying was its head. It was not a single head, but rather a grotesque mass formed from the brutal stitching of several heads of different beasts and humans, creating a large flesh ball. Each head emitted a different sound, drooling saliva that dripped from its uneven fangs, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. The monster exuded a suffocating stench and an overwhelming aura of terror. The members of the Blue Star Mutual Aid Society, hiding in the distance, changed their expressions in unison upon witnessing the emergence of this creature. The bespectacled member frantically manipulated the void panel, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The data is exceeding limits. The irritable rotund man trembled while gripping a Gatling gun. This thing is truly a monster. My bullets will probably all miss. A few reckless, scattered cultivators, hoping to take advantage of the monster's unsteady footing, brandished their flying swords to launch a surprise attack. Several streaks of light struck the corpse beast's skin with a clatter. Sparks flew. Its seemingly rotten skin proved to be harder than refined iron, leaving not even a mark from the flying swords. The stitched human arms on the corpse beast suddenly elongated, akin to tentacles, seizing several airborne, scattered cultivators. Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed, and the cultivators could not even scream before being reduced to a pulp and stuffed into the gaping mouths of the fleshball head. Chew, chew, chew. The horrifying sound of gnawing reverberated above the courtyard. The wounds on the corpse beast began to heal at a visible rate after consuming flesh and blood, its aura surging even further. The surrounding cultivators, terrified, began to flee in disarray. Yet one remained steadfast. Jian Wushuan's lips curled into a bloodthirsty arc, his battle intent rising higher than ever. Interesting. He slowly gripped the hilt of his heavy sword with both hands, a tangible blood-colored sword intent soaring into the sky, staining the clouds above crimson. This sword, known as Lu Tian, was destined to slay this vile beast, a perfect offering for his sword. Boom! The ground beneath Jian Wushuan erupted, and he transformed into a blood-colored meteor, charging headlong at the colossal beast. The heavy sword collided with the claws of the corpse beast, sending shockwaves that overturned the grass within a 100-meter radius. Roar! The corpse beast howled in pain, one claw severed cleanly by the heavy sword. Yet in the next moment, the severed stump writhed as a new claw sprouted, striking Jian Wushuan with even greater force. Jian Wushuan twisted midair, evading the strike, and retaliated with a sword thrust into the beast's shoulder. Lucien Swart technique. Blood waterfall. Sword energy erupted within the corpse beast like a cascading waterfall. Countless blood-colored sword lights piercing through its body, causing it to explode in a shower of flesh and blood. Man and beast engaged in the most primal, violent clash in the center of the courtyard. Sword energy surged, and flesh flew. Incredible. The DPS is off the charts. The irritable rotund man, hiding at a distance, gaped in astonishment, forgetting to turn his Gatling gun. Is this the battle power of a top indigenous cultivator in the Chi refinement stage? If health bars were visible, the boss would have lost at least 30% of its health. The surrounding scattered cultivators were equally stirred, cheering wildly. No wonder he is the saint son of Tianjian sect. The name of the butcher is well-deserved. As Jian Wushuan basked in the cheers surrounding him, a proud grin spread across his face. He relished the feeling of being in the spotlight, the thrill of dismantling a colossal creature piece by piece. Lu Ru Yin nestled in the rotund man's embrace, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she watched the battlefield, while her thoughts relayed through the link. Master, Jian Wushuan appears formidable, but he seems a bit dim-wit, charging in like a meat shield. Deep underground, MOU's numerous tendrils greedily absorbed every drop of energy-rich blood seeping from the battlefield. Well done. Make it even more intense, MOU mused inwardly. Jian Wushuan indeed possesses some merit. The battle on the field had reached a stalemate. Although the corpse beast was battered and bruised, its recovery ability was abnormally powerful. Unless it suffered a lethal blow to its core, it would remain unyielding. Jian Wushuan was also exerting himself, his breathing becoming rapid, the red light in his eyes intensifying. Monstrous beast, perish. He leaped into the air, raising his heavy sword high, pouring all his spiritual energy into the blade. Ancient runes began to glow along the sword's surface, and a chilling aura of destruction began to brew. This was his trump card, the ultimate skill of the Tianjian sect. He was prepared to determine the outcome with a single strike. The corpse beast seemed to sense the impending threat. Its stitched seams ruptured, and countless black tentacles surged forth in a frenzied manner, intertwining before it to form a colossal flesh shield. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, brewing a terrifying breath of corrosion. At that critical moment, as the two formidable beings were on the verge of clashing, a rhythmic yet faint sound of footsteps intruded upon the chaotic battlefield. The sound was subtle, yet it felt as if it were stepping upon the hearts of those present, causing the surrounding air, which had been boiling with tension, to inexplicably cool. A figure clad in white, Yu Bing Shuang, emerged from the corner of the flower path. Her expression was indifferent, her attire as pure as snow, remaining untainted amidst the swirling blood and shredded flesh. She did not cast her gaze towards the airborne Jian Wu Shuang or the terrifying corpse beast. She merely walked forward, as if passing through her own backyard to pluck a flower. However, the hulking form of the corpse beast now obstructed her path to the depths of the courtyard. The myriad chaotic eyes of the beast were instantly drawn to this new prey. Even while confronting Jian Wu Shuang, Its ingrained instinct to devour compelled it to divert a portion of its tentacles, propelled by a foul wind towards Yu Bingshuang. "Be careful," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Jian Wushuang furrowed his brow, momentarily halting his sword's momentum. That foolish woman, does she seek death? Faced with the onslaught of tentacles, Yu Bingshuang did not so much as raise her eyelids. She maintained her steady pace, merely lifting her right hand. The pale bone sword traced an unremarkable arc through the air. There were no earth-shattering sword energies unleashed, nor any dazzling effects. Not even the faintest whisper of wind was stirred. Yet in an instant, the world seemed to pause. The corpse beast, poised to unleash its toxic breath, abruptly froze in place. The tentacles that were about to brush against Yu Bingshuang's garments hung, suspended in midair, their surfaces rapidly coated with a layer of white frost. The chill did not invade from without, but erupted from within. The boiling blood, the raging spiritual energy, and the chaotic souls contained within its numerous heads were all instantaneously frozen. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming force of darkness coursed along the trajectory of the bone sword, penetrating the massive form of the corpse beast. There was no gory explosion, no deafening blast, only the crystalline sound reminiscent of shattered glass. The formidable, stitched corpse beast, which had posed a significant challenge to Jian Wushuang with its high physical resistance and regenerative abilities, crumbled into countless translucent shards of ice. Akin to a delicate sculpture, toppled from its pedestal. Each shard encapsulated a glimmer of dark red flesh, shimmering with an eerie and tragic beauty under the sunlight. A gentle breeze swept by, scattering the ice fragments, and the once massive monstrosity vanished entirely from existence. Even the bloodstains on the ground were transformed into a purplish frost, blanketing an area of 100 meters. In midair, Jian Wushuang held his heavy sword aloft, his body rigid as if carved from stone. The sword intent he had meticulously cultivated was left without a target, causing a pressure within his chest that nearly forced blood to rise to his throat. Yet, the shock within him surpassed any physical discomfort, akin to an avalanche or a tsunami. His eyes widened, fixated on the white-clad figure below. She walked across the ground strewn with ice shards, traversing the area once dominated by the corpse beast, her garments fluttering as though she had simply brushed away a speck of dust. Remarkably, she had not once regarded him throughout the encounter. This was more painful than death itself. "You, Bing, Shuang." Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth, forcing those 3 words through clenched jaws, the murderous intent in his eyes nearly solidifying. In the distance, behind the barricade of the Lanxing Mutual Aid Society, an eerie silence reigned. The barrel of the irritable Pang Yi's Gatling gun still emitted smoke. "Is this for real? This has to be some sort of cheat, right?" The Cobra trembled, adjusting his glasses as he beheld the ominous warning in his field of vision. On my analytical eye, her power levels were all marked with question marks, save for a single line in red. "Extremely dangerous. Do not engage. Advisable to retreat immediately." "I'm the boss," wore a grim expression. The high-frequency shock grenade he had once taken pride in now appearing as a mere toy in his grasp. Is this really version T0? If the Qi Shao Jian were in her hands, how could we possibly contend? By sheer stubbornness? At that moment, all players came to a stark realization of a harsh reality. This was not merely a game of mowing down enemies. It could very well be a torturous trial akin to a Souls-like experience, and that woman in white was the boss that would lead to repeated failures. Deep underground, MOU's myriad tendrils instinctively recoiled in response to the chill of that sword. The massive corpse beast, which had once promised a delectable feast, had become an inedible mass of ice, a painful loss to him. The balance of yin and yang, nothing remained unbroken. Nonetheless, that sword was indeed impressive and undeniably ruthless. MOU maneuvered his tendrils underground, avoiding the areas sealed by frost. He understood that, should he confront Yu Bingshuang directly, his fate would be no better than that of the corpse beast. Clearly, brute force would not suffice. He needed to devise a strategy and let these high-level players serve as fodder for his plans. Above ground, Yu Bingshuang had vanished into the depths of the courtyard, shrouded in mist. "Keep up. I'm the boss." Inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear within, beckoning his comrades. With the enemies cleared, there was no better time to delve into the depths for spoils. "Ruyen, stay close, don't fall behind." Lu Ruyen immediately adopted a gaze of utmost admiration, trembling as she clung tightly to Pang Ye's arm, nearly hanging off him. Wow, that sister in white is so terrifying. Thank goodness I have Pang Ji to protect me. The portly fellow felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, puffing out his chest with a fearless demeanor. Fear not. Even if she is the Dark Overlord, I will ensure your safe retreat. A group of individuals, each with their own hidden motives, tread upon the ground littered with ice shards, venturing into the unknown depths. In the depths of the courtyard, chaos and bloodshed faded into the background. At the edge of a gigantic amusement park, imbued with childish wonder, yet tainted with bloodshed, a moss-covered stone path wound deeper into the mist. A figure silently detached from the main group, moving slowly, each step heavy, with the moss beneath his feet instantly withering into ash-gray remnants. Shun Chu Bing, the esteemed senior disciple of Fu Go Feng, now bore no trace of the obsequious demeanor that characterized him in times past. His once immaculate robe now appeared somewhat loose. His back no longer hunched like a shrimp, but standing straight. His face was shrouded in shadow, the lines etched from years of forced smiles now smoothed by a grim, cold detachment. His eyes, once darting about to gauge others' reactions, now lay in eerie stillness, save for the flickering embers of despair within their depths. He traversed a patch of withered flowers, arriving before a side hall completely engulfed by vines. This hall was a stark contrast to the external splendor, appearing dilapidated and decayed, exuding an ancient mustiness. The plaque above the door had long since shattered. Shun Chu Bing raised his hand, a surge of gray energy swirling within his palm. It imparts an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if one were suffocating beneath the weight of despair. This is known as Zhu Ji Qi. In the past, he practiced the art of Ji Qing Dao Wenang Qi on Fu Go Feng, which emphasized the principle of enduring humiliation and absorbing all shame, anger, and resentment into oneself, thereby accumulating strength through self-deprecation. At that time, he was but a dog in the service of Yu Bing Shuang, finding pride and purpose in this subservience. However, that day, Yu Bing Shuang severed his path with a single stroke of her sword. That strike not only cleaved his perverse attachment to her, but also shattered the very foundation upon which his cultivation rested. The vessel lay in ruins. Years of humiliation, oppression, and disgrace erupted in a moment of liberation, resulting in a profound transformation. It was the silence of shattered hope, the void that follows the awakening from a deluded dream of servitude. To be utterly humiliated is to be plunged into despair. With a disdainful sneer, Shen Gui Bing's palm pressed against the stone door brimming with prohibitions. The once impenetrable protective formation, upon contacting this aura of despair, seemed to lose its will to survive, its brilliance dimming rapidly as the runes disintegrated autonomously. The formation was not violently destroyed, it committed suicide. The stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a dust-laden chamber inside. This was a repository for the abandoned manuscripts and failed experiments of Zhenjun Qi Shao. As Shun Gui Bing stepped inside, the dust swirled around him, dancing in the dim light. The hall was cluttered with countless jade slips, broken puppet parts, and various desiccated biological specimens sealed within crystal jars. He picked up a jade slip, his consciousness probing within. It contained no extraordinary techniques, but rather chronicled Jun Qi Shao's repeated failures in array calculations and his delusions and rejections regarding a perfect being. The 372nd attempt, the fusion of beast bloodlines failed. The subject became uncontrollable. Although endowed with immense power, it exhibited no rationality and had an exceedingly short lifespan. The logic of the formation was in conflict. If a screening mechanism were added at the core of the secret realm, it would lead to a breakdown of the spiritual energy circuit. Shun Gui Bing read these records from a century past with an impassive expression. Were an ordinary person to encounter these failures, they might lament the hardships of great cultivators or discard them in search of more valuable treasures. Yet Shen Gui Bing was different. As he gazed upon these forsaken remnants, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Failed products, he murmured softly. How fitting. For I too seem to be a failed product. After a lifetime of cultivation, I have become a mere jest. He set the jade slip down, his gaze falling upon a stone platform in the center of the hall. There floated a dim core of the formation, connected by countless threads of spiritual energy that extended deep into the earth, serving as one of the control centers for the perimeter of the fallen sky pit. Although Zhanjun Qixiao was a sword cultivator from a century ago, his mastery of formations was equally remarkable. He had transformed the entire secret realm into a vast selection arena, where the original premise was to sift through layers of challenges to identify candidates with excellent aptitude, comprehension, and combat prowess. However, now, Shen Guibing stood here. The legacy of Fu Gofeng had never been mere subservience. The founder of Fu Gofeng once proclaimed, "If one cannot erupt in silence, they shall transform in silence." To endure humiliation and bear burdens is to prepare for the day when one can drag those who reside high above into the mire, allowing them to taste the flavor of suffocation. Shen Guibing extended his hands, his long, pale fingers resembling those of a corpse. A dense stream of gray energy surged from his fingertips, coiling around the formation core like venomous serpents. The core shuddered violently, its once golden radiance flickering as if resisting this foreign, aberrant force. "Do not struggle." Shen Guibing's gaze turned cold as he tightened his grip. "You too feel it, do you not? The solitude and despair of being abandoned here for a century. Let us merge as one." The absolute energy surged forth uncontrollably. This was not destruction, but rather an infiltration. Shen Guibing's consciousness forcefully plunged into the underlying logic of the secret realm. The overwhelming flow of information striking his mind with such ferocity that it induced excruciating pain, causing blood to seep from his orifices. He did not furrow his brow, allowing the blood to cascade down his cheeks, staining his garments. He was deciphering. He was rewriting, within the confines of his mind's eye. The entire secret realm transformed into an immense three-dimensional blueprint. Green nodes represented the thresholds of life, red nodes the gates of death, and yellow nodes the trials. They were densely packed and intricately interwoven. The original design was fair. The strong survive, the weak perish, the wise prevail. Too lenient, Shen Guibing scoffed. Zhanjun Qixiao, now that you have passed, what purpose does this secret realm serve? It will be better transformed into an arena for combat. His fingers moved swiftly through the air, leaving trails of gray in their wake. He located the luminous point representing Yu Bing Shuang. That point radiated brilliance, exuding an extreme chill and sharpness, much like the bone sword she wielded, disregarding all rules in her reckless advance. As Shen Guibing beheld that point, a complex hatred flickered in his eyes, a tumult of twisted affection, resentment for abandonment, and madness from the destruction of the path. Junior sister, do you not cultivate the path of indifference? Have you not claimed to sever ties with the mundane world, your heart as tranquil as still water? Then I shall create for you a world where only slaughter exists, with no path for retreat. With a swift motion, he pointed at the core, representing the formation center. The absolute energy exploded forth, saturating the core in a pallid hue of death. A crack echoed as some rule was shattered. Shen Guibing began to frantically manipulate the nodes of the formation. All safe zones were obliterated. All restrictions were lifted. He awakened all the experimental subjects that had been dormant in the depths of the secret realm ahead of schedule. Furthermore, he embedded a new, irreversible command into the foundational logic of the formation. All monsters awakening within this secret realm, all mechanisms controlled by the formation, would prioritize their attacks against the one harboring the cold aura of the moon. Not only that, Shen Guibing flicked his fingers, forcibly twisting several paths leading deeper into the courtyard, redirecting them to a sealed area. This was the arena where Zhanjun Qixiao once executed failed experiments. After completing these actions, Shen Guibing staggered, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. This was the backlash from the forced alteration of the formation. His aura instantly waned, his complexion paling like paper, yet his spirit soared in an unprecedented state of exhilaration. The sensation of controlling another's life and death was 1,000-fold more exhilarating than being a mere dog. The light within the hall dimmed entirely. The formation court no longer radiated light. Instead, it transformed into a black hole that devoured illumination, quietly suspended there, exuding a disquieting tremor. Shen Guibing wiped the blood from his lips, straightening his somewhat disheveled robes. He turned to face the illusory sky beyond the hall. The sunlight outside appeared to be affected by the upheaval of the formation. The once bright golden hue now tinged with a hint of crimson, the clouds lowering ominously. and the wind carrying a more intense metallic scent. Go, Shun Gue Bing whispered to the void, as if issuing commands to the monsters about to awaken. Tear apart her arrogance. Trample her indifference. Let her also experience the taste of a world where heaven does not respond and earth offers no solace. He stepped out of the side hall, merging once more into the shadows. At this moment, he resembled a venomous spider lurking in the dark, having just woven an enormous web, quietly awaiting the most beautiful butterfly to ensnare herself. Meanwhile, in the corridor leading deeper into the courtyard, Yu Bing Shuang, sword in hand, was poised to cleave through an impending stone door. Suddenly, the bone sword emitted a sharp and piercing hum. A sudden and inexplicable chill enveloped her, not stemming from her own Taiyan energy, but rather from a drastic shift in the external environment that instantaneously cloaked her entire being. The air around her thickened unnaturally. The once motionless stone wall reliefs, adorned with grotesque depictions of malevolent spirits, now ominously began to rotate their eyes, fixating their gaze upon her. The ground trembled beneath her feet as a muffled rumble echoed from afar, reminiscent of countless gates being simultaneously unlatched. Waves of malice and bloodlust surged forth from all directions, encircling her like an unrelenting tide. Yu Bing Shuang halted, her brow slightly furrowed. She could sense that the collective malevolence of the entire secret realm had converged upon her in that singular moment, akin to a solitary lamp illuminating the darkness, attracting all moths and venomous creatures. Directed at me? Yu Bing Shuang's expression remained unchanged, yet her grip on the sword tightened incrementally. She was oblivious to the puppeteer orchestrating these events from the shadows. Regardless of the identity behind it, the solution was simple: annihilation. Meanwhile, in the distant throng behind her, Mo, clad in the guise of a bone-clad figure, crouched upon a stone. A peculiar tremor surged through the cancer cells within him. He lifted his head thoughtfully, casting his gaze toward a secluded corner. There, a familiar yet distinctly different aura flickered momentarily before vanishing. This scent, Mo stroked the bone mask adorning his chin, was both despairing and damp, imbued with a reckless abandon. Shin Kue Bing? A broad grin spread across Mo's face. How intriguing. Has the devoted dog turned dark, seizing the high ground of intellect? This unfolding drama is becoming increasingly captivating.